Hashtag C3138 Horror Pattern. Chapter 3138. After half a stick of incense, Chu Yan and Moa Dizuan appeared in a hall. In front of him were Tianying Supreme and Hu Ying. Supreme Tianying sat there, constantly looking at Chu Yan. His eyes were full of thoughts, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chu Yan, release your pattern, let me see. After a long time, Supreme finally spoke. Hearing this, Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at Mo Wu and Hu Ying, then waved his hand to activate the Jade Talisman and released the pattern. Sure enough. With a glance, the pupils of Supreme Tianying shrank instantly. Seeing Tianying Jizuan's expression, Chu Yan was sure that the problem was with this pattern. Is there a problem with this pattern? Chu Yan asked, tentatively. This picture represents the identity of the mortal enemy of Jiuxiao. Hu Ying explained. What? Mortal enemy? Chu Yan and Moa Dizuan were stunned at the same time. This turned out to represent the identity of the mortal enemy of Jiuxiao, so why would Empress Xiantian give it to herself? Could it be that she really wanted to cheat herself to death? How about this? Just when Chu Yan was about to summon Empress Xiantian, Supreme Tianying above spoke. We agreed on a deal. If you seal this picture and don't show it in the future, I, Zhizongla, would like to give you the information of the 3 elixir plants you wanted for free. How about it? As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan's face changed again, and even Dizuan Mo was dumbfounded. There is such a good thing. This turn was too fast, too hasty, almost dodging the waste. Just now they were shouting and shouting, but in a blink of an eye it became a free gift. That is worth a Xuanhuan sword. Or the news of Tianwenlu, just give it away, casually. Really? Chu Yan doubted. It didn't make sense at all, and the turn was too fast. What I said as the supreme guardian of Jiuxiao is of course true. If you don't believe me, you can swear the oath of Tianwei now. Supreme Tianying's expression was cold, but his heart was extremely depressed. It is said to be free, but can you not feel distressed? But for the current Tianying Supreme, he only wants to erase this matter as soon as possible. If that's the case. Chu Yan's eyes brightened slightly, and he was about to say yes. After all, the purpose of his coming to Jiuxiao this time was for the 3 elixir medicines, and if he was about to get them, it would be a good deal. No. Before Chu Yan could finish speaking, Empress Xuantian's voice sounded in the sea of consciousness. Increase the price. Ask them to produce 3 more fairy-level elixir from the Jiuxiao. Don't ask for information, tell them to take it out. With this sentence, Chu Yan was stunned on the spot. What? 3 immortal elixir plants are needed. This is the elixir used by the powerful in the supreme realm. How precious it is at the fairy level. Including the previous information about the 3 top elixir plants, this is 6 plants. And these 3 plants are still directly on the spot. Is this okay? Chu Yan asked, his eyes twitching. Listen to me. Empress Xiantian replied. Letting out a long breath, Chu Yan looked up at Supreme Tianying, and said. If that's the case, we'll have to add 3 more elixir plants, the current ones. What? Supreme Tianying, Hu Ying seemed to have seen a ghost, his eyes widened and his face turned green. Do you know how much the 3 immortal elixir are worth? Tianying stammered in anger. However, Chu Yan, who was standing opposite him, didn't answer at all, just looked at him like this. You really want it? Chu Yan nodded. Anyway, Empress Xiantian wanted it, so I have the confidence. Moreover, the 6 celestial medicines and elixir, if you can get your hands on them, it will be quite a fortune. Boom. Tianying Jizuan slapped it heavily on the armrest of the seat, his face became whiter and paler, staring at Chu Yan's eyes, trembling non-stop. An invisible coercion surged through the entire hall like a tsunami. Facing the coercion of the Nine Realms Supreme, Chu Yan ignored it, and the Moadizuan beside him was surprisingly unresponsive. Okay. I promise you. After a long time, Supreme Tianying finally spoke, gritted his teeth, and said to Hu. Immediately make an oath of heaven's power with him, and give him the things. When these words fell to the ground, Huing was completely dumbfounded. My lord, this. Huh. Tianying's face turned pale with anger, and when he glared at Huing again, he almost wiped out his spirit. Yes. Huing, who was so frightened that his face was sweating, dared to question the Supreme, so he quickly responded. The next moment, Huing hurriedly mobilized his celestial power, sensed the power of heaven and earth, and prepared to make the oath of heaven and earth. Chambers of commerce like Jiuxiao basically use the Tianwei oath to complete many high-priced transactions. This is absolutely fair and cannot be faked. Seeing Huingzhen making the Tianwei oath, Chu Yan was relieved immediately, and began to stimulate the immortal power. However, at this moment, Empress Xuanhuan's voice sounded again in the sea of consciousness. I want 2 more immortal paradises. What? Chu Yan froze there, completely dumbfounded. Heaven and earth. That is the top-level cave, and its value is not lower than the 2 fairy-level elixir, and it is even much higher. I have already ordered 6 immortal-level elixir, and I need 2 immortal heavenly blessings, this. To be honest, Chu Yan really couldn't open his mouth. The previous 6 immortal-level elixir had fully met his expectations. However, Chu Yan's heart hardened instantly when he thought that the people in Jiuxiao wanted to kill him before. Wait a minute. When these words came out, Huing, who had just sensed the majesty of the world, was stunned for an instant, and looked at Chu Yan's face. His whole body was twitching. What else do you want to do? There is still a price increase. Chu Yan said coldly. 2 blessed lands. What? Hu Ying's body trembled, and Tianying Jizuan jumped up from his seat, and the void around him instantly turned into powder. Are you challenging this deity? Tianying Supreme said. If he wasn't in the Supreme Realm and had a strong Dao heart, he couldn't help but slap him up and slap this Chu Yan to death. This is actually not what I want, but the one who gave me the picture. Chu Yan said. The other party is a supreme being, and Empress Shantian is also a supreme being. If you want to pinch you too, don't pull me. Phew. Good. Very good. Very good. Supreme Tianying exhaled a long breath, sat down slowly, and kept staring at Chu Yan. Okay. Here you go. Hu Ying's face turned green, and he turned to look at Supreme Tianying. My lord, it's really, yes. Yes. After saying a single word, the eyes of Tianying Jizuan, who turned his head, were bloodshot, and Huing dared to talk nonsense. Chu Yan, this is already the last concession, if you dare to ask again, huh? Blood was rushing in the heart of Tianying Supreme. This one, blood loss. That's all, don't mention it. Chu Yan quickly replied after asking Empress Shantian. No matter how you negotiate, success is achieved in the end. Next, Huing made an oath of heavenly power with Chu Yan on behalf of Jiuxiao, and exchanged 6 fairy-level elixir and 2 caves in exchange for the deal that Chu Yan would never make that pattern again. It turns out that in the heavenly sanctuary is not easy. Chu Yan muttered to himself while looking at the specific information of the 3 elixir. #C3139 Afraid of Death. Chapter 3139. After getting the things, Chu Yan and Moadizuan directly said goodbye and left. Although the danger has been lifted, Jiuxiao has killed him after all, although it is because of the pattern of Empress Shantian. But here, it is not easy to stay for a long time. After Chu Yan and the 2 left, Huing was still frozen there, turning his head to look at Supreme Tianying with a dazed face. My lord, this. He asked, just let Chu Yan go. But dare not ask. I know what you're going to say. Tianning Jizuan stared at the direction where Chu Yan disappeared, his face was livid. He was released, and he paid a huge price. Please excuse my stupidity. Hu Ying really wanted to know. The most important thing is that in this way, my reward may be wasted. There are some things that you don't know, or you may have heard of. An event that happened after this picture was issued an extermination order in Zhuangla. Venerable Tianning murmured in a sad tone. Yes, I heard that someone broke into Chaos God's domain at that time. After all, Jiuxiao is a power of the Chamber of Commerce, and their deacons pay more attention to some big and small things that happen at different times. Yes. After the order is issued, it cannot be taken back. Otherwise, the person who broke into the Chaos God's domain will come. What? Come. Come to Jiuxiao. Hu Ying was so shocked that his face turned pale. At the beginning, that person broke into the Chaos God realm with Tianzuan, and turned the entire God realm upside down. And now, she is already the #1 supreme in the world. If there is another commotion in the 9 layers building, the consequences. Thinking of this, Hu Ying's entire scalp felt numb. So, a few plants of fairy-level elixir and 2 caves, the price is already very small in comparison. Supreme Tianning looked at Hu Ying and shook his head. Those forces that have been wiped out in the Chaos God's domain, it is estimated that I still don't understand how a celestial venerable wiped them out. In the world of martial arts, in the vast sky, ordinary warriors occupy 99% of the world, but the rest, even less than half of the cultivators, are the real people of the way of heaven, which is definitely beyond our imagination. Remember, when she passed this picture to Chu Yan, she just asked for some resources. This is tantamount to resolving the grievances of the past with Jiuxiao. If she keeps this picture, it will be like a sword hanging over my 9-story building. And now, this sword is finally put away. So, it's our Jiuxiao who are really taking advantage. Do you understand? What Tianning Supreme said made Hu Ying's face suddenly full of fear, and his heart was full of fear. It turns out that kid actually has something to do with her. Then he killed himself before. Do you want to kill yourself? After Chu Yan and the 2 left, they directly entered the teleportation array and returned to the Jiuxiao Mountain Gate Square. Just as he was about to find the teleportation array to the heavenly sanctuary, Xuanhuan came. Regarding the previous matter in Jiuxiangfang, Jiuxiao issued a gag order, so except for those people in Jiuxiangfang, it did not spread in Jiuxiao. Xuanhuan's duty is to warmly receive Chu Yan and take him to the teleportation array leading to the heavenly sanctuary. Xuanhuan knew a lot about the heavenly sanctuary, and told Chu Yan everything carefully. In a chaotic place like the heavenly sanctuary, the Chamber of Commerce forces such as Jiuxiao have become the dominant force. In regions dominated by chambers of commerce, there will be a situation where money is omnipotent. Anything can be done if you have money. As a cultivator, one's own strength is important, but spiritual treasure resources are equally important. Most cultivators have been looking for various opportunities and spiritual treasures almost all their lives to break through the bottleneck. Because most of the cultivators are in the bottleneck period and it is difficult to break through. At this time, the importance of the Chamber of Commerce's power is self-evident. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan and Moa Dizuan appeared in the holy sky through the teleportation array. The strength of the aura here is actually similar to that of the Divine Sea realm. It's just that these auras are extremely mixed. If one's cultivation level is low, it is easy to be affected by these mixed auras, and serious obsession may not necessarily occur. No wonder there is no power here, and it is too difficult to practice here. Chu Yan shook his head and looked around. The location where the 2 of them stood was an extremely huge ancient city, but most of the city was dilapidated, giving it a somewhat desolate feeling. Obviously, there are not many cultivators and forces here, who have been stationed here for a long time. Walk. Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and his figure soared into the sky. With the immortal medicine information provided by Jiuxiao, the map is complete, and Chu Yan's route and goal are very clear. The two of them were flying high in the sky, and they were attacked by various spiritual turbulence from time to time, and there was also a sudden appearance of a mixed breath. This made both of them very careful. On the one hand, they had to hide their aura, and at the same time, they had to control their flying speed. The flight along the way surprised both of them. On the ground below, there are battlefield relics everywhere, and there is no intact place in the entire land. Moreover, cultivators continued to fight in the place below, and the sound of rumbling was endless. Some cultivation bases are only in the human god realm, earth god realm, higher earth venerable realm, and celestial venerable realm, which is very confusing. In the end, a few god kings were even found fighting in the sky, causing the void to shatter violently, and the turbulence of spiritual breath became more serious. The reason for so many battles is also extremely simple. As long as it is the place where the battle takes place, there must be treasures of heaven and earth, caves and abundant land, ancient ruins, etc. all around. You may have to look for these things in other god domains, but in this holy domain, they seem to be everywhere. More is more, but no matter how many resources and treasures there are, no one will dislike them. Therefore, any cultivator who comes here wants to occupy as many resources as possible. In this case, fighting is almost inevitable. According to the information from the Jiuxiao building, there are no less than 300 ancient battlefields in this holy sky domain, and dozens of ancient ruins, and there may be more that have not happened. I don't know if the green lotus has any effect on this place. While Chu Yan pondered in his heart, he continued to move forward. The flight time lasted for 3 days. Chu Yan and the two finally reached the outskirts of Xingtian City. The Holy Sky City is different from other ancient relics. This is an ancient relic that was discovered a long time ago, and it has almost become one of the symbols of the Holy Sky domain. A large number of cultivators poured into it, looking for the ruins that have been rummaged countless times, hoping to find new discoveries. However, with the passage of time, the number of cultivators coming to Xingtian City is also decreasing. Standing in front of the gate of Xingtian City, Chu Yan saw more than a dozen transmission channels around him. These were all built by some of the former powerhouses for the convenience of entering and exiting. After a long time, it was abandoned here, and after being infused with immortal power by other cultivators, it can still be used continuously. Chu Yan glanced at it, randomly selected a teleportation array, and entered it directly. #C3140 The Ancients. Chapter 3140. Just as he was about to step into the teleportation array, a large stream of light flashed in front of him. Huh. Chu Yan's face changed slightly. Those streaks of light just now were caused by a few powerful people in the human realm flying past at high speed. Among them was an earthly honored cultivator whose speed was extremely fast, far exceeding that of the same level of earthly honored cultivators. Ancient clan? Mo Dizuan asked suspiciously. Senior Mo Wu, how do you know? Chu Yan asked. In normal times, those who are strong in the human and earth realms would not be able to attract Chu Yan's attention, but this time his expression changed slightly. I practiced the method of asking for so long, my magic breath has changed. Hee. Mo Dizuan smiled brilliantly. Not to mention, the benefits of mixing with Chu Yan are really not ordinary. Congratulations, senior. Chu Yan laughed. Cultivating magic way is easier than ordinary cultivators in the early stage, but it becomes more difficult in the later stage. However, the increase in strength brought about by this difficulty is several times that of ordinary cultivators, so the breakthrough of Mo Dizuan now will definitely increase his strength exponentially. The most important thing is that it is extremely difficult for demon cultivators to break through the bottleneck, but now that Moadizuan has broken through, it is definitely a great thing. Senior, let's hurry up. Chu Yan had a feeling that something might happen when these ancient clans appeared. After all, it is well known that cultivators of the ancient race rarely appear in front of the world, but this time they appeared in groups. Chu Yan still had a guess in his heart about the cheating of the Zhuangla this time. If after he left, Jiuxiao would sell the information of the 3 elixir medicines directly at a low price, as an operation to recover the loss, it is very possible. If that's the case, there might be a large number of cultivators coming to Xingtian City. Good. Moadizuan nodded. The two quickly rushed into the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared inside Xingtian City. This holy sky city is so huge that even if it is flying in mid-air, it cannot be seen at a glance. Moreover, the various restrictions and killing arrays have not all been cracked. If you enter through the city gate and step on landmines all the way, you don't know how long it will take you to reach the inner circle. That's why there are so many teleportation arrays standing near the city gate. However, Chu Yan and the others came for the first time, and they didn't know where the teleportation array led to. As soon as I looked up, there were traces of dilapidation everywhere. From time to time, cultivators appeared, and after a glance at each other from a distance, they would leave vigilantly. After comparing the map, the two began to search. 2 hours later, Chu Yan and the two finally found a place. Right here. In front of them was a valley covered by a large forest. These trees are extremely tall, but they have different colors. Some dead trees even stand tall and are attached by other plants, looking like dead trees in spring. These plants are all spiritual plants, releasing extremely strong wood-type spiritual power. According to the information provided by Jiuxiao, the Buddha heart fruit and immortal soul tree are in the deepest part of this forest. Such a large Lingji forest is definitely an extremely dangerous place. Although Lingji is slightly less aggressive than monsters, the concept of territory still exists. Especially some passing ones are extremely aggressive. According to the danger level provided by the Zhuangla, more than a dozen god kings and hundreds of heavenly kings have been lost in this forest. From this point, you can see how dangerous it is. Chu Yan spread his consciousness, activated the unicorn's pupils, and began to investigate carefully. Even without the warning of the danger from the Jiuxiao, Chu Yan would not underestimate this forest of spiritual plants. I believe that the strong men who lost here before, like Chu Yan, will not be contemptuous. Perhaps only the first boss to enter it was accidentally lost. The two looked at each other, then dodged and rushed into the forest. As they entered the forest, a powerful aura kept sweeping across the void, attacking their aura like waves, hitting rocks. After less than an hour, the aura of the two people was completely wiped out, and they merged with the forest. In this way, even if there are strong people in the God King realm nearby, it is impossible to find their existence. This is not a bad thing for the two of them. All the way, walked for almost an hour, and gradually reached the depths of the forest. A series of murderous intentions appeared from time to time, like ghost shadows appearing, and they would disappear instantly if they missed a blow. It was as if Chu Yan and the two had become the prey of this forest, and it was only a matter of time before they were hunted down. The deeper you go, the more terrifying the murderous intent will be. Several times, both Chu Yan and Moadizuan used their whole cards to successfully crack. Something's wrong. The smell of blood is very strong here. Moadizuan's magic breath is more suitable for this environment than Chu Yan, and it is barely usable. After feeling something was wrong, he quickly opened his mouth to remind him. Chu Yan glanced around, and the Qilant's pupils flickered with strange fire. This place is very close to the immortal soul tree and the Buddha heart fruit. Could it be that these two immortal medicines were taken first? The group of ancient tribes I saw before seemed to be heading in this direction. Could it be them? The more Chu Yan thought about it, the more dignified his face became. On the one hand, it was because these two elixir plants were very important to him, and at the same time, if a battle broke out in this forest, it would be extremely dangerous. The two distinguished their directions, proceeded carefully, and walked towards the place where the smell of blood came from. It didn't take long to see where the battlefield was. These are two groups of people. A group of people are full of starlight, and there are stars, large or small, floating above their heads. They are constantly pouring starlight into the body of the cultivator, making their attacks extremely powerful. And behind the other group of people, there are also fairy shadows floating, roaring again and again. Between the two waves of people, the battle was extremely fierce, and the ground and forest within a radius of 10 miles were shaking. The aftermath of the battle is everywhere, and all kinds of immortal powers surge. Chu Yan, it really is the ancient clan. Moadizuan said, it's the Moon clan and Ba clan. Hearing Moadizuan's words, Chu Yan looked up. Those with stars on their heads should be the Moon clan, and those with phantoms roaring behind them should be the tyrannical clan. The ancient clan represents an extremely powerful force in the god realm, and ordinary cultivators dare not provoke them, let alone the famous Moon clan and Tyrant clan. This is the power of 100 clans. The pupils of the unicorn kept flickering, peering at everyone for a moment. Chu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. These people haven't got the immortal soul tree and Buddha heart fruit yet. Old guy, you are looking for a helper, don't you, huh? A strange sound suddenly sounded, and just halfway through speaking, it seemed that someone was strangling the neck, unable to speak, and let out a whining sound. Chu Yan's face was stunned, and he turned his head to look. This voice is too familiar. Two new fellow Taoists, how about we join forces to deal with the ancient race, Black Yama. As soon as I said this, I saw Demon Venerable He Yao leading a person, striding towards Chu Yan, with an extremely bright smile on his face. But when Chu Yan turned his head and the two looked at each other, Mose and He Yao froze for an instant. Chu Yan. Hashtag C3141, you know. Chapter 3141. He Yao Mosen and the young man were stunned at the same time, staring at Chu Yan. How are you here? Neither Demon Lord He Yao nor that young man obviously expected to meet Chu Yan here. And that young man, who had a profound influence on Chu Yan, was the one from before, Lang Yi. Lang Yi, who opened Chu Yan's eyes in the Battle of Honor, is definitely a wonderful flower among peerless geniuses. The ability of that kind of map cannon, in terms of cultivation base, is definitely far superior to all powerhouses of the same level. Ha, fate. He Yao Mosen had a strange smile on his face. Chu Yan looked at the two of them, wondering, how did you get together? You know each other? He Yao Demon Venerable was released by him from the Forbidden Area, the old demon leader thousands of years ago. It is impossible for him to know him before. Therefore, it is only possible that they met later, after Chu Yan and Demon Lord He Yao separated. Well, it's interesting to say that it was a windy day. My day. Demon Venerable He Yao had a charming smile on his face, and just after speaking half a sentence, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned around and ran away. Chu Yan, my lord, will not argue with you today, and see you again. Lang Yi seemed to have a tacit understanding. The moment He Yao Mosen turned around, he walked away at the same time. The two of them both love and hate Chu Yan. When they met suddenly, they remembered the bad luck before, so it would be strange if they didn't run away. Anyway, it is impossible to fight, and if you run, you may still be alive. Otherwise, with Chu Yan's ability to cause trouble, the chance of survival is too low. Want to run? Chu Yan laughed. Raising his hand a little, two sword fingers shot out, with an astonishing brilliance, they split the void in an instant, and broke a large groove on the ground in front of him. Who are these two people? Chu Yan will not know. If it weren't for something good in this holy sky. They can't be here at the same time. And running away when he sees himself is definitely not for other reasons. I am afraid it is just trying to hide something. It just so happened that I was not familiar with the situation in the Holy Sky territory, so it was impossible for them to just leave. Chu Yan, are you crazy? Demon Lord Heiyao looked at the deep ditch in front of him, his face twitching. If it had been cut on them just now, they would have lost their skin even if they were not dead. This kid's attack is too dark. The point is, it can be clearly seen that Chu Yan's strength has improved a lot compared to before. This girl is a pervert. Am I crazy? Why don't I know? Chu Yan laughed. You. Demon Lord Heiyao wanted to vomit blood. In the Supreme Cave Mansion, he managed to touch the water of dying Qinjiu Lake, but was swallowed up by the fire unicorn. Anyway, the next trip to the Supreme Cave with Chu Yan, I didn't get much benefit at all. However, it seems impossible to blame Chu Yan for this matter. Boom, boom. At this moment, an astonishing roar came from the depths of the forest, and the sounds of heaven and earth resounded. Corresponding to it, there is also a strong magic sound, which shakes the world and fights against it. The towering ancient trees around were shaken constantly by the collision of these two wild sounds, and their branches danced wildly. And the masters of the three waves of the ancient clan who were fighting in the distance suddenly frowned deeply, their faces changed drastically, and their distorted expressions were full of pain. Except for Chu Yan, Demon Venerable Heiyao let out a muffled snort, frantically mobilizing his demon breath to resist these two sounds. Mo Dizuan and Lang Yi also released their immortal power to strengthen their minds. Among the two voices, there is obviously a strong willpower. If it is a strong person below the human venerable realm, it must be severely injured on the spot. That was a serious injury. Warriors all know that it is easy to recover from physical injuries, but it is extremely difficult to recover from spiritual injuries. You have broken through the realm of human dignity. Chu Yan turned his head to look at Lang Yi with a look of astonishment. At the beginning, Lang Yi was also one of the peerless geniuses included in the Nine Realms Star Atlas. At that time, he was not respected. After missing the opportunity of the immortal ancient battlefield, it will be 10 times more difficult to be honored. Humph. What is the status of a little villain? You can recast the foundation of Tao with all the rubbish you want. I am the son of heaven. Calling me a respect is nothing. Lang Yi was extremely proud when he heard Chu Yan's words. Where's your face? Don't you want your face? You almost died in the taboo cave, and you were disqualified by Shengxianzong. Demon Lord Heiyao didn't hesitate, and directly exposed it on the spot. Old ghost. You. Lang Yi was so angry that his face turned green, and he stared at Demon Lord Heiyao, blowing air from both nostrils. Damn, it's troublesome now. The battle between immortals and demons, the heavens and the earth are fighting back. Those guys are going to succeed. Heiyao Mozen, who was too lazy to pay attention to Lang Yi, turned his head and glanced at the sky, his face full of regret. What did you say? Chu Yan asked. Hey, you didn't know when you came here. Here, there is a. Demon Venerable Heiyao smiled, and was about to say a few words proudly, but he suddenly reacted and stared at Chu Yan. If you want to cheat me, I won't tell you. With a slight smile, Chu Yan didn't care. There should be something good. Someone snatched it. You can't, that's why you're watching here, right? After these words came out, Heiyao Mozen and Lang Yi looked at each other. Both of them were smug. Do you want to make it so clear? Do you want to have fun together? Join hands. Chu Yan laughed. Bah. Bah. You're going to kill me with one sword. Heiyao Mozen immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail was trampled upon hearing this. Without a trace of hesitation, he ran again. Although this Chu Yan has recast Daoji and is stronger again, what does this have to do with him? I and Chu Yan were not unlucky that time. Moreover, every time this kid gets into trouble, he is either chased and killed by a group of big bosses, or chopped down by the Supreme. What the hell is he playing with his life? It's no good, and you have to risk your life. Who would do such a thing? Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao, who has suffered several losses, will not do it even if he is beaten to death. Absolutely. It's a disaster, absolutely. Those people outside are still justifying his name, saying that he is not a natural disaster at all. Shit, let him try. As long as it is within 3 feet of this guy, the unlucky demon will stand on his feet and pee. I have the master token. Chu Yan looked indifferently, looking at the background of Demon Lord Xie La Jiao. In the next breath, Demon Lord Xie La Jiao's feet stuck to the ground, and he couldn't pull them out, no matter what. Xian. Lord Huang's. Demon Lord Xie La Jiao turned around and asked. Of course. You understand. Chu Yan laughed. No what? But. Honorable Lord Xuanhuan, that is the existence of the Supreme Peak. His supreme will is enough to sweep over 90% of the Supreme. If you add this kid's strength and ours. The more Heiyao Mozan thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. When he looked at Chu Yan again, he found that this kid was much more pleasing to the eye. Okay. Let's join forces. Lang Yi quickly answered. This deity will give you this trash a chance. This is not good. You are not afraid. Chu Yan laughed. What are you afraid of? What kind of existence did this demon venerable back then? In this world, is there anything that this demon venerable is afraid of? That is, after this immortal is honored, I am going to sweep all directions and dominate the realm of the gods. I will be afraid. Both of them looked angrily and proudly, and Chu Yan was taken aback. These two goods are really all the way. Hashtag C3142 Open 1. Chapter 3142. I don't know what Chu Yan's reaction was, but the Moadizuan standing next to him was stupid. I've seen shameless ones, but I've never seen such shameless ones. Okay. Now that we have decided to join forces, let's talk about it. Chu Yan said. These guys. Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao turned his head and looked into the distance. It's nothing, it's just as you guessed, it's just that something good happened, and a group of people started fighting. Lang Yi also turned around and looked over, her face was gloomy. There are a few from the ancient clan, from the immortal sect, from the Pufa sect, and just a few god kings. The words were extremely casual and contemptuous, as if he was a supreme being. What treasure? Chu Yan continued to ask, to attract so many powerful sects and masters, it should be at least the immortal level. 3 ancient clans, 2 supreme orthodox lineages, and several god kings, this lineup is enough to sweep a god's domain continent. Now they are all crowded into the holy sky, which is extremely rare. It's not a treasure. It's a blessed land of immortality. It just appeared. Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao shook his head. The collision of the gang sounds just now should have broken the barrier of the blessed land and opened the passage. Chu Yan and Moadizuan heard the words, and their expressions changed at the same time, and they looked at each other. The immortal paradise that just appeared. In this kind of ancient holy city, there unexpectedly appeared an undiscovered paradise, and the treasures in it were piled up like a mountain. I'm afraid the people in Jiuxiao will regret it. If I had known this earlier, the value of the 3 immortal medicines that Chu Yan wanted would have to be multiplied several times. Moreover, if this news is really sold to other people, the powerful masters that will be attracted may be endless. What's the situation? Could it be that the news about Jiuxiao lagged behind, and it took a long time, long enough for a blessed land of immortality to appear? after all. It takes a lot of time and spiritual energy to make a lost immortal blessed land come into being. Good. Take a look. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then walked away. A group of people went deep, walked for half an hour, and appeared in front of a fog. This is a dense fog-like forest, the ancient trees are even taller and towering, and the grass on the ground is all purple-black, solidified, like a piece of ground on the tip of a gun. It is creepy to see. At this time, the dense white mist in front of him seemed to have opened a channel, penetrating straight into the depths of the foggy forest. This should be the boundary wall that was just broken. For a blessed land of immortality to be born, there must be a boundary wall, and the isolation between time and space and void is the foundation to ensure its existence for thousands of years. But as long as it is born, if you want to enter it, you can only enter it if you break the boundary wall. And after finding the core formation eye of immortal paradise, and refining it, it can become one's own. The difference between having a master and having a master is here. But now, on the side fog passage, several god kings are continuing to attack, constantly pushing the fog passage. The members of the three ancient clans and the disciples of the two Dao lineages were fighting, and the powerful force blasted the fog around them. Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at Moadizuan, who immediately reacted, turned and walked in another direction. The direction he was going was exactly the few people who were fighting. Among them were 4 young men and 2 female cultivators. A young man with raging black flames all over his body, with an extremely strong destructive aura, and his cultivation has reached the 8th level of the earth respectful state, and the small completion state of the Tao state, which is comparable to the strength of the core disciple of the supreme orthodox lineage. Others came from the Moon clan, Tyrant clan, and the 2 Tao lineages, etc., and their cultivation bases and strengths were from the 3rd level of respect to higher levels, and they were uneven. That kid is called Xian, one of the top 10 disciples of the Yan clan, with good talent and resources, as well as Paxiu, Donghe, Yuelan. Demon Venerable He Yao knew all of these people well, and they all reported their names. On the way here just now, he had already thought about it. No matter what, as long as these people opened the boundary wall, he would definitely follow in. But now, the boundary wall is still open, so we can only wait. It's a waste of energy to go up and beat people to death at this time. After a while, the Sanskrit sounds of immortals and demons in the surrounding misty forest became more and more powerful, and the entire white mist trembled more and more under the joint bombardment of several big men. A large number of cracks shining with divine light appeared on the white mist. Chu Yan, I've checked it out, and the ground of this immortal heavenly fortune is very large. I'm afraid there may be. After returning, the Moadizuan communicated with Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness and talked about some things about the fairyland. Chu Yan lowered his head and thought, unable to determine whether the 2 immortal medicines he was looking for were in this blessed land of heaven or not, or were related to it. What's more, does the appearance of this blessed land have something to do with being attracted by the green lotus? If so, then there may be other immortals and blessed lands who will be drawn into the world next. However, according to the previous rules, if it was Lulian who made the move, it would be absolutely impossible to only lead to this blessed land of immortality. After such a long time, there is no vision of the second birth. From this point of view, maybe it has nothing to do with Lulian. In that case, it is very likely that this blessed land has the 2 immortal medicines that he needs. Boom, boom. Just as Chu Yan was playing, the white mist in the distance suddenly exploded a ball of fairy light, breaking through a huge gap like a cave. A large number of fairy and demon Sanskrit sounds gushed out from the cracked hole like a tide, and the tide was like rushing to the sea. Wuliangshu, everyone, stop. A secular god king of Pufazong, wearing a robe and a Taoist robe, since it has been opened, let's enter it together according to the agreement, and then seal the gap. The other god kings nodded at the same time when they heard it, and began to send orders, and those Xian, Paxiu, and other disciples flew over together and rushed into the entrance of the cave. Damn, shameless! Heiyao Mozen opened his mouth and cursed. Open the hole and close it when you go in. This frankly doesn't give them a chance at all. Lang Yi's face was also dark. If this is the case, then this blessed land has nothing to do with them. It's up to them to say that this deity is here. Lang Yi looked at several great god kings with disdain on his face. It's as if he is the supreme being, and he is the deity when he opens his mouth and shuts his mouth. Beautiful thought. Nyobi wants to close the door, did you ask us? At this moment, a loud shout sounded, and a group of figures rushed out of the surrounding misty forest, the leader of whom was in the heavenly exalted realm. As if the trumpet was sounded, there were people rushing out of the surrounding fog, more than a dozen people, one or two less, springing up like mushrooms after rain, and they couldn't stop at all. Seeing this scene, even Chu Yan was stunned. This misty forest has the ability to hide, so the god kings probably don't know how many people are hiding around here. However, now everyone knows that there are densely packed people in all directions. Some of these people are so powerful that they are only half a step away from the God King realm. After waiting for so long, they can't bear it anymore. Do you want to fight? Come on. A big boss from Shangxianzong stood up and glanced at everyone. You. The expressions of the cultivators around them all changed. If they really want to fight, these great god kings are really not something they can deal with. Hashtag C3143 Lord's Will. Chapter 3143. Everyone stopped there, not daring to take a step forward. Even if they thought about it, there was nothing they could do. Originally it was to take advantage, and when the door opened they followed in, but now that they were discovered, there was nothing to do. Not good. The channel is about to be closed. Demon Lord Heiyao kept staring at the mist passage, and turned to look at Chu Yan with resentment. Huh. By the book. Oh, why did you kick me? Lang Yi only said a few words, before being kicked by Heiyao Mozen. What kind of product is this, he may not know. At this time, if you still open the map cannon, it is a pig's brain. Rush. Chu Yan looked up for a while, and said a word. His eyes were full of killing intent. The situation has become clear and sharp, and now the only way to enter this blessed land of immortality is to stick to this road. The road must never be broken. If you enter it and don't find the Buddha heart fruit and immortal soul tree, you need to go back the same way. A sword in the sky. The sword came out like thunder, and since the decision had been made, there was no hesitation, and the immortal power burst out in an instant, and he raised his hand to kill several god kings with one sword. This blade light was like a thunderbolt, and the sky and the earth collapsed. Someone shot. The other cultivators in the audience all changed their faces when they saw this scene. Just like the god kings in front of the mist passage, they were all taken aback suddenly. A place of dignity, like their shot. Chu Yan, who shot with all his strength, didn't know that Lulian had already started to play a role. In the dark, it seems that everything in this holy sky city, all the ancient ruins and secret realms, have a slight ripple. It's just that the ripples are very weak, so weak that no one can detect them. How courageous. Courting death. The god king of the Overlord clan was furious instantly. After reacting, a roar exploded a large phantom behind him. A seal was condensed, and when he raised his hand, he punched out. Chu Yan. The god king of Shangxianzong recognized Chu Yan immediately, and was stunned. In the world's #1 battle, Chu Yan's peerless astonishment left a deep impression on him. What? Chu Yan. That Chu Yan, whose Tao foundation was destroyed. The god king of the tyrant clan was startled. Suddenly, his fists froze. All other god kings and powerhouses are like this. The name of Chu Yan has already swept the god realm. No one thought that this abolished number one statue in the world would appear here. It would never have occurred to him that he would dare to attack the God King. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. The divine king of ascending immortal sect was only stunned for a while, then reacted, and immediately smiled grinningly. Just right, some accounts should be settled. As soon as the words fell to the ground, a large amount of immortal power gushed out from his body, turning into a giant palm print, which fell from the sky and slapped Chu Yan. When this palm came out, the void within a radius of 10 miles collapsed. Even the sword light that Chu Yan had just slashed out with all his strength would shatter in an instant and turn into nothingness. Infinite life, Chu Yan, right. Then pay back the debt. The Taoist priest of Pufa sect raised his hand and waved the dust whisk, and a large Dao light surged behind him. One after another, phantoms of Dharma images continued to appear like battle columns, and they all glared at Chu Yan angrily. There is a great enmity between the 12 Dao lineages and Chu Yan. Although Chu Yan joined the 8th Xuanhuan sect and the Dao Foundation was destroyed, it did not affect them to settle accounts with Chu Yan. The point is, it was Chu Yan who took the initiative, and even if Lord Xuanhuan asked him later, they would not be afraid. It's so strong. The God King realm is really not comparable to the Heavenly Venerable. Chu Yan's long hair was flying, and his momentum was like a rainbow. At this time, the pressure from all directions, like mountains, kept suppressing him. Moreover, this pressure continues to increase over time. Even if he uses the fusion method now, it is impossible for him to stop the cooperation of the two God Kings. In an instant, Chu Yan took out the master token that he had prepared a long time ago. Boom! The powerful will of the Lord surged through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, 10,000 rays of light shone, and the sky and the earth turned into a sea of stars, and a majestic figure stood among the stars, like the master of the sky and the earth. A pair of star-like pupils scanned down, and everywhere they passed, everything died. Respect the will of the Lord. The faces of the two God Kings who made the attack changed drastically in an instant. At that time, they quickly used the body protection seal to block the whole body. The nebula surged, the sky trembled, and the Lord's will descended. Boom! Rumble! Countless terrifying thunderclaps exploded all around, turning the range of sight into a sea of thunder and flames. The surrounding fog was blown to pieces, and everything turned into nothingness. Even the original fog passage was instantly blasted open, a gap 5 times as large. Moreover, the Lord's will did not decline in the slightest, but only strengthened, turning into a tidal wave of the star sea, blasting towards the several God Kings in front of him. Those powerhouses below the God King realm didn't even have the ability to resist, and they were all thrown away by the tide of the star sea. Whoosh! Demon Venerable Heiyao, who had already received the sound transmission from Chu Yan's consciousness, turned into lightning and rushed towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan's whole body was like a cloud of light, covering several people, and rushed towards the gap that had expanded several times at a high speed, and disappeared in an instant. Asshole! The Divine King of Ascension Immortal Sect jumped out of anger and shouted at the top of his voice. Honorable Lord Xuanhuan, you actually gave such a treasure to such a waste. Honor the will of the Lord. This is the Lord's will of the 12 Dao lineages of God's domain. In the entire realm of the gods, there are only 12 lords of the 12 Dao lineages. Every lord is almost the pinnacle existence among the supreme beings of the 9 realms, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the 12 strongest people in this god realm. This gap is the difference between heaven and earth. Above the God King, there is the Supreme, and the strongest among the Supremes is the 9 realms Supreme. Only the strongest among the 9 domain Supremes can become the sovereign. Respect the will of the Lord, even if it is the core disciples in the 12 Taoism. How many people have it? The divided will of the Lord has an impact on the strength of the Lord. Wu Liangshu, I'll go after him, you guys quickly seal this gap. The divine king of Pufazong glanced at the gap that had expanded several times, and quickly turned around and rushed inside. The other god kings were stunned, and at the same time turned their heads to look at the huge gap, and the corners of Chi-Chi's eyes twitched. No. This son is extremely powerful and has the Lord's will in his hands. Let's go together and do everything right, the god king of the tyrant clan said hastily. Here, just send a few people to guard it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, several god kings turned around together, rushed into the gap in the mist passage, and disappeared. All the cultivators present were stunned when they saw this scene. What's the situation? That Chu Yan, why is he so strong? One person broke through the passage gap, guarded by several god kings. It's too easy to deal with god kings that respect the will of the Lord. If this is used to deal with them, wouldn't it be like swat a fly, one will die with one slap? From the looks of it, this Chu Yan couldn't be offended. Although Chu Yan was able to break through with the help of his whole cards, none of the people present had a whole card. However, this is the only person who can rush over. #C3144 What happened again? Chapter 3144. Zhuzongla, Jiaisongfang. Jiuxiao, which was back to normal and everything was operating as usual, did not seem to be affected much. As a chamber of commerce, it is not difficult to block news. Even if someone saw it, as long as they took out some benefits, such as a discount, those VIPs who held their own status would not spread the news randomly. After all, there are not many guests in Jiuxiao. Therefore, Tianying's supreme mind scanned for a long time, and found that there was nothing wrong, and his mind gradually relaxed. At this moment, he was looking at a bottle of spirit wine in front of him, his eyes sparkling. This is a bottle of fairy wine that has just been traded. It is said that the great wine of the primordial aquarium was personally brewed. After the aquarium was lost, this kind of fairy wine became extremely precious, not to mention the best of the fairy wine. My lord Tianying, something serious has happened. As soon as the glass of wine was picked up, before it was brought to his mouth, a voice outside the door roared. What is it? As soon as Supreme Tianying raised his head, he found that it was Huing who rushed in, with an anxious expression on his face. If one of the ordinary sect forces trespassed into the Supreme Residence Hall without being summoned, that would be a capital offense. But Jiuxiao is a chamber of commerce, but there are no such rules. Naturally, it is to deal with things quickly and conveniently. As the chief guardian of Jiuxiao, Tianying Supreme is in charge of the affairs of the entire Jiuxiao. But now, is there no time for a drink? My lord. Something has happened in the Saint Heaven realm. Mutations have taken place in the Blood Soul Stream and the Bailing Fairy Pavilion. It is suspected that there are treasures or inheritances about to be born. And Huing said a lot in one breath, and there were more than a dozen places reported. But without exception, they are all place names in the Holy Sky domain. And among them, there are several places. It is also a top-level loss that has been recorded in historical materials, but has not been found. Huh. It's all in the Holy Sky, which is strange. Venerable Tianying frowned slightly, a little confused. This Holy Sky is a chaotic place, this is burning the door of Gaoxiong, unexpectedly at the same time, visions occur frequently. Go ahead, send someone to check it out first, and don't be so reckless in the future, it's not a big deal. Huing, as the meritorious person who discovered the pattern held by Chu Yan, was promoted by Tianying Supreme, and directly became the elder in charge. From hospitality deacon to elder in charge, that's 3 levels in a row. But this is a fast rise, and the foundation is weaker, and he still needs to be trained by himself. But before he finished speaking, the jade talisman beside him rang. Frowning slightly, he turned his head to look at the jade talisman, and hurriedly mobilized his spiritual sense to check it out. Tianhua Road, Dongyu Fort, found a change. The names that appeared one after another were all ancient relics. This time even the supreme being Tianying changed his face. All of them are in the Holy Sky domain. This is probably an astonishing big change. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find so many mutations in the Holy Sky domain, which is simply unreasonable. Send the order, send the God King team, go immediately. Hum. Buzz buzz. Before he could put down the jade talisman in his hand, another continuous sound came, and Hu Ying's jade talisman rang out at the same time. My lord. Wan Chonghai, Extreme Heaven Kingdom, Blood Country Corpse Palace, Wanmeng City, all have been born. What relics are these? Those are all the existences on the internal leaderboard of Jiuxiao. Although I don't know if the historical materials and rumors are true, but if they are true, the resources and treasures in these ruins are enough to cause a sensation in the entire divine realm. Venerable Tianying's complexion completely changed, and the eyes flashed with brilliance. More than a dozen ruins, 3 top-level ancient ruins, all born. If it was said that it was born naturally, even the supreme being Tianying would not believe it if he killed him. Something must have happened that caused these relics to be born together. But, what is it that can motivate them? There is no doubt at all, compared to the birth of these dozens of ruins, the reason that can trigger them is probably more important. I see, you go down. I will report immediately. The matter has gone beyond the scope of Tianying Jizuan. For example, he handed over to the high level of Jiuxiao. However, at this moment, the jade charms in the hands of the two rang again. Hu Ying hurriedly looked at it reflexively, while Tianying Jizuan glared at him. What's the matter again? Tianying Jizuan looked at Hu Ying's face and had a bad premonition in his heart. What exactly happened here? Endless. My lord, I just received the news that Chu Yan has an ownerless fairyland in the place where the immortal soul tree and the Buddha heartfruit are located. Hu Ying raised his head and replied. Oh. This kid is really lucky. As soon as he said a word, Supreme Tianying's face suddenly darkened. What else is there? Finish it at once. Seeing Hu Ying's face distorted like constipation, Supreme Tianying knew that there might be something else to do. Master, my lord, the Kyushu domain near the Holy Sky domain has also undergone a mutation. As soon as these words came out, Supreme Tianying froze on the spot. On the other side, in the Holy Sky territory, in the heavenly paradise of the Lordless Immortal in the Holy Sky City. The four of Chu Yan flew in the vast mist, and all kinds of different colors of light flickered, as if flying in a fairyland. The extremely rich spiritual breath enveloped their bodies, giving them the feeling of swimming in a spiritual sea. Every piece of space here is a treasure land for cultivation. Different from the heterogeneity inside the 9 layers building, here is an incomparably pure aura, the original kind. Although the spiritual aura inside the 9 layers building is strong, it was forcefully drawn from the surroundings or other places by using various treasures and spiritual formations. In this way, the source is mixed, and the spiritual breath is of course also mixed. But this place is the spiritual breath that has been naturally condensed by the heavens and the earth for thousands of years, and it is by no means comparable to the kind gathered by the spiritual array. Including Chu Yan, they will not be polite at all, while flying, devouring these spiritual breaths frantically. The spiritual breath that enters the body almost does not need to be refined, it is directly transformed into true qi, and merged into the blood and the sea of qi. The huge benefits of this kind of immortal heaven and blessed land are instantly manifested. However, at this time, Chu Yan and the others did not feel relaxed or joyful, and all of them were dignified and nervous. Because, behind them, strands of vague killing intent, like maggots attached to the bones. Of course, those god kings are chasing after them. As long as they slow down or stop for a moment, those god kings will kill them. Humph. Are these trash courting death? Chasing after me? Lang Yi glanced back, with disdain on his face. Let me go back and destroy them. As soon as he turned around, Lang Yi was really ready to go, but was pulled back by Demon Lord He Yao. Chu Yan and the others all twitched, wishing they could really throw him here. If He Yao doesn't want to die, hurry up and take out your trump card. My lords will, I only have one last move. I can't use it until the last moment. Chu Yan looked at Demon Lord He Yao, and said. Haha, don't worry, leave it to me. As soon as he raised his hand, Demon Lord He Yao took out a black skull, took out 2 blood spars, and pressed them into the black skull's eyes. #C3145 Place of Pilgrimage. Chapter 3145. Soon, 2 red lights shot out from the skull's eyes, which instantly submerged into Chu Yan's body. In the next breath, Chu Yan only felt an incomparably frantic force in his body, filling his whole body like a river rushing, pouring into his limbs, and his speed soared instantly, increasing by more than 10 times. Such a strong skeleton can actually boost people. Chu Yan was surprised. If this can strengthen the combat power, it will be terrifying. Hey, the skull of the Skyhawk monster can only boost speed, how about it, doesn't it feel good? He Yao Mozan had a small complacent expression on his face. Not bad. Chu Yan chuckled. At this time, the God Kings who followed also noticed that Chu Yan's speed was soaring. They were all stunned for a moment, then they all speeded up and chased after Chu Yan. Chu Yan and the others, who had just been happy, suddenly changed their expression slightly. However, at this time, they have almost reached the depths of immortal paradise. There is a black space everywhere, as if in an abyss. The deeper you go in, the more you feel that one's aura and immortality will continue to increase. Not long after Chu Yan and others flew again, a small hill appeared in front of them. This small hill is the core of the immortal paradise. If you want to recognize the Lord, this blessed land of immortality, you must recognize the Lord's formation on the top of the hill. Look at the Buddha heart fruit and immortal soul tree, are they nearby? Chu Yan turned the pupil of the unicorn and looked around. The 4 of them did not separate, they approached the hill along the mist, and soon got behind the hill, all of them were startled. I saw that there was a huge teleportation array on the back of the hill. The buzzing spiritual breath swam on the teleportation array, as if a group of spiritual clouds gathered here, which was a bit weird. Because, with this spirit cloud here, it means that this teleportation array can be used. I don't know what era the teleportation array is. It still works. More importantly, how can there be a teleportation array at the eye of the formation in this blessed land, which has never been seen before? What's the situation? How could there be a teleportation array? Demon Venerable He Yao stared at the teleportation formation with a look of astonishment on his face. This old Demon Venerable, who has lived for an unknown amount of time, has never seen such a situation. You must know that each fairyland is a small world that exists independently, and it is impossible to allow any space-time forces to mix in it, affecting the stability of the fairyland. Go in and have a look. Now that it's here, Chu Yan certainly won't miss it. The area of this small hill is small, and it can be seen at a glance. There is no natural treasure growing, so we must continue to go deeper. All right. Although Demon Venerable He Yao was a little worried, he still nodded. After all, such a weird existence, if you don't explore it, you can still be called a cultivator. The more weird the existence, the greater the chance of discovery, this is the simplest truth. Stop. Just when a few people were about to enter the teleportation formation, more than a dozen people rushed out of the surrounding white mist. Ancient clan. Chu Yan swept his gaze away and was stunned. Looking back, they found that the God Kings who had been chasing them behind them had long since disappeared. It turned out that the so-called chasing and killing himself was just a cover. All the god kings had their own plans, and when they found an opportunity, they spared the hill and headed straight for the teleportation formation. Nobody is a fool. What's the point of chasing and killing Chu Yan? Whoever grabs the eye first will have the entire immortal paradise in his hands. It will not be much easier to deal with who. Therefore, each did his best and ran halfway, heading straight for the formation. Walk. Chu Yan didn't talk nonsense, his figure was like lightning, and he rushed in front of several ancient strong men, and he punched him with his hand raised. Boom. The roaring golden dragon rushed out, and the complexions of several ancient strongmen changed drastically. These people are only at the peak of Renzun's cultivation, how could they be able to block Chu Yan's punch? They stay here, more for deterrence than fighting. It never occurred to him that this Chu Yan would actually dare to attack their ancient clan. Amid the rumbling explosions, a group of ancient strong men were directly blasted away. Chu Yan and the others flashed sharply, and all rushed into the teleportation array. In front of his eyes, the scene changes, and when he reappears, he has already arrived in another space. Several people hurriedly looked up, and Chi-Chi's expression changed. I saw that there were bones and remains everywhere on this vast land. Farther away, there is a big mountain with more dead bones at the foot of the mountain, but on the top of the mountain is a palace as white as jade. Such a scene would not have surprised Chu Yan and the others. However, these dead bones were not ordinary, they all faced the direction of the white jade palace, neatly kneeling in a bowing posture, just knelt down to die on the ground. All the dead bones faced the Dashan palace, and the head fell to the ground. This scene immediately made Chu Yan and the others think of a situation. Pilgrimage. Obviously, these dead bones were all kneeling towards the white jade palace, and when they died, they turned into dry bones, and still faced the white jade palace. What kind of will and spirit is this? At least Chu Yan and the others are unimaginable. What are the identities of these people? Judging from the bone quality, there is no sign of hardened bones, and some dry bones have already turned into ashes. These are obviously some ordinary people. How did ordinary people appear in such a blessed place? This is simply impossible. The white jade immortal palace on the top of the mountain in the distance released an extremely powerful immortal power, which was extremely pure. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness scattered into the void, and they could clearly feel that the fairy spirit released by this white jade palace is stronger than the fairy spirit in the entire fairyland. It looks like this white jade palace is the eye of the formation. Heiyao Mozan stared straight at the white jade palace, his expression constantly changing. It's not that he can't be sure, the key is that the fairy spirit released by this burst of eyes is too powerful, which makes him feel unable to surrender. It was the first time he had encountered this feeling in thousands of years. Someone broke in. While Chu Yan and the others were observing the white jade palace, a large figure suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. Xian, Paxiu, Donghe, Yuelan and other ancient cultivators from the Yan tribe, with 100 strong men, seemed to have just arrived, and immediately confronted Chu Yan and the others. Chu Yan, die. Like Chu Yan and the others, he glanced at the environment first, and after being stunned for a while, all his eyes turned to Chu Yan and the others. Eyes. Now that the eye of the array has been found, let's kill people and clear the field first. God King Fangsu of Xingxian sect and God King Chengdu of Pufa sect flew from a distance, shouting like thunder. So fast. The faces of Chu Yan and the others changed, and they immediately turned around and flew away in another direction. He is that Chu Yan. The one whose Tao foundation was destroyed. Powerhouses such as Xian and Paxiu looked at Chu Yan's back with suspicion. They are people who are comparable to the core disciples of the 12 Tao lineages among the major ancient clans. They naturally pay more attention to Chu Yan, who is of the same level and identity. Wait. You can't do anything here. Xian suddenly shouted, if true energy surges, all the dead bones here will wake up. Hashtag C3146 Call someone. Chapter 3146. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the god kings present suddenly changed, and they turned their heads to look at the several golden skeletons lying in the deep pit on the ground. These bones are not ordinary gold, but the jade-like gold. This shows that before these bones were lost, they were at least strong above the god king realm. Therefore, at the foot of the mountain in this white jade palace, there are not only a large number of ordinary people's bones, but also the bones of super powerful top cultivators. It's okay to disturb the ordinary skeletons, but it will be troublesome if the skeletons of these god kings are awakened. There must be terrifying murderous intentions and restrictions in any blessed land, and the more powerful the land, the more dangerous it is. So far, the ban on this blessed land has not been triggered. However, no one would think about triggering these restrictions. After all, from the fairy spirit released from the White Jade Palace, it can be seen that this extremely powerful formation represents an extremely terrifying murderous intent. Therefore, there are quite a few god kings who have been lost in Xingtian City, and now in this blessed land of heaven, it will only be more dangerous. I see. The eyes of Chu Yan and the others lit up instantly. Humph. God King is a fart. If you have the ability, I will clean up all of you with one punch. If you are such rubbish, if I take action, it will be easier than crushing an ant. Lang Yi turned around, directly facing the several god kings below, and was angry with her. This map cannon made the faces of several god kings turn green with anger. You. God King Fengsu and the others stared at Lang Yi, feeling an urge to slap each other to death. This guy is just an ordinary person's realm, and it's far from the God King realm, the earth-honored realm, the heavenly realm, and the three realms of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, he dared to provoke them, the God Kings. Me. Bold. I want to call you Your Majesty, understand? A bunch of rubbish, don't you even understand the rules? You are still God Kings, I think you are God rubbish. The most rubbish of the rubbish. Lang Yi stood in front of them. With one hand on his hip, the other finger pointed at the noses of the God Kings below, all kinds of cannon fire blared. In less than 10 breaths, the faces of a group of god kings, purple, red, black, all have a feeling that they are about to explode on the spot. But the core disciples of the ancient race in Xian twitched when they heard it. I have never seen it before. A person who scolded a group of god kings with dignity is still alive. How did this guy survive till now? Ahem, that little idea, it's almost done. Demon Venerable He Yao also blushed when he heard it, and couldn't take it anymore. That's almost it. I've just started, and it will take at least 3 days to teach this group of rubbish, Before Lang Yi finished, Demon Lord He Yao went straight up, covered his mouth, and dragged him back. Although now, relying on the effect of the prohibition everywhere, the god kings dare not make a move. However, if you really want to hate them for 3 days and 3 nights, it's okay. If you scold 1 or 2 god kings crazy, and they don't care about it, then they will die. However, when Chu Yan and Moadizuan looked at Lang Yi, it was the first time they felt that Lang Yi's map gun was not bad. After all, he was chased to heaven and earth by this group of god kings before. Although he can't fight back now, it's also very refreshing to scold him. Snort. After all, the God King is a God King, and his will is still very strong. God King Fengsu snorted coldly, turned around and didn't bother to pay attention to them. Several God Kings gathered together, murmured for a while, then turned their heads to watch the white jade palace fly away. They want to enter the formation. Moadizuan said in surprise. The situation is not right. Several of their god kings arrived before us, but they have not gone to the front of the formation. They even sent Xian and the others to guard here. I'm afraid there is something wrong here. Demon Lord He Yao's eyes were shining brightly. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded and flew forward. Paxiu and other ancient powerhouses all watched the God King flying towards the White Jade Palace. Only Xian's eyes were quietly aimed at Chu Yan and the others, his eyes flickering sharply. Compared with other people, he knows a little more about Chu Yan. For example, some things that happened to Chu Yan at Jiuxiao and Jiuxiao, although the news was cut off, part of it reached his ears. On his body, there is a peerless sword that is priceless. Do it. God King Fangsu flew to the front of the White Jade Palace, shouted loudly, the power of the God King burst out, and a large amount of Daoguang condensed together, blasting towards the gate of the White Jade Palace. In the entire immortal paradise, except within the scope of this White Jade Palace, no other place can be used. This information was obtained by testing people's lives. Boom! The loud noise exploded, and the mountains trembled. The powerful immortal power of the palace vibrated in an instant, turning into a wind that filled the sky, rushing in all directions. One after another, the God Kings shot one after another, and soon formed a joint force, the strength of which was unmatched even by the Half-Step Supreme. However, the gate of the White Jade Palace in front of him only shook a bit. What's going on? Can't open it? This White Jade Palace is by no means ordinary. What kind of material is it made of? All the God Kings were amazed. To them, nearly 10 God Kings teamed up, and there was still a door that couldn't be broken. Xian and other ancient geniuses in the distance, including Chu Yan and the others, all looked stunned. Looking at this level, I'm afraid at least 30 God Kings are needed, and top-level Taoist soldiers are needed. Obsidian Demon Venerable looked at this scene and said softly. Huh. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. A blessed land of heaven and earth that has not recognized its master can be so strong. Chu Yan suddenly had a feeling that the Buddha heart fruit and the immortal devil tree he was looking for were likely to be in this White Jade Palace. Everyone stop, it looks like we don't have enough God Kings. God King Fangsu waved his hand to stop the other God Kings, his face was full of gloomy expressions. It may be possible to take action from the supreme beings of the 9 realms, or no less than 30 God Kings. But such a powerful palace, I am afraid that the opportunities in it are far beyond your imagination. When this sentence landed, the eyes of all the people present were shining. Good. They guessed exactly the same as Fanshu God King. Relatively speaking, no one has ever been to the secret realm of the ruins. Therefore, the stronger such a blessed land is, the more they will look forward to it. Why don't you contact the helpers again and invite more people to come and work together? God King Fanshu turned to look at the God Kings. Good. That's the only way to go. I won't go to Baoshan and return empty-handed. Call someone. All the God Kings nodded in unison when they heard God King Fanshu's words. With their status, not to mention the helper of the God King, even the Supreme Helper, they can also ask for it. It's just that in that case, it's hard to say in terms of harvest. Can't even open a door. Let me just say they are a bunch of rubbish. It's shameful to call them people. Lang Yi said with a face full of disdain. You know what a fart. They really want to call people, dozens of God Kings, do we still have a way to survive? Mose and Heiyao instantly thought of what would happen to them if dozens of God Kings gathered here. We'll just wait. Let's see what happens after the gate of the palace is opened. Maybe there is a chance, and those who are afraid of death can leave now. Chu Yan said. #C3147 Turn Glass. Chapter 3147. How many God Kings? For Chu Yan, even if there are several supreme beings, he will not leave. Good. Heiyao Mozen looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickering slightly. What? Mutations have occurred in the 2 nearby domains. God King Fengsu received a voice transmission from the outside world, and looked at the several god kings around him with astonishment. Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, and immediately realized that it was Lulian who made a move. Originally thought that Lulian would not make a move, but now it seems that it is faster than before. However, while he was in the Holy Sky domain, the surrounding domains unexpectedly changed. This shows that the scope of Lulian's shots is constantly expanding. As for the 9 continents, I'm afraid that many forces will stir up troubles, and it won't be long before the kings of the gods. Fellow Taoists, I decided to go and have a look. After the barbarian God King finished speaking, he turned and left. God King Fengsu nodded and said nothing, just glanced in Chu Yan's direction. These boys actually want to sneak into the White Jade Palace and dream about it. The reason why they don't deal with them now is that they hope that they can fight in the White Jade Palace, and then kill all these boys directly, so as to avoid getting in the way here. Xian and other hundreds of cultivators knew that it would take at least half a day for the God Kings to contact the outside world, but they scattered and went to investigate the surroundings. Not long after Xian left, he returned alone, but walked towards Chu Yan. This is fellow Taoist Chu Yan. In Xiao Xian, a member of the Ba clan. With a smile on his face, Xian stepped forward, cupped his hands and saluted. I've heard of the title of #1 statue in the world a long time ago, and I got it today. You are so lucky. With this opening, all the people present were startled. What the hell is this Xian doing? They didn't even look for opportunities and natural treasures. Run over, to get close to Chu Yan. What a bitch, you are so lucky, when you were besieged and killed just now, why didn't you see you 3 times and 4 times? However, after all, the situation is weird now, let's see what he wants to do first. Fellow Taoist Xian, you're being polite. If you have any questions, you might as well just speak up. Chu Yan bowed his hands back. Ha ha ha, happy. It seems that fellow Taoist Chu Yan is also a straightforward person, so it will be easy to handle. I just heard that fellow Taoist Chu Yan has a peerless fairy sword in his hand. Speaking of this, Xian's red eyes glanced at the long sword on Chu Yan's back, and said again. I'm a sword cultivator, and I've been looking for a suitable spirit weapon. When this sentence fell to the ground, the expressions of all the people around changed. This guy actually set his sights on someone else's spiritual soldier. But Chu Yan frowned tightly, staring at Xian, pondering in his heart. Xuanhuan sword, 9 layers building. They actually spread their own news, so that the news of Xuanyuanjian would be known to outsiders. However, isn't the Jiuxiao building a chamber of commerce? It is said that the transaction is confidential. It seems that this god's domain is the same. What kind of rules are there? They are all set for the weak. Because you can't do anything in this blessed land, so it's not convenient for me to grab it directly. Xian's words made the eyes of all the people present twitch. People from the ancient clan are really sharp in their actions and words, why don't they be so direct? So, if there is no other way, I would like to make an appointment with fellow Taoist Chu Yan. I don't know how the friendship will go. If you lose, that peerless fairy sword will belong to me. What a Xian, he is really not an ordinary insidious person. You know, behind him are 10 god kings standing there watching. He didn't care about the face of these god kings, but he made an appointment with Chu Yan. In this way, it seemed that he had swept away the face of the god kings, but in fact, it was a strategy of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, if I lose, my 9 dragons, glazed lantern, will belong to fellow Taoists. While speaking, Xian waved his hand, and in his hand appeared an extremely small lamp, the kind similar to an incense burner, the size of a palm, with a hollow lampshade on the top and a lamp holder underneath, which fit perfectly. As soon as the 9-dragon glazed lamp appeared, a faint power of fire spread in all directions, and all the cultivators present could feel a powerful aura released from the lampshade. 9 dragons, glazed lantern. Damn it, isn't this the famous treasure of the tyrannical clan? Bullshit, this treasure is at least treated as a top VIP in the 9 layers building. Are you willing to take it out? Nonsense, I can't even tell, Xian is playing hard, and it is simply a bait to lure that Chu Yan to agree to a fight. I see. Those who surrounded were mostly people from the ancient clan, and of course they knew the prestige of Jiulong Lulihuo. Humph. It's like shit. He Yao Mozan narrowed his eyes slightly, and he didn't know whether he was talking about the treasure or Xian. Chu Yan, beside him, narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a little moved. Not long ago, he had just refined a reverse god flame, which directly restored the Dao foundation and greatly improved his strength. If the 9 dragon glazed lantern can also be refined, then the benefits are not small. In addition, these ancient tribes, he seems to have never beaten. Chu Yan, you are number 1 in the world, you can't be afraid. Ha ha ha. God King Fengsa looked at Chu Yan with a mocking look on his face, and taunted him directly. The God King opened his mouth, and the ancient cultivators around him, who didn't understand, immediately reacted. That's right, to be a core disciple of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect seems to be ranked 5th, isn't it? What a shame. This time even the face of the 12 Dao lineages is lost. Look, as a cultivator, you don't even dare to fight to the death. That's scary. Return the first one. Bah. A group of cultivators of the ancient tribe started the group mocking mode, all pointing at Chu Yan, all kinds of disdain and agitation. I'm afraid even a fool can see this kind of mentally handicapped trick. However, in the martial artist world where strength is the most important thing, this kind of calculation works mostly well. Just like before, Lang Yi's map cannon, even a group of god kings were so angry that they almost exploded on the spot. Okay. I promise you. But, do you want to find a suitable place? Chu Yan looked at the other party, nodded without any hesitation. Of course, it wasn't that those group ridicule plans worked, this was thanks to Lang Yi, and there was another benefit. Having been with this kind of map cannon for a long time, Chu Yan sees this kind of disdain and ridicule less and less, or it has a lot to do with the improvement of his Taoism. Of course, go outside. Let's make the oath of God's power first. Xian looked anxious. Outside. Chu Yan frowned slightly, looking at several god kings not far away. Xian smiled lightly, turned to face several great god kings, bowed and saluted. Bazu Xian, please seniors, disciples, and Chu Yan go outside for a life and death battle. Seniors, please don't attack Chu Yan. As soon as these words came out, several god kings all looked at each other. This Xian is the core genius of the tyrant clan, his future martial arts are limitless, and he is at the lowest level of God King realm. Moreover, Xian's one purpose of this plan, of course they, the God Kings, knew about it. Good. Seeing that the other God Kings had no objections, King Fengsu replied. Thank you, seniors. Xian chuckled and turned to look at Chu Yan. #C3148 Is it fair? Chapter 3148. But Chu Yan turned his head and looked at the other ancient cultivators around him. Everyone, please give me the face of the overlord Xian. I have a life and death appointment with this Chu Yan. Please don't intervene, all fellow Taoists. Wait for the end of the appointment between me and him, okay? Naturally, Xian understood what Chu Yan meant, and bowed his hands to the surrounding ancient people. Can. No problem. Do not worry. Although the ancient clan present came from the 3 ancient clan factions, but the core disciples of the dominant clan like Xian knew each other, so they would naturally give face. Didn't you see that the gods and kings don't say anything? They are even less qualified to say anything. This time, it seemed that all the problems were solved. Xian directly raised his hand, and made a gesture of invitation to Chu Yan with a smile on his face. But Chu Yan stood there, but still didn't intend to move. This Xian is not easy. First invited with bait, and then persuaded several god kings, and all the clansmen, now there is no reason to refuse. He seems determined to win his Xuanhuan sword. Moreover, the means used can be described as both courageous and resourceful, and he is a master of great things. Hey Yao, is Tianwei's oath useful in such a blessed land of heaven and heaven? Chu Yan said via voice transmission. Chu Yan remembered that when he first met Demon Venerable He Yao, he seemed to have sworn the oath of heavenly power in the immortal ancient battlefield, and then, ran away. He Yao Mozen looked at Chu Yan, his face was red and black, and he quickly smiled charmingly. Hee, in fact, not everyone has the strength of this deity. Although this oath of heavenly power is isolated in this blessed land of heaven, and its binding force is a bit weak, with this kid's strength, it will take at least 2 hours to ignore it. When these words landed, Chu Yan turned his head immediately, and gave He Yao Mozen a hard look. You knew your feelings from the beginning, that's why you used the Tianwei oath as a cover. Okay. If that's the case, let's fight. Chu Yan raised his head and looked at Xian. Ha, have fun. Please. Xian was waiting for Chu Yan's words, and he laughed wildly, his eyes glowing. But. Still but. The smile on Xian's face froze instantly, and he looked at Chu Yan nervously. Don't, it would be a pity if the duck with its mouth flew straight away. Since it's a life and death battle, it's natural to have a fair fight. My cultivation and strength are at the peak of the Earth Presence realm, and the Tao Foundation has just been recast. Fair. Of course it must be fair. My cultivation is, What? Your Tao Foundation has recovered. Xian, who hadn't reacted at first, almost jumped up in the next breath. Recovered. Daoji. Not only Xian, but also several god kings not far away, as well as the ancient cultivators present, were all stunned. For a full 3 breaths, everyone present was shocked and couldn't react at all. Is it so easy to recast the road base? The battle for the #1 statue in the world seems to have only passed a few months. In a few months, recast the road base. Among the people present, including those god kings, who can do it? The answer to this question is obvious. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to do it, not to mention the King of Gods, and it may not be possible to find a supreme being. Sure enough, it's rubbish. I'm so scared that I'm about to pee my pants. What the hell are you talking about, bullies? Forget about calling them trash gangs. Standing beside Chu Yan, Lang Yi couldn't hold back, and finally found a chance. However, this opening made Mozen He Yao and the others twitch the corners of their mouths. Oh. Why do you owe it so much? It is impossible not to stare at it for a while, and this opening has offended the entire Tyrant clan. However, what made Demon Lord He Yao unbelievable was that none of the people from the ancient clan who were bullied by Lang Yi exploded violently. The next moment, He Yao Mozen was stunned, and looked at Chu Yan, following everyone's eyes. I saw Chu Yan standing there at this time, like a green pine, a steep peak, and a sea, making people unable to see the origin at all. Yes. The current Chu Yan is no longer the peerless genius who had his Tao Foundation destroyed and no future, but a peerless genius. Looking at the entire divine realm, the number of peerless geniuses is like a feather. The most important thing is that if you fight against a peerless genius, the consequences. After all, Xian is the core genius of the tyrannical clan, and this confrontation is a life and death battle at a small scale, but at a larger scale, he also represents the face of the Tyrant clan. It is impossible for him not to know that Chu Yan swept hundreds of peerless geniuses present with his own strength in the battle of the world's #1. And he himself, at best, is considered to be the stronger kind among peerless geniuses. At the beginning, when the various forces brought back the news that the Chu Yan Dao Foundation was destroyed, a Nine-Realm Supreme once said, "This Chu Yan, if the Dao Foundation is restored, within 100 years, he will be the next Shantian." Shantian. Empress Shantian, why does that exist? Just after she broke through to the Supreme Realm, she swept across the entire God Realm, and the Supreme in her hand had already reached the number of palms. She has just broken through to the Supreme Being, and if she keeps sweeping like this, she may be able to aspire to become the Supreme Being of the 9 regions in a short time. At that time, how many people in this God's domain will be her opponents? Invincible exists. And now, Chu Yan in front of him seems to be an invincible existence. There was a trace of panic in Xian's eyes. It had been planned and everything was under control, but now such a big change has happened. This is like seeing the mighty tiger, jumping up, and then it becomes difficult to get off the tiger. Peerless genius, is he his opponent? Fellow Taoist Xian, if it's not right, you can just let it go. Chu Yan said. The way of martial arts cultivation is to focus on fighting. Since the battle of life and death has not yet started, even if it is cancelled, it is considered normal. I don't have any deep hatred with these ancient people, so naturally I won't hold on to each other. This. Xian was dumbfounded all of a sudden, his brows furrowed tightly. To fight or not to fight? Is there a little chance? As the core genius of the Tyrant clan, can you back down just like that? A few flashes of inspiration flashed in his mind, and in a flash, he made a decision. That's a bad word, since I'm the one who asked for a fight, I won't give up. Even if you recover the Dao Foundation, the victory or defeat is still unknown. He, the core genius of the Tyrant clan, will never quit. Although there is only a difference in status between a peerless genius and a peerless genius, it is only a step away. Moreover, just like the martial arts rules that Chu Yan comprehended, Xian knew that resources and opportunities are one aspect of breakthrough and improvement, but sometimes, a real opponent, a battle of life and death, is more important. Otherwise, from the 9 realms supreme to the ordinary cultivator, why would they go around to fight? Etc. At this moment, God King Fengsu suddenly shouted. Everyone in the audience turned their heads to look at him. #C3146 5-on-1. Chapter 3149. God King Fengsu's shout came suddenly, and everyone looked at him with astonishment on their faces. Chu Yan, you are number 1 in the world. You have regained your foundation. Chu Yan wouldn't think too much about this sentence when it was said from other people's mouths, but it must have other meanings when it was said from the mouth of the King Fanchu. He didn't answer the words, just looked at the other party, waiting for the other party to continue to perform. What I mean is, it seems inappropriate to fight against Xian alone. As you should fight against at least 5 people. For example, Paxiu and the others together. When saying these words, God King Fanchu had a sinister smile on his face. It's like, if I start a life and death battle with you, it's also unfair, don't you think so? As soon as these words fell to the ground, not to mention Chu Yan and the others, even the people on the side of God King Fanchu felt flushed, and some even lowered their heads. It's normal for people to be shameless, but it's not normal to be shameless to this extent. Although there is a gap in strength between Chu Yan and Xian, it is also a gap in strength between the same level. Moreover, before that, Xian thought that Chu Yan's Taoist foundation was destroyed, and sent out the challenge, because he was stronger than Chu Yan. This kind of strength is not the difference in strength. But these gaps are all within the range of the same level, no matter in terms of cultivation level or status, the two are almost the same. There is only one status as the number 1 in the world, which is the name Chu Yan made himself in the battle of number 1 in the world. However, there is almost a difference of several heaven and earth realms between the God King and the unrivaled genius, which are completely different things. King Fanchu looked at Chu Yan, completely ignoring the strange eyes looking around, Snort. Docu restored. So what? Since there is such a thing as recasting the Tao Foundation, it means that in the history of God's domain, there were also people who restored the Tao Foundation. Daoji is the Queen of Honor. The most important foundation of a warrior's strength. God King Fangxi didn't believe that Chu Yan had been destroyed in such a short period of time, and after recovering, he had no effect at all. In his eyes, the current Chu Yan is definitely in an unbalanced, actually weak state. If Xian alone was not his opponent, then together with Paxiu and the other four, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Moreover, with 5 enemies and with God Kings like them present, it doesn't matter if they lose, there is nothing to lose. But if they win, no one would dare to say a word after killing Chu Yan. If this kind of hidden danger can be eliminated as soon as possible, it must not be delayed. 5 against 1. The people around looked at God King Fangxi with astonishment on their faces. Although life and death battles do not require one-on-one, after all, there are more one-on-one situations. People without absolute confidence, in this kind of life and death battle, who would fight more than 1 dozen. All eyes were on Chu Yan. If they are willing to go, I have no problem. Chu Yan's expression was indifferent. Moreover, it is a kind reminder. Maybe others can't understand, but I don't have much hatred with these people. A reminder is already the limit. However, when these words fell into the ears of others, it became a kind of momentum. Number 1 in the world, absolutely confident. No. I don't think it can be done. Heiyao Mozhen quickly jumped out and said, "Are you kidding me? There are only 5 of you, and there is only one 9-dragon glazed lantern. Isn't this bullying? 5 against 1, you should take out 5 chips." God King Fangxi didn't even look at Heiyao Mozhen, but just stared at Chu Yan and said, "Things can be added, no problem, what do you think?" Turning around to look at the other God Kings, the God King Fangxi was waiting for the result. "Uncle, the disciple wants to fight." Paxiu, Donghe, Yuelan and other unrivaled geniuses from various forces turned around and bowed to the God King of their clan to challenge. 5 hits 1, Chu Yan, still, doesn't run away. In such a situation, there is nothing to hesitate. Moreover, when Wu is the first, Wu is the second, there is never a shortage of fights among warriors, and young people like them are even more passionate. Therefore, they cannot participate in the battle of the number 1 statue in the world, and now is an excellent opportunity. As long as you defeat the number 1 in the world, whether it's 5-on-1 or 1-on-1, as long as you win, it will be a good improvement for yourself. This opportunity must never be missed. Okay. Everyone can make the Oath of Tianwei. After making eye contact with several great God Kings, God King Fangxi announced loudly, including those who promised Chu Yan before, the Oath of Tianwei, that they, the gods and kings, would never intervene, was quickly made. Other unrivaled geniuses, including Chu Yan, followed suit and made the Oath of Heavenly Power. Then, a large group of people flew towards the outside world and left the gate of Xingtian City. Now, because of the changes in the Holy Sky Territory and the Kyushu Territory, a large number of powerhouses have gathered here. Outside the gate of Tianqing City, it was extremely lively and full of people. When they saw Chu Yan and a group of God Kings coming out, everyone was taken aback for a moment. After figuring out that they were in a 5-on-1 life and death battle, a strong interest suddenly appeared on the faces of these people. The life and death battle between the unrivaled genius of the ancient clan and the world's number 1 Chu Yan is absolutely wonderful. Chu Yan, please advise. Xian, Paxiu, and others stood in a row, bowing their hands to Chu Yan. Before, they looked down on Chu Yan very much, but now, no one dared to underestimate Chu Yan, and they all looked solemn. Well, let's do it. Chu Yan nodded and drew his sword directly. Clang! The Haoyan sword was unsheathed, and the howl of the sword was earth-shattering. What a fairy sword! Why isn't it golden? Xian was startled at first, then puzzled. According to the news he received from Jiuxiao, the fairy sword on Chu Yan's body should be golden all over, and it can be transformed into a golden dragon. Could it be that there is more than one fairy sword on this Chu Yan? As soon as this thought flashed by, Xian's face suddenly changed, and the sharp light in his eyes spit out real pupil light. Ah! With a loud cry, the immortal power of the whole body exploded, and 9 colored lights rushed out of the body, instantly turning into 9 kinds of flames. Among the 9 turn-glazed lamps, there is naturally the 9 turn-glazed flame. But it is different from the ordinary fire, because after being integrated into a lampshade-heavy treasure, the fire has found a change. It can switch between 2 states, and at the same time, it has a more powerful blessing effect on warriors. This is also the reason why the 9 turn-glazed lamp is famous among several ancient clans. Paxiu, Donghe, and Yuelan also erupted together, and all kinds of powerful auras rose at the same time. Among these 4 people, that Paxiu had a golden light on his forehead, and his aura was extremely ancient, while that Donghe, a flood of prehistoric power, was like a mighty Nujiang river, releasing an extremely violent sense of power. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan, who was 1 against 5, did not wait, and took the lead with a long sword. As the sword light passed by, his body was like a swimming dragon, and within a blink of an eye, he had already reached the top of the 5 people's heads, and he raised his hand and chopped off with a sword. The Overlord has no reins. The great desolation swallows the heavens. The moon sets on the West River. 9 heavens dragon soaring strike. Seeing a sword slashing, the 5 people all shot together, blasting out all kinds of powerful tricks at the same time. #C3154 Kill God. Chapter 3150. When the 5 ancient geniuses made a move, they shocked the audience. The powerful 5-way gang force passed by, releasing an incomparably pure fairy spirit, merging everything into one, and continuing to bombard it. The surrounding cultivators, many of whom were in the heavenly exalted realm, had expressions of astonishment on their faces. You must know that at the level of an unrivaled genius, it is extremely normal to destroy one side of the void with a single shot. However, to smash the surrounding void, the pure power of heaven and earth wrapped in it should be integrated into one's own attack. This kind of method is not something that any unrivaled genius can do. Roar. The sound of the dragon's chant shook the heavens and the earth, and the powerful dragon's might was unleashed, instantly suppressing the aura of the 5 people. The next moment, the giant dragon soared into the air, and its claws were like scorpions. It grabbed it hard, and directly caught the 2 attacks into powder, and the dragon tail pulled back and killed another one. The dragon's head breathed out the breath of the dragon, and the sword glowed like thunder, directly smashing Xian's overlord's mad power. After this fight, it was obvious that Chu Yan had taken the top spot. Number 1 in the world. In the crowd of onlookers, countless eyes looked at Chu Yan, all of them were shocked. Reciting this name in their hearts, everyone was shocked. This is the prestige of the world's number 1 statue. A mere Chu Yan, after Dao Ji recovers, he is qualified to support 3 tricks under my command. Standing beside Heiyao Mozen, Lang Yi said proudly. When this sentence fell to the ground, there was a blank stare and speechlessness. Including Demon Venerable Heiyao, who was also full of shame, quickly moved a few steps to the side, with an expression that I don't know this guy. This guy, the map cannon is also divided into enemies and friends, okay, and his own people are also bombarded. Lang Yi turned her head and saw that within 10 steps of her, there was no one around. Demon Venerable Heiyao and Earth Venerable Mo all ran away, and she instantly felt embarrassed. To be honest, I really owe this mouth, but I can't control it, otherwise I wouldn't be kicked out of the sect. At this time, the battle in the sky became more and more intense. After the defeat of the 5 Xian players, not only did they not become weak, but they became more and more brave. One move is the ultimate move of immortality, and the attack is more stable and powerful. They didn't underestimate Chu Yan's heart before, but now when they fight, Chu Yan really has the upper hand with 1 against 5, which naturally makes them more cautious. The peerless geniuses of the ancient clan are much stronger than peerless geniuses of the same rank, and the cruelty of the battle is even more dangerous. Being able to become a core disciple among the ancient clan, the life and death experience at least is several times that of the geniuses of the ordinary sect forces in the God realm. However, in the eyes of the 5 ancient geniuses, the Chu Yan in front of him became more and more terrifying. That pair of pupils shining with 5 colors of light can penetrate almost all their attack routes, and the fairy sword in his hand is invincible without any stand. As a result, the 5 of them were suddenly at a disadvantage, whether they were attacking or defending. This won't work. Fellow Taoists, we must find a way. Dong, he dodged to avoid a flash of sword light, and said to the other 4, through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. How? Xian and the others knew it well and hurriedly asked. We have to, that's. After some agreement, the 5 of them nodded in unison and replied, that's it. In the next breath, Xian was the first to strike, and the flames on his body changed into a large black light rushing out. Wherever he passed, the world instantly turned into a dark world. Countless stars twinkle, from weak to dark, from dark to bright, getting brighter and bigger, turning into countless meteors, falling sharply downward. Chu Yan looked up, and saw the Haotian sword flying in his hand, cutting out a storm of sword intent, sweeping across, and all the falling meteors shattered. This kind of ranged attack is weak and useless to Chu Yan, but it can limit him to an area. The heavens are angry and the mortals cry, there is no sun in the way of death, the universe changes in this way, and the mortal dust falls into a spring. As a disciple of the Pufa sect, Donghe is only 1 step away from the Taoist realm, and the power of the Taoist sky spell he cast is astonishing. An incomparably huge gossip map rose from him, and a large amount of Daoguang was like a bright sun, making it impossible to look directly at. Such a powerful Dao power brilliance, if it is a weaker cultivator, the Dao foundation may be shaken directly, and it will lose the power to fight again in an instant. This kind of unique attack on the soul is the strongest existence among martial arts. Weaker cultivators may even be destroyed directly after the Dao foundation is shaken, just like Chu Yan did before. Without Dao foundation, there is no possibility of advancing to Jinzuanjing. But now, for Chu Yan, this trick can almost be ignored, especially after he recasts the Dao foundation. Even if the God King of their Pufa sect came to perform it in person, it would have little effect on Chu Yan. Destroy. Chu Yan slashed straight with the sword in his hand, the light of the sword was like thunder and furious. Boom, boom. The power of the sword skyrocketed, swallowing the sky and attacking the world. Wherever it passed, the huge Taoist map was cut in half and shattered instantly. Puff. Donghe Xiaodao opened his mouth, spewing out a big mouthful of blood mist, and his figure flew upside down. Set up the formation. The formation of the holy race through the ages. Just as the Donghe River was falling downwards, the 4 of Xian were roaring in unison, flipping over their fingerprints at the same time. The spirit seals on the brows of the 4 of them flashed violently, and under the surge of various auras, they were all connected together, frantically fused with. Hum. The ground is shaking, the sky is shaking, and the whole world is shaking. In Xingtian City not far away, a large expanse of immortal light surged up, and countless immortal powers rushed towards the center of the large formation formed by the 4 of them like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea. In an instant, 4 extremely tall phantoms appeared in the phantom, standing behind the 4 of them. Their faces were full of viciousness, and their roars were earth-shattering. 4 kills. After uttering one word, Xian waved his hand, and the 4 figures moved in unison, rushing towards Chu Yan. This large formation can only be arranged by the people of the ancient clan. The more people there are, the greater the power will be. Of course, it also has a great relationship with the strength of the people who set up the formation. The four-kill formation formed by these four ancient geniuses is equivalent to the power of dozens of practitioners of the same level. The point is, the four killing gods they summoned do not need their manipulation at all. Together with them, it is equivalent to forming a combat force of 8 people. Very good. Fan Xuanhuan looked at this scene, nodded slightly, and smiled all over his face. This Saint clan formation is the housekeeping skill of their ancient clan. It has always been invincible and crushes the existence of the same level. And this strength is also the advantage of the ancient clan being stronger than ordinary sect forces. Now the 5 unrivaled geniuses, with one as the leader, set up a formation of 4, and brought this holy formation to the extreme. How brave and resourceful they are. With this, how difficult is it to deal with a mere Chu Yan? Destroy again. In the sky, Chu Yan's eyes were as cold as flames, and the Haotian sword in his hand was trembling without a breath, and he flew out instantly, like a violent beast, rushing down towards one of the 4 killing gods. Boom, boom, boom. The violent and shocking explosion sound resounded throughout the entire world. #C3151 End of Knife. Chapter 3151. The big formation has been seen through by that Chu Yan, and where one person and one sword pass, it will be destroyed. After the 4 phantom killing gods were killed, Chu Yan held the Haotian sword and rushed towards the opposite people without any hesitation. Wan Lai Long Gang Jin. God of War, Anger. With a bang punch, all the power erupted, and the endless fairy power rushed into a beam of light with the might of the God of War, concentrated on one point, and blasted towards the opponent's enemy. Boom, boom. Under this punch fused with the power of the God of War, no matter it was the power of the 9-dragon glazed lantern or anything else, they were all swept away. The powerful punch directly hit the chests of Xian and the others. What a powerful punch. Isn't he a swordsman? Why is boxing so strong? A punch from the peak of the Earth Honor Realm is enough to kill the second level of the Heaven Honor Realm. The onlookers present were all stunned. Even God King Fengsu and the others were stunned. Good boy. Getting stronger and stronger. He Yao Mozan and the others stood behind, watching Chu Yan show off his supernatural power. Their hearts were full of refreshment. I didn't even use the sword, I only mobilized part of the power, and I didn't use the method of asking, this kid, hee. Thinking of Chu Yan before, and looking at this one in front of him again, Mozan Heiyao felt like he had misunderstood someone. How long has it been? Has this kid become so strong? At this moment, Chu Yan suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. I saw that a large piece of flame ignited the spirit cloud. On the opposite side, Xian's entire body was completely blurred, surrounded by a large number of flames, constantly burning. The sea of spiritual clouds in all directions, drawn by the flames, kept gathering. Xian's virtual body flew towards the sky, and soon became one with the burning sea of spiritual clouds. A tall fire-shaped body stepped out from the sea of spiritual clouds. In this figure, there is a strong sense of eternity, the meaning of Tao realm, the meaning of overlord, etc., as if all the breaths of the other ancient geniuses are concentrated on him. 5 in 1. The other 4 people who were seriously injured all looked at the Vulcan-like Xian, their faces full of excitement. Xian, kill him. Hearing this roar, Xian turned his head to look at his 4 companions and nodded heavily. The next moment, the flame breath on Xian's body became stronger and stronger, and he suddenly reached out to grab the sea of spirit clouds beside him. After the fire burned, he even forged the cloud into a flame blade. What's the situation? The cultivators who were watching the battle were all surprised when they saw a completely different Xian. What a Xian, it really is well prepared. The God King of the Tyrant clan spoke with a smile on his face and said, "This shadow of flame is one of Xian's whole cards, but it seems to be much stronger than when it was used last time." Not bad. This word is exported. Everyone present reacted. Dare to love you, ancient clan, you pay more attention to these unrivaled geniuses than ordinary sex, and you gave Xian the trump card tomorrow morning. Moreover, with the addition of the Saint Clan formation before, all the power of the 5 people was gathered on Xian at this time. This is among the 12 Taoist sects, but there is no such special blessing secret technique. No wonder those spiritual clouds have been floating above. Chu Yan glanced at the flame giant in the sky, and the light in his eyes became more and more intense. Xian's move is somewhat interesting. Originally, this battle did not excite Chu Yan, but now the appearance of this flame giant made Chu Yan's blood boil instantly. Chu Yan, you are defeated. Xian in the sky looked at Chu Yandao with a large cloud of fire rolling around while waving his hands. You're strong. But I'm stronger. Gathering the power of 5 people and casting the sacred fire technique, although it wasted a lot of time, it's done now. In Xian's words, every word falls, there will be a cloud of fire, as if the god of fire in the sky is unstoppable. The spectators and cultivators around felt the strong fire power surging between the heaven and the earth, and cast their immortal powers one after another to bless their body. Several cultivators with weaker cultivation bases flushed all over their faces. It was obvious that they had been invaded by the fire power and poisoned by the fire. Chu Yan's Qilan's pupil swept across, and his face changed slightly. All the spiritual energy in this world was actually burned up by the Psi Security Department and turned into a huge fire field. The knife is done. It's over. Xian swung the Huiyun saber, the sky and the earth trembled suddenly, the terrifying saber energy slashed in all directions, the saber's momentum merged with the sky and the earth, and condensed continuously in his hands. The saber's momentum has been formed, but it freezes and does not fire, frantically devouring the fire power of the entire world. It turned out that the fire power displayed before was for the purpose of condensing the sword at this time. Soon, everyone saw that the flames filled the sky on the fire cloud knife in the sky became more and more terrifying. Even if it is a few miles away, the practitioners standing on the ground can feel the power of the fire, as if they are being ignited. There was a sizzling sound, the void continued to melt, and the turbulent flow of time and space emerged. The powerful flame rushed into the turbulent flow of time and space, and unexpectedly resisted the engulfing of the turbulent flow of time and space. The Hui on this Huiyun saber is so strong. Chu Yan's aura is also increasing crazily, the Haoyan sword in his hand is constantly trembling, and the surrounding sword is like a tide, burning the heavens and returning to the holy judgment. Slash. Xian, who didn't intend to prepare time for Chu Yan at all, shot directly as soon as the saber was ready. Above the sky, there was a blast of thunder, and the Huiyun saber, like a mountain range, fell from the sky. At this moment, even the sun lost its brilliance and became extremely dim. This is Xian's trick. This alone is his confidence to defeat Chu Yan. This burning heaven returning to the holy slash was created by an extremely powerful fire-type sword cultivator in the history of their hegemony clan, sweeping away invincible. At the time of the loss, he once said that as long as he can find the fusion of Jiulong Lilian, this sword technique can kill all enemies at a super level. All enemies, of course including Chu Yan, the number 1 in the world. Good, very strong knife. It's too scary. Fen Tianzhan. This is still the same level, it is impossible to stop it. Impossible to take it. Everyone was shocked by the force of the knife, and their faces changed drastically. God King Fengsu and a group of bigwigs were also full of surprises, watching the knife fall, just waiting for Chu Yan to be reduced to ashes. In this way, Chu Yan lost and Xian won. Burning Heaven slash. When the knife fell, Chu Yan didn't change his expression at all. He looked up at the Huiyun knife like a mountain, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. In his eyes, there is only fighting spirit, only competence, and a trace of disdain. In front of me, you dare to call Zhantian. Boom. The next moment, behind Chu Yan, an extremely powerful figure suddenly appeared, and the strong fighting power, like a raging sea, swept across the world in an instant. Pieces of cyan battle armor emerged, the flaming cloak flew in the wind, the roar of the tiger shook the sky, and the dragon pierced the sky. The soul of the god of war, the roar of the tiger. Give me, break. Holding the Haotian sword, slashing against the sky. This sword is the pinnacle. Hashtag C3152 3 Great Kings. Chapter 3152. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped by bright white sword lights. Xian's eyes were even blinded by the light, but he could vaguely see that his Huiyun saber was cut into pieces by the sword, and at the same time he saw more clearly that the sword edge cut into his body, flashed by. Boom, boom. The airwave exploded, and clouds surged in all directions. Not long ago, he appeared in front of everyone in the form of an invincible Vulcan, but at this moment, he lost all his aura, and fell from the sky like a mass of rotten meat, smashing out a cloud of blood, and was severely injured. How can this be? God King Fengsu and other big bosses, several other peerless geniuses, and all the cultivators in the audience all opened their mouths, completely dumbfounded. Even Mosen Heiyao and the others were stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. One sword. With just one strike, Xian was defeated. This is the Super Saiyan that gathered 4 unrivaled geniuses and used the bully's trump card, and it just lost. My Fentianzhan, I didn't expect. Xian himself was even more shocked. He struggled to stand up from the ground, with blood flowing all over his body. Just staring at Chu Yan in a daze, his eyes trembled, and his whole body was tense. After a long time, after a long sigh, all the energy were instantly weakened, and he threw out a jade talisman. I lost. Chu Yan, you won. Among the jade talismans thrown was the 9-dragon glazed lantern, which was used as a bargaining chip in the battle of life and death. The other 4 unrivaled geniuses, although their faces were gloomy and unwilling, also took out pieces of jade talismans and threw them at Chu Yan. The people of the ancient clan have existed for a longer time than ordinary sect forces, and they value their reputation very much. Naturally, they can't do things like cheating. However, a look of humiliation appeared in the eyes of the 5 unrivaled geniuses. They hadn't tasted this kind of taste for a long time, and it made them a little bit unacceptable all of a sudden. The 5 of them are all core disciples of the ancient clan and great forces. When did they lose so badly? This feeling is really hard for them to digest. Chu Yan. Xian stood there, looking at Chu Yan's eyes, gradually changed, and whispered. This time, thank you. When this sentence was spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned. And the other 4 unrivaled geniuses were also startled, and after they glanced at Xian, their eyes all changed. Several people strode out, walked to Xian, and even bowed to Chu Yan in unison. No need. Chu Yan looked at the 5 unrivaled geniuses in front of him, a smile appeared on his face, and he bowed his hands in return. Sure enough, this is the real peerless genius. In this battle, Chu Yan benefited and got 5 treasures, but if it is said that the ones who really benefited are definitely the 5 people in Xian. Of course, the premise is that they really understand the meaning of this battle. Perhaps, their martial arts path will change completely from now on. Humph. Pretend. Demon Lord Heiyao was full of disdain. Looking at the 5 unrivaled geniuses of the ancient clan, their faces were full of disgust. These so-called cultivators of the righteous way are just like that. If they lose, they lose. Unlike their magic way, they only think about revenge when they lose, and they must kill their opponents next time. So simple, so direct. This is the world of martial arts, where the weak prey on the strong, and the winner is king. Not only Hayao Mozen thought so, most of the cultivators present were like him. Some didn't understand the behavior of Cyan 5 people. Look, Holy Sky City. We're here. We're here, why are there so many people in front of the city gate? What are you doing? At this moment, figures appeared in the distant sky, and as they flew towards this side, voices of doubt sounded. Damn, so fast. A bunch of garbage. Mozen Hayao turned his head to look, and immediately opened his mouth to curse, causing Lang Yi, who was just about to speak next to him, to almost stifle internal injuries. It was you who stole my lines. Walk. Chu Yan turned his head and took a look, without any hesitation, rolled up a few people with a wave of his big hand, and rushed into the teleportation array at the city gate. Not long after, Chu Yan and the others returned to the mist passage. But behind them, one figure after another followed closely, all of them were as imposing as a rainbow. Chu Yan turned his head to look, but it was God King Fangso leading a group of people chasing after him. These people are all God Kings. Moreover, behind them, a large number of cultivators rushed past, most of them were ancient cultivators. Huh! Among the crowd, the figures of the 3 God Kings caught Chu Yan's attention. Among the 3, the first one had a resolute face, his brows were tightly furrowed, and he was indescribably majestic, with powerful lightning power surging around his body. These lightning powers are not silent, but are constantly exploding, and even the void is filled with endless thunder and lightning power. If this erupts, it can destroy a void in an instant, making people chill. The other one is a woman with a graceful figure, but extremely glamorous. It seems that none of the gazes of people around her can enter her eyes. She is from the Moon Clan. The faint blue moon spiritual seal on the forehead, like breathing, appears and disappears from time to time. The last one was even more beautiful than the previous one, but judging from the way she was dressed, she was obviously a man. His temperament is like a lone star and bright moon, as deep as the sea, and as quiet as water, but anyone who sees him for the first time will not feel any sense of contempt. 3 God Kings, one is stronger than the other. Chu Yan said softly. That's right. That peak God King, named Xie La, is a well-known God King of the tyrannical clan. That woman, named Jiu, is the strongest of the Moon Clan God Kings, and the last one, Yuxian. The King of Fierce Thunder, the King of Extreme Moon, the King of Immortals. Even Chu Yan has heard of these 3 names, which is enough to show the strength of these 3. Suddenly, another wave of people flew in from afar. These people are divided into 2 camps, one of which is all wearing red robes, and the other is wearing green robes, which looks very weird. Haha, long time no see. God King Fangsu, who was communicating with the God King beside him, saw these people, and greeted them with a smile, very politely. Chu Yan also followed his gaze. Because, among the people who just arrived, there is one he knows, it is Huing. The receptionist in Zhuzongla summoned the entire Zhuzongla to kill his deacon. Of course, Chu Yan doesn't know now that Deacon Huing has been promoted to the elder of Zhuchonglu, and his identity and status have undergone earth-shaking changes. And the reason for this is that he discovered Chu Yan and acted immediately, so he got the chance to be promoted exceptionally. Of course Huing also saw Chu Yan, but he just glanced at him, then turned his eyes away, as if he didn't recognize him. After all, Huing is still unhappy about the huge wealth that Zhuchonglu paid to Chu Yan. Zhuzongla, people from Dawang Island. No wonder the speed is so fast. Demon Venerable Hayao glanced at those people, his face full of displeasure. #C3153 King Island. Chapter 3153. The sacred sky domain is a place of chaos, and ordinary sect forces generally do not set up offices here. Only the Chamber of Commerce forces such as Jiuxiao and Dawangdo will set up organizations here. After all, practitioners who come here to practice need to replenish resources, that is a business, and of course they cannot be missed. But now, the Holy Sky Domain and the Kyushu Domain have changed, and they will naturally come to check. As for the Jiuxiao, they prepared in advance and dispatched elite forces directly. With the support of the Chamber of Commerce, the speed of the strong men of the major forces coming over is naturally much faster. Dawang Island. Chu Yan looked at the green-robed crowd. This force can only be joined by those who are above the heavenly venerable realm. Although the number of people in Dawang Island is obviously less than that of Jiuxiao, the overall momentum is overwhelming that of Jiuxiao. But among these people, a young man in a black-edged green robe caught Chu Yan's attention. This young man has purple hair, starry eyes, and sword eyebrows, a handsome face, and a restrained expression. His cultivation has reached the 8th level of the earthly respect, and his Tao has also reached the level of small success. He is obviously a genius in the world. The key point is that this young man's aura has an extremely strong demonic aura. This kind of magic breath, compared to the magic breath of Moadizuan and Heiyao Mozan, is more vigorous and ancient, which makes people tremble slightly. You are Chu Yan. The young man seemed to notice that Chu Yan was staring at him, turned his head to look at Chu Yan, opened his mouth and said, I heard that you just recast Daoji. Congratulations. After taking a few steps, he had already walked in front of Chu Yan. Although he was polite when speaking, there was obviously a hint of arrogance. Many of the bosses and cultivators present turned their heads to look at the two, their expressions slightly changed. Among the people who just arrived here, although they came late, most of them received detailed messages, and all stared at Chu Yan. Daoji was restored, and the team of 5 ancient geniuses, including Xian, was defeated. All these information seem to show that the former number 1 in the world seems to have regained his strength. Ichiro Duan, the core deacon of Dawang Island. When you enter the White Jade Hall, don't let me down. When these words landed, Duan Elong sized Chu Yan from head to toe, as if looking at a piece of goods. With the attitude in his tone and demeanor, even Dizuan Moa couldn't hold back Lang Yi. Don't let him down. What a disappointment. Of course it was a fight. It was obvious that Duan Elong had heard about what happened to Chu Yan before, and was going to fight Chu Yan in the White Jade Palace. This is a pun. On the one hand it is a warning, and at the same time it is a provocative method. The core deacon of Dawang Island. So young, he is the core deacon. This is Dawang Island. That's right. I heard that the people on Dawang Island are all above the heavenly venerable realm. I don't think his cultivation level is below the heavenly venerate realm. What's going on? How the hell do you know? Don't talk, Dawangdo can't be messed with. The cultivators around were all paying attention to the situation here, so they naturally heard Duan Elong's words. They all exchanged in low voices. The 8th heaven of earth respect, the core deacon, the identity of this person may not be simple. Why are you so quick? You got ahead of me. Let me, Chu Yan, right. Good luck, good luck. Before Duan Elong could finish speaking, another voice sounded, and a tall, fat man squeezed forward and looked at Chu Yan with a smile on his face. This is. The faces of all the cultivators present, including the God King of Pufa sect, changed. He actually came. You are. Chu Yan was startled. Haha, I'm so excited, I'm immortal, you can call me Xiaochen. Puff. Chu Yan rushed forward with a mouthful of blood and almost vomited. Xiaochen Temple. I'm afraid you have 300 caddies. It's so dusty. Still young. Heiyao Mozan and Lang Yi looked at it, their faces turned green, and they opened their mouths as if they had seen a ghost. They are different from Chu Yan, because they were surprised by this bald head, but they knew this person. Dust Master, Reincarnation Monk. Reincarnation does not refer to physical loss, like Heiyamozen, but refers to the destruction of body and soul. What's more different, after Heiyao Demon Venerable is damaged, he needs to take away his physical body or recast his physical body in order to practice again. But this kind of reincarnation master is reincarnated. This has always been an unsolved secret in God's domain, and no one knows how this heaven-defying secret technique of Pufazong is displayed. This seems to be beyond the scope of exercises and cultivation. The most important thing is that this kind of master of reincarnation, they carry part of the memory of the previous life and cultivation base cards and the like. It turned out to be him. Peerless genius, mortal. Many bigwigs present recognized this Xiao Qianqian, and all of them had expressions of astonishment. Peerless genius. Hearing these 4 words, Chu Yan's face changed instantly when he looked at the fat man again. A peerless genius, that is an existence above peerless geniuses, the real cores of the major sects in the entire divine realm, and they are also the core disciples of the cores. The point is, this is the first peerless genius that Chu Yan has seen. It was just heard before, and even when he was called a peerless genius, he didn't have any concept at all. But now, another peerless genius is standing in front of him alive, which is a bit interesting. Hey. Lang Yi was startled for a moment, and then burst out laughing. When he smiled, the eyes looking at him from all around changed. Chen Fan. I'm still a little chin-chin, just by hearing the name, I know it's a trash. Speaking of this, everyone in the audience gasped and swallowed the last word. But even a blind person would know what he was going to say. But now, when I see the master himself, he is indeed, the tall and mighty master facing the wind, like the brightest star in the sea of stars, and the most handsome master in the vast sky. Please accept my worship. This bow made everyone in the audience, including Chu Yan, open their mouths. Damn, am I blind? What did I hear just now? These words came out of that Lang Yi's mouth. Is he out of his mind? Countless stared at Lang Yi with surprised eyes, as if looking at a monster, or that kind of peerless monster. What did I just say? Looking at the eyes of everyone, Lang Yi asked in astonishment. Something is wrong. I said those words just now. What I said is so frankly level. When did I upgrade? Ha, this little fellow Taoist, you really have the insight of a hero. Heroes see the same thing. Heroes come out of teenagers. Heroes, that's it. I will mix with me in the future. I will give you a Dharma name, Xiaoyi. How is it? Not bad. No matter what Chu Yan and the others think, and no matter what Lang Yi thinks, anyway, Master Chen Fan is in a good mood, patting Lang Yi's shoulder and smiling very happily. This time, Lang Yi was even more confused, his face was full of astonishment, and he stared at Fan Chen as if he had seen a ghost. It's not right. Looking at Lang Yi's reaction, Chu Yan finally understood something. This guy seems to be practicing the way of the soul. #C3154 Small Dust. Chapter 3154. Just relying on the method of letting Lang Yi use this map gun to change his personality 180 degrees is enough to make people dare not underestimate it. The posture of a peerless genius is really extraordinary. Chen Fan, come back. The God King of Pufa sect changed his face slightly, and shouted at the fat man. Hearing the divine king of this sect speak, all the disciples of the Pufa sect and the unrivaled genius looked at Fatty Fanchen, all of them changed. It was a gnashing gaze, as if everyone wanted to go up and take a bite of this fat man. Isn't this fat man a peerless genius? Why are you so unpopular? That, brother, with so many people here, can you stop calling me Chen Fan? The fat man turned his head to look at the divine king of this sect, and said with a gloomy face. When this sentence landed, the faces of all the people present changed, and the God King of Pufa sect twitched even more. Are you itchy again? What are you calling me? It is impossible for the God King to be a disciple, but of course the peerless genius is a disciple. The relationship between these two people is at least a nephew and uncle. But with this opening, he actually called him a brother. Brother. Fatty didn't realize it at all, and turned to look at the King of God with a calm face. Good, very good. Swish. The next moment, a figure flashed past, and the God King's big hand was like thunder, and it stretched out in front of the fat man in an instant, grasping it into claws, and grabbed the fat man directly up. Bang, 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 bang. A fat beating made everyone present dumbfounded. The fat man's methods were not simple, he even struggled to escape from the hands of the God King, and was chased all the way. Everyone present, seeing this scene, all of them twitched. This is a peerless genius. Moreover, the Pufa sect has always been a person of high morals and high prestige, and the Tao follows the constant sky. These two people, a God King of the Pufa sect, and a peerless genius of the Pufa sect, don't look like. Damn. Fatty black me. Lang Yi was fully awake at this time, roaring angrily. In my soul, there is a trace of a fat man. There is something wrong with this guy. When these words landed, Chu Yan immediately turned his head to look. Spirit imprint. There is such a method. Although Lang Yi is only cultivated in the realm of human dignity now, the human spirit is the most difficult to be traumatized and attacked. And this fat man's method can quietly leave a mark on other people's souls. This hand is a bit powerful. Xiaoyi, is this bad for you? Just hang out with that fat man, at least you won't be kicked out of the sect in the future. He Yao Mozen persuaded with a serious face. Even he can't stand this guy's mouth. If this fat man really has this method, maybe it is really the only way for Lang Yi. After all, with such a time bomb by his side, who knows when it will cause big trouble. Ordinary cultivators don't care, and it's okay for the King of Gods to say that if he provokes the Supreme or something in the future, he can kill you with a raise of his hand, without even a chance to complain. Who is not afraid of this? Huh. What you said seems to make sense. Lang Yi pinched her chin, with a pensive expression on her face. In fact, others are afraid of him, but he himself is not afraid. It seems that before, he was expelled from Feixinzong, which is the 12th Taoism, and the cultivator didn't want to join. It's impossible to be kicked out and say you don't regret it. But I can't seem to control my mouth, sometimes I want to slap myself. Now, suddenly meeting this fat man, it feels as if God closed the door for you, closed the window by the way, and then opened a dog hole. However, the feeling of hating people seems to be very cool. With these words, Demon Lord He Yao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Cool. You care so much about yourself and don't consider other people's feelings. Is this really good? Ahem, everyone, since everyone has arrived, let's start. Open the door of this palace. God King Fengsa couldn't stand it anymore, he turned around and spoke to the other God Kings. Another divine king of Pufazong hurriedly stopped the two uncles and nephews of Huabao. Humph. The Pfal sect God King, who was beating someone, glanced at the fat man, and flew to the gate of the palace with his hands. Oh my God, I have a face like a flower and a jade. The fat man took out a mirror, crying all over his face. Do it. A group of God Kings faced the gate of the White Jade Palace, and other cultivators also gathered. The four of Chu Yan didn't get too close, they were 10,000 steps apart. This White Jade Palace is the focal point of the entire immortal paradise, and there might be some terrifying murderous intent. If there is danger, let these God Kings stand in front. Besides, they wouldn't have called so many people if there was no danger. If it was just to open the door of the White Jade Palace, I believe they could do the same with their trump cards. Boom. Boom. The violent power blasted out, and the attacks of more than a dozen god kings all blasted on the gate of the White Jade Palace, shaking the ground and shaking the mountains. The entire White Jade Palace, connected to the mountains below, was trembling. In less than 10 breaths, the gate of the White Jade Palace was blasted open. Okay. Open. All the god kings and cultivators were all happy. The eyes of Chu Yan and the others were fixed on the gate of Baiyu Palace. The pupils of the 5-color unicorn were running, trying to see the situation in the palace gate, but they could only see a large swirling wind. All the god kings stood there, and no one rushed in impulsively, and they all seemed very careful. After a while, the raging wind at the palace gate stopped, and several god kings all went into the broken palace gate and shot out one after another fairy power. After piercing through the shattered palace gate, these immortal power tests were like mud cows like the sea, without any breath. After waiting for another 100 breaths, the god kings looked at each other and nodded in unison. Go, come in. God King Fengzi took the lead, followed by a group of god kings, rushing towards the gate of the White Jade Palace together. However, before they stepped into the gate of the palace, the mountains under their feet began to tremble. A large number of winds surged between the sky and the earth, whining, as if a storm was approaching. This? Chu Yan's mind moved, and he looked up at the sky above the White Jade Hall. Boom. There was a sound of thunder, and half of the sky collapsed, as if a peerless beast woke up from the eternal sleep, broke through the sky, and was about to be born. Chi-Chi, more than 20 god kings, changed their expressions and looked up at the sky. An extremely strong breath enveloped the sky, sweeping the audience like a sea tide. All the cultivators present trembled when they were attacked by this wave, and those who were waiting for their cultivation even turned pale. The few people who are strong in human dignity have bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and they are covering their chests with their hands, obviously suffering from internal injuries. He hadn't even entered the palace gate yet, but he was severely injured. Chu Yan and the others, under the cover of Chu Yan's protective body, just trembled, and they were not greatly affected, and even Lang Yi was safe. Seeing those cultivators whose complexions changed, and who were even injured, Lang Yi's eyes lit up, and he was about to open his mouth. #C3155 Devil's Land. Chapter 3155. This is the coercion of the magic way. Demon Venerable Heiyao opened his mouth, his face full of shock. Even Dizuan Moa was stunned, looking at the White Jade Palace with an expression of disbelief. You must know that in the realm of the gods, demon cultivators cannot compete with orthodox cultivators. To put it simply, if a cultivator of the righteous way kills the way of the devil, that is called acting on behalf of the heavens. On the other hand, if a cultivator of the righteous way kills the way of the righteous way, it is a heinous crime. Therefore, behind any slightly famous mage cultivator, there are countless figures chasing and killing him. For justice. Nonsense. Who would miss this kind of thing that there is no sect to avenge, no worries at all, and a lot of treasures can be obtained. It's like a group of wolves eyeing the big fat sheep. It doesn't matter if one person can't be killed, report to the sect and all the fellow sects will rush forward together. Under such circumstances, the number of demon cultivators in God's domain will naturally decrease. At the same time, in the domain of the gods, there are very few magical inheritances and magical caves that can be preserved intact. Therefore, when the aura of the evil way gushed out from this White Jade Palace, everyone was full of astonishment. Here, I'm afraid it's not easy. God King Fanchu said to God King Tahu, beside him. Just be careful. The God King of Tahu Lake nodded, turned his head to send a sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness, and told the cultivators of the same clan. Afterwards, a group of God Kings and a large group of cultivators stepped into the White Jade Palace. When Lang Yi wanted to follow in, he was stopped by Chu Yan. Don't worry, just wait. Chu Yan stared at the broken palace door, his face darkened. Regardless of whether there are restrictions or not in the White Jade Palace, we must first find out whether there are rules in the White Jade Palace. If, like the entire immortal paradise, it is easy to prohibit the use of force, if on the contrary, if the use of force is not prohibited, just follow along. With the strength of the four of them, there may not be even scum left. Those god kings, those people from the ancient race, might be waiting for them. Not far away, Chen Fan with a fat body looked at the gate of Baiyu Temple and smiled first, then turned to look at Chu Yan and the others, and walked over. What are you doing? I don't know why, as soon as this little dust came close, Lang Yi felt inexplicably nervous. Don't do anything. I just want to stand. While speaking, Xiao Qinshan threw a stick at Lang Yi's side, and patted Lang Yi's shoulder with a smile on his face. The four of Chu Yan looked at Fan Chen with astonishment, and their faces were in a daze. Stand up. What the hell? Are you afraid of being beaten? Demon Venerable He Yao asked tentatively, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as an old man. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid of being beaten, what a joke. When Xiao Qinshan heard Demon Lord He Yao's words, he immediately looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, with his hands on his hips, which was very coquettish. Isn't it? Then you come in. Lang Yi snapped. Okay. I'm just afraid of being beaten. This sentence landed. The four of Chu Yan almost couldn't stand still, and looked at Xiao Qinshan twitching. Sure. This level of shamelessness already has a lot of skill. Stand over there. Don't get so close, I don't know you well. Lang Yi managed to break free from the fat man's big hand, and quickly dodged aside. I'm afraid there is some purpose. Mo Dizuan looked at Chu Yan, blinked, and reminded him through voice transmission. No purpose. Really? Pure. In the next breath, the fat man, Xiao Qinshan, turned his head directly, looked at Chu Yan, and said seriously. Hiss. Mo Dizuan and Chu Yan gasped at the same time, staring at Xiao Qinshan with astonishment on their faces. This guy can actually hear the sound transmission of other people's consciousness. Are you so arrogant? You must know that if you want to detect the fluctuations of other people's spiritual consciousness and fully enter the opponent's sea of consciousness, at least 3 or more realms of heaven and earth must be related. It also requires special soul secret skills and the like to be possible. But this fat man, at most, has a cultivation base of Tianzuan, which is about the same level as Chu Yan, and the same level as Mo Dizuan. This can allow him to detect the sound transmission of the two of them. Master Fanchen is free to do whatever you want, as long as you are happy. If you get any good treasure later, you can also share it. At this time, Chu Yan has become more and more interested in this peerless genius, so naturally he doesn't intend to drive him away. Great weapon. Look, it is worthy of being the #1 statue in the world. I'm being petty, so learn from it. Fan Chen's eyes lit up in an instant, and he looked at Lang Yi, and with a flash, he patted Lang Yi's shoulder with his big hand. Bang 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 came down a few times, and almost tore Lang Yi apart. Learn how to knit. Lang Yi gritted his teeth with hatred. This is the #1 statue in the world, how to learn it, can you learn it? Seeing that Lang Yi was forced to look black by Fan Chen, Chu Yan and He Yao Mozan were all relieved, all smiling and silent. It's not easy for someone to clean up this Lang Yi, which is absolutely gratifying. Go. Go in. After waiting for a short time, Chu Yan raised his foot and walked towards the gate of the palace. Obsidian Demon Venerable and the others also used their power to follow closely. After all, this is a blessed land of immortality. If there is any good thing in it, it will be gone if it is too late. Entering the palace, the surrounding void is completely distorted, the scene changes, and the eyes are all blurred. A large amount of pure immortality rushed in, like an endless tide, rushing towards several people. This is too scary. Oh my God, this blessed land is probably the highest level. The expressions of Heiyao Mozen and Moadizuan changed at the same time, and they exclaimed. They have seen quite a few blessed lands of heaven, but they have never seen such a strong concentration of immortal power and aura. The spiritual breath in the void actually formed waves like sea tides, just like this surging in the palace. People were dumbfounded to watch. You know, such a strong spiritual breath, even if it is combined with a top-level immortal, it will not be able to catch up. Chu Yan was fine. He immediately cast the unicorn pupil and looked around. With a glance, his face suddenly changed slightly. I saw that the area of the White Jade Palace was hundreds of times larger than the area seen from the outside. As far as the eye can see, there are thousands of miles, all of which look like green water and green mountains. And just like the outside, everything is wrapped in mist, and it is impossible to see clearly, only a hazy piece. Huh. On the grass, the deep pits are full of weeds, and in the dense grass, one can clearly see the dead bones. Some of these dead bones were holding spiritual weapons, and some were wearing armor. They didn't look like ordinary cultivators, but warriors. Looking into the distance along the ground, there are densely packed deep pits and grooves everywhere on this huge grassland. Obviously, this place should have been a battlefield before, and it was covered by nature for too long. It's terrible. It's all dead. Fan Chen clasped his hands together, and kept bowing to the dead bones in the deep pit as he walked along the way. The world is slaughtered, the world is thin ice, this world is like a dog, and the mortal world is wiped out. How sad, what a pity. When these words came out, Chu Yan and the others looked at Fanfa in unison, with surprise on their faces. This little Qinchin can actually say such words. The next moment, under the astonished eyes of Chu Yan and others, a large Dao of light gushed out from Fan Chen's body, like a wind of ice and snow, spreading towards the surroundings continuously. #C3156 Want to escape. Wherever this piece of frost passed, those dead bones were covered with a layer of snowflakes, and the original evil spirit became weaker and weaker. This mortal unexpectedly knows the method of transcendence. Huh. You still dare to come in? At this moment, a strange sound sounded, and King Fanshu looked at Chu Yan and the others with cold eyes. The cultivators such as the King of Fierce Thunder, the King of Extreme Moon, the King of Immortals, as well as the people from Jiuxiao and Dawando are all active around, and various secret techniques have begun to detect the surrounding situation. The situation in the White Jade Palace was far beyond their expectations, so they didn't dare to act rashly and probed carefully. Demon Venerable Heiyao looked at God King Brahma and said to Chu Yan. This is not an important place, let's go there. There are so many people, we can't get anything, and there is still risk, hurry up. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. At this moment, he looked at the situation around him, and he had the same thoughts as Demon Venerable Heiyao. Boom. Before the few people had gone far, a loud noise suddenly exploded at the place where King Fanshu and the others were, and a groove cracked in the ground under their feet. One after another, withered bones crawled out from the cracks in the ground, and 2 balls of spiritual fire burned in the black eye sockets. This scene is like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. Withered bones standing on the ground, holding a broken spirit weapon, the aura on the skeleton is constantly rising, like pieces of black flames. The aura of the 2 withered bones actually reached the heavenly venerable realm. Trespassing in the sanctuary, everyone will die. There was a roar like a beast, and the crackling sound of bones was made from the dead bones, and they rushed towards everyone in front of them. Almost at the same time as their aura erupted, the corrosive spirit soldiers grasped on the palms of the bones. Suddenly all blazed brightly, the light was as brand new, and the light of the soldiers shot out was dazzling. None of these spirit soldiers were ordinary. A group of cultivators, including the God Kings, reacted suddenly, and their expressions changed. There was no time to hesitate. All the God Kings and cultivators broke out in unison, and all kinds of immortal power attacks blasted out. The battle broke out in an instant, and the airwaves soared into the sky. In the cracks in the ground not far away, dead bones are still climbing up, like an ant nest, and dead bones are constantly drilled out to join the battlefield, giving people an endless feeling. Ha ha ha, a bunch of rubbish. Make you feel so good, let you be awesome, are you happy now? These ants are enough to consume you to death. Lang Yi's face was full of wild laughter, extremely proud. But beside him, Demon Venerable Xie Yao and others looked at Lang Yi with twitching faces. Does this guy have mercury in his head? At this time I am so happy. Isn't it? You feel it too. These people are trash, right? Lang Yi felt the fiery gazes around her, but completely ignored Xie Yao Mozen's expressions and continued to be complacent. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly exploded. It turns out that in this small world in the White Jade Palace, you can do it. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, wait to die. The roar sounded. Accompanied by roaring wild laughter, it resounded through the entire land of mountains and rivers. Soon, on the battlefield not far away, a wave of air suddenly burst from the body of King Fanshu, blasting away all the dead bones around him, turned around to look at Chu Yan and the others, raised his hand and slashed down with a knife. After all, he is the king of gods. Even if he faces the siege of a large number of dead bones, it is not a problem at all to deal with Chu Yan. Moreover, on their side, there are more than 20 god kings. Even if the dead bones keep crawling out of the cracks in the ground, they can completely handle it. Among those dead bones, the strongest one is not in the heavenly exalted realm. Compared with the God King, the gap is not so big. Therefore, if King Fanshu does not participate in the battle, it will not affect him in the slightest. But Chu Yan is his serious problem, even everyone's serious problem, and he must not be allowed to grow up. Killing Chu Yan, this is the first priority that all God Kings and bosses have discussed before entering the Bayou Palace. Quick! Go! Get out of here! Seeing the Divine King slashing at him, Chu Yan immediately roared loudly. With his current strength and whole cards, he might be able to resist Fanshu, but there are more than 20 God Kings here. Even if half of the God Kings are allocated to deal with them, it will be a deadly situation. Want to escape? Humph. Dreaming. God King Fanshu let out a cold snort, and waved his hand. A large piece of divine light fell, directly sealing the entrance in front of Chu Yan, completely. Infinite life. The ox-nosed God King of Pufazong also sang softly, and a large Daoguang descended, strengthening the seal of the exit again. Not only the ox-nosed God King, but several other God Kings also pulled out their hands, and the seal of the exit was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, which was unstoppable. With such a seal strength, not to mention Chu Yan and the others, even if they came to the peak of the heavenly venerate realm, it would be impossible to blast away for a while. Haha, interesting, I'll come too. Fatty Fanshan, who was following Chu Yan, suddenly laughed out loud and rose into the sky. The direction he rushed turned out to be those God Kings. At this moment, Chu Yan and Demon Lord Xie Yao were completely stunned. How could this fat man help himself? At this moment, with a loud roar, the fat man in the world had already soared into the sky, his whole body was shining with golden light, and the target was God King Fanshu. You wanna die? Seeing a pile of fat mountains rushing towards him, God King Fanshu was startled at first, and then furious. He raised his hand and waved a divine light, and slammed it towards Fanshan. Not only Chu Yan and the others didn't expect it, but God King Fanshu himself didn't expect Fanshan to help Chu Yan and the others. The God King and disciples of the Pufa sect are all here, and this fat man, a peerless genius of the Pufa sect, actually helps the enemy. This is a traitor at all, and there is no need to be polite to this kind of person. Boom. A loud bang exploded, and Fan Chen's whole body was blasted by divine power, and he flew upside down in an instant. It hit the ground with a bang, sank 7 or 8 feet deep, and screamed again and again. Huh. Didn't die. God King Fanshu had a heavy hand, but when he heard the fat man screaming in the pit, he was shocked. Not bothering to care about that fat man, God King Fanshu turned his head to look at Chu Yan, took a step forward, and flew over the heads of Chu Yan and the others. The exit was sealed, and another ultimate move was made to kill Chu Yan directly. Including the few people around Chu Yan, they all cut the grass and roots, which is more important than cleaning up the traitors. Fatty, you just want to escape. Mozen Heiyao turned his head and glanced at the pit not far away, and when he looked up to see God King Brahma, his entire scalp felt numb. Chu Yan, hurry up, blast the exit with the Lord's will. When these words sounded, a strange light rose in Chu Yan's eyes, and his face was extremely dignified. Try it. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan directly urged the token of the Lord to mobilize the last will of the Lord. In an instant, an endless powerful aura swept across the audience like a gust of wind. #C3157 Lord's Will. This aura broke out, and the faces of all the people present changed. Respect the will of the Lord. God King Fanshu's entire face turned green, staring at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes. He actually still has a will to respect the Lord. Seeing that it was impossible to attack Chu Yan again, God King Fanshu quickly turned around and retreated. Respecting the will of the Lord is no joke. Even if he is a God King, if he is not careful, he will still be lost on the spot. The next breath, the sky is full of stars, all swaying. A towering figure like a mountain appeared between the sky and the earth, his eyes swept across, and he raised his hand to take a picture. This is. The Lord's will turned into an attack and fell. The King Fanshu, who was flying back, turned his head to look, but found that this attack was not aimed at him. What? You. A group of big bosses, such as the King of Ji, the King of Extreme Moon, and the King of Immortals, suddenly understood something, but the Lord's will had already made a move, and they had no time to stop it. Boom, boom. The thunderous attack from heaven and earth fell, and the will of the Lord did not blast towards the God King Brahma, nor towards the exit of the seal, but towards the center of the endless plain. The earth trembled, the sky shook, and a deep pit with a size of 100 miles appeared above the ground. Cracks like spider webs spread to thousands of miles, covering the entire land. Death. Everyone is going to die. Tall dead bones crawled out of the pit, as if waking up from an endless slumber. Black flames emanating from the skeletons were tens of feet high. The point is that the big pit is really too big, and the number of dead bones crawling out is more than 100 times that of the original crack. Coupled with the cracks around, the number of dead bones that rushed out was like a black sea of bones, all of which rushed towards the God King and cultivators present, including Chu Yan and the others. However, after all, the God Kings are stronger and more numerous, and they attract 90% of the dead bones. Seeing this scene, a group of God Kings were all stunned. It's kind. It's really kind. Fan Chen crawled in the pit, looking at the situation outside with his head, his face twitching. This is smashing the ground, so you are not afraid of being buried by the dead bones. Turning his head to look at Chu Yan, Fan Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. Chu Yan, are you crazy? God King Fanshu and a group of God Kings all had red eyes, but just after they uttered a word, the sea of bones around them had already rushed over. All the God Kings and cultivators were panicked by this terrifying bone tide, and frantically resisted it. Chu Yan, we. Seeing the tide of dead bones rushing towards him like a tide, Demon Lord Heiyao's face turned green. Sure enough, it has come true again. As long as you follow Chu Yan, something will happen, and nothing good will happen. Although on the surface, it seems that the danger of King Fanshu's attack is gone, but the sea of bones in front of him is even more terrifying. The key point is that the big bosses of Fanshu God King, while desperately dealing with Gu Hai, looked at Chu Yan and the others out of the corner of their eyes, all looking like they wanted to eat people. I'm afraid that as long as they free their hands a little bit, they will kill them immediately. This seems to have changed from one danger to two. If this is not careful, it will be explained here at any time. Us? Of course we rushed over. After Chu Yan finished speaking, the Haoyan sword flashed in his hand, and he raised his hand and slashed at the bone tied in front of him, cutting a path. If you used the Lord's will to break the exit seal and escape from the White Jade Palace, you would have to wait a long time until all the gods and kings had left the gate area of the White Jade Palace before they could enter. By that time, even if there were Buddha heart fruits that Chu Yan wanted in this palace, they would have already been picked by others. Therefore, Chu Yan just blocked it, and there are more and more powerful dead bones in the underground. Judging from the current situation, it seems that Chu Yan won the bet. Now, while the God Kings are trying their best to deal with the tide of dry bones, it is up to them whether they can go to the front. Fellow Taoist, please stay. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the sea of consciousness. What's up? Chu Yan frowned, and continued to slash with the Haoyan sword in his hand, without any intention of stopping. Don't worry. I can take you into the depths of the White Jade Palace, but you need to answer a few questions for me. Fan Chen's voice was different from the previous ones. At the first sentence, Chu Yan didn't hear it, but now, Chu Yan can hear it. Some problems. This mortal world, is there a ghost? From the very first encounter with this mortal to the time when he pretended to help, this mortal has always been hiding his true purpose. Now I suddenly jumped out and said I wanted to ask myself a few questions. Good brother, don't forget, I was the first one to rush up to help you just now. Fan Fa laughed. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth twitched twice, but he didn't speak. That's also called help. You are sure not to escape. You talk about your method first, and I'll answer your question later. Chu Yan said after thinking for a while. This Fan Chen is not like a good person. Chu Yan will not fully believe him. Ha ha ha, you are really smart. Let me tell you the truth, in fact, everyone, including my God King uncles, are all kept in the dark. This land of bones is actually illusory at all. Illusion. Chu Yan was startled for a moment. Chu Yan couldn't believe what Fan Chen said. After all, with his unicorn pupils, even if ordinary illusions cannot be broken, at least some signs can be seen. But in this small world in front of him, Kiran's pupil didn't find anything suspicious at all. Your 5-color pupil technique is not bad, but this illusion is not an ordinary secret technique, but directly affects everyone's soul. Can you find out? Chu Yan frowned slightly. That's right. My practice is quite special, you know. Speaking of this, Fanfa laughed and looked at Longi, which immediately made Longi tremble. Sure enough. This is almost clearly stated, as Chu Yan guessed before, this mortal law is a rare cultivator of the soul system. Okay. Trust you once, you take us to the depths of the palace first. Wait. Just as Chu Yan was halfway through speaking, he suddenly turned to look at a group of people from Pufazong. You can find out, why can't they find out? And, why don't you help them? They. A bunch of pigs, don't pay attention to them. Fan Chen pouted. Judging from the reaction of the God King and disciples of the Pufa sect to the fat man, it seems that he and the people of the sect are somewhat at odds. Hearing what he said now, Chu Yan suddenly understood something, and turned to look at Lang Yi. Lang Yi looked confused, looked at Chu Yan, and then at Fan Chen, not knowing why they kept looking at him. Did he become handsome again? The next moment, Fan Chen jumped out of the pit, raised his hand, and 4 seals were shot out, which penetrated into the bodies of Chu Yan and the others. "Fatty man, what are you doing?" Yao Mozen was startled. #C3158 Armored Warrior. Before he finished chanting a sentence, Chu Yan and the others saw the void around them begin to collapse. All kinds of void fragments peeled off from the surrounding space and hit the ground, and the scene in the eyes changed completely. And the original tide of dry bones also disappeared, and even the 4 of Chu Yan disappeared with the space debris. Huh. Where are people? Those boys, why are they missing? Chu Yan escaped. Why did he escape? I didn't see it. Hurry up, don't let them escape. Damn, I didn't even see it, how can I chase after it? God King Fanchu, God King Fierce Thunder, God King Extreme Moon, God King Yuxian and other great God Kings, as well as cultivators from various forces, turned their heads to look around while fighting, but they couldn't find Chu Yan and the others at all. Could it be? The God King of Pufazong frowned suddenly, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He quickly pinched his handprints, shot a large piece of Daoguang, and blasted into the surrounding void. The next moment, the old man's expression completely changed. Damn it! This is an illusion. That Fanfa escaped with them. As soon as these words came out, all the God Kings and cultivators present were shocked. Without hesitation, the old Taoist of Pufazong hurriedly explained the situation to everyone, which made everyone's faces even more shocked. Soul illusion. That fat man from the Pufa sect can decipher such an illusion that even their God Kings have not noticed. Humph. Pufa sect. King Fanchu stared at Nyobi Laodao with anger. That face and gaze couldn't be more obvious, clearly wanting to accuse Pufazong of colluding with the enemy. Moreover, not only God King Fanchu, other God Kings and cultivators all glared at the people of Pufa sect. All of them had ugly faces. Collusion is secondary, the key is that Chu Yan and others went to the depths of the inner hall. How many treasures and opportunities will be robbed? In this case, these people are fighting to the death here, but the enemy is already on the way to get the treasure. How can they accept this? Since the fat man of Pufa sect can discover and decipher this illusion, why don't he help his own people and help the enemy? Everyone, don't get me wrong. The ox-nosed Taoist of Pufazong noticed the cold eyes around him, his face changed slightly, and he clapped his hands and explained. My sect and Chu Yan are also hostile. Fan Chen is a member of my sect, so of course he is also hostile to Chu Yan, but that mortal law behaves strangely, and I can't order him. Saying this, ox-nosed old Taoist was full of painstaking efforts. This year's disciples are too difficult to lead. Don't talk too much. Let's open this illusion first. Huing and Duanelong said quickly. Good. The ox-nosed Taoist didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, so he quickly activated the seal and began to break the illusion around him. On the other side, in the depths of the White Jade Palace, in the first great hall, the aura in the entire hall was rolling like the depths of a sea of clouds, and it was astonishingly mighty. And the scene of crawling with dead bones before is completely invisible here. This is a land of relics like the ancient prehistoric. Everywhere exudes the breath of eternal antiquity. The eyes of Chu Yan and the others swept across the hall, and they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Although this hall has been defeated for a long time, the magnificent scene is still shocking. Depend on. I rely on it. Suddenly, Demon Lord He Yao and Fan Chen said a word at the same time. And in Chu Yan's eyes, there was also a hint of surprise. I saw hundreds of armor-piercing warriors standing in the side hall on one side of the main hall. On the ground in front of them, there are big black swords sticking out, neatly arranged, giving people an obvious sense of depression. Among them, the big sword standing in front of the warrior leader standing in the front, surging with immortality, is obviously an extraordinary Dao sword. And behind the gate of the guarded palace, you can clearly see all kinds of cheap books, spirit weapons, treasures, and pill bottles scattered all over the floor. Every treasure is overflowing with strong Taoism. They are all Daobao. The point is, Chu Yan and the others looked around, and there are thousands of dilapidated halls in the surrounding area. And now this one is just one of them. If there are so many Dao artifacts in every palace, what a terrifying amount. This is simply a treasure trove. Then what's there? Mo Dizuan raised his finger and pointed to a gate, his face full of astonishment. Chu Yan and the others all turned their heads to look, but they saw a circular gate behind the palace. The door was slightly closed, leaving a gap half the width of a person. Looking through the gap, it was so dark that nothing could be seen clearly. But on the four walls above the gate, there are densely packed with divine seals, giving people an extremely powerful sense of coercion. Obviously, this is the passage leading to the core of the palace complex. Generally speaking, the real treasures are stored in the core. Hurry up, take the Taobao here first, and then go to the core. He Yao Mozan was completely excited and roared loudly. Right. It makes sense. Fan Chen and Lang Yi echoed, their faces full of excitement. It is estimated that those people outside will have to fight with Phantom for a while, and there is enough time. After all, the number of Taoist artifacts in the dilapidated halls around here is astonishing and cannot be missed, especially the Taoist artifacts here, which are at least ancient Taoist artifacts. If you can meet one or two items with special functions, you will make a fortune. You go. I'll take another look. Chu Yan was not very interested in these treasures, and rushed towards the dilapidated palaces around him in a flash. The Buddha heart fruit and immortal soul tree were his main targets this time. In front of the treasure, He Yao Mozan and the others didn't bother to care about Chu Yan, and immediately scattered and rushed to those dilapidated side halls. However, before they rushed in, the armor-piercing warriors standing like statues had their eyes glowing red, and the armor-piercing plates on their bodies made a crackling sound. Armor-piercing fighters are waking up. The powerful fairy light and murderous aura surged around in an instant, and even the void began to distort. Although they had been mentally prepared that these armor-piercing warriors might be the strength to guard the hall, but when they woke up, each of them had reached the 5th level of heavenly exalted realm. What a dog day! Amidst a shrill scream, dense explosions sounded from the side hall, mixed with dull blowing sounds. Chu Yan took a glance and found that although the four of them were chasing and jumping up and down, it was a bit miserable, but none of them seemed to be in danger. Continue to search for 2 elixir plants in the halls, very fast. However, after 100 breaths of time passed, Chu Yan returned to the original place with a gloomy face. In these dilapidated halls, there is no fairy grass and elixir at all, let alone Buddha heart fruit and immortal soul tree. It seems that it must be in the core land. Chu Yan turned his head, frowned slightly, and looked at the round gate, seeing the spirit patterns around the gate shining brightly. #C3159 Core Place. Chapter 3159. While Chu Yan was staring at the round gate, there was a howling sound from the side hall over there. Chu Yan, your uncle, you still don't come to help, I'm so stupid, come and help. He Yao Mozan rushed out of the palace with disheveled hair and blood stains, his face was as white as paper, and his eyes were full of sorrow. Humph. It's you who didn't let this deity make a move, He Yao, you blocked me just now. You dare to be arrogant in front of this deity. Lang Yi rushed out, panting like a cow, turned to look at Demon Lord He Yao, and yelled. Demon Lord He Yao twitched all over his face, and his eyes were filled with the look of wanting to die. Let's go. Don't worry about this, let's go in. Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to them, and walked towards the round gate. Enter, into the core. Demon Lord He Yao, Lang Yi, and Fan Chen all changed their expressions and blinked fiercely. These palaces outside almost took their lives, and they ran to the core. Isn't this fiend death? You must know that these armor-piercing fighters are only at the 5th level of the heavenly exalted realm, and there is a high possibility that there will be a god-level existence in the core area. Humph. Why don't you believe me? I can't come here for nothing. Demon Lord He Yao gritted his teeth, his face flushed red. When the other people heard this sentence, they were also full of dissatisfaction. Really? You can't beat the outside. If you don't go inside, you won't be able to come in for a day trip. Moreover, as a cultivator, how could he not know that danger and opportunity are always directly proportional? The Dao treasures in these side halls are so dangerous now, and the heavy treasures in the core area are probably extremely precious. Always make a breakthrough, give it a try, if you have a chance. Walk. Chu Yan rushed to the round gate and gave a soft drink. Standing in front of this circular gate, one can clearly sense an extremely powerful aura of coercion. Even the gate in front of you has become like the gate of hell in the demon world, which makes people feel terrifying. As for He Yao Mozen and Lang Yi, because of their weak cultivation, they stood in front of the door, their legs and knees were trembling, and they almost knelt down. Wait a minute. He stared straight at Demon Lord He Yao, with the pattern on the gate. His eyes were dull. These spirit patterns, I seem to have seen them before, but I can't remember them. After He Yao Demon respected his life, his memory was scattered, and he didn't fully recover all the memories of when he was the real Demon King. He Yao, you are afraid of death and dare not enter. Humph. Garbage. Hearing this sentence, He Yao Mozen jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. What? Kid, you are looking for death. I will be afraid of this demon, who claimed to be supreme and invincible. You are afraid of death. This demon venerable killed you. Chu Yan was speechless when he saw the two people grabbing each other's collars, as if they were about to make a move. He can be regarded as a cultivator, and this appearance of a local ruffian is really enough. Shaking his head, Chu Yan directly raised his foot and walked into the round gate. No matter what Demon Lord He Yao remembers, this gate is always open. There is no difference between entering early and late. Seeing that Chu Yan had already entered, the others hurriedly followed up. The moment he stepped into the gate, there was only a flash of black light, as if passing through a layer of water curtain. When Chu Yan and the others lightened up and their feet landed on the ground, they arrived at a new place. Here it is. Chu Yan and the other 5 looked up, their faces full of astonishment. I saw that this was an extremely huge valley, and the surrounding cliffs went straight to the sky, deep into the sea of clouds, and the top of the mountain could not be seen at all. Moreover, the spiritual aura around him was several times more intense than that in the main hall before. Moreover, there are fairy grasses and elixir growing everywhere around the valley, even ordinary weeds and trees are comparable to an ordinary elixir outside. It is equivalent to saying that all the plants in the entire valley here start with the lowest priced panacea. Damn it! This whole valley is a treasure. He Yao Mozen was shocked, his eyes couldn't see at all, he glanced around, suddenly. I'll go, look there, it's a fairy-level elixir. This exclamation immediately caused Chu Yan to turn his head to look. I saw that it was a small grass with 5-finger-thin red leaves. On the tip of each red leaf, there was still a drop of jade essence dew hanging on it. It was precarious, but it did not drop to the ground. The fairy spirit released from this small red leaf jelly made the other elixir around it avoid one after another, and the leaves of all the grass trees all grew in the opposite direction. From this scene, it seems that this red leaf grass is the king of elixir, and no grass dares to desecrate its spiritual power. Immortal level elixir, immortal soul tree. 10 feet away from the red-leaved grass, there is a small tree that is 1 person tall, and above each leaf, there is a phantom floating. On the crown of dense leaves, a large illusory shadow shakes, looking extremely strange. And its trunk is as small as a finger, and it is impossible to imagine how such a small trunk can support such a large tree crown. On the trunk, there is no bark, and it is completely amethyst-like. Small streams flow through it, giving people a feeling like the meridians of the human body. And around it, the void is completely solidified, unable to swim, completely sealed. This small tree is exactly what Chu Yan has been looking for a long time, the immortal soul tree. According to the records in the legend, the person who gets this tree can achieve the supreme immortal road and ascend to the realm of immortality. Found it. At this moment, even Chu Yan looked excited, and his whole body tensed up instantly. Sure enough, this immortal soul tree grew in the core of the White Jade Palace, and now it appeared alive in front of them. No, look at that. Lang Yi stared at Xuanhuan village with his eyes, and suddenly said. On the ground under the tree, those spirit patterns seem to be exactly the same as the spirit patterns around the round gate before. When the words fell, Chu Yan and the others hurriedly looked down. I saw that on the ground around the immortal soul tree, there were indeed a large number of spirit patterns imprinted, but they were covered by a large amount of spiritual energy. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it at all. That's not right, that one too. Hey! There's that one too, why does it seem to have it all? Chu Yan, look. Moadizuan looked more carefully, and quickly scanned all the elixirs around, and found spirit patterns on the ground. This? Chu Yan, Yao Mozan, and others all swept over, all of them stunned. When several people looked up at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. If there were no spirit patterns on the round gate before, they might not be so surprised to find these spirit patterns here. But now, things are getting weird. There is no tide of dry bones, and no armor-piercing warriors, so these spirit patterns are probably guardian restrictions. These things are not easy to take. Let me remind you, these are not illusions. Touch them casually, and those spirit pattern restrictions will explode. Fanchen took 2 steps back carefully, and immediately landed behind Chu Yan and the others. #C3160 Get it. Chapter 3160. Soon, among the elixir all over the mountains and plains, besides the immortal soul tree, the Buddha heart fruit was also discovered by Chu Yan. The 2 elixir and elixir are all in this valley, and there are also ground spirit patterns. Everyone, I'm sorry, I have to take these 2 elixir plants. Chu Yan turned around, looked at everyone and bowed his hands. Hearing the words, Demon Lord Obsidian twitched the corner of his mouth violently. Those 2 plants are ancient immortal medicines. Without any accident, it will be taken away by Chu Yan. This is a good thing. Although he was a little upset, he still didn't say anything. Before, Chu Yan shared 2 wills of the Lord, and now it is reasonable to take away 2 ancient fairy medicines. Although Demon Lord Yao cultivates the way of magic, the bottom line of being a human being is still there. This point is much stronger than some orthodox practitioners. Fan Chen, Lang Yi, and Mo Wu naturally wouldn't say anything. Immediately, Chu Yan's celestial power surged and turned into 2 powerful claws, grabbing the immortal medicine in 2 places. Seeing that they were about to make contact, Demon Venerable Yao and others hurriedly dodged back and ran to watch from a long distance away. Once the spirit pattern on the ground is touched, what will happen? Buzz buzz. The Gangyuan paw print struck, and both the Buddha heart fruit and the immortal soul tree seemed to sense it, releasing a large amount of immortal power together, shaking the surrounding void. In the void, after the celestial power danced wildly, they came together and turned into 2 ultimate moves. Chu Yan had been prepared for a long time, and the immortal power in his eyes burst out again, completely suppressing the will of the 2 ancient immortal medicines. Swish! Swish! 2 paw prints flashed past, and the 2 ancient elixir plants were captured together, and they were instantly brought into the Rakshasa space. Clang! The Haotian sword was unsheathed, and the sword energy rushed into the night. Chu Yan held the long sword and stared at the 2 places where the elixir was taken. The elixir was confiscated, but the spirit patterns on the ground did not respond. Not only Chu Yan, but Demon Venerable Xie Yao and others in the distance also looked vigilant, staring wide-eyed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths. Time passed extremely slowly, as if it was completely frozen. Including Chu Yan, several people just watched like that, and no one dared to speak or move. The entire valley instantly became dead silent. However, there was no movement on the ground of the 2 ancient immortal medicines that had been pulled out. What's happening here? The flesh on Fan Chen's face began to tremble. Mozen Xie Yao, Lang Yi, and Mo Wu also looked confused. Something is wrong. How can this be? Could it be that the ground spirit patterns are useless at all? Why is the imprint here? Could it be that this spirit pattern needs time to accumulate strength, so there is a time lag before it will be activated? When Fan Chen heard this, he pinched his chin and thought for a while, before nodding. Well, it's very possible. Next moment. Including Chu Yan, everyone's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, good luck, let's quickly take away all the elixir here. At the same time as the voice sounded, Demon Lord Obsidian had already rushed out, shooting towards the surrounding valley like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, it was like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. All the elixir was taken away by him, even the weeds on the ground were swept away together. Damn, why don't you save some for me? Fan Chen became angry on the spot, twisted his body like a fat mountain, moved directly into the void, and flashed to another direction, stretched out his hands, and transformed into more than a dozen handprints, grabbing the elixir around him. Lang Yi and Mo Wu were still a little bit tender, they were half a breath behind, and rushed to the surrounding ground in a hurry. As for Chu Yan, he was holding a long sword and keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. In less than half a stick of incense, the originally green valley began to turn gray little by little under the crazy harvest of the 4. Countless elixirs were scraped off the ground, and after the color of the ground was exposed, there was still a little green in the green valley. Soon, all the elixir was harvested, and the whole valley could no longer feel a trace of aura or immortality. Let's go! Chu Yan shouted loudly, ready to take the 4 of them away quickly. After all, no one knows how long it will take for these ground spirit patterns to erupt, so the sooner you leave, the better. But just as Xie Yao, Demon Venerable, and the others gathered together from different directions and prepared to leave, the whole valley began to hum and tremble. Pieces of light from spirit patterns began to appear on the bare cliffs around. On the other side, in the main hall space of the White Jade Palace. With the surge of Daoguang, a group of God Kings and cultivators, such as Fanshu God King, Jile God King, Extreme Moon God King, and Yuxian God King, slowly emerged from a large amount of fog. Finally broke the illusion of the tide of dry bones, and rushed to the depths of the White Jade Palace without any stop. Oh my God, this is Dao Bao. As soon as he entered the inner hall, he saw scattered treasures everywhere in the densely packed side halls. In some of the side halls, there are 1 or 2 dazzling Dao lights flashing, which are obviously top-level Dao tools. When a group of God Kings saw this scene, they were all stunned. On the one hand, it is because there are so many treasures, like the treasure house of a certain sect, and at the same time, they are surprised that Chu Yan and the others arrived here first, and they did not collect so many treasures. It doesn't make sense at all. Look. Guardian Immortal Soldiers. God King Fanshu swept his gaze, and immediately discovered the reason. Armor-piercing warriors, armed with spiritual weapons, guarded the gates of those side halls. The cultivation base of each armor-piercing warrior had reached the 5th heaven of the heavenly realm. So that's it. No wonder Chu Yan and the others didn't accept it. King Fanshu smiled lightly, and instantly penetrated everything. People of the ancient clan have existed for far longer than ordinary forces in God's domain, so they naturally know a lot more about this continent. These armor-piercing warriors are extremely rare immortal soldiers, and they are much stronger than ordinary practitioners of the same level. The point is, if they form a battle formation, they will be even stronger. With Chu Yan and others, it is impossible to deal with so many immortal soldiers. A group of god kings spread out and searched the surroundings, and soon found the round gate full of spirit patterns. They should have entered the core area. Hurry up and chase after them, King Fanshu said. The core land is even more critical, and Chu Yan and the others cannot be allowed to take away the treasure. When the other god kings heard it, they nodded in unison. Just when they were about to pass through the circular gate, suddenly, King Xuanhuan raised his hand horizontally to block the others. Wait a moment. With a flash of her figure, she landed in front of the round wooden door, staring at those spirit patterns with her beautiful eyes, and frowned thinking about something. King Fanshu looked at it for a while, and suddenly his face became gloomy. Fellow Taoist Jiuxiao, it's not too late. This is the cave of the immortal paradise, and every time you miss a breath, you may lose a treasure. Not to mention God King Fanshu, the other god kings present all had expressions of impatience. After all, Chu Yan and the others have been in for a long time. #C3161 Heavenly Poison Soul Funeral. Chapter 3161. Regarding the words of God King Fanshu and the gazes of the surrounding god kings, God King Xuanhuan completely ignored them and simply ignored them. However, the more this is the case, the less the other god kings dare to act presumptuously. After all, the solemn expression and look on the face of God King Xuanhuan made them feel a little panicked. After all, the god kings of the ancient clan know more than ordinary god kings. Could it be that she knows these spirit patterns? What's so weird about these spirit patterns? Are you really going in? Xuanhuan God King turned around and looked at all the god kings in front of him. Judging from the spirit pattern on the door, this round door leads to a peerless killing field. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the god kings and cultivators present all changed. Peerless killer. What do you mean? God King Fanshu hurriedly asked. Sky Poison Soul Funeral. Have you heard of it? Xuanhuan's face changed slightly, he pondered for a while, and asked. As soon as these words came out, all the god kings present trembled and their faces turned pale. On the other side, the core land. Damn, these forbidden spirit patterns won't be touched. Lang Yi's face was ashen, looking at the movement around her, her voice became a little tense. You must know that his cultivation is only in the human dignity realm. In this kind of place, if any ultimate move is banned, he will definitely die first. You are courting death. Shut up. He Yao Mozen heard Lang Yi's words, instantly became angry, and roared loudly. However, after yelling, his heart still trembled. Any fool can see that the situation is very wrong now, and it is very likely that it is the situation that Lang Yi said. If the ban is really touched, it's not just one or two. Just now they scraped the ground. If there is a time difference in the ban, the whole valley will explode now. Get ready to escape. He Yao Mozen cheered himself up in his heart, and stared nervously at his surroundings. After a few breaths, the weird situation in the valley gradually calmed down. I saw that after the spirit patterns on the cliff gathered together, there was no powerful killing power gushing out, but turned into a slanting staircase. This ladder is empty but not real, it is composed of all the lights of the spirit patterns, releasing an extremely mysterious aura. From the cliffs of the valley, straight to the sky and clouds. What the hell is this? Lang Yi's eyes widened. Isn't it? Climbing the immortal ladder. How could it appear here? Demon Venerable Xie Yao opened his mouth wide, his face full of astonishment. What? Climbing the immortal ladder. Several people turned their heads to look at Demon Venerable Xie Yao, with doubts on their faces. This is the fairy ladder. Ahem, you are all too young to hear ancient legends. Xie Yao Demon Venerable saw the gazes of several people, coughed a few times, and explained with the appearance of a pair of old seniors on his hands. This God's domain is vast and boundless. There are many mysteries and unresolved things, and some wonderful places that no one has ever been to. But such places exist, but not everyone can go there. Maybe, if you step out in one step, you will be in the realm of life and death. So, in ancient times, there was a peerless supreme who used the most precious treasures in the world to refine a ladder, which he said was specially used to enter some wonderful places of life and death. This kind of ladder, although the refining method has been passed down, the resources consumed are really scary. Therefore, even the current 12 Dao lineages and those ancient clan forces rarely refine them. A wonderful place, it is said to be wonderful, but sometimes it may be a white place. There is nothing. After these words, Chu Yan and the others were all stunned. So, there is a wonderful place above this valley. That's why this ladder is here. Fan Chen asked. It should be. Demon Venerable Xie Yao nodded, and then shook his head. This ladder is here. It may be a wonderful place, or it may be a white place. Of course, the biggest possibility is loss. Demon Venerable Xie Yao looked at the ladder, and his voice became low. As I said just now, this ladder is expensive to build. The original owner placed it here. After entering that wonderful place, so many years have passed, and now the ladder is still here. What does that mean? It's very likely that the original owner has been damaged inside, so he didn't take away the ladder. The faces of the people present all changed. What you said must be correct. After all, in this blessed land of immortality, there is a core land, and there is actually a ladder in the core land, leading to a deeper place. Since this ladder is placed in this valley, and there are a lot of elixir growing in the valley. This means that a long time has passed. After all, whoever sees so many elixirs, even the Supreme will take them. You want to try? Demon Venerable Xie Yao saw everyone's eyes flickering, and laughed jokingly. When these words fell to the ground, the four of Chu Yan looked at each other with shining eyes. With Chu Yan's 2 elixir in hand, the task has been completed, and there is no burden. Now I suddenly find that this ladder can lead to a wonderful place, so I naturally want to give it a try. Faced with such an opportunity, other people didn't intend to give it a try. However, just before everyone had made up their minds, suddenly, an extremely cold aura spread out from the valley. All the void seemed to be frozen in an instant, completely solidified. The eyes of Chu Yan, Fan Chen, Xie Yao Mozen, and Mo all turned around and looked towards a corner of the valley. There is a strange spirit pattern flashing, emitting an extremely strange light. A stream of spiritual light rose from the pattern, as if the stars were lit up. Obviously, the spirit pattern is about to be revived. An extremely dangerous feeling rose from the bottom of Chu Yan's heart, instantly flooding his whole body, making him feel like falling into an ice cellar. Hurry up, go. On the other side, the inner hall of the White Jade Palace. Sky Poison Soul Funeral. Feng Sishenwu's face was grave and gloomy. He took a breath, and then raised his head to look at the round gate, as if looking at the gate of hell. Now, even if he was killed, he would never step into this door. This circular gate must lead to the core. How could a Sky Poison Soul Funeral be arranged here? It doesn't make sense. Yu Xianchen Wangxiu frowned, and continued to study her spirit patterns. May I ask Lord Yu Xian, what is the funeral of the poisonous soul, this day? Behind the King of Gods, a large group of cultivators were all dumbfounded, and some of them asked with their hands clasped. It's just a ban. That ruin, there is no restriction in the blessed land. As for it, scared a group of god kings so that they didn't dare to move. This is a large formation, composed of 31 forbidden fusions, which cannot be dismantled or stopped. These are the spirit patterns. Xuanhuan turned around, glanced at the cultivator, and explained softly. This. All the cultivators present couldn't understand, and they were still in a daze. To put it simply, once the spirit pattern is activated, the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the attack power will be. When it is the strongest, the 9 domain supreme will die. When this sentence landed, all the cultivators present were shocked, their faces all green. 9 domain supreme must die. #C3162 ladder. Even the supreme beings of the 9 realms can't handle it, let alone god kings like them. Friend Yuxian, in your opinion, what should we do? God King Fanchu frowned, and after a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and asked Yuxian. In my opinion, it's best for everyone to take the Dao treasures here first. With these Dao treasures for protection, you should be sure to be able to block them. Hearing this sentence, the god kings who had solemn faces suddenly lit up their eyes and nodded in unison. As for the Chu Yan, people who have already entered, I am afraid that they will not be able to survive inside. Even if they can survive, it is impossible to get any treasures and inheritance. Xuanhuan said with a slight smile, you have also seen that they can't even get the Taba here. Pointing around casually, the treasures in the side halls were scattered all over the ground, obviously untouched. After all, it is extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to obtain treasures from the armor-piercing warriors of the 5th heavenly exalted realm. Because these are not 2 armor-piercing warriors in each side hall, there are as few as 3 or 5, and as many as hundreds. Even if there are some cultivators of the 7th or 8th level of heavenly exalted realm, it is impossible to resist the attacks of so many armor-piercing fighters. The most important thing is that these armor-piercing fighters are not ordinary puppets, these are immortal troops with the ability to join forces. Therefore, apart from the Divine King realm, practitioners of other cultivation bases are by no means completely sure. Okay. Let's do it. Hearing the words of God King Yuxian, the god kings present finally felt relieved and nodded in unison. Judging from the current situation, this should be the best solution. What if Chu Yan and the others are inside, mobilizing the funeral of Tianduhan? What should we do? Huing from Jiuxiao asked. Huing has contact with Chu Yan, so he always has some fears about this kid. In Jiuxiao, the almost certain death situation allowed this kid to survive. Moreover, Tianying Supreme has been reminding him to be careful when dealing with this Chu Yan. After all, now that he knows the identity behind Chu Yan, it is not easy. A mere Earth Venerable can trigger 10% of the heavenly poison soul funeral, which is already as high as the sky. Moreover, with his cultivation base, if he really triggers it, he will definitely die, which just saves us a shot. God King Fanchu replied with ice-cold eyes and a gloomy face. Hearing this, Huing breathed a sigh of relief. He had only heard about the funeral of the sky-poisoned soul, and of course none of these god kings knew about it. Everyone, it's not too late, let's do it. The Thunder God King has long been a little impatient. A mere kid in the earthly state is still talking here and there, wasting time. Okay. The god kings responded, and then scattered in all directions, rushing towards the surrounding side halls. No matter what you say, there is no real treasure in hand. Moreover, these Dao treasures are many kinds of troubles. If you want to get the Dao treasure you want, you have to do it first. However, if you want to get the Dao treasure, or the best Ling treasure, you need to fight those armor-piercing warriors. Soon, in the side halls everywhere, the battle broke out in an instant. Boom! 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 God King shot. The armor-piercing fighters were extremely intelligent, they did not fight alone, they directly joined forces to form a battle formation, ranging from 10 to dozens to attack the god kings who rushed into the side hall. However, after all, there is a huge difference in strength. It didn't take long for the armor-piercing warriors to disappear under the attack of the god king. In the side hall, those precious Taoist treasures were taken away one by the god kings. Elder, who are we? The repairers of the 9 layers building gathered around Hu Ying, waiting for Hu Ying to give an order. Wait a minute. Here. Hu Ying stood in front of the round gate and had been studying the spirit patterns on those gates. Suddenly, one of the spirit patterns suddenly lit up. What? Including Elder Hu Ying, the faces of all the cultivators changed instantly. White Jade Palace, the core place. Chu Yan, Fanchen, and Demon Lord Heiyao reacted very quickly, swiping a large piece of fairy astral, protecting Langi and Moadizuan, and rushed towards the sky. Damn. What's the situation? Those are. Langi shouted in shock, looking at the pattern that burst out with spiritual light. His face was full of surprise. I saw a tall body suddenly rushing out of the explosive pattern, with a height of 30 feet, with a green face and teeth, and spikes on its back, roaring like a hellish demon. A pair of blood-red eyes swept around, obviously looking for prey. Roar. After a roar, the murderous thing rushed towards Chu Yan and the others, raised his hand and grabbed it with one claw. With this grasp, the sharp fingers gleaming with cold light were like a beam of soldiers, and 4 cracks were scattered in the void, as easily as cutting a piece of rag. Seeing this scene, the faces of Chu Yan and the others changed instantly. A claw like a wild beast is as powerful as a full blow from a god king, and its power is no less than the blows of the 4 god kings. Not to mention Chu Yan and others, even if they exchange for a few peak Tianzuan realm, it is absolutely impossible to resist. Quick! Don't want to die. Chu Yan roared, and at the same time he swung the Haotian sword in his hand. His consciousness swept across the Rakshasa space, took out the Wentian furnace that he saw first, and threw it at the ominous thing opposite. Although the Wentian furnace traded with Zhuchanglu before was unsuccessful, this Wentian furnace was produced by the ancient immortal battlefield after all, so it should be able to resist 1 or 2. Not only Chu Yan, Fan Chen and Heiyao Mozhen certainly know that now is the time of life and death. If the whole card is not played, I am afraid that if this claw comes down, none of them will survive. What Heiyao Mozhen threw out was the black skull, and what Fan Chen threw out was a purple talisman. However, no matter whether it was Chu Yan's sword glow, or the skull head and the purple talisman, as soon as they hit the paw print, they collapsed and disappeared instantly. He didn't even stop it a little bit, and was directly caught and smashed, without letting the paw print stop at all. Damn it, bastard Chu Yan, I knew nothing good would happen. You natural disaster. Heiyao Mozhen's eyes were green, and he kept roaring at Chu Yan, this is too bad luck. It must be because of this natural disaster Chu Yan, every time this is the result. I respect you and follow you, it will not be easy. Hu to Hu, Demon Lord Heiyao didn't want to die, he raised his hand and slapped him on his chest, spewing out a large cloud of blood mist. He has accumulated these devils' energy essence and blood for a long time, and if he uses them up all at once, this new body will be completely useless. Grandma, you're going to die. Fan Chen's face was pale, and he originally wanted to follow Chu Yan, first to find out his secrets, and second, to get some benefits. But it never occurred to him that if he didn't get any benefits, he was about to die. No solution anymore. Gritting his teeth, Fan Chen took out a token and was about to cast it. This token is a treasure of protection bestowed by him as a peerless genius in the Pufa sect, and it can be used 3 times in total. However, just as he was about to cast it, there was a sudden loud noise. Boom! The Wentian furnace that Chu Yan threw out before was hit by the beast's claw marks, and instantly flew upside down. Hashtag C3163 Fierce Hades. With this loud noise, the expressions of Chu Yan and the others all changed. Because, at the same time that when Tianlu flew back upside down, the ominous thing on the opposite side also stepped back 7 or 8 steps before barely standing still. When Tianlu actually blasted back the ominous thing. This. Fan Chen and Demon Venerable He Yao all looked astonished. Chu Yan's cauldron is so strong. Bastard. You actually used me as a shield. Just when several people were astonished, when Tianlu let out a roar when he flew back. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly rushed out from the Wentian furnace, and a tall figure appeared. It turned out to be the monster in the Wentian furnace back then. This is that thing. Lang Yi looked at the phantom of the monster with a dazed expression on his face. Back then on the immortal ancient battlefield, the warcraft in the heavenly furnace was extremely powerful. He just yelled at the other party, and was almost smashed into scum by the target. Could it be the Nether King? Among the few people, Fan Chen's face changed drastically, and his eyes staring at the figure of the monster kept trembling. What? What are you talking about? The Nether King of the ancient king of monsters. How is this possible? He Yao Mozen swished, his whole face turned purple instantly, staring at Fan Chen, as if he wanted to eat people. The horrors of his time existed, of course he knew. In ancient times, among the Monster Beast clan, one of the 9 great beast kings, the Nether King. This guy is not dead. Just like myself, she abandoned her physical body and hid the beast soul in this cauldron. However, this Nether King was the third-ranked existence among the 9 kings of ancient monsters, and he was also lost. Just when the few people were astonished, the ominous creature not far away also roared again and again, as if completely enraged by the Wentian furnace. Ho ho ho! The roar was earth-shattering, and the entire valley trembled. Damn it! If you want to survive, hurry up and activate the Wentian furnace. Hurry up! King Nether turned his head to look, his eyes widened instantly, and he turned his head and yelled at Chu Yan and the others. At this moment, Chu Yan and the others came to their senses in an instant, rushed forward, and poured celestial power into Wentian furnace crazily. Buzz buzz. The 5 streams of immortal power and demon breath all poured into Wentian furnace, and the whole body of the furnace trembled violently, emitting dazzling golden lights, one after another. As the golden light passed, the terrifying coercion was like a wave, sweeping in all directions. And the Nether King who was possessed on the Wentian furnace was also full of golden light, his power burst out instantly, and his roar shook the sky. Violence. With a loud roar, the entire phantom of the Nether King solidified in an instant, and he stepped out of the furnace with a single step. His huge arms were like 10,000 years of dead wood, and slammed towards the ominous thing opposite. With a loud bang, the murderous creature was directly blasted away by the Nether King, crashing into the distant mountain wall, blasting the sky into pieces. But the Nether King succeeded in one blow. Without a trace of stagnation, another punch hit the pattern-emitting aura in the far corner. Humph. The little seal is also worthy of being arrogant in front of this king. On the pattern, the aura trembled, and the Nether King grinned, showing his fangs, and his face was full of arrogance. Good and strong. The soul of Chu Yan. Shake it. He never thought that the Nether King in the furnace would be so strong. No wonder the price given by Jiuxiao was the same as Xuanhuan. I'm afraid it's not because of Wentian furnace itself, it must be because of the existence of Nether King. Ha ha ha, let me just say, Chu Yan is the son of great luck, how could he not have a whole card? Seeing the crisis resolved, He Yao Mozen laughed wildly, flattering Chu Yan. It seems that calling Chu Yan a natural disaster before has nothing to do with him. However, without waiting for his second flattery, his face suddenly changed violently. I'm stupid. A swear word burst out, and on the ground pattern not far away, the aura unexpectedly stabilized and burst out again. A force stronger than before surged in the void. Hum. Buzz buzz. Following the surge of this spiritual light, the patterns on the surrounding ground kept stopping one after another. It turned out that other spirit pattern restrictions can also be awakened. In an instant, the complexions of Chu Yan and the others all changed to a dead gray. A fierce creature just now was so terrifying, and now a large number of spirit patterns are awakening. If this erupts together, then depend on. Even if it was Chu Yan, he couldn't help but swear and glared at King Nether. The Nether King, who was not proud just now, his face twitched and his face turned purple. He didn't expect this to be the result at all. It's just a mistake. Anyway, this monster can't be broken at all, so run away. When this sentence fell, Chu Yan and the others realized that there was no need to scold that shameless Nether King, and they all used their body skills to soar into the sky. At this time, inside the White Jade Hall on the other side. You immortal God King, come and take a look, this. Huing saw a spirit pattern light up, and immediately knew that something was wrong, so he hurriedly shouted. As soon as the voice rang out, not only Yuxian God King, but also a group of people around, including Fanshu God King, all rushed over. Fine. Yuxian Xuanhuan just inspected it, and a joke appeared on his face. The funeral of the Tiandu soul has been touched, don't panic. Having said that, he turned to look at the other God Kings. The playful smile on his face became more intense. If there is no accident, it should be Chu Yan who touched it inside, ha ha. When this sentence fell to the ground, God King Fanshu and the others were all taken aback. Chu Yan touched the funeral of Tiandu soul, then. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, this old man wants your life, you are looking for death. God King Fanshu's face was full of wild laughter, and his heart was extremely happy. An earth-venerable realm touched the heavenly poison soul funeral, which could kill even the supreme beings of the 9 realms. Even if it was only 10% of the power, it would definitely be dead. He would never believe that Chu Yan and the others could still come out alive after the Tiandu soul funeral was touched. Yuxian God King, is this really no problem for us? Hu Ying's face was still full of worry, and he turned his head to look at the round door and said, I always have a feeling of uneasiness in my heart. Without waiting for Yuxian Xuanhuan to answer, Duanilang rushed to talk. Hu Ying, it seems that after Zhuchonglu promoted you to be an elder, it didn't improve your courage. Hearing this sentence, Hu Ying was immediately annoyed, his face flushed purple. However, as the elders of the Chamber of Commerce, they generally try their best to be tolerant if they can avoid grudges with others. Especially since Hu Yingkai had just been promoted to the position of elder, he was even more careful. Elder Hu, don't worry. Fanshu also said before that if you touch one at most, it won't have much impact on us. You're really being too careful. The words of Yuxian Xuanhuan had the same meaning as Duanilang, and I always feel that this Hu is too concerned about that Chu Yan. Not only the two of them, but also the other God Kings around them had the same expression. At this moment, suddenly, the spirit pattern on the round door suddenly lit up again. The corners of Hu Ying's eyes twitched suddenly, and the uneasiness in his heart instantly increased several times. This Chu Yan is dead. He even touched 20%. The strongest martial soul with unlimited upgrades. #C3164 One piece of mess. Even if he has the will of the Lord, 20% of the restriction is enough to kill him. Not bad. There is no hope. Life is completely cut off. Wait to die. A group of God Kings and cultivators were all smiling, as if they had seen Chu Yan's corpse. Click. However, before their laughter fell to the ground, the spirit pattern on the round wooden door exploded again. 2 more spirit patterns were shining, and even 2 cracks appeared on the circular wooden board. In an instant, the expressions of King Fanchu and the others changed. What's the situation? How did it suddenly become 4? Fellow Taoist Yuxian, this. Duan Ilang's complexion changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at Hu Ying, who was frowning tightly, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xuanhuan's expression seemed to be a little flustered, which was extremely strange. This is the funeral of the sky-poisoned soul. With Chu Yan's strength, it is impossible to trigger it to the 4th floor. It is absolutely impossible. As if to persuade something, Yuxian God King kept shaking his head. However, when the God King's presence saw his expression, they all frowned slightly. At this moment, no one expected that the spiritual light flashed on the round wooden door again. Kaka. Cracks exploded one after another, and spirit patterns continued to flicker, like thunder after thunder, resounding in everyone's hearts. A large group of God Kings, including Yuxian God King, Brahma Void God 5, Fierce Thunder God King, Extreme Moon God King, froze on the spot instantly, their faces full of disbelief. There is no need for Xuanhuan to explain, everyone can see that this is a vision that all the funerals of Tiandu souls are triggered. Swish. Swish swish swish. Without waiting for the God Kings to react, a few afterimages suddenly rushed out of the circular wooden door. Chu Yan. With a glance, God King Fanchu was startled for a moment. Because, when he saw the living Chu Yan, he came out of the round wooden door. As soon as Chu Yan and the others rushed out, they saw a group of God Kings gathered at the exit, and their expressions suddenly changed. These bosses, won't they be here all the time? In an instant, people on both sides stared at each other, and the space froze instantly, and there was a dead silence. Why stop? Run, they will come after you. Huh? What are these people doing? Asking in the furnace, King Nether saw a large group of God Kings standing around, and suddenly said in doubt. However, in the next breath, King Nether's gaze instantly brightened. Quick! Chu Yan, good opportunity, breath coverage. A sound-transmitting roar of spiritual consciousness only sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and Chu Yan's eyes were also brightened in an instant. They are God Kings, Tiandu Hunfu will beat them first. When this sentence sounded, Chu Yan made up his mind instantly. This is really a good opportunity, how can it be wasted? Scatter. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan's breath burst out, rushing in all directions like a tide. This wave of breath naturally has no attack power, like a spider web, it shoots invisible and qualityless towards the large crowd around. Precisely because they are not aggressive, the God Kings who are cultivators are used to having all kinds of spiritual breath sweeping around them every day, and they never thought of what Chu Yan was going to do. In an instant, Chu Yan's aura was like a spring, covering all the gods and kings. It's done. Chu Yan and the others looked happy at the same time. These God Kings have never entered the valley, even if those fierce creatures rushed out, they would not be able to escape. However, such a situation is definitely an indiscriminate attack. But now, after Chu Yan covered them with his aura, if the monster came out again, it would walk. Chu Yan and the others looked at each other. Without thinking about it, they turned around and soared into the sky. In this process, from the appearance of Chu Yan and the others to their escape, it didn't even take half a breath. And Fanchu God King and others were surprised that Chu Yan did not die in the round wooden door, and when Chu Yan appeared, they suddenly released their real spiritual consciousness to sweep them. Under these two doubts, even a group of God Kings were stunned, unable to react at all. With such a dazed effort, Chu Yan and the others disappeared in an instant. What are they doing? This breath stays, is it because you want to come back again? God King Fanchu, Ji Lei Shenwu, and others were completely confused by Chu Yan's operation. It just doesn't make sense at all. Either you run away, or you fight, you leave a pile of breath and run away. What do you mean? Could it be that you are afraid that we will not be able to find you, so you deliberately left your breath behind for us to chase after? Then, play hide and seek. Isn't this idle? Or, what purpose does this Chu Yan have? Sometimes things are often like this: the more secretive you are, the more nervous the other party will be. Even a few god kings wanted to chase after him, but hesitated. You say. As soon as God King Fanchu opened his mouth, he heard a huge roar suddenly exploded from the circular wooden door behind him. The next moment, when all the god kings turned their heads to look at the round wooden door, they saw huge figures rushing out of the broken door. Not good. Seeing these huge figures rushing out one by one, the faces of the group of god kings changed instantly. An incomparably terrifying murderous aura swept in like a wave. Hundreds of halls nearby were struck by this aura and trembled instantly. Those armor-piercing warriors who were fighting with the cultivators saw this fierce creature rushing out of the circular wooden door, and immediately threw the broken spirit soldier and fell to their knees. Even if the cultivators around them attacked and bombarded them, they didn't even dare to lift their heads. Dead. All dead. Dozens of fierce creatures swept their gazes, and finally landed on a group of god kings, their fierce eyes glowing red. In an instant, 10 ominous creatures burst out together and attacked a group of god kings. Countless sharp claws, like black or red thunder soldiers, descended from the sky, tearing apart the sky, slashing fiercely at a group of god kings. What? Fanchu God King and a group of big bosses all shrank their pupils, their scalps were numb, and the death energy in their hearts surged like a tide, and they frantically used their divine power to resist these attacks. In an instant, a monstrous battle broke out in the inner palace of the White Jade Palace, causing violence in an instant. Ha ha ha, it really worked. Above the clouds in the distant sky, Heiyao Mozan narrowed his smiling eyes, watched the battle below, and shouted incomparably excitedly. This time I finally looked at those god kings, and they were particularly pleasing to the eye. Moreover, I really admire the strength of these god kings, and I really want to praise them a few words. More than 20 god kings fought with 10 fierce creatures in a fierce battle. Hey, it's interesting. Fan Chen stood in the clouds, hiding his figure, with a smile on his face like a meat bun. Huh. Chu Yan, there are still a lot of heavenly exalted realm over there, don't waste it. Raising his hand and pointing, there are a large number of dumbfounded Tianzuan realm practitioners in the palace, and the smiles on their faces are particularly sinister. Hashtag C3165 Pit 1 Group. Chapter 3165. Chu Yan looked at Fan Chen and shook his head all over his face. This mortal does not seem to be a good person, his mind is full of worms. But this idea is not bad. Although Chu Yan himself likes to fight fairly with others, the current situation is itself unfair. With his current cultivation base, he is the lowest level existence in this White Jade Palace. Moreover, these people never thought about fighting him fairly. As long as he didn't escape just now, not to mention those in the heavenly exalted realm, I'm afraid the gods and kings would attack him together. With whom? What is the reason? With these people, fists are the only reason. That's right. Demon Venerable Heiyao's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly waved his magic breath, covering it like a black cloud. Chu Yan and others also acted together, waving their breath to the crowd below. You, what are you doing? The cultivators of the major forces, after experiencing what happened just now naturally understand what Chu Yan and the others are doing, and Chi-Chi's face changed drastically. Before, they were looking for Chu Yan everywhere, wishing to find out where Chu Yan's aura was. A group rushed up to kill Chu Yan. At that time, even a little bit of the breath left by Chu Yan could make them excited like dogs for a long time. But now, Chu Yan and the others took the initiative to offer their breath, But all of these people's expressions changed drastically, and they were extremely frightened. Especially a group of cultivators from the Pufa sect, seeing the mortal dust in the sky, all of them were purple-red, and they were about to vomit blood. Forget about Chu Yan and the others, you, Fanchen, belong to the same sect, so you can cheat them no matter what. Everyone, form an array, quickly. When the god King Fanchu and the fifth god of fierce thunder were fighting with the 10 ominous creatures, they shouted loudly, and under the use of body skills, they continued to blast out one after another attack. When the other god kings heard it, they performed it together and began to gather together. Although there are more than 20 god kings here, these 10 fierce creatures, especially the one at the head, are powerful and frightening. Small smallpox trick. Ceiling pole 9 heavens formation. Great breathing formation. In an instant, countless divine lights surged, and 3 huge air waves exploded in mid-air, forming 3 large formations, covering all directions. The 3 large formations were extremely powerful, stopping 10 ominous creatures in an instant, and the battle became more intense. God King Fanchu and other god kings cooperated with the formation and played a series of magical skills, and began to take the initiative. These 10 other creatures were evolved from the Tiandu Huanfu. They are extremely powerful, but unfortunately they don't have any intelligence and can only fight like wild beasts. It's a pity. The power of the Sky Poison Soul's funeral is still a little weaker. Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao watched the battle below with a look of pity on his face. Originally, according to his perfect expectation, it was these monsters and the god kings who hiccuped together at the end. A formation. The pupil of the unicorn, break. Chu Yan's eyes flickered with 5 colors of different lights, and 2 bright flames burned instantly, and under the powerful pupil technique, the 3 large formations were instantly pierced. These 17 places. In an extremely coercive manner. Inject the 17 weaknesses of the 3 formations into the minds of the 10 ominous creatures. Chu Yan, good job. He Yao Mozen, Fan Chen and others all looked at Chu Yan, gave a thumbs up, and smiled wickedly. Moreover, it seems that they are afraid that those monsters with well-developed limbs will not be able to understand. They also shot again and again, directly attacking the weak points of the 3 large formations, attracting the attention of those monsters. A few attacks, blasted into the overwhelming tide of attacks, like water droplets in the sea, will not attract anyone's attention at all. However, the fighting instincts of the 10 fierce monsters are at the level of gods and kings. When they found that the waves of the attack explosions at those points were obviously different, they subconsciously attacked there. Not good. Chu Yan hurt me. God King Fanchu and a group of god kings saw the 10 ominous creatures turn around at the same time, and the place where the attack caused the 3 large formations to shake continuously. Their expressions changed drastically. Bang bang bang. A series of attacks continued to explode, and cracks began to appear on the 3 large formations, and their power declined rapidly. Asshole. Fan Shushan's 5 eyes saw the reversal of the situation, and all of them were so angry that their noses were smoking. That felt aggrieved and unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. In addition, this time, in this white jade palace today, he was actually tricked twice by that little earthly respected state, Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I will kill you. God King Brahma's face was completely dark, and he screamed in anger. With a wave of his hand, a large purple banner was directly raised, and the wind swept across it with a whistling sound, exuding astonishing power. Not only him, but other god kings, including the King of Thunder, god of Yuxian and other gods, all sacrificed their treasures. More than half of these Dao treasures were harvested by them in the side hall just now. The cultivators of the major ancient clan forces, when they saw the King of the Gods making a move, they all took out their trump cards, hoping to take this opportunity to regain the situation. Dao Bao. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, a spiritual light flashed across his sea. In that case, you can try it. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, and after recalculating, he made up his mind. The monster's celestial power all over his body erupted, a golden light flashed in his hand, the Xuanhuan sword was unsheathed, and the god of war code within his body released a monstrous fighting power. Chu Yan, what are you doing? Fan Chen and Demon Lord He Yao sensed something was wrong and turned their heads to look. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan charged violently, and instantly landed on the top of God King Fanchu. Before the latter's stunned expression could react, he raised his hand and slashed down with a sword. This sword, without brilliance or splendor, slashed fiercely on the purple banner like a thunder roaring. Boom! A wave of air surged like a raging cloud, and the storm was like a tide. How powerful is the purple banner of the Taoist weapon in the hands of the King of Gods? Even if it is a strong person at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, it is as difficult as reaching the sky to make it vibrate at all. However, Chu Yan's Xuanhuan sword slashed down, and under the roar of the golden dragon, just one sword made the purple flag shatter. The entire Taoist artifact was instantly covered with cracks, and it was about to collapse. Good boy, you have the guts. You are looking for death. The god King Fanchu was not angry but happy, and with a wave of his big hand, countless divine powers gushed out, turned into a fist, and slammed towards Chu Yan fiercely. With one blow from the god king, he flew out of the air. Chu Yan seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and he moved to the direction behind the 10 ominous creatures in an instant. What? God King Fanchu's punch directly missed, his face was full of astonishment, and his eyes were wide open. He didn't expect that Chu Yan acted so neatly, that when the sword light fell, he had already run away. The most important thing is that those 10 ominous creatures are like blind to Chu Yan, and they can't see his existence at all. What's happening here? Why do these monsters only attack them, not Chu Yan? You must know that these people are all covered with Chu Yan's breath, so they will be attacked by fierce things. But now, Chu Yan himself appeared behind them, but they turned a blind eye. At this time it was not only God King Fanchu who was surprised, but all the other god kings who noticed this scene had expressions of astonishment. A sword in the sky. Without waiting for the gods and kings to react, Chu Yan charged again like lightning, raising his hand and slashing at another god's and king's Taoist weapon. #C3166 Sword Cut Taba. Swish. Xuanhuan sword's violent sword, a big black gun Dao Bao, instantly broke into 2 pieces, his figure flashed again, and instantly retreated behind the 10 ominous creatures. What the hell am I? The Thunder God King is about to go crazy. The Dao treasure that he just got has not been warmed up yet, so it just broke. That Chu Yan, looking for death. Chu Yan's face was full of indifference, he didn't even look at the eyes of the angry Thunder God King, and continued to look for the next target. Swish. My grass, my dragon armor. Another God King let out an angry roar, and with the sound of Dao Bao exploding, the void shook. One after another, the kings of the gods were successively succeeded by a mere respected realm cultivator, and one after another, the Dao treasures continued to be hit hard. I'm going to go. On the clouds in the sky, Demon Venerable He Yao's face turned green. That's okay too. Brother Chu Yan, you are truly a genius. Fan Chen kept nodding his head, his face full of approval. Not far away, Huing, Duanelong and other cultivators gasped. For Chu Yan's strength, they have some background, but for Chu Yan's courage, they see it every time. This Chu Yan has the aura of taking the head of the enemy among the 10,000 armies. The point is that Chu Yan is brave and resourceful, and those god kings who have suffered a loss have nothing to do with him except to stare blankly. Chu Yan, you are courting death. God King Fanchu, God King Ji Lei, and several other big bosses, all of them turned black with anger, holding the severely damaged Dao treasure. Streams of condensed killing intent rushed out, almost covering the sky and the sun. The cultivators around were all the same, their faces full of anger. How long is this? In less than 100 breaths, more than 10 Dao treasures were destroyed in Chu Yan's hands. Seeing that the situation was wrong, some big bosses put away the Taba in their hands one after another, making the situation even more critical. The most important thing is that Chu Yan came and went without a trace. It was impossible to judge his whereabouts, and there was no way to intercept him. After all, there are still 10 ominous creatures in front of them, which is already extremely difficult for them. This Chu Yan is a Tianking. The roar of God King Fanshu became louder and louder. From the beginning to the end, they have been tricked by Chu Yan 3 times in a row, each time pushing them to hell. Under such circumstances, anyone would go crazy. Goodbye, everyone. Standing behind the 10 ominous creatures, Chu Yan bowed his hands and soared into the sky. This battle was much more enjoyable than the previous life and death battles. How about the King of Gods? So what if there are more than 20 God Kings? Come on. Humph. Chu Yan, you're back now. Nether King, who was squatting in Wentian furnace, snorted coldly when he saw Chu Yan return to the cloud. Actually, it's useless. If those ominous creatures leave the funeral place of the sky-poisoned soul, their spiritual power will gradually be consumed, and sooner or later they will be defeated. I read. You still hurry up and get down to business. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan was startled. Business? Do you have anything to do? It seems not. No way. There is such a big ladder. Are you blind? The Nether King was so angry that his face turned green, with a prodigal expression on his face. In fact, based on the situation of King Nether, he would not help Chu Yan at all. Although Wentian Furnace is now in the hands of Chu Yan, in principle Chu Yan is his master, but he is the king of the Demon King. How could he submit to a human being so easily? And before, Chu Yan threw him out to fend off the monster, and almost died. The reason why Chu Yan was reminded was entirely because he discovered that there was a shocking secret in Chu Yan. The appearance of the ladder is by no means accidental. Others don't know, but as the king of the Demon King, he certainly knows how important it is above the ladder. Originally, he was going to show up after the ladder appeared, and have a good chat with Chu Yan about cooperation. But unexpectedly, before he could figure out what conditions to offer, he was thrown out by Chu Yan as trash. Ladder. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Just thinking about killing these God Kings, I really forgot about the ladder. The point is, I heard before that this ladder needs to cross life and death, so Chu Yan didn't plan to go up. But now, a group of God Kings are all trapped here, which is really an opportunity. Hey Yao, Fan Chen, Mo Wu, Lang Yi, what do you think? After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan's spiritual sense transmitted the sound and the other people began to discuss. When Fan Chen and the others heard Chu Yan's words, they all became excited. To be honest, they escaped from that core valley, except for harvesting some elixir, there was nothing else in time. More importantly, apart from Chu Yan, who was thinking about the resurrection Yu Linglong, everyone else was thinking about the ladder. As for the danger of life and death, it is really nothing to a cultivator. Since there is no problem, let's go. Chu Yan is not a procrastination person, several people have such an idea, so let's go. Swish. With a figure like electricity, he rushed directly into the shattered circular gate. Swish swish swish. Fan Chen and the others would hesitate, and Qi Shuaxua followed behind Chu Yan and rushed into the round gate. What? Escaped again. God King Fanshu and others were secretly discussing how to deal with Chu Yan, but when they looked up, they saw Chu Yan rushing into the round gate and ran away. Not good. Seeing several figures rushing into the circular gate, King Xuanhuan shrank his eyes suddenly, and roared loudly. All the sky-poisoned soul funerals in the core land have been drawn out. If they go in again, there will be no danger at all. All the treasures are left to them. When this sentence fell, the faces of the god kings present all changed. This is so. What a big pit. What are they, god kings? Are you helping others to block the monsters? With this mouthful of old blood suffocating in his chest, a group of god kings looked extremely ugly. If you co-authored it, blame them for fighting, and you will get the benefits, kid. Xuanhuan, what should we do? God King Fanchu yelled anxiously. Now. King Xuanhuan frowned tightly, turned his head to look at Xian and the others in the distance, and said. According to the logic, these fierce creatures will only attack those with high cultivation bases. With us, god kings around, cultivation practitioners in the earthly venerable realm are relatively safe. So, Xian, you go in. When these words came out, the eyes of all the god kings lit up. Yes. Xian was startled for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he quickly accepted the order. This is the core of the White Jade Palace. Just this side hall, almost all the gods and kings got a Taoist artifact. If this enters the core land, that's good. Thinking of this, Xian and other geniuses rushed towards the round gate together with Huing, Duanilong and other cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce without any hesitation. How could Huing and Duanilong, a Zhuzangla and Dawangdo, miss such an opportunity? It can even be said that what they have been waiting for may be such an opportunity. In this way, they should thank Chu Yan instead. #C3167 Let's chat. Chapter 3167. After a few breaths, the core land, the valley. As soon as Chu Yan and others rushed into the valley, they flew directly to the ladder and landed on the first step. After a brief induction, without any hesitation, he rushed straight up. On this ladder, one cannot fly, one can only climb with one's own strength. You Hades, let's talk. Chu Yan sent a sound transmission from his soul. What are you talking about? The Nether King was taken aback. Tell me about your purpose, or what's on it. Chu Yan asked directly. For this Nether King, it is absolutely impossible to say that Chu Yan trusts him. I haven't reached the place yet, so I might as well speak up while climbing the ladder. The king of the top 10 demon kings in ancient times, this title, I am afraid it is not a good name. If after letting him lose, he would possess himself in this Wentian furnace and be acquired by himself, and he would help himself wholeheartedly. Chu Yan will never have such innocence. Moreover, although this Nether King has lost his physical body, it is estimated that his previous cultivation level will not be lower than that of the supreme being of the 9 realms. This kind of boss not only has a high cultivation base, but is generally an old fox. You kid, you're really ruthless. Nether King felt depressed for a moment, then he laughed and said, of course there are benefits, this king is not an ordinary person, and ordinary things can't enter my eyes at all. Chu Yan nodded, then said. Then what do you mean, let's join hands? After all, I'm the master of the heaven furnace now. Although he knew that the Nether King would not submit to him, but Wentian furnace was in his hands, and with some means, he could still control him a little bit. For example, if he wanted to leave Wentian furnace, he might have to ask for his own consent. Very good. Don't you blush when you say this. Who threw me out like a piece of trash before? Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, King Nether became a little annoyed. It's okay to join forces. But at least, the place you find must be of a high level. I don't have much interest in the ordinary blessed land of immortal heaven. In the future, don't expect me to make a move with this White Jade Palace. When the words fell to the ground, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of King Nether. As the king of the top 10 monsters in ancient times, although he survived, he couldn't stay in this furnace forever. Always find a way to recast the glory, and even impact the higher existence. Of course. Chu Yan nodded. In addition, there is one more thing that you must do. Nether King turned his head, looked at Chu Yan again, and said. What's the matter? Chu Yan wondered. That kid, he must be beaten up. What King Nether was referring to was Lang Yi. Huh. You hold grudges very much. Chu Yan laughed. Nonsense, I don't call it grudges, I call it narrow-minded. Do you understand? The Nether King roared. Okay. You have the final say. When the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan raised his hand without any hesitation, and punched and punched. The huge fist exploded like a thunderbolt, and hit Lang Yi on the stairs below. Damn it, Chu Yan, you are crazy. Suddenly feeling a force coming, Lang Yi raised his head, his face turned green immediately. Sorry, you offended Yu Ming, he asked me to help him teach you. Chu Yan explained with a smile. Boom. The fist exploded and hit Lang Yi's bodyguard, sending it flying upside down and hitting the ground under the ladder heavily. To be honest, Chu Yan absolutely satisfied this request. Moreover, if all the people present were asked to vote, I am afraid that it must be passed unanimously. After all, there are more than 1 or 2 people who want to beat up Lang Yi. Ghost. Lang Yi, who crawled out of the big pit on the ground, was furious, with disheveled hair and shouted directly at the void. What the hell, just said a few words, you actually do it, garbage is garbage, I don't know what it means for a gentleman to speak, but a villain to do it. Lang Yi has no opinion on Chu Yan, and directly targets Yu Ming. Yu Ming, who was floating beside Chu Yan, turned to look at Lang Yi, grinning with fangs. Chu Yan, continue. Snapped his fingers and stretched forward, King Nether's voice fell, and Chu Yan had already rushed out. Bang bang bang. Yes, that's it. Damn it, put it on your face, don't hit your chest. That, Chu Yan, do you want to help? Fanchen, Demon Lord Heiyao, and Earth Lord Mo watched and cheered together. Chu Yan's beating was really satisfying. Bastards. You bastards, trash, this deity, ouch. Bastards, Heiyao, how dare you? Hearing that Lang Yi was still calling rubbish, Heiyao Mozan and the others would miss the opportunity, and immediately rushed forward together, punching and kicking in various ways. Originally it was Chu Yan beating, they watched, but soon it became Chu Yan watching, they beating. No, inhumane. Lang Yi struggled on the ground, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen instantly. Heiyao and the others stopped. When he got up from the ground, his swollen sausage-like mouth opened, and finally he shut it, with tears in his eyes, like a bullied little daughter-in-law. As the saying goes, it's fun to die for a while, and it's fun to die all the time. He also knew in his heart that with his mouth, it would be a matter of time before he was beaten. Moreover, being beaten by Chu Yan and the others, at least they will not use immortal power, it is completely physical injury. If you switch to other repairs, you can just swing the knife and come up. Yu Ming, you wait for me. Bah. Gritting her teeth, Lang Yi spat out bloodshot mouthful. Next, everyone continued to go up, towards the ladder. During the whole process, the 5 of them were fully alert, but nothing happened, so they came to an end. Looking up, the world in front of him was foggy, except for a huge altar standing in the distance like a hill, there was nothing. This altar is completely different from ordinary altars, because a hall is built at the bottom of it. A divine and radiant aura radiated from the altar, making people's souls holy. Moreover, Xiang Lang Yi even has a feeling of admiration. Strange. This thing has a ghost. Demon Lord Heiyao's demon breath surged, he sensed it carefully, and said. He is the venerable demon, in front of the holy brilliance of this altar, he feels a little uncomfortable. But, isn't this cave of heavens and gods owned by the evil masters? How could there be such a holy altar here? It's completely unreasonable. Be careful, it's suppressing us. Nether King reminded with a fierce light in his eyes. No way. It can't be. Among the crowd, only Fan Chen was stunned, as if he had discovered something astonishing. What is it? Chu Yan asked. This altar may be one of the ancient seven-star altars, named Star Mist Altar. When Fan Chen was speaking, he kept staring at the altar, as if he was still remembering and confirming something. Seven-star altar. Star Mist Altar. Chu Yan looked stunned, turned his head to look, and suddenly frowned slightly. I've never heard of this thing. We Taoist practitioners, some people know this kind of altar, and ordinary practitioners should never have heard of it. #C3168 7-star altar. Regarding Fan Chen's words, Chu Yan and the others were all dumbfounded and could not understand at all. 7-star altars, each one is conceived by heaven and earth, and can be created by all human beings. Once it takes shape, it will be so powerful that it will definitely attract the most powerful Taoists. Furthermore, according to the last record, this Xingwu altar should break through to the level of Dao artifacts, above. When this sentence landed, the expressions of all the people present changed. The level above the Taoist artifact. So, this altar is a Taoist treasure. Demon Venerable Xie Yao sounded a little depressed and asked. Hey, not bad. Fan Chen immediately laughed when he heard Xie Yao Mozen's words. It goes without saying that he is a Taoist cultivator, so as long as he has the opportunity, he will refine it later. Go in and have a look first. Chu Yan glanced at the two of them, then walked towards the Xingwu altar. The others quickly followed and went to the altar together. When a few people walked quickly and entered the hall on the first floor of the altar, they glanced at it, and Chi-Chi's expression changed. I saw that the entire hall was full of scattered sundries, treasures, and other things. That scene seemed to be swept away by some thieves, full of chaos. All kinds of spirit treasures, spirit talismans, spirit medicines, spirit weapons, scrolls, and stone statues were scattered all over the ground, many of which were damaged. And what made everyone's eyes brighten up was a black flower in the middle of the altar, on a blue stone platform, with a drop of liquid floating in the center of the flower. It is this drop of liquid that releases a strong magic breath, which is extremely terrifying. However, it seems that being suppressed by this altar, these terrifying magic breaths are not within the scope of this hall at all. If this is seen by other magicians, it may cause a great battle in the entire God realm. Chu Yan pupil's skill and divine consciousness spread out together, and after sweeping over the black flower and liquid, his brows frowned slightly. Strangeness. This magic breath liquid does not seem to have any conflict with the surrounding Taoist breath, but there is a feeling of mutual fusion. How can this be? Since Tianwu Dao, whether it is the God realm or the 10-direction star realm in the lower realm, there is no balance between good and evil. But this drop of liquid is obviously something of magic. Could it be that this magic breath liquid is so powerful that it has completely subdued this Xingwu altar? Although Chu Yan couldn't help but tremble when he thought of this, he knew that this was the only reasonable explanation. I'm fake. Even Fan Chen, seeing this scene, began to doubt Daoxing. Sure enough. Let me just say, how can there be no magic treasure in this magical land? Demon Lord Xie Yao's eyes were bright, and he laughed wildly as he looked at the magic breath liquid. At this moment, his eyes were full of excitement. Finally, it's finally time to recover. How long has he been looking forward to this moment? 100 years, 1,000 years. As the Supreme Demon Dao, he is very clear about the terrifying existence above the 9 realms supreme. And the drop of liquid in front of him should be the magic essence left by that kind of existence. As long as he can get it, not to mention recovering everything in him, it may even make his cultivation surpass the peak. Look, over there. At this moment, Nether King, who had been watching the surroundings, suddenly called out. Chu Yan and others subconsciously turned their heads to look. I saw, in the distant hall. Those statues moved. The 6 stone statues, 3 people and 3 beasts, all trembled, and the stone chips fell, obviously trying to wake up. This is the top 10 kings of Warcraft in ancient times. Fan Chen's startled sound made everyone's expressions change immediately. That's right. Exactly, the 5th of the top 10 monsters in ancient times, the 7th, 8th and 9th. When Nether King said this, his face was gloomy, full of anger, and he continued. Who is it? How dare you refine the 10 kings and put them here? As if his dignity had been desecrated, the ominous aura on Nether King's body surged as if uncontrollable. This was refined by someone. Chu Yan and Heiyao Mozen all changed their expressions, and their faces were full of disbelief. These are the 4 supreme beings who has such power. However, since such a magic essence has appeared here, other things are much easier to understand. Don't worry about those 4, let's see if they are ancient immortals. King Nether turned his gaze to the other side and said. What? The ancient ancestors. Fan Chen and Heiyao Mozen shook their bodies and rushed out at the same time, coming in front of the 2 humanoid stone statues. Ancient immortal. Immortal. Chu Yan was stunned. In this world, there really are immortals. Impossible. Huh. You don't know about the ancient ancestors. King Nether looked at Chu Yan in astonishment, as if looking at a little doll. The ancient immortals are the first batch of blood races born between the heavens and the earth in the legend. There are all kinds of races, human, beast, demon, and so on. It stands to reason that these ancient ancestors all disappeared before the end of the ancient era. It seems that such stone statues have been found in some places one after another. They are all the same, and they turned into this ghostly appearance. I don't even know who did it. Hearing King Nether's words, Chu Yan was puzzled and asked, but, what's the use? Who knows? It's just a legend that these ancient ancestors possessed the power to create the world. I don't know if it's true or not. The power of creation. Chu Yan said in surprise. But I heard that it is necessary to collect all these stone statues. The Nether King nodded, his eyes scanning back and forth on these stone statues. Creation. Chu Yan's whole soul was shaking. These ordinary stone elephants have such a terrifying effect. Whatever the legend is. Anyway, as long as you know one thing, these things are all good things. Put them away when you see them, and you can't go wrong. Nether King seemed to be very concerned about these legends. His eyes lit up slightly when he said this. After all, whether it was the Valley Elixir, the Dao treasure, or this drop of magic essence, it didn't mean much to him. But these stone statues of ancient ancestors may be a great opportunity for him. That's right. This breath is right. It's an ancient ancestor. I have recorded this kind of record in the Taoist classics. Fan Chen circled around the 2 stone statues several times, nodded and said very definitely. Well, it shouldn't be wrong, it's just going to rely on. Before Demon Venerable Heiyao could finish his sentence, he suddenly yelled loudly. Why, don't make noise, you can't, huh? Fan Chen was about to scold Demon Venerable Heiyao, but with a glance, his eyes narrowed instantly. This is the legendary stele of Tianming. The painting on it seems to be the Tianlu picture. This Dao soldier here should be the Dao soldier who kills the Supreme Lord. Demon Lord Heiyao was stunned by the newly discovered treasure. What? Tianlu too? Then. It can't be the lost treasure of Feixinzong, right? Even Lang Yi rushed over with a look of shock. #C3169 Lu Piao Piao. Chapter 3169. Hearing Lang Yi's words, the expressions of Chu Yan, Fan Chen, and Demon Lord He Yao all changed. What's the situation? Why did so many treasures appear all of a sudden? These things are extremely rare in the outside world, and they are all gathered here. What is here? He Yao Mozen looked around, and suddenly seemed to find something. His face suddenly changed. Not only him, but Chu Yan and the others all changed their expressions drastically. Demon Essence, 7-star altar, stone statues of ancient ancestors, Tianming Monument, Tianlu Map, and the statues of the 10 Warcraft kings, and even the supreme Daoist soldiers. This piece is almost shocking. Now it's all here. So, what is this place? If there is really someone who can gather all these things together, what a powerful existence it is. At this moment, everyone was silent, and the audience was silent. Even Demon Lord He Yao and Fan Chen, who were extremely excited before, now looked shocked and looked around vigilantly. Anyway, this is definitely not normal. There must be something wrong with this place too. Then if this thing doesn't have any protective power, prohibition or something, then it's really a ghost. Who dares to move? If you accidentally touch the prohibition or something here, with the level of treasures here, I'm afraid 10 of them are not enough to fit your teeth. However, the feeling of watching these treasures and waiting for the restriction to activate made several people extremely horrified. No matter how good the treasure is, it must be alive before it belongs to you. Humph. Aren't you very proud before? Why are you all scared now? When this sentence landed, everyone turned their heads and glared fiercely at Lang Yi. Ugh. You. Lang Yi saw a few pairs of blood-red eyes looking over, and was so frightened that she hurriedly mumbled something while shaking her head and waving her hands. He said, it wasn't him. Demon Venerable He Yao's expression changed instantly. Nonsense. After beating like this, his mouth is swollen, how could he be able to speak so quickly? But, who is talking? Chu Yan and the others suddenly felt a cold breath coming, and their scalps were numb. Here, someone. With Chu Yan and his cultivation base, and they were still on full alert just now, no one noticed that there were people around. Strange. Aren't you afraid? The voice sounded again, and the tone seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Chu Yan's reaction. The next moment, in the dark space around, a young girl slowly came out. Her beautiful big eyes were like stars in the sky, and she looked curiously at the strangers in front of her. This is a little girl wearing a black dress, her skin is pale, and the black dress is particularly obvious. On her face, there was a scar with many spirit patterns densely pierced on it. It looked like a somewhat hideous scar. When she came close, Chu Yan could clearly sense that there was a faint sense of immortality releasing from her body. And this sense of immortality is obviously exactly the same as the breath of immortality in the entire blessed land. It's just that the fairy spirit in her body is extremely solid, it seems to be gathered in her body, and that feeling will not leak out at all. You are an earth spirit. Demon Lord He Yao, like Chu Yan, naturally noticed the aura on her body, and asked in amazement. Huh. Old man. Your eyes are so sharp. My name is Lu Pia Piao, and I am the spirit of the land here. The little girl grinned, her eyes curled into slits, and she happily replied. However, when this sentence landed, the expressions of Lang Yi, Fan Chen and others changed. Really the spirit of the earth. The spiritual wisdom of this blessed land. No wonder they were so astonished. After all, it is difficult to produce spiritual wisdom in immortal paradise like those secret realms in Immortal Ancient. Unexpectedly, in this white jade palace, a spiritual wisdom was born. This is really extremely rare. This place is really extraordinary. Nether King stared at the little girl with his eyes, and sighed for a long time. Really? Chu Yan was stunned. I'll go, kid, do you understand or not? This is the wisdom of the heavenly paradise. In the entire domain of the gods, there are phoenix-like existences, and they are counted from the ancient times. Any paradise of paradise, even if there is a space barrier, there will still be aura overflowing, and it will slowly dissipate after a long time. But with spiritual wisdom, paradise of immortal paradise can automatically operate, absorbing the aura of heaven and earth for its own use. Eternal existence, understand? Nether King spoke very anxiously. Looking at Chu Yan, he had a feeling that the other party did not regard the bean bag as dry food. Let's take the current 12 Dao lineages of God's domain as an example. Anyway, I have never heard of it. That force has such a blessed land that has produced spiritual wisdom. After this explanation, Chu Yan understood a little, and nodded slightly. Looking at Lu Piapiao's eyes again, some changes have also taken place. Chu Yan has been in God's domain for so long, and Dong Tianfudi has also done some, but he has not found a particularly satisfactory one. Listening to this now, this fairyland seems to be pretty good. Moreover, as long as you subdue this Lu Piapiao, it is equivalent to admitting the owner of this blessed land, which is very convenient. What do you want? The little girl looked at Chu Yan's gaze changed, her little face froze in shock, and she quickly took a few steps back. Don't think too much about me, understand? Unreasonable thought. When Chu Yan heard this, his face turned dark. This little girl is only about 10 years old, why is there something in her mind? Piao Piao, do you want to eat candy? Come on, tell me, what good things are there in this place? Demon Lord He Yao smiled all over his face, he took out a handful of candy from there and stuffed it to the little girl. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan and the others looked up together. The little girl looked very curious when she saw those candies. She didn't want to accept them but wanted to taste them, her little face was full of struggle. She is the earth spirit of this blessed land of heaven, and the magic essence, map of heaven records, etc. just now are all within the blessed land of heaven. If she doesn't know, then no one else will know. I know. The little girl finally made up her mind, grabbed the candy and stuffed one into her small mouth, her eyes lit up instantly. Then look, can you? Seeing the little girl accepting his candy, Demon Lord He Yao immediately smiled wider, and asked while rubbing his hands. Do you think I'm a child? Childish. The little girl gave Mosen He Yao a direct look, and replied with disgust on her face. You. He Yao Mosen was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes at her words, his whole face turned black. However, for the sake of you taking the initiative to offer candy, I can cooperate with you. When this sentence landed, the eyes of everyone present immediately lit up. Cooperation. Chu Yan frowned. They are here to fetch treasures, and the other party is the earth spirit of the immortal heaven and paradise, how can they cooperate? #C3170 Whoever touches who dies. Chapter 3170. When the little girl heard the question, the candy in her hand disappeared, and she carried it on her back with a pair of small hands, and then she started to walk swayingly. Don't you just want that pile of things? Xiaoyu raised her finger, pointing at the pile of treasures that Chu Yan and the others had discovered before. But the grinning little girl looked extremely cunning, and then said, If you want to take it, I won't stop it. Anyway, whoever touches it will die. It's the same. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Chu Yan and the others twitched together. I knew it wasn't such a good thing, it really was. There is only one way to get these treasures, and that is if they are willing. The little girl finally got to the point, which immediately made Chu Yan's eyes light up. It's just that this statement is a bit strange. Let them do what they want. Could it be that he recognized the Lord? Fanchen and the others had already tried this common spirit treasure method before, but it didn't work at all. So, what does the self-willing mean? Could it be that these heavy treasures are all intelligent? What kind of method is there, can you tell me directly? Nether King was the most anxious, and asked directly. Well, how about you find a way to collect that drop of magic essence first, and I'll tell you later. The little girl looked at the black flower on the bluestone platform and said. Demon essence, can you take it? Heya Demon Venerable and Nether King exclaimed in unison. Your brains are not good, and your ears are not good now, it's really pitiful. The little girl looked at Heya Demon Venerable and Nether King, shaking her face sympathetically, and said. You. The two were so angry that their faces turned green, but they didn't dare to curse, and they couldn't stop panting. Didn't I say it? The treasure's here, as long as you want, you can go with you. Of course, including this drop of magic essence. The little girl seemed very happy when she saw the two were very angry, and said with a smile. I'm not afraid to tell you directly, as long as I take away the drop of magic essence and help me regain my freedom, I can help you properly then. This face is pure and innocent, and the words are so direct. Ha ha ha, leave this matter to me. Hearing this, Demon Lord Obsidian turned his anger into joy. The opportunity came. Among all the people, he is the only one who is a true cultivator of the magic path, and the benefits of this drop of magic essence to him are extremely great. Before the loss, he was only one line away from the 9 Realms Supreme, and now he finally has a chance. Chu Yan, greet this little girl, let me try this magic essence. While speaking, Demon Lord He Yao had already walked towards Qingshi Terrace. Well, let's go. Chu Yan nodded. This drop of magic essence should be the most important existence, and it is very likely to have the function of an eye. As long as you take it, you should be able to communicate with other treasures. The Nether King looked at the Qingshi Terrace, and said softly. Although I don't practice the way of magic, I still have some experience. If you need help, you can ask for it. Nether King was obviously curious about the magic essence. Haha, fellow Taoist He Yao, you can do it. Fanchen also said. Humph. Lang Yi said. Shut up. Your skin is itchy again, what do you mean you can handle it with a little finger? Ah. Demon Venerable He Yao turned his head and shouted at Lang Yi. This guy's beating seems to be for nothing, and he doesn't have a long memory at all. Actually, Lang Yi really hurts. It still hurts now, but the mouth seems to be uncontrollable, the face is full of tears, and the mouth regrets. Chu Yan, thank you this time. After I become a master, I will thank you a lot. Demon Venerable He Yao looked at Chu Yan, and bowed his hands, very much like everyone else. Of course, Demon Lord He Yao mainly wanted to comfort Chu Yan. Best of all, this is cool. Along the way, how many times he has been cheated by Chu Yan, and every time he is upset, it is finally Chu Yan's turn now. Well, let's go. Chu Yan nodded again. This drop of magic marrow is of course precious, but Chu Yan is not a stingy person. Hearing these words, He Yao Demon Venerable stopped talking nonsense, and rushed directly to the bluestone platform, took a deep breath, and stared at the demon essence in front of him. The faint magic breath wrapped his consciousness, slowly overflowed from his body, and probed towards the magic marrow. But Fanchen turned around in a circle, rubbed his fleshy chin, but sat down on the ground, and began to release his Taoism, testing the surging 7-star altar. Lang Yi and Moadizuan shook their heads, then lifted their feet and walked around. They also don't want to just watch, maybe there is no hope for a treasure like the magic marrow, but you can try the Supreme Dao Ling or something. Chu Yan, help me collect the ancient ancestors. The Nether King watched everyone start to attack, but he couldn't bear it. Good. Chu Yan waved his hand and was about to release the Wentian furnace, but when he turned his head to look in the direction of the entrance of the hall, his expression changed instantly. I saw a figure flying over from the gate at an extremely fast speed. Swish swish swish. One after another, the number of figures coming in is increasing. Of course, the people who came were Xian, Duanliang, Huing and others. There were nearly 100 of them, and almost all of them were above earthly venerable. When Huing, Duanliang, Xian, and Chu Yan met each other, they were all taken aback. They quickly turned their heads to look around, and instantly found the treasures all over the floor. Oh my God! There are so many treasures. Is this the king of the 4 ancient demon kings? Hiss. Supreme Taoist soldiers. Huh. This little girl seems to be an earth spirit. The expressions of shock one after another made Xian, Huing and Duanliang's faces turn pale with shock. Each piece of treasure is priceless. Even people like Huing and Duanliang, who have seen too many treasures, are blushing. This is... In the next breath, almost everyone's eyes were focused on the direction of King Shitai. On the black flower, the floating magic essence, like the rays of the sun, pierced everyone's body and trembled violently. Magic marrow. When they were outside, they were extremely surprised to see the 7-star altar from a distance. Unexpectedly, there is actually a drop of magic essence in the 7-star altar. No matter how stupid the deacon of the Chamber of Commerce is, he would know that the value of this drop of magic essence is definitely far more than that of the 7-star altar. Hey, newcomer, are you dumbfounded? Lu Piapiao, in the little black dress, was obviously very satisfied with the reactions of these 100 people. You have the same conditions as them. As long as whoever gets the magic essence, this spirit can cooperate with them to get other treasures. When these words were spoken, the eyes of Huing, Xian and the others immediately lit up, and Chi turned to look at Chu Yan and the others with fierce eyes. The little girl didn't use provocative tactics, but told the truth. This magic essence is so easy to get, that old man has no hope at all. He can only recruit some more people. Maybe there is still hope. Anyway, as long as one person succeeds, she has a chance to regain her freedom. After being stuck here for so long, this is an excellent opportunity, and we must seize it. Chu Yan. In the next breath, Huing, Xian, Duanliang and 100 people gathered around them, all with grinning faces. #C3171 How to Fight. Chapter 3171. The treasures in this 7-star altar are enough to excite the powerful elders of the Chamber of Commerce like Huing and Duanliang, not to mention the ordinary powerful cultivators. So, when Lu Piapiao made a request, they agreed without even thinking about it. Hundreds of pairs of eyes glared at Chu Yan and the others. These people were ready. As long as Huing and Xian made a move, they would immediately swarm up. However, after walking a few steps, Huing and Xian turned around and walked directly towards King Shitai. Huh? What's the situation? Don't do it. What the hell, don't you know that Chu Yan defeated Xian and Paxiu with 1 against 5? I'm stupid, so powerful. I also heard that Chu Yan angered Supreme Tianning at Jiuxiao in Jiuxiao, but left safely. The fart is safe and sound, you know, a woolen thread. When that Chu Yan left, he took away a priceless treasure. What? Why is that? Seeing that Huing and Xian turned a blind eye to Chu Yan, Duanliang stood there in embarrassment. Never mind. Finally, Duanliang also gritted his teeth, turned around and walked towards the bluestone platform. Like Xian and Huing, he sat cross-legged on the bluestone platform, released his breath, and controlled the magic marrow. Actually, Xian and Huing are not that stupid. It is impossible to beat Chu Yan to death just because of a word. Not to mention Chu Yan's strength and background, even if there is a victory or defeat, it is meaningless at all. This magic essence is not something you can get if you want, it depends on chance. Therefore, instead of spending time fighting, it is better to adjust your breath and use your fairy power to sense these treasures. More practical. As for the God King's order, Hu Ying and Duanelong don't care, whoever wants to beat him will be fine. Although Xian had to obey the orders of the God King, he had fought against Chu Yan before, and knew that he was no match for Chu Yan at all. Therefore, as long as you can take the treasures here, you can still explain to the God Kings when the time comes. The most important thing is that in this way, there is no danger to life. How wonderful. Humph. Let's go. But not everyone is like these few, completely ignoring the orders of the God King. A group of cultivators stared at Chu Yan and the others, and rushed up with murderous expressions. Boom. 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 The war was about to break out, and the entire hall was filled with fury. Demon Venerable He Yao in front of the bluestone platform watched this scene. His expression changed suddenly, and he was about to get up when he opened his eyes. You have a good understanding, leave this to me. A sound transmission from Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness resounded in Demon Lord He Yao's mind, followed by a sword slashed out by the sky, towards a cultivator who was about to attack He Yao. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mozen He Yao immediately sat down again and continued to comprehend. The boy is not bad. The pit is a bit of a pit, but it is still reliable at critical times. He Yao Mozen secretly thought in his heart, after taking back the magic marrow, he will share some benefits with him. Junior brothers, it's not good for you to do this. Give me some face. Fan Chen ran over and said to some cultivators of the Pufa sect. Bah! You still have the nerve to say it. A cultivator of Pufa sect looked at Fan Chen and shouted directly. We are not your junior brother, you traitor. A disciple headed by Pufa sect is named Fan Nan, who is a brother of the same level as Fan Chen, staring at Fan Chen with anger on his face. Chu Yan, let's fight again. Xian, who was already sitting in front of the Qingshi platform, saw Chu Yan fighting with the Overlord cultivator, shook his head immediately, and stood up again with a speechless expression. These guys, why can't they think about it? If you want to grab treasures, you can grab treasures, why do you have to fight? The point is, I can't just watch my fellow Ba clan be beheaded by Chu Yan. If I just sit back and watch, I'm afraid it's over when I return to the clan. Wan Yanlong Tianqin. With a long whistle, Xian waved his big hand, and countless flames rushed out, turning into a fiery sword, and slashed at Chu Yan head-on. Hu Ying sat there, turned his head and looked at it for a long time, his eyes flickered, finally couldn't hold back, and stood up too. If you kill Chu Yan, count me in. With a burst of immortal skills, Hu Ying also went back and joined the battle. Dozens of Earth Venerable Realm, and many core disciples of unrivaled genius level, join hands together. How amazing the power is. Even if it is a cultivator of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, facing such a lineup, they will only have to flee in panic. After all, there are 100 cultivators here, all of whom are extremely powerful. As the saying goes, there are only 2 or 3 people on the other side. Huh. It's really fighting. Looks good and fun. Lu Piapiao was disappointed when she saw that there was no fight at first, but now she finally saw it. She clapped her hands happily, took out a handful of candies, and watched while eating. Asked Tianlu, make a move. Chu Yan raised his hand, sacrificed the Wentian furnace, and shouted at the Nether King in it. A large amount of immortal power was poured into the furnace, and the spirit patterns on the furnace body continued to shine, and the majestic power rushed out of the furnace, rushing to the surroundings like a wave. Boom! 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 All kinds of attacks bombarded Wentian furnace overwhelmingly, causing it to tremble continuously. However, if Tianlu can withstand a blow from the ominous creature, these attacks are nothing. This is Daobao. The faces of Hu Ying, Xian and other cultivators all changed. Chu Yan's strength is already very strong, and now there is such a terrifying Taoist treasure. What shocked Huing the most was that he hadn't noticed in the Jiuxiao before that this Wentian furnace had reached the level of a Taoist treasure. If he had seen it at that time, he would have to trade this treasure first, and Chu Yan would not be so powerful now. Chu Yan, in order to help that old ghost, you still want this king to fail. The Nether King was full of disdain, and cast a glance at He Yao in front of King Shitai, and shouted at Chu Yan. Just now he was clearly feeling the stone statues of the ancient ancestors, and as soon as he found some feeling, he was summoned by Chu Yan, and all the feelings were cut off instantly. How can this make him not angry? There are too many people, and the magic essence is the key, so I'm sorry. Chu Yan smiled lightly. It's good to fight, at least they can't understand it anymore. After the words fell, Chu Yan swung his swords together, a white sword light and a golden sword light, all cutting towards the crowd of cultivators on the opposite side. Chu Yan, what do you want to do? Huing said. At this time, he and Xian had already left at the location of King Shitai, only Duanelong was still there feeling, and seeing that he couldn't get up, he might have already had some feelings. Without the slightest hesitation, Huing turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Chu Yan, attacking like a tide of immortal spells. With his cultivation base, although it is impossible to defeat Chu Yan, it is completely fine to block Chu Yan for a while. Seeing Huing, who was standing like a wall in front of him, Chu Yan grinned and raised his swords again. #C3172 Guard He Yao. Chapter 3172. As Chu Yan's sword slashed down, Huing and other cultivators did not dare to neglect, and they all sacrificed Lingbao to stop them. However, what they didn't expect was that after the two sword lights fell, the two swords in Chu Yan's hands turned into a golden sword, and the transparent long sword disappeared. Call out. Not far behind, in the direction of King Shitai, a sword shadow flashed, a flash of light appeared in the void, but another sword pierced through the void, slashing straight at Duanelong. Haoyan, the sword governs the world. This is the God of War swordsmanship that Chu Yan learned before under the guidance of God of War and Lin Meng. Not good. Huing and Xian's expression suddenly changed. They never expected that Chu Yan had such a strong swordsmanship that he was able to strike Duanelong directly. At this moment, Duanelong, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the bluestone platform, suddenly burst into a monstrous demonic breath, smashing into the void, and an extremely tall bloody body emerged from the sky. This body seemed to be eternal, with a hint of domineering, and with a wave of his hand, he directly smashed that sword light into powder. Huh! Chu Yan was taken aback. When he met Duanelong before, he felt that there was a special aura in this person's body. But I didn't expect this force to be so powerful. Can't even control the world with a sword. It seems. Chu Yan lowered his head and pondered, and the momentum of his whole body broke out again. The sword in his hand trembled, the sound of the sword's poison shook the sky, and the mighty sword force continued to condense, which shocked all the practitioners present. Including several practitioners who were at the peak of the earthly venerable realm, all of them turned pale instantly. They can feel that this Chu Yan is really a peerless genius, like a king here. When he raises his sword and slashes down, the whole audience will be annihilated. Everything is difficult, come back quickly. Huing shrank his pupils and shouted loudly. Chu Yan is too strong. We just need to protect Duanelong, don't let Chu Yan touch him. Regarding the sudden outbreak of Chu Yan, Huing immediately opened his mouth to change his strategy. Although Duanelong has a powerful trump card of magic breath, Chu Yan's strength should not be underestimated, and he might be able to kill Duanelong. By that time, maybe no one on their side can sense the magic essence. Good. Hearing that, Fan Nan glared at Fatty Fan Chen, took all the cultivators, turned around and retreated to the Qingshi terrace, gathered in front of Chu Yan, and shot together. All kinds of immortal techniques and killer moves were all blasted at Chu Yan, who was about to make a move. Hu Ying and the others no longer cared about King Nether and Heiyao Mozen, and all surrounded Chu Yan. Good. Well done. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was not angry, but happy. He summoned Wentian Furnace with a long roar, protected his whole body, and urged the god of war code with all his strength. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the entire Seven Stars altar trembled, filled with powerful air waves, and struck the sky and the earth. Although Chu Yan was only one person, but with a strong fighting spirit, he swept the audience, making Hu Ying, Xian and other cultivators feel extremely pressured. Hey! This little brother's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Not far away, Lu Piapiao, who had finished eating candy, looked at Chu Yan with doubts on her small face. This little brother is a good candidate, you can accompany me there. Lu Piapiao, who was staring at Chu Yan, pouted her mouth, as if she was thinking about something. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The seven-star altar, which had always been calm, suddenly gushed out an extremely powerful magic breath, sweeping the entire hall like a gust of wind. In this gust of wind, a faint magic power is contained in it. Chu Yan, Fan Chen and everyone present felt as if they were pinched by something in their hearts, and all their bodies trembled. What's the situation? Could it be? Lu Piapiao turned around and looked at the Qingshi terrace not far away, her big eyes were full of astonishment. Could it be that the magic marrow was sensed by someone? Seeing Heiyao Mozen and Duanilong in front of the Qingshi stage, Lu Piapiao suddenly became a little nervous. Chu Yan, Fanchen, quickly give me Shanli, I will kill them. Nether King looked in the direction of King Shitai, but he was ecstatic and roared loudly. The magic marrow moved. No matter who provoked it, it made no difference to him. If he couldn't see the benefits before, he would definitely not make a move, but now, the magic essence has reacted. As long as he kills everyone, Heiyao Mozen might be able to get the magic essence. At that time, the stone statues of ancient ancestors that you want, you can just take them casually. Chu Yan and Fan Chen nodded, without any hesitation, they all landed in front of the Wentian furnace, and poured their entire body of immortal power into the Wentian furnace. In an instant, a pair of incomparably fierce eyes opened in Wentian furnace. Immediately afterwards, the bloody aura of killing shot up from the cupola and spread like a tsunami. Not good. Hu Ying's face instantly turned pale. He is very clear about what cupola is. According to the evaluation given by Zhuchonglu, it is definitely the top celestial treasure. Now it is discovered that there is a weapon spirit in Wentian furnace, which has almost reached the level of Daobao. Now this weapon spirit turned out to be a peerless beast. Everyone, let's go all out and show all the cards, otherwise all previous efforts will be wasted. Hu Ying turned his head and glanced at Duanilong, then glanced at Xian. The complexion of those who were difficult to wait for cultivators became extremely heavy, and an extremely powerful taboo handprint began to appear in his hand. At this moment, a Dao light suddenly appeared in the magic power surging in the hall of the seven-star altar. The hall, which was originally full of violence, instantly became holy and glorious. Not only that, but the stone statues of the ancient ancestors, the map of recording the sky, the statue of the ancient king of monsters, etc., all emitted spiritual breaths. These breaths are extremely terrifying, some are as green as the sea, some are as quiet as the abyss, and some are ever-changing, even life and death are impermanent, rushing around in the hall. Coupled with the already powerful Daoguang, the entire hall instantly became chaotic. Even if these chaotic breaths are not targeted, but the gathering of these powers makes all the cultivators feel as if they are standing under a mountain, extremely small. What happened? Chu Yan, Fan Chen, Hu Ying and other cultivators all looked stunned. Especially Chu Yan and Fan Chen, who already knew the origin of these treasures before. The heavy treasures who didn't react at all, Why are they all reacting now? Not. The Nether King just showed himself, standing in the void, a pair of eyes full of fierce light and murderous intent disappeared instantly, turned into a stream of light, and returned to Wentian furnace. Chu Yan saw that, just as he was about to ask something, there was a sudden change. I saw that in the entire Seven Stars altar, a large piece of Taoist light surged like ocean waves, enveloping the entire hall and evolving into a Taoist realm. Chu Yan, Fan Chen and other cultivators all looked up, but they saw a Taoist Xuanhuan sitting cross-legged above the sky. The Taoist priest sat there, like the Lord of the heaven, earth and sky, with a breath. Even if he waved it afterwards, it seemed that everyone would be wiped out instantly. But there's more to it than that. Roar. Amidst the huge roar, four ferocious beasts, resembling heaven and earth demon gods appeared, and the killing breath swept across all directions. #C3173 fail. Chapter 3173. Not only the statues of the ancient demon kings, but also the sky recording map behind the stele, also buzzed with a breath that shook the world, as if it was going to swallow this world in the next moment. These spirit treasures are all awakened. Chu Yan and Fanfa were all stunned and astonished. What's the situation? Why are these treasures suddenly awakened at the same time? As for Hu Ying and those people, except for a group of god kings, the other cultivators were stunned and unable to move at all. Die. The four ancient demon kings swept their fierce eyes, roared, and rushed towards the blue stone platform. At the same time, the heavenly Taoist Xuanhuan, the ancestors of the ancient times, Lu Xiantu, etc., all took action, and each one was more fierce than the other. The seal of Dao Yuan fell from the sky, fierce breath swept across the ground, sword intent and sword light were everywhere, and all kinds of violent forces swept across the entire hall of the seven-star altar. Ants dare to peek at the marrow. At this moment, amidst the roaring sound, an ancient and dark voice sounded. An incomparable demonic figure, passing through the void and time and space, suddenly descended and punched the crowd. Boom, boom. Where the demon gang passed by, the world trembled, and everything was shattered. The phantoms and attacks of all kinds of Taoist Xuanhuan, Lu Xiantu, ancient ancestors, and the king of monsters, all turned into powder. In an instant, the hall, which was still raging like a tide just now, returned to calm in an instant. It was as if everything that happened before was just a dream. However, all the cultivators present could see cracks everywhere on the ground and walls. It's scary. It's scary. Lu Piapiao patted her small chest and kept screaming. This is not the first time she has encountered such a scene, but it is the first time she has encountered such a large-scale resistance and suppression. As for Chu Yan, Fan Chen and other cultivators, they were completely shocked by the punch of the demon just now, and they couldn't react at all. This magic essence, it can't be. The voice of the vicious Pluto was still trembling and astonished, and even Chu Yan could hear a trace of horror. Although he is always a strong demon, Chu Yan is very curious. In this world, there are such powerful people. Sure, it must be him. Except for him, it is impossible to do it. With so many Dao treasures, all surrender, it can only be. The vicious Pluto seemed to be still deep in emotion, muttering to himself constantly, his eyes were even glazed over. Apparently, the identity of the master of this demon marrow shocked the youngest of the top 10 demon kings in ancient times, and he couldn't reverse it at all. Chu Yan was asking, and on the blue stone platform opposite, 2 beams of magic breath burst out at the same time. It fell on Demon Lord He Yao and Duanilong. What's the situation? That magic marrow reacted. In the next breath, when everyone turned their heads to look at King Shitai, they happened to see Mozen He Yao and Duanilong opening their eyes at the same time. The magic breath on their bodies rolled like a tide, and the powerful will of the magic way spread out. He Yao Wancher Ju. Phaseless Nine Spirits Heavenly Scripture. Without the slightest hesitation, the two of them seemed to be urging their own questioning method at the same time, and the gushing out of the Tao intent enveloped the drop of magic essence. It was as if the two powerful disciples were using all their strength to prove their strength to each other. Lu Piapiao's little pink fist was clenched tightly, her whole little body was tense, and her face was frozen. At this moment, Chu Yan, Fanfa, Molu, Longi, Huing, Xian and other cultivators all fixed their eyes on the two people in front of King Shitai. Immediately afterwards, the magic marrow trembled, and it actually moved. Boom! There was a loud noise. Demon Venerable He Yao's body suddenly flew upside down, as if he was hit hard by something. What? Damn! He Yao, Demon Venerable, spat out a mouthful of blood, and cursed loudly, with an angry face. It's over. The fierce Pluto's eyes trembled, and his face changed instantly. Now, he finally knows, the origin of this magic essence is absolutely certain. Demon Lord He Yao failed, leaving only Duanilong. If he succeeds, then everything here, even the 7-star altar, may be owned by Duanilong. Starter. Ha ha ha, I'm going to succeed. What's mine is mine. When Duanilong saw Demon Lord He Yao flying away beside him, he laughed wildly and his face was full of joy. The next moment, he stood up directly and raised his hand to grab the drop of magic essence. Huing and a group of cultivators, all of them were full of eyes, and all of them were extremely excited. Boom! As soon as the eye-catching hand came in front of Mo Sui, an invisible force erupted, heavily blasting the ecstatic Duanilong, sending him flying upside down, even farther than He Yao Demon Venerable. What? Lu Piapiao's big eyes froze instantly. The fierce Pluto was also stunned. All the cultivators present were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Didn't the magic marrow move just now? He had already been motivated. Demon Lord He Yao and Duanilong both sensed it. How could this be the result? Everyone was stunned, completely dumbfounded, and didn't understand the situation at all. Ordinary treasures, even if they don't accept them, will basically have no reaction, at most they will fight back. But now, the magic essence was flying back and forth on the bluestone platform, and it was obviously awakened. However, the two people who woke it up were blown away by it. Then what does it do when it wakes up? This is totally unreasonable. Just when everyone couldn't understand it and their faces were full of astonishment, the magic essence on the bluestone platform suddenly rushed out of the range of the bluestone platform, and shot towards the crowd. Like a black lightning, it flashed and disappeared. Hundreds of pairs of eyes turned their heads in unison, chasing after the black lightning bolt. However, when everyone saw clearly the place where the black lightning disappeared, their pupils shrank violently and their bodies trembled violently. Because that drop of magic marrow rushed into the body of a cultivator and disappeared. And that person turned out to be Chu Yan. How can it be? In an instant, in the entire hall, countless pairs of eyes trembled, and everyone opened their mouths wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. The air was completely quiet, and the scene was dead silent. Not only other cultivators, but even Chu Yan himself looked down at his chest with a dazed expression. What's the situation? Is this magic marrow crazy? This kind of terrifying existence that can suppress many Tao treasures and subdue the 7-star altar, what a shocking boss it was before. Leaving such a drop of magic essence can only be for inheritance, or to find successors. There can be no other purpose at all. However, at least one should find a magician. How could I find it on my head? Apart from the Rakshasa technique and the holy Rakshasa, the swordsmanship I practice now, the law of warfare, etc., seem to have nothing to do with the magic way. Moreover, Rakshasa skills and holy Rakshasa skills are not pure magic skills, they are just a method of magic cultivation in the lower realm. Compared with the orthodoxy of the magic way in God's domain, it is completely irrelevant. Strictly speaking, the Holy Rakshasa is a complex and complicated technique that combines evil, killing, destruction, and magic. However, why did this magic marrow choose herself? Moreover, after blowing away 2 pure demon cultivators, he took the initiative to rush towards him. This? No matter how Chu Yan thought about it, he couldn't understand it at all. See 3174, The Secret of Reincarnation. Chapter 3174. After the magic marrow entered the body, it rushed around in Chu Yan's body. In just a few breaths, almost all the meridians, flesh and blood of Chu Yan's body went through. Wherever he passed, all kinds of magic breath surged, changing Chu Yan's blood. Finally, the drop of magic marrow stopped at Chu Yan's heart and began to evolve and condense. A huge black heart appeared in a symmetrical place where the original heart was. That is a magic heart. The whole process was like flowing clouds and flowing water. If Chu Yan was not watching helplessly, but was in a sleeping state, he might not even know it at all. Now, the demonic heart that had been formed began to release a faint demonic breath, gushing out of Chu Yan's body and scattering to the surrounding void. The passing of these demonic breaths, the surrounding maps of recording the sky, the stone statues of ancient ancestors, the statues of the 4 major demon kings, and other Taoist treasures, all kinds of demonic imprints, clearly appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. As long as Chu Yan moves his mind, he can communicate with them directly. What is happening? Chu Yan couldn't react at all kinds of thoughts flashed in the sea of consciousness, and he couldn't find Bei at all. Could it be the 9 realms star map? Suddenly, Chu Yan glanced across the sea of consciousness and the sky, and saw the vast starry sky. The stars were extraordinarily shining. If there is anything in one's body that can be compared to the terrifying existence of demon essence, it is only the 9 realms star chart. I'm stupid, what kind of world is this? Demon Lord Xie La Jiao was the first to react among all the people, and cursed as soon as he opened his mouth. At this moment, his heart is ashamed. I really have an urge to die. Especially thinking that Chu Yan snatched all the treasures in the cave of Mad Sword Supreme in front of him, even Robbery Sword Supreme. And he even drank soup, but was snatched by the Flame Unicorn. But now, after finally encountering a great opportunity in the magic way, he has nothing to do with that Chu Yan. After all the calculations, it should be my turn. That's good. As soon as he turned his head, Mo Sui kicked him away without even thinking about it, and took the initiative to find Chu Yan. This is a chance to reach the top of the 9 realms supreme, or even a higher level. What a great opportunity! In this realm of the gods, 90% of the cultivators have a great opportunity that they will never meet in their lifetime. Can't wait. Everyone. Duan Ilang wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, all of which were sinister. This Chu Yan got the magic essence, which is a big trouble for us. Now, before he has refined the magic essence, hurry up and kill him. When this sentence fell, he jumped up from the ground, mobilized the magic breath in his whole body, and attacked Chu Yan fiercely. Compared with Xie La Jiao Demon Venerable's desire to die, he is more angry. No matter what, as long as he can get back the magic essence, he still has a chance. He thinks so. Not bad. Let's shoot together. Huing, Xian and other cultivators all woke up when they saw Duan Ilang's attack. Their eyes were blood red, and they burst out with the strongest momentum, like a herd of beasts rushing towards Chu Yan. In an instant, countless attacks gathered together, like a frenzy of waves, flocking towards Chu Yan overwhelmingly. Humph! With this king here, who dares to touch him? Before Chu Yan could react, a thunderous roar sounded beside him. In the Wendian furnace, a figure as terrifying as a mountain rushed out. Standing in the void, standing in front of Chu Yan, a wave of fierce light swept across the audience. What? Duanilong, Huing and other cultivators couldn't react at all. They didn't expect that the ghost in Wendian furnace would suddenly rush out. In an instant, a ferocious wave swept across, annihilating all the attacks directly, and blasting hard on all the cultivators. Bang bang bang, ah ah ah. The sound of bombardment and screams sounded at the same time, and everyone was blown away, flying around like a celestial maiden scattered flowers. Just one move, sweeping the audience, destroying the group. Regardless of whether it is a human being, an earthly one, or even a heavenly one, they are all like ants in front of the fierce Pluto. At this moment, all the cultivators understood what the 10 ancient kings of monsters are. Quick, withdraw. Huing, Xian and other cultivators, with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, looked up at the fierce Pluto standing in the void, then turned around and left. The Wendian furnace in Chu Yan's hand is too scary. Being able to attack and defend is definitely the top existence among Daobao. This Chu Yan hasn't made a move yet. If he continues to fight, it's possible that all of them will be lost here. Moreover, if the magic essence has been lost and cannot be retrieved, what is the point of being here? Chu Yan, wait and see. Duanilong was the most depressed existence among all the people, staring at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes. He turned and left. Compared with other people, he was only a little short of getting the magic essence. The disappointment under this kind of hope made him unacceptable for a while. It's like a duck with its beak flying away. Ha ha ha, yes, Chu Yan did a good job. Seeing a group of ants running away, the vicious Hades had no interest in chasing them, so he turned around to look at Chu Yan, and quickly praised them. What is the origin of this magic essence? Chu Yan remembered very clearly that the former fierce Pluto seemed to have seen the origin of the devil's essence. This? Hearing Chu Yan's question, vicious Pluto's expression darkened and his smile disappeared. This magic essence, if I am not mistaken, it is the 6th of the ancient gods, left by the black jade demon god. It must be a great benefit to be integrated with you now. Having said this, the vicious Pluto's eyes sparkled again, and the corners of his eyes glanced at the pile of Dao treasures around him, his mouth crooked when he smiled. There are 10 gods, that is an ancient legend, the supreme existence above the realm of the gods. Even if he is the 3rd king of the ancient monsters, he can't even match his leg hair. The 6th of the gods. Chu Yan's expression changed. Of course he knew the number 6 of the gods, but to his surprise, he didn't expect that among the 10 gods, there was the highest demon. Wrong. Not at all. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, but it was Empress Xiantian who broke through the sound transmission. Isn't it? That's? Chu Yan asked. The magic essence is, but it's not him who is suppressing all the existences here. Empress Xiantian continued. Hearing this, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. In this way, there is someone else in the 7-star altar. Moreover, according to the meaning of Empress Xuantian's words, the person behind this is probably much stronger than the 6th dark demon god of the gods. Who is this, again? Don't guess, I didn't even find out about that person. Empress Xiantian said. Now, you have to remember that this magic marrow will integrate into your body by itself, which may cause some things. Spark things? That's right, your reincarnation may finally begin. At this moment, in Chu Yan's eyes, a group of fiery pupils ignited instantly. #C3175 Refining Magic Marrow. Novel Network. Reincarnation. Own reincarnation. Dao Jing, the 9 realms star map, and even the giants in the starry sky that the old man in sackcloth bowed to before were all related to his own reincarnation. And now, the drop of magic essence in front of him is actually related to his own reincarnation. So, what exactly is your own reincarnation? A strong curiosity rose in my heart. What kind of a save is that? Even after the loss, it will have such a big impact on myself. What kind of martial arts realm is that? In other words, it has already exceeded the scope of martial arts realm. All kinds of questions flashed through Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, but there were no answers at all. Of the 10 gods, what kind of existence each one is, perhaps only a person like Empress Shantian will know. The god of war in Qingjia is one, the old man in linen is one, and the one in the 9 realms star map is also one. And now, this drop of magic marrow is the 6th existence of the gods. As far as I know, the dark demon god doesn't have much to do with the 10 gods. They seem to be a unique existence. Empress Shantian was silent for a long time before speaking. Maybe this is a bureau. What I'm interested in now is who set up this bureau. Who is it that has such a big hand? In fact, Empress Shantian still knows something, but she won't tell Chu Yan now. What is certain now is that the appearance of the magic marrow is by no means accidental, just like what she told Chu Yan. I'm afraid it's the beginning of something. Next, just wait and everything will come to the fore. After the fusion of the magic marrow, how does it feel? I don't know when. Lu Piapiao has already quietly flashed in front of Chu Yan, and after several circles around him, he stood in front of Chu Weifan, tilted his head, stared at Chu Yan with big black eyes. Asked. I don't feel anything. Chu Yan thought for a long time, but could only shake his head. To be honest, I really don't feel it. All around, Fan Chen, He Yao Mozhen, Mo Wu, and Lang Yi formed a circle, all looking at Chu Yan as if they were monsters. I don't feel it, what the hell? This is a drop of magic essence. Mozhen Heiyao grinned his teeth, watching Chu Yan grind his back molars continuously. Never mind. There is no hope for the magic marrow, but there are still so many Dao treasures here, any one of them is also a priceless treasure, no loss. You really don't feel it. You don't feel like you're going to die. Among the crowd, only Lu Piapiao's attention was always on Chu Yan, and when he said a word, he almost drove Chu Yan to death. What is the feeling of dying? Do you know something? Chu Yan stared at him. Asked directly. No. It's nothing. Lu Piapiao hurriedly shook her head and dodged to the side. No wonder. Of course she knew, and she knew that no matter whether Chu Yan died or not, the result would be the same. Even if Chu Yan is really immortal, but in the end, he still has to go to that place. Okay. Then I will try to help you now. Chu Yan looked at Lu Piapiao, smiled lightly, and then the magic breath surged in his body. On the bluestone platform, a magic seal rose up, sizzled, and turned into strands of fly ash, flying in all directions. Lu Piapiao's excited little face flushed, causing her to fly into the sky like a baby bird learning to fly. Swish! Finally, after a few thumps, Lu Piapiao successfully ascended into the air, flying back and forth happily. Lu Piapiao, shouldn't it be time to tell us how to get these Daobao? Chu Yan laughed. Fan Chen, He Yao Mozhen, and the Pluto and others all looked longingly at Lu Piapiao, who was flying around like a bird in the sky. This. However, Lu Piapiao stopped, but her face was reddish, looking a little embarrassed. You didn't lie to us, did you? Seeing her expression, Demon Lord He Yao was unwilling at that time. Well, yes. Lu Piapiao nodded. I go. Demon Lord He Yao and the group of people all twitched. What is, Are you really okay like this? However, since he has integrated the magic essence, he can already communicate with some Dao treasures. Why don't you talk to them? There should be a chance. When this sentence landed, everyone's expressions changed. Yes. These Dao treasures were all in a deep sleep state before, but now it is different, and it is completely possible to have a good chat with them. This is generally the case with high-level heavy treasures. The chances of wanting to take over directly are very low. Most of them are bargaining and signing some contracts when they recognize the master. For example, after 10 or 100 years, return them to freedom or help them do something. However, most cultivators don't care, because 100 years is enough to grind them slowly. Do you really think we are so easy to talk to? You can lie if you want. Chu Yan, however, ignored the excited gazes cast by the crowd, and looked up at Lu Piapiao in midair. His eyes were icy cold. Although the other party has the image of a little girl, Chu Yan knows that this little girl is probably 10 or 100 times her age. A strong sense of immortality descended like a mountain. The power of killing, the breath of magic, and the breath of destruction all enveloped Lu Piapiao, making her completely flustered in an instant. In fact, she herself is just an earth spirit in this blessed land of heaven and earth. In terms of cultivation base, she is the third heaven of earth respect. In the face of Chu Yan, and even existences like Heiyao Mozan and fierce Pluto, she has no power to fight back. You can't do this. I am the earth spirit here. If you use force on me, the bans and kills here will be. She was obviously terrified, and she couldn't make it up at all while she was talking. Before, Chu Yan didn't integrate the magic essence, so she didn't know anything, so she could say whatever she wanted. But now, after Chu Yan has fused the magic essence, he can communicate with everything here, which is equivalent to knowing everything. How to make this up? I can't lie anymore. What do you want? Lu Piapiao finally realized the seriousness of the problem. However, she knew it was her fault. I want this blessed land. Chu Yan said lightly. How could I miss such a good place for cultivation, if I met him? What? You want to subdue this spirit? Lu Piapiao stared with big eyes, her face full of anger. Impossible. This spirit will never yield to anyone. Never. As soon as this sentence was said, Chu Yan raised his hand and waved the Haoyan sword in his hand. The sword light shot into the night, and cut straight to the void around Lu Piapiao. Boom. The entire void exploded, and the domain of sword intent completely enveloped Lu Piapiao, and with a slight movement, she could be crushed into powder. You. This time, Lu Piapiao finally realized her situation. Her face was pale. You are a bad person. Bullying the small with the big. Clang. Clang. The sword energy shakes the air, and the field of sword intent keeps shrinking. Good. Good. I promise. Seeing that he is about to disappear in smoke, what dignity is there, what can't be promised? The point is, she finally found out that her tricks are completely useless to this Chu Yan. #C3176 I'm so miserable. Lu Piapiao's entire face drooped. This little life is too bitter. She hadn't been out before, so she was subdued. Since she was born, she has been banned, and now she has just regained her freedom, but she has been taken away again, which is equivalent to losing half of her freedom. It's too miserable for a dignified earth spirit of a top-level god and blessed land. Don't worry, I won't use force. From now on, it's the beginning of our cooperation. Cooperation. Lu Piapiao's big eyes flickered. Not bad. You follow me, safety can be guaranteed, and I will help you practice and become stronger. Chu Yan nodded. In fact, from beginning to end, he was scaring this little girl. Although Chu Yan knew that Lu Piapiao's appearance was just a cover, but if he really wanted to do something to Lu Piapiao, he really couldn't. Really? The little girl's eyes lit up. Of course. Chu Yan nodded. On this point, Chu Yan can really guarantee that not only he subdues, but also his friends. Chu Yan will never be stingy. The most important thing is that Chu Yan will never treat them as current people. Okay. All right. Don't chat, hurry up and take over these Daobao. He Yao demon venerable who was standing on the side couldn't bear it at all, and reminded directly. For the lost magic essence, his heart was still bleeding, and he had been looking at the pile of Dao treasures eagerly since just now, as anxious as a cat scratching. Not only He Yao Mozen, but also Ji Pluto, Lang Yi, Mo Wu, etc., all looked at Chu Yan with pitiful faces. Okay. I'll try. Chu Yan glanced over, saw these sad eyes, and walked towards Dao Bao without talking nonsense. Powerful magic breath gushed out, sweeping out like a shock wave, suppressing many Dao treasures. This time, Chu Yan didn't have such a good temper, and directly crushed his domineering will, and would not be polite to them at all. After all, the purpose this time is to subdue these Dao treasures, so it is natural to use the same method as Lu Piapiao. Otherwise, give them a good face, maybe they will push their noses in the face. Just like before, Lu Piapiao deliberately lied to them. As the magic breath passes by, the power is like a tide. In an instant, the statues of the ancient ancestors, the seven-star altar, the map of Tianlu, and the stone statues of the four demon kings all released their aura and collided with Chu Yan's demon aura. Boom! 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 The imperceptible sound of the air storm exploded, and one after another aura collided with Chu Yan's demonic aura, and all kinds of winds danced and scattered in all directions. These Dao Bao themselves know that there are restrictions on them. And the human in front of them, after merging with the magic essence, can help them undo these restrictions. However, these ancient Taoist treasures are not ordinary existences, and their spiritual intelligence is not weak. Listen, I have refined the magic marrow. From now on, as long as you are willing, I can help you. Chu Yan's eyes turned blood red in an instant, and his whole body was full of surging demon breath, looking down at all the Dao treasures like a demon king of heaven and earth, and shouted. But the stone statues of the ancient ancestors, the record of the sky, the demon king, etc., are constantly releasing powerful wills, colliding with Chu Yan's demon breath. Although they didn't have an obvious answer to Chu Yan's words, such behavior made it easy for Chu Yan and He Yao Mozen to understand. Never surrender. Just like before, when Lu Piapiao heard that Chu Yan was going to subdue her, she had exactly the same attitude. Even tougher than Lu Piapiao's attitude. Damn it. Are we bad? You just look down on us. He Yao Mozen's entire face turned black, and he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Look at Chu Yan, the strongest magic essence is directly sent to the door. But now, they wanted to subdue these Dao treasures, and even used Chu Yan's magic essence. Under the forceful coercion, these Dao treasures could not be killed. How unwilling to hang out with them. The most important thing is, if they are really unwilling, then this trip. Ji Pluto, Mo Wu, and Lang Yi, who were standing on the side, also looked depressed and disappointed. But Chu Yan frowned, looking directly at these Dao treasures. This is a bit of a hassle. There is no agreement at all. And with such unanimity, it couldn't be that they had discussed it in advance. Could it be, just give up this Taba? That would be a pity, these Dao treasures are top grade, even one of them is comparable to 10 ordinary Dao treasures. Such a precious treasure, just missed it. You guys are so stupid. While Lu Piapiao was flying around in the air, she looked at Chu Yan and the others with disgust on her face. Chu Yan raised his head and stared fiercely, causing Lu Piapiao to shrink his neck in fright. What I mean is that these Taoist treasures have all recognized their masters before. The stronger the spiritual treasures, the more difficult it is to recognize their masters again. So, you should put them all away and grind them slowly. Grind? Demon Lord He Yao and Fan Chen's eyes lit up when they heard this. Yes. This is simply the eagerness to seek treasure, thinking about subduing it directly, but forgetting this method. The difference between these Dao treasures and ordinary Dao treasures is that they are all banned except that they are of higher rank. In this way, you only need to keep grinding them, and they can't resist at all, so they can only bear it honestly. One day, they will not be able to bear it, and their will and resistance will be worn away. Good idea. Although it's a bit slow, it's doable. Fierce Pluto nodded quickly. Ha ha ha, let me just say it. I will grind my Tianming monument, the stone statues of the ancient ancestors, and the statues of the 4 Warcraft kings slowly. Demon Lord He Yao smiled like a flower, and was about to go forward to collect it. However, before he took 2 steps, he felt an extremely cold breath coming from behind him, almost freezing him into ice. Xiao He, try it. Fierce Pluto grinned, just looked at him like this, and even raised his hand as a gesture of please. However, even Chu Yan could tell that this was asking him to die. Collect 3 Dao treasures in one breath, have you asked others? Didn't you see that with one move from the fierce Pluto earlier, all the cultivators in the field were repelled, including a large group of Tianzhenjing? And his eyes never left those stone statues of ancient ancestors. You Heiyao Demon Venerable are so afraid of not dying, you will grab things from others when you come up. What I mean by this is, I'll bring it here for you. Really, just leave it to me to run errands. Heiyao Demon Venerable dared to fight with the fierce Pluto, and immediately fell in love with him on the spot. So next, several people began to discuss how to distribute Daobao. In the end, King Xie Pluto took away 2 stone statues of ancient ancestors, Mozen Heiyao took away 4 statues of ancient demon kings, Lang Yi wanted to record the sky map, and Fanchen took the 7-star altar. As for Mo Wu, he directly chose the steel of Tianming. Chu Yan has no opinion on their allocation, and will not participate in their allocation. Although these people seem unreliable, Chu Yan will never let them down. Have you finished dividing the dirt? What about the people outside? Lu Piapiao flew to the entrance of the hall, pointed outside, and said angrily. #C3177 Flying Treasure. After being reminded by Lu Piapiao, Chu Yan and the others reacted. Almost forgot about these people. There are still a bunch of god kings waiting outside, how to rush out is still a problem. After Xian and Huing escaped before, they would definitely report the situation in the 7-star altar to those god kings. The god kings who had finished fighting with the Tide of Bones heard that Chu Yan and the others had received a lot of treasure. And my own group of god kings were beaten here by Chu Yan to beat fierce things and dead bones, and were cut off by Chu Yan. Daobao, it is strange not to fight desperately with Chu Yan. Humph. Little girl, don't you know that this deity is here, just a group of god king ants, let me wipe them all out like this. Lang Yi looked out with disdain. That expression made Chu Yan and Heiyao Mozen, who were standing beside him, want to kick him out. Chu Yan, this matter is a bit tricky. Heiyao Mozen didn't bother to pay attention to his self-confident Lang Yi, and turned to look at Chu Yan. It's better, let's not use this blessed place first, let's rush out directly, there are still some opportunities. As the saying goes, if you can run away from a monk, you cannot run away from a temple. Chu Yan told Lu Piapiao, before that if he wanted to take over this blessed land, he would naturally find a way to drive all these god kings out. This is a group of god kings, not wild boars, the kind that can be chased as they please. For Heiyao Mozen, it was already very troublesome just to escape with these Dao treasures. If you still have to think of a way, it is almost impossible to keep this blessed place. Snort. Hearing Demon Lord Heiyao's words, Lu Piapiao's cheeks puffed up suddenly. He actually wanted to leave her behind and run away by himself. Piao Piao, what can I do? Chu Yan asked. Lu Piapiao is the spirit of the earth here, Chu Yan doesn't believe it, she will have nothing to do. Of course there is a way. You have just fused the magic essence, and you can use the restriction of this blessed land. As long as you activate it, these god kings can't resist except to escape. Speaking of this, Lu Piapiao thought for a while, looked up at Chu Yan, and added, "At that time I will use some more means, and I will be able to leave here in a blessed place from the gods, so that they can't catch up." When these words landed, Fan Chen, the vicious Pluto, Heiyao Mozen and others present were all stunned. "This is a blessing, you can still run." Mobile. This Lu Piapiao, with this ability, can take away the entire blessed land of God and heaven. You must know that the gestation of gods, heaven and earth is based on the aura of heaven and earth, and this aura of heaven and earth is of course related to the natural environment. If you moved it away and forcibly changed its environment, is it still a blessed place? That's not the same as ruining it. Chu Yan will never want a ruined blessed land. Moreover, how long can you, an earth spirit, live without the support of heaven and earth aura? A group of people looked at Lu Piapiao like they were fools. As an earth spirit, what kind of method did he propose? Pay attention to your eyes. The means of this spirit. How can you understand it? Lu Piapiao was uncomfortable seeing the eyes of these people, and warned directly. Means? Demon Venerable Heiyao and the others looked at each other, and their eyes lit up immediately. Chu Yan, if this is true, then this blessed land is definitely in existence against the sky. For a godlike land that can be moved, its value must be multiplied by at least 100 times. Because, being able to move means that it can devour the spiritual energy of other places along the way. For example, in the position of other people's caves, in the past, they just sucked it up, and then ran away after absorbing it. That would be great. Most importantly, what is God blessed to be most afraid of? Of course, the thief misses it. Just like the cave of the Mad Sword Supreme before, after being discovered by the 3 great god kings, he thought about it for so long, and finally found Chu Yan, broke open it, and broke into it. But now, if this blessed land could be moved, then the problems like the Quanjian Supreme Cave Mansion would not exist at all. If found out, I will run away. Go there next time? Sorry, take your time looking for it. Great. If it's true, Chu Yan, you're out. The fierce Pluto's eyes glowed. Okay. Piao Piao, let's start. Chu Yan was also full of expectations and wanted to verify it quickly. On the other side, the White Jade Palace, in the inner hall. A battle is coming to an end. The battle between Fanshu God King, Yuxian God King, and the 10 ominous creatures in the sky is coming to an end. The large formation, composed of 30 God Kings, is boundless in power. Under the joint bombardment and killing, the murderous creatures were continuously injured until they were lost. Now, the only one who is still alive is the murderous creature headed by him. What did you say? Say it again. King Fanshu and others who were fighting were stunned when they heard Huing, Duanelong, and Xian's report. What a nonsense. These Dao treasures are at the legendary level, how could they appear in one place at the same time? Really? I swear, and they can testify. Xian and the others hurriedly explained. Really? More than 100 cultivators nodded in unison. Everyone. We can't procrastinate any longer, solve it quickly, let's go grab something. God King Fanshu and God King Yuxian yelled directly at the sky, and said to the other God Kings. This is a legendary Dao treasure. Even if it is any one of the Dao treasures, it may cause a battle of God's domain forces. Now, they actually appeared in the same place, and if they were lucky, it would be a big deal. How could such a good thing be taken away by Chu Yan and others? Never. However, when all the God Kings were excited, a powerful breath suddenly surged. What? God King Fanshu and others all raised their heads and looked at the sky. I saw a large blood-colored cloud surging forward, and one figure after another appeared from the cloud. The monstrous murderous aura charged from the blood-colored clouds, sweeping across the entire palace complex in an instant. Even if it is a group of god kings, under the attack of this aura, they all tremble. This is the heavenly soul blood-killing formation. I don't care, there is also the great formation of Wanlei Mieshin. Feng Tianjue Huang formation. Damn, escape. Damn, are you crazy? How could the three major forbidden arts burst out at the same time? Run. A group of god kings turned around like crazy, and a large amount of divine power gushed out, covering their own clansmen, turning them into a large stream of light, and rushing towards the exit. Asshole. God King Fanxiu and God King Yuxian stared blankly at the sky, almost bleeding from their hearts. After finally killing the 10 ominous creatures, the 3 major killing prohibition formations are here again. This is not a waste of time. The point is, I just heard about the disappearance of a few legendary Daobao, so I just missed it. However, facing the 3 major killing formations, they had no choice but to turn around and leave. If it had been a little later, they, the kings of gods, would not even be left with scum. In the blink of an eye, all the people in the White Jade Palace, including all the god kings, ran away. They all rushed to the vicinity of the Mist Passage, looking at the blessed land in front of them from a distance. #C3178 Little Girl. What all the god kings couldn't believe was that the surrounding fog began to condense continuously. Moreover, the volume of the condensed fog is getting smaller and smaller, and the eyes can no longer see through it. Along with it, the entire blessed land became smaller and smaller at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths, the huge white jade palace on top of the vast mountain disappeared like that, flying to the depths of the sky in clouds. Completely disappeared in front of everyone. What? At this moment, the god kings present were all dumbfounded. Even if they, a group of god kings, flew into the sky and crossed the continents of the god's domain, they have never seen a cave that can fly away by themselves. What the hell? Can you run by yourself? God King Yaoxian's eyes were full of shock and doubt. A blessed place that can fly away, this. The sea of consciousness of the great god kings was deeply shaken. They couldn't believe how a blessed land that could come and go freely existed. Uncle, that Chu Yan, we can't let him go. The magic essence, and Daobao, we have to take it back. Duanilong looked at the god king on Dawang Island, and said. Well, everything must be taken back, including that Chu Yan, we must not let it go. The god king of Dawang Island nodded heavily, his eyes full of fierce light. Originally, it was only the first time he and Chu Yan met, but in this blessed land, he was cheated by the god Chu Yan 3 times in a row. This bad breath must be vented. Everyone, what do you say? Turning around to look at the other god kings, he asked questions. He only represents Dawangdo, and so many god kings present represent all forces, it is impossible for Dawangdo to monopolize this opportunity. Of course we can't let him go. This kid is so bold, he must be judged. That's right. God King Fanxiu, God King Yuxian expressed their opinions one after another, their eyes were full of anger and murderous aura. Chu Yan got a bunch of Dao treasures, the most important drop of magic essence, the value is immeasurable, this child must be killed. Then join hands. The god king of Dawang Island said coldly, now, please mobilize your strength and track down the whereabouts of this Chu Yan. As long as you find it, contact everyone immediately. When this sentence fell to the ground, the god kings present nodded their heads one after another. Good. Just do it. All the god kings didn't waste time, turned around quickly, and rose into the air, and the various forces began to arrange. Now, amazing changes have taken place in both the Holy City domain and the Jiuxiao domain, and traces of major inheritances have appeared in the world. Now that Chu Yan has escaped, then take this opportunity to quickly go to other ruins. Among the people present, only Huing and the God King of Jiuxiao kept their heads down and their eyes flickered. No one else knew, but he knew about Chu Yan's whereabouts. Because Chu Yan had been to Jiuxiao before. Ask about the whereabouts of the 3 elixir. Now it seems that in this white jade palace, Chu Yan found 2 plants, and now he must go to the place where the other plant is located. Go. Go back first. Huing and Xuanhuan looked at each other, nodded, and shot up into the sky at the same time. This matter is getting bigger and bigger now, and it has exceeded their scope of power, and they must go back and report to Tianying Supreme. On the other side, inside the White Jade Palace. When the 3 forbidden techniques and killing formations were mobilized, the entire White Jade Palace, together with a mountain below, all spiritual energy and treasures were concentrated in the White Jade Palace. Now, Fan Chen, He Yao, Fierce Pluto, Mo Wu, and others are all refining those Dao treasures with all their heart and soul. After chatting with Lu Piapiao for a while, Chu Yan and Lu Piapiao transformed this blessed land according to their wishes. The current Baiyu main hall has been transformed into a courtyard by Chu Yan. Chu Yan sat cross-legged in the courtyard, with the Qingjia god of war floating behind him. The majestic immortal power was attracted and continuously integrated into his body. Sure enough, the speed of cultivation in a blessed land is astonishing. With this speed, you should be able to break through to the heavenly venerable realm in less than 10 days. Chu Yan opened his eyes slightly, and the thunder was overflowing. Now he completely understands why those supreme beings are all entrenched in the cave and rarely leave. This practice speed is more than 10 times and 100 times the usual speed. Moreover, this blessed land can also be regarded as a piece of foundation for oneself. Now, he got this and the blessed land, which is even more superb, and he can even fly. In this way, Chu Yan made up his mind to use this white jade palace as his foundation in the future, to build it well. This defensive ability must be further improved. Chu Yan looked around, pondering in his heart. Now, because of the birth of the White Jade Palace, the entrance has been opened, and any cultivator can enter and exit freely. That was before, and now it is owned by Chu Yan. This one must be changed. Therefore, Chu Yan needs to arrange more murderous intentions and restrictions in the mist passage. Big brother, let's go there to play. Lu Piapiao, who was full of excitement, ran to Chu Yan's yard. Let's go here. Chu Yan passed to Lu Piapiao a divine sense and told her the location. This position is exactly where the 9 extremes God Demon fruit is located. Now, after getting 2 elixir plants, the last one is still short of bringing Yu Linglong back to life. This, here. When Lu Piapiao saw the location on the map, she was startled. Is there a problem? Chu Yan asked. It's nothing, it's just that this location, close to a forbidden area, is a bit dangerous. When Lu Piapiao spoke, there was something obviously wrong with his eyes. It doesn't matter. There are dangers everywhere. Chu Yan replied. But... Lu Piapiao frowned, as if she wanted to say something else. Chu Yan, there is one thing I must tell you. That drop of magic essence may cause you some trouble. Since coming into contact with Chu Yan, she found that this person is really good. Oh. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Empress Xiantian also reminded him that this magic essence might cause some things, and now this Lu Piapiao obviously knows something. I can't tell you too much, that's what. I can only remind you, you have to think about it, why doesn't this magic essence choose other people, but chooses you? Lu Piapiao said quickly with a critical expression. It's okay, let's go, and have a look first. Chu Yan said with a light smile. Although Lu Piapiao seems to have some taboos, Chu Yan already knows that the taboo of this magic essence should be near the Jiuji demon god fruit. Otherwise, with Lu Piapiao's excitement when he first entered the yard, it is impossible to keep persuading him not to go. Fair enough. The secrets of the magic marrow, including the secret of one's own reincarnation, it's time to open this game. Are you really not afraid? Humph. This is what you are going to kill yourself. Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. The little girl was so angry that she pouted and ran away. After putting in so much effort and risking being annihilated, I had already reminded him, but he didn't listen. I really don't know kind people. This little girl is still pure in heart. Chu Yan looked at the background of Lu Piapiao's departure, smiled wryly, and shook his head. #C3179 Beast Spirit. Just as Lu Piapiao left, Fanchen, with a fat face, walked into the yard again. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, everything is over now, shouldn't it be time to fulfill our promise? Before, he made an agreement with Chu Yan, and now it's time to settle the score. Fanchen has been thinking about this matter for a long time. However, from the beginning to the end, it was said that they were working together, but in fact, Fanchen didn't do much. He seemed to be an appraiser, explaining the origin of those Dao treasures very clearly along the way. But in the end, he also got a 7-star altar, which is a legendary Dao treasure. Therefore, no matter how thick the fat is, he still blushes slightly now. Well, yes, you can tell. Chu Yan nodded. What the hell do you want to do? Before Fanchen could open his mouth, He Yao Mozhen, Xie Ming Wang, Lang Yi, and others also walked in, all staring at Fanchen and asking. Huh? Lu Piapiao, who had just left, smelled another gossip that excited her, and ran back, frantically. Just a few questions, please answer them. This is what they agreed before, as long as he takes Chu Yan and these people away from the dry bone tide, Chu Yan will answer his question. For this Chu Yan, I was just curious at first, but in the end I was completely shocked. Fanchen naturally wanted to know the secret about Chu Yan. Not only him, but also those god kings, and even chambers of commerce such as Duchonglu and Dawangdo are thinking about this matter. Recast Daoji. In a few months, the destroyed road foundation was recast, which is amazing. Others don't know, but who he is a peerless genius who specializes in the way of the soul. How can it be possible to become a peerless genius without a little bit of a difference? And Fanchen's strangeness lies in the fact that the first time he saw Chu Yan, he discovered that there were terrifying auras of gods and 10 people hidden in Chu Yan's body. This can't escape his soul searching. Therefore, he judged that Chu Yan's recasting of the Dao Foundation was probably directly related to the breath of the gods in his body. How could he miss such an opportunity? The disciples of the Pufa sect all thought that Fanchen was crazy, but Fanchen knew what he was doing. He has a way to dig out all of Chu Yan's secrets. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, you and I are so in love with each other, we are the two most beautiful in the vast crowd. Fanchen's handprints are flying, and the light of soul in his eyes is flickering, watching Chu Yan keep saying something. I'm stupid, why don't you be so disgusting? When these words fell to the ground, the fierce Pluto and He Yao Mozhen all had the urge to vomit. I can't stand it. When Lu Piapiao saw this scene, she frowned slightly, and her eyes were full of surprise. What's the situation? She, the temporary master, won't be fine, let's go. It's no wonder that my own tricks are of no use to him, so it turns out that he likes this. If you want to die, just say it. Chu Yan felt that Fanchen was using the power of his soul. Still feeling nothing, he opened his mouth and replied. Although he was already prepared and knew that this mortal would use the power of his soul, he did not expect that he still could not completely guard against it. This is a very strange state. It's like the moment when you have woken up, but you are still in a dream. There is a ghost. At this time, Demon Venerable Xie Yao and the others also noticed something unusual, their faces darkened slightly. This mortal's soul talent is very strong. Lang Yi heard it and nodded quickly. Before, he was tricked by Fanchen, and he would flatter him fiercely. That was completely opposite to his thoughts and mouth, and he couldn't even defend himself at all. Strange, Chu Yan's soul power is not weak, why? Mo Wu understood Chu Yan, and said with a puzzled face. That's because Chu Yan now thinks that the surroundings, including us, are safe, and he has no sense of guard at all. Otherwise, if he is fighting, this mortal will have nothing to do. Fatty is a ruthless thief. The first sentence is, all things are over. It is to let Chu Yan relax his soul further. Xie Yao Mozen and the others finally found the pattern. They all stared at Fanchen with gritted teeth. Would you like to give it to him? The fierce Pluto was very upset, raised his hand and a fierce light condensed into a solid light, aiming at the mortal world. Don't. Demon Lord Xie Yao hurriedly stopped him. Joke. Back then, all the cultivators were blown away with one move. If you punched out with this punch, you wouldn't be able to kill Fatty on the spot. Besides, don't you want to know Chu Yan's secret? This is a great opportunity. Hearing this sentence, the fierce Pluto instantly understood, smiled, and folded his fists and embraced his chest. The secret of this monster Chu Yan is of course interesting. Not far away, Lu Piapiao listened to these words, but was completely dazed, and had no idea what they were talking about. Huh. It seems to be useful. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction, Fanchen was overjoyed. This time, in order to deal with this Chu Yan, he didn't even need moral integrity. You and I are absolutely the best match. Believe in yourself, believe in your heart, you are in love with this immortal. Tell me about the secrets of the gods. Gods. As soon as the core content was uttered, the expression of the ominous Pluto, Xie Yao Mozen and others present all changed, and they were shocked. This Chu Yan, could it be that the recasting of the Tao Foundation has something to do with the gods? No. Nothing. No secrets. Chu Yan's eyes were full of lightning, and the corners of his mouth were raised lightly, answering the fat man's question. I was able to recast the Tao Foundation because of the God-defying flame and a large amount of ancient immortal level elixir. What? What about the gods? The fat man was startled. There are no gods. Chu Yan shook his head again. Depend on. This time, Fatty Fanchen was completely confused. He was wrong. The aura of the gods on Chu Yan's body is, because he sensed it wrong. Either it was his own soul method, which was cracked by Chu Yan. However, no matter which result it is, it means that his behavior this time has completely failed. What's more, this is still a warning. Let Chu Yan know his purpose, and if he wants to get out of it in the future, it will be more difficult than reaching the sky. No. Never allowed. The fat man gritted his teeth and roared with a ferocious face. I can't be wrong, it must have something to do with the gods, you must ask, otherwise, why is he the number one in the world, and how can he recast the Taoist within a few months? Staring at Chu Yan, Fan Chen's eyeballs rolled quickly, and then asked. Then if you are talented, you must be amazing, so what is the reason? Change the direction, stop chasing the gods to ask, start from the most fundamental question, this can never go wrong. Even Lu Piapiao, who was not far away, looked over curiously. This fat man is so bad. Lu Piapiao silently drew a circle in her heart. However, she is also a little curious, what is so special about this Chu Yan, and the choice of the magic essence is really strange. Are you blind? Didn't you see the Qingjia god of war behind me? This is my talent and opportunity. And roar. Roar. Ho ho. In the next moment, the four mountain-like figures of Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Suzaku emerged together, appearing in front of Chu Yan and opening their direction. The 4 pairs of divine beast eyes looked down at the same time, and the fatty body of the fat man trembled. Shantian, beast spirit. I'm so stupid. This scene shocked everyone in the entire courtyard. What is that? Those are divine beasts, and there are 4 of them. Under the ordinary sky, the supreme being of all spirits, even exists side by side with the gods. Especially the vicious Pluto, the ancient king of monsters, was directly suppressed to the ground the moment the 4 divine beasts appeared. His whole body was shaking. #C3180 Pretty Sister. The top 10 kings of monsters in ancient times are enough to run rampant in the entire god realm. In front of the 4 divine beasts, he was like an ant, and his soul was about to be suppressed. Not to mention the 4 statues, just anyone, just staring at him, can stare him to death. What is this existence is like the difference between a soldier and an emperor. Of course, a small soldier must be a very strong existence compared with ordinary people. However, when he met the supreme imperial power, he was not even as good as a scum. And the 4 divine beasts have unparalleled status in God's domain, and even in higher levels. Under the supreme will, the cultivator's 10 gods are the strongest. Except for the cultivator, everything must submit to the feet of the 4 gods and beasts. This is the decision of the supreme will, and no one can surpass it. Me. Fatty Fanchen is a cultivator, and he can barely resist the coercion of the 4 divine beasts. Impossible. Since you have received the inheritance of the 4 divine beasts, how can you have such a heaven-defying cultivation talent? It's unreasonable. Even Demon Venerable He Yao reacted and roared loudly. The Lord of the gods and beasts is extremely terrifying, but that is not the inheritance of the cultivators after all. Therefore, the core of all problems must still be on the green-armored god of war. What is that? Although the people present couldn't recognize it, they knew that it was definitely a more terrifying giant cultivator. The identity of this Chu Yan is by no means simple. Chu Yan, I know, you will definitely not say, you will not tell me, what is the opportunity of your cultivation path? Fanchen gritted his teeth, held on firmly, and continued to test. He dug out Chu Yan's whole cards, but Fanchen knew, even Heiyao Mozen knew that this was not all of Chu Yan's whole cards. And secrets, definitely. I practiced all the way, and there are many opportunities. When I first became honorable, Yu Linglong blocked the punishment of heaven for me, and my body was damaged in a foreign land. There were also 2 great holy places earlier, and even medicine sect, Lingtian Pavilion. Chu Yan looked at the sky with his eyes flickered, and his face became cold. Along the way, he has indeed met the help of many, many people, even Fatty Situ, even Little White Bear, including the first master he has never seen before, the suzerain of the Raksha Soul Sky sect. I also met Yuer. At the beginning she. At this moment, Chu Yan lost all momentum, like an ordinary person, standing between heaven and earth, telling everything about himself word by word. Later, I met Qinglian. Like a senior, she protected me and helped me along the way. Chu Yan looked to the north, thinking of Empress Shantian in his heart. I am very grateful to her. Perhaps the biggest helper I have today is her. For me, she even traveled thousands of miles, breaking the walls of heaven and earth, from the realm of the gods to the lower realm, and created a continent for me. To help me, she. Those people gathered around Chu Yan were all dumbfounded. Qinglian. What is it? A treasure. Why does it sound like a person? What the hell is that? Don't you want to say it? Fanchen couldn't help it. No. She is. Just when Chu Yan was about to answer, the air around him suddenly rose sharply, and large pieces of ice and snow fell from the sky. Almost in an instant, the whole world became icy cold and turned into a snow-like world. A figure emerged from the icy clouds in the sky, falling lightly like a snowflake. You want to know who I am? When this sentence fell to the ground, everyone present looked up, and just glanced at it, all with their mouths wide open, stunned. I am stupid. Isn't this Empress Shantian, the most supreme in the world? If there are still people in this world who don't know Chu Yan, the number one in the world, there is absolutely no one who doesn't know the most terrifying existence in the God realm. The most noble in the world. Empress Shantian. Of course, it doesn't matter whether you recognize those ants below the dignity. In just 3 months, to a cultivator, it is nothing. It is just a short practice time when eyes are closed and eyes are opened. However, in such a short time, the Shantian Empress successfully broke through to the supreme realm. Moreover, as soon as he broke through, he took the initiative to challenge those powerful supreme beings who had been famous for a long time in the domain of God. For 3 months, they won consecutive battles. So far, according to the official news from Tianshan Digong, she has defeated 50 supreme beings. 50 consecutive victories. What a concept. A person who had just broken through to the supreme realm unexpectedly defeated 50 supreme beings in a row within 3 months, and won the title of number 1 supreme in the world in one fell swoop. How did she suddenly appear here? The first person under the gods actually came in person. Who is this woman? The vicious Pluto turned his head, looked at Hayao Mozen, who opened his mouth wide, and asked. He had just been released from Wentian furnace, and he was from the ancient times before, and he didn't have a map of God's domain, and he couldn't receive news from Tianshan Digong. Of course, he was one of the very few people who didn't know Empress Shantian. She is. Although Demon Lord Hayao is also from the ancient times, he has been in the society for a much longer time, so he naturally knows him. However, before he could open his mouth to explain, Empress Shantian, who slowly fell from the sky, had already opened her mouth to say. Fearful, some time ago, Tianqi and Huanxue were already dead. Now you are the head of the ancient demon king. When this sentence landed, the vicious Pluto took a sharp breath. Damn, abandoned by heaven and desolate blood are dead. How do you know, don't you? Could it be that, apart from the woman in front of me killing him, there can be no other reasons? God-forsaken. That is the boss of the top 10 monster kings in ancient times. What a powerful existence that is. If you say a word lightly, it will be destroyed if you say it. The point is, if Ji Ming remembers correctly, Ji Tian is not like what he is now. His body is damaged, only the soul of the beast remains. That's God's abandon at its peak. Supreme 9 domains, is it so easy to kill? Fiercely stupid, completely petrified. What a beautiful young lady. Not far away, Lu Piapiao looked at Empress Shantian with little stars in her eyes. She wasn't interested in other people's reactions at all. She just saw that the elder sister in the white dress who came down from the sky was really beautiful. Even if she is a little girl, she is a little moved. Brother, disciple Fanshan, see the Empress. Fatty is too clever, even if he couldn't explain the shocking words clearly, but he reacted very quickly, and hurriedly paid his respects. At this moment, 10,000 muddy horses galloped past his heart. I am provoking someone, why don't I just say a few words? He actually recruited this person out. Who is this? This is the existence who just broke through to the Supreme a few months ago, and killed the 9 realms Supreme with a sword. What a pit. The point is, the one who dug the hole seems to be himself. #C3181 Pit yourself. I can't afford it. This time I really can't afford it. Fanshan dared to offend his fellow disciples. After all, as long as he got the benefits, or figured out Chu Yan's secret, and returned to the sect to explain, the master and fellow disciples would not only not blame him, but would praise him. And those big bosses of the gods, after all, are all corrupted people, they only exist in legends, and they are not afraid of being offended. But now, the boss Shantian Empress is different. Now, even if Empress Shantian killed him here with a single sword, the masters and bosses of his sect would know that no one would dare to trouble Empress Shantian. Please, who is the Empress Shantian? That is the person who has been killing the Supreme with a sword in the recent period. Moreover, among the Supremes she killed, there were several Nine Realms Supremes. This kind of horror exists, and the big bosses of other sect forces can't hide away. They will wrestle with Empress Shantian for you, a little mortal fat man. Go crazy. You want to pry into his secrets. Empress Shantian glanced at Fan Chen, almost frightening the fat man into shock on the spot. I rely on it. I didn't know that behind Chu Yan, the big brother, was you, the big brother. If I knew this was the case, not to mention using the magic of the soul, even if it was a test, mortals would not know it. What's more, Fatty Fanchen is absolutely hugging his thighs towards Chu Yan, and he won't let go until he dies. No. Fanchen was frightened and his teeth softened, and he couldn't speak anymore. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Make an oath to Tianwei. Empress Shantian said casually. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up now. Fatty Fanchen's eyes brightened, he quickly swore an oath on the spot without saying a word. Although Empress Shantian didn't ask him to make any oath, Fatty Fanchen was so smart that he sold himself to Chu Yan with just one oath. It's still the kind that sells oneself and counts the money for the other party. Demon Lord He Yao, Pluto Fierce, Lang Yi, etc. all shrank their necks, like ducks in their nest, very obedient. However, when Empress Shantian glanced over, the speed at which the group of people swore was as fast as lightning. After getting rid of all these people, Empress Shantian turned her head to look at Chu Yan, raised her hand, and a stream of light sank into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. How did you come? Chu Yan looked at Empress Shantian with astonishment. Firstly, he knew that Empress Shantian has been busy killing people everywhere recently, and secondly, Empress Shantian told him last time that she could not enter this Dead Sea. She actually has time to come to her. It's just a clone of Will. Empress Shantian said coldly. Oh. Chu Yan nodded. Now that he has broken through to Supreme, he is no longer a clone of divine consciousness, but directly comes down with Will, which is really convenient. Are you, all right? Chu Yan turned his head to look at Heiyao Mozen and the others, as if seeing a group of frightened little sheep, huddled in a corner, all with pitiful faces, and asked involuntarily. No, nothing. Good. Very, very good. Hee, it's okay, it's okay. A group of powerful men twitched and squeezed out a smile, and nodded and bowed to Chu Yan. Now, the way they look at Chu Yan has completely changed. That Chu Yan, I really just asked casually, I really didn't think about it. Fan Chen looked at Empress Shantian from the corner of his eyes, and quickly explained to Chu Yan. Now, Fatty Fanchen has discovered that the weight of this Chu Yan may have reached the level of being on par with his own sect. If Chu Yan gets angry and slashes with a sword, will he hide or not? So, quickly explain to please Chu Yan. After all, it is impossible for Chu Yan not to know the method of spirit and soul that he uses. Oh. Really? Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. You come with me. Empress Shantian looked at Chu Yan and said directly. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Empress Shantian had already soared into the sky, flying to the outside of the White Jade Palace. Fatty, wait for me. Chu Yan glared at Fan Chen, turned around and chased after Empress Shantian. The entire White Jade Palace flew swiftly all the way in the sky. Although the speed is extremely fast, it is still within the range of the Dead Sea. Chu Yan rushed out of the blessed land of heaven, and with a glance, he found that the surrounding void was filled with a strong ancient aura. This is... Chu Yan's breath surged all over his body, and he moved the unicorn's pupils, sweeping around. However, in the void in the distance, large pieces of fairy light surged and collided with each other, as if they were killing each other. This time, a large-scale mutation occurred in the Holy City and Kyushu domains. Did you do it? Empress Xiantian asked, while flying. The Holy City domain has something to do with me, but I don't know about the Kyushu domain. Chu Yan thought for a while. So, someone is following you. Empress Xuantian's eyes instantly became pensive. Follow me. Chu Yan was startled. It's nothing. It's just in the Pantheon Forbidden Land. The sky may change, and some supreme beings will be attracted to go. Xiantian Empress said. Pantheon Forbidden Land. Isn't that the place where the God Demon fruit is located? Hearing Empress Xuantian's words, Chu Yan was startled. If it was in the past, even if it was turned upside down, it has nothing to do with me. But now, I am going to get the God Devil fruit, and the time has changed, attracting a lot of supreme beings, which will definitely have an impact on my actions. The two walked side by side, crossing the void all the way. It didn't take long before he came to a huge blue lake and stopped. Standing in a white dress by the blue gem-like lake, standing peacefully, like a landscape painting, it is eye-catching. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there quietly, as if he wanted to blend into the world. Chu Yan landed by the lake, looked sideways at the calm-faced Empress Xiantian, and did not speak. Pretty is really beautiful, that girl Lu Piapiao has a good eye. This is rarely seen by Chu Yan at such a close distance. Take a serious look at Empress Xiantian. That kind of lonely, cold, glamorous beauty, in this lake and mountain scenery, makes people's hearts melt. Does she have a sweetheart? I don't know who it is. Chu Yan was slightly obsessed with thinking about Empress Xiantian. All along, he has known Empress Xiantian not for a short time, but when getting along, it seems that they are all fighting and killing. Chu Yan. Ah. The grilled fish from last time, I want to eat it. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan was stunned. Grilled fish. What a joke. You are a 9-domain supreme, let me grill fish for you. Although Chu Yan roasted for her last time in the Shifeng starfield, it has been a long time. It's been a long time since I've eaten food, I'm a little hungry. Turning his head to glance at Chu Yan, and quickly retracting his gaze, Empress Xuantian's face turned slightly red. Greedy. This time, Chu Yan really panicked. #C3182 Promise me. Chu Yan was dumbfounded, there was an instant silence between the two of them. Chu Yan, do you remember? You promised to do 3 things for me. When Empress Xiantian spoke, the usual coldness could not be felt in her voice. Remember? Chu Yan nodded. Although it has been a long time since this promise, Chu Yan will never forget what he promised others. Moreover, according to Chu Yan's heart, as long as his cultivation base has improved and he has the ability, even if Empress Xiantian doesn't mention it, he will take the initiative to ask. However, his cultivation base is breaking through, but the breakthrough speed of this Empress Xiantian doesn't seem to be much slower than her own. Therefore, Chu Yan has never mentioned this matter. I didn't expect Empress Xiantian to bring it up on her own initiative today. No matter what it is. Empress Xiantian has helped me so many times, and even saved my life several times. As long as she brings it up, no matter how difficult it is, she will do her best. Just remember, then the first thing is. Empress Xuantian's face changed slightly, she turned her head to stare at Chu Yan, and continued. Help me grill the fish. What? As soon as these words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's face turned dark. What the hell? 3 promises you used to grill fish. Is my promise so worthless? Senior. Chu Yan took a deep breath, looked at Empress Shantian, and said seriously. Although I'm only in the earthly venerable realm now, I will soon break through to the heavenly venerable realm, the ordinary God-King realm, and I can fight one-on-one. Oh. Empress Shantian looked at Chu Yan in confusion. I want to say, as long as I can do anything, I will definitely do my best. Even if I can't do it now, when my cultivation level improves, I will not forget the 3 promises to you. So, a promise, the words used in this. When Chu Yan said this, he stopped and looked at Empress Shantian seriously, and Empress Shantian was also looking at him. The 4 eyes met, and the scene was suddenly cold again. Immediately afterwards, a sullen look flashed in Empress Xuanhuan's eyes. You mean, you don't want to do what you promised me? Without giving in at all, Empress Xuanhuan's face flushed slightly, her expression was more serious than Chu Yan's. Phew, okay. I'm going now. Chu Yan let out a long breath, raised his feet and walked towards the lake, and said at the same time. 3 promises, 2 more. As soon as he walked to the surface of the lake and looked at the fish swimming under the water, Chu Yan was startled suddenly. It's not right. Will Avatar, how to eat? Of course, the supernatural powers of the Supreme Realm are extraordinary, and forcibly using the power of the Supreme to turn food into breath and integrate it into the clone of will is another kind of eating. However, using the Supreme power for a grilled fish, this. After all, any clone of the Supreme Will is constantly consuming the power of the clone. It appears that she really wanted to eat a piece of grilled fish. The previous time, the taste was still a success. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and shook his head self-deprecatingly. Do you have the talent to do the kitchen? The majestic Empress Shantian, the most dignified in the world, loves to eat grilled fish. Is this considered a weakness? Chu Yan stared at the swimming fish under the lake, wanting to choose a few fat ones, while imagining in his heart that if the weakness of Empress Shantian was made public, will there be a large number of cultivators who will send piles of grilled fish to her every day? At that time, there will be mountains of grilled fish in Shantian Palace. That scene must be good. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at the direction of the lake, only to find that Empress Shantian was staring at herself with her eyes wide open. There was a hint of hope in his eyes. It's like the look of a little girl waiting for someone to buy candy for her. This scene made Chu Yan slightly astonished, and suddenly realized that the previous Empress Shantian might be a piece of ice, but now, she should be a real person with flesh and blood. Senior, you found that you are not only beautiful, but also very cute. Chu Yan held back a smile and said to Empress Shantian. Oh. Are you teasing me? Empress Shantian tilted her head, eyes full of curiosity. Mo. Joke. Hearing Empress Xuanhuan's words, Chu Yan's body trembled, his breath was scattered, and he almost fell directly into the lake. Tease her. Do you have the guts? Aren't you afraid of being cut by her? Aren't you afraid of being frozen into an ice sculpture by her? Moreover, if people in this god's domain know that there is a kid in the earthly presence who molested Empress Shantian, the entire god's domain continent will probably be fried. And Empress Shantian by the lake, gnashing her silver teeth, with a hint of hatred in her eyes, kept staring at Chu Yan. This made Chu Yan more and more panicked. Can't afford it. Hurry up and catch the fish. The splashing water column soared into the sky, and it rushed out of the water with a few big fat fish. Juzongla, 9th Peak. In the depths of the palace, Hu Ying bowed and saluted, and was telling the boss above every word what happened in the White Jade Palace. Good boy, a little bit of luck. Tianying Jizuan listened to Hu Ying's report, his face was somber, his face was as dark as a pot. My lord, next. Huing cupped his hands and asked the Supreme Tianying, who was in deep thought. Next, Chu Yan will definitely go to Pantheon Forbidden Land to find the god and devil fruit. How do we make a move? Hearing Hu Ying's question, Supreme Tianying frowned. Go and contact the people on Dawang Island, provide them with this information, and join hands. When these words fell to the ground, Hu Ying was startled, and asked, with a face full of astonishment. My lord, it's completely unnecessary, we can do it ourselves. It's just Chu Yan, even if he has some luck and strength, but with the strength of their Jiuxiao, it's really difficult to deal with him. Don't forget, before and after Chu Yan, there is Empress Shantian. Supreme Tianying interrupted Hu Ying, shook his head, and continued. At any time, it's right to be careful. Besides, our purpose is to catch him. If you are not careful, that Chu Yan will be damaged. What do you think, what will happen to our Jiuxiao building? Hearing this sentence, Hu Ying almost didn't think about it, and blurted it out. We were afraid of the 9 layers building. However, halfway through the sentence, Hu Ying's expression changed instantly. That is the Empress Shantian, not an ordinary supreme being, even if you don't mention her before, and the speed of his breakthrough and cultivation, during this period alone, there are dozens of supreme beings beheaded. The most important thing is that Empress Shantian is still growing, and she is so desperately looking for the supreme fighter because she wants to continue to break through in the battle of life and death. At this rate, her future. The landlord has received news that Pantheon Forbidden Land is about to undergo major changes. Dawangdo and other forces should have received these news. Even if they are not notified, I am afraid they will meet Chu Yan. Tianying Supreme said. Ah. Pantheon Forbidden Land appeared in a big change. Hu Ying was stunned on the spot. What's the situation? First came the Holy City domain, then the Kyushu domain, and now Pantheon Forbidden Land is about to undergo another major change. But how could the small Dead Sea keep changing one after another? What is the reason for this? #C3183 One group of big brothers. As the elder of Jiuxiao, how could Hu Ying not know what the mutation in the Dead Sea would bring? That will be a big storm sweeping through the supreme force of God's domain. Okay, don't say too much, let's go. Supreme Tianying waved. On the other side, Heidianyu, Shangxianzong. The violent air wave was raging like a tide, and a huge cave was filled with countless knife marks. In the cave, there was also a strong panting sound. Xuanhuan. An old man in a cloth robe appeared at the entrance of the stone cave, his spiritual consciousness swept through the cave, and his expression suddenly changed. Wu Yi, this time as a teacher, I don't really want you to suffer here. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Yes. Brother, disciple understands. After 2 sentences, there was no sound in the cave. You are. The old man in the cloth robe shook his head, sighed, and said, Chu Yan went to the Dead Sea. Dead Sea territory. The voice in the cave became tense, and then quickly fell silent again. The current hymn has nothing to do with me, echoed from the cave. Real. The old man smiled, and then said, his Tao foundation has been recast, his cultivation base has greatly improved, and he has reached the peak of the earthly respect. Good. Great. Suddenly, there was a sound of surprise in the cave. Master. I'm going to the Dead Sea. Go. But don't we have a peerless genius in our sect? I don't understand, why did you get into a fight with this young Liu Yan? Shaking his head, the figure of the old man disappeared on the spot, and a figure in the cave strode out. At this time, the 7 regions, the immortal top golden sect. In the cloud palace above the fairy top, a young man lay lazily on a jade bed, scribbling in ink, expressing the meaning of landscape. Huh. Is this tired? The young man on the jade bed gently put down the bamboo brush in his hand, reached out to the golden plate on the side, took out a fairy fruit, and threw it into his mouth. In an instant, a purple fairy flower bloomed on top of his head. Like the 9 purple golden lotus, as time goes by, lotus leaves keep falling. When all the 9-petaled lotus leaves fell, the phantom of the 9 purple golden lotus also disappeared, and the face of the young man on the jade bed obviously improved a lot. This body. Shaking his head, the speechless young man was about to pick up his pen again when suddenly the jade talisman trembled slightly. The young man frowned slightly, his consciousness swept into the jade talisman, and his face changed drastically in an instant. What a Chu Yan, I missed it last time, but I didn't expect to recast Daoji. Then this time I must compete with you. Above the sky, the white jade palace. Shantian, the goblin, is getting more and more perverted. It's too similar to Shang Chuyan. One is perverted, and the other is getting more and more beautiful. Do you think this is irritating or not? He Yao Mozen was full of displeasure, muttering there. Today is different from the past, the current him, even if he is given the courage, he would not dare to challenge Empress Shantian. Not to mention not daring to speak half a word of no in front of her, so he could only mutter a few words in his heart. This time I understand, what kind of luck is this Chu Yan? Humph. When it comes to great luck, Chu Yan was told by the people in this god's domain that all kinds of gods are amazing. Some say he is a natural disaster, some say he is luck, some say he is fate. These things, like gods and immortals in the mortal world, are illusory existences in the warrior world. Whether it is natural disasters, luck, or fate, no one can see or touch it. Even if it is the innate blessing body of Tianqian Digong, it is probably just a gimmick. It's just that no one dares to say anything about the identity of the young palace master who is the head of the 12 orthodoxy. However, this Chu Yan does not have any identity background. After practicing all the way, he has only been in God's domain for a long time, and he has become famous all over the world. It should be said that there is no influence in the dark, and it is impossible to believe that He Yao Supreme is killed. Actually, He Yao Demon Venerable is just jealous. Thinking of myself, why don't I even have a physical body, and I have to start a little bit of cultivation, I sigh that this person is better than others, I want to die. I feel that Chu Yan and I may be brothers who have been separated for many years. Fan Chen spoke suddenly, and with one sentence, everyone turned their heads suddenly, and they all looked over. What a thing! He and Chu Yan are brothers. Still lost for many years. You are at least 1,000 years old, and Chu Yan is less than 100 years old, okay. Well, it should be right. From today on, Chu Yan is my brother. Fan Chen's twitching gazes from all around him were completely ignored, and he just kept nodding his head there, as if he had made some important decision. Pooh. He Yao Mozen didn't even think about it, he opened his mouth and sprayed his face with saliva. Do you want face? Can you show some face? You are a cultivator, shouldn't all elements be empty? At least, you can't be so thick-skinned. The dead fat man knew that Chu Yan was the descendant of the gods, and saw that Empress Shantian had an unusual relationship with Chu Yan, so now he just hugged his thigh and didn't intend to let go. Fan Chen, what you said is wrong. He Yao Mozen straightened his face, looked at Fan Chen, and said, Oh. Fan Chen was taken aback. Actually, I also feel it, Chu Yan is my long-lost brother. When these words fell to the ground, Lang Yi, Xia Pluto, and Mo Wu almost fell to the ground together. I am stupid. You bastard, you're more shameless than that bastard, okay? At any rate, they are only a few hundred years behind, and you are a few thousand years away. Lu Piapiao looked at this group of people, and suddenly there were countless shining lights in his big eyes, with doubts, understanding, and thinking. On the other side, by the lake. On the fish on the bonfire, oily hairs appeared, sizzling, and a strong fragrance spread out. It's almost there, okay, I'll go. Just as Chu Yan lifted up the 2 grilled fish, before he could finish his sentence, his hand was empty, and the original grilled fish disappeared without a trace. Looking up again, the ice and snow empress opposite also disappeared. This speed. Chu Yan stood up, speechless, and shook his head with a wry smile. This Empress Shantian came really weirdly, and her disappearance was even weirder. Could it be that we really came to order food? Once the fish is grilled, it disappears in an instant, without being muddy at all. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan got up and soared into the sky, returning to the White Jade Palace. Returning to the White Jade Palace, I saw Heiyao Mozen and the others sitting there cross-legged refining their Dao treasures, almost the same as before leaving. However, after sweeping around, Chu Yan always felt that there was something weird there. What kind of eyes do these people have? Let Chu Yan instantly think of his elder brother Chu Zhan. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth twitched twice. He didn't bother to pay attention to these people. He returned to his small courtyard and started to practice cross-legged. The code of warfare, the speed of cultivation, is extremely slow. It can be said that it is the most difficult to improve among all the exercises that Chu Yan practiced. Therefore, as long as Chu Yan has a little time, he will immerse himself in cultivation. #C3184, go through fire and water. Time passed, and 4 days passed in a flash. During these 4 days, more and more visions occurred in Pantheon Forbidden Land. The bigwigs and cultivators of all major forces all smelled the smell and sent people to set off. Heiyao Mozen and others, in the White Jade Palace, fought with those Dao treasures day and night, until their eyes turned green. However, the effort finally paid off. Several Dao Bao among them have already begun to respond to them occasionally. This small change caused a group of bigwigs to jump up and down excitedly in the White Jade Palace, causing Lu Piapiao to stare blankly. Moreover, Lang Yi seemed to be favored by Lu Tiantu, and Xiao Xiao gave him some benefits. As a result, Lang Yi suddenly broke through from the realm of human dignity to the realm of earth dignity. Not only Lang Yi benefited, but Mo also received some benefits, breaking through from the first level of the Earth Presence realm to the third level of the Earth Presence realm. Chu Yan, we are almost here. Lu Piapiao was fine, she had been controlling the flight of Baiyu Palace, and suddenly reminded her. The East Sea region is located in the north of the Kyushu region, and is the closest to the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Hearing Lu Piapiao's sound transmission, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes from his practice, got up and walked towards the White Jade Palace. Heiyao Mozen and others had been waiting for him long ago. A group of people watched Lu Piapiao. The White Jade Palace stopped, and fell to a very hidden place below. Afterwards, several people teamed up and continued to use secret techniques to wrap the inner and outer 3 floors of the White Jade Palace before leaving together. The location of the God Devil Fruit is the information obtained from the Jiuxiao building. Therefore, Chu Yan knew the site of the Jiuxiao, so he should be able to guess his movements. And after experiencing the incident in the White Jade Palace, the people from the Jiuxiao might come together with other forces. After all, the White Jade Palace is a blessed place, even if it is shrunk many times by Lu Piapiao, its area is still larger than a mountain range. Such a big blessed land, devouring the surrounding aura, is easy to be discovered. In addition, Lu Piapiao is not quite used to the outside world's aura environment, so Chu Yan asked her to stay here and do some activities nearby. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan and others flew towards a sea of immortals in the distance. The East China Sea is full of seas, and all kinds of ancient ruins are mostly hidden under the water surface, making it extremely difficult to find. Therefore, the number of cultivators who come to the trial in this Eastern Sea region is much less than that of other regions. Soon, after several hours of flying, Chu Yan and others finally arrived at the location shown on the map. I saw that in front of me was a mountain range above a huge island. On this mountain range, there are no forest trees, but a kind of slimy plant grows. From a distance, it looks like giant octopuses planted in the soil. All kinds of tentacles are dancing around, like willows swinging in the wind, and like flowers attracting people. However, Chu Yan and the others knew this plant, which was a rare spiritual plant called devil flower. But now, the densely packed area in front of him, with no end in sight, made Chu Yan and the others feel their scalps go numb. The devil fruit seems to be in the depths of this sea of devil flowers. These devil flowers. Extremely dangerous, everyone be careful. This time, I owe everyone a favor. Chu Yan looked at this scene, turned his head to look at the crowd, and bowed his hands. What? What did you say? I owe a favor. Unexpectedly, when a sentence fell to the ground, it caused Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao and others to stare at him angrily. Chu Yan was taken aback, and suddenly became a little confused. Did I say something wrong? Why are these people angry? Chu Yan, what you said hurt our hearts too much. Fanchen's fat face was constantly twitching, his face full of resentment, as if Chu Yan had really done something outrageous to him, and he was about to cry in the next breath. What is our relationship? Brother, do you know? You actually told us, what kind of favor do you owe? That's right, my brother's business is my business, and my business is also my brother's business. What kind of favors are there? That's right, don't talk about this small danger, even if it's going up the mountain of knives or down the pan of oil, brother, I won't even frown. Heiyao Mozen and Fanchen, what you said, what I said, made Chu Yan feel that he had done something outrageous. What's the situation? These two goods, how did they change? Sex. Chu Yan looked stunned, glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eyes, thanked them again, and then got up and walked towards Huahai. The devil flower is extremely rare outside the East China Sea, but it has no value. However, it has a special aura that can affect people's minds. Affected by it, some cultivators will be terrified, some will be stupid, and some will be crazy. This kind of direct erosion of the soul and will. Moreover, the deeper one goes, the more serious the erosion becomes. Going forward, an hour passed quickly. Chu Yan and others were not slow, and soon reached the deep range, and the number and volume of devil flowers increased significantly. Some ancient and dilapidated buildings appear in the depths of the sea of flowers from time to time. Demon Lord Xie La Jiao and Fan Chen, they didn't miss every building, they all rushed in to check it out. It's just that there is no gain at all, and the people who have been here before are plundered cleaner than their faces. Huh. There is a magic circle here. Stop. Suddenly, Fan Chen's face changed, and he opened his mouth to warn. In the next breath, before everyone could react, he had condensed the Dao seal with his hands and had already made it. Oh, not bad. This magic circle is so strong that it can trap even a god king. But, it seems to be broken. While studying, Fan Chen kept opening his mouth to explain. It's not right. Immediately afterwards, Fan Chen broke through his brows and frowned, his face became a little dignified. This magic circle seems to have been laid just a few hours ago. When this sentence landed, the expressions of Chu Yan and others changed instantly. So, a few hours ago, someone came. Moreover, it must be at least a strong man above the level of a god king, otherwise, since the spirit array can trap a strong man of a god king, and it is damaged, it is obviously man-made sabotage. It shouldn't be for the god and devil fruit. Chu Yan thought to himself. The next moment, when Fanfa draws out the range, several people bypass the spirit formation and continue to fly forward. Going further in, the number of demon flowers in the sea is getting smaller and smaller. There are more and more dilapidated buildings and palaces. Chu Yan, Fanchen, and Demon Lord Xie La Jiao clearly felt a strong aura remaining in the surrounding void. Among these breaths, there are various existences, not only from the practitioners, but also from some inexplicable things. After all, this place is deep in the sea of devil flowers, so the danger is naturally much greater. Although the cultivation bases of the few of them are not weak, but if they really touch any danger, I'm afraid it will be uncomfortable. Demon sealing blood prison formation. This was also broken. Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao seemed to have discovered it too, and let out a sound of astonishment. #C3185 Dragon River. The demon sealing blood prison formation has a great reputation. In God's domain, this is a very commonly used large formation. But it is commonly used, but it is rare, because it is a large formation, specially aimed at the God King realm. There are not many people who can use this kind of formation, not to mention that this big formation has been cracked, so it is even rarer. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, frowning slightly, feeling more and more wrong. However, the gods and demons are determined to win, so they can only continue to move forward. The more you go in, the more you encounter various magic circles, the more restrictions there are. There are even 3 ancient large formations, which are so powerful that they were smashed to pieces abruptly. Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao, Fan Chen and others all had heavy expressions when they saw the scene. What a coincidence! It completely matches their map route, and these magic circle restrictions, like road signs, have never been broken along the way. Even without a map at all, along these broken magic circles, it is used on behalf of the map. It would be a coincidence, then hell. Obviously, there is a strong man who arrived before them, and the purpose of this strong man is the same as Chu Yan. Right here. Not long after, Chu Yan stood in front of a cliff and looked down using his pupil power. This height is at least 1,000 feet, and there is a dark golden liquid flowing at the bottom of the cliff, like an undercurrent at the bottom of the cliff. This is Kamigawa. Demon Lord Xie Yao's eyes shone brightly as soon as they touched the dark golden river at the bottom of the cliff. This cliff-bottom river is a river composed of extremely rare divine breaths, and is called the Divine River. If all of them are refined and integrated, then the cultivation base will definitely recover a lot. What's wrong? Such a big Kamigawa, that person doesn't want it. When Fan Chen said this, he looked directly at Chu Yan. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Obviously, the other party's purpose is very clear, and it is not for these natural treasures and opportunities at all. Ignore these things for now, let's talk about finding the magic fruit. Chu Yan nodded, didn't say much, and flew down the hang. Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao and the others looked at each other and followed closely. Here, there is a mark. As soon as he landed, Lang Yi discovered that there was a claw-shaped pit on a rock wall at the bottom of the cliff. Obviously, someone used divine power to grab something here. Could it be God Devil Fruit? Chu Yan's complexion instantly turned dark, extremely gloomy. After finally finding this place, the last elixir was actually found first. Only this last step was needed to revive Yu Linglong, but the chance was cut off. How to revive Yu Linglong without the magic fruit? Chu Yan, don't worry. Seeing that Chu Yan's face changed, Demon Lord Xie La Jiao quickly persuaded him. The devil fruit was taken away by someone, either Jiuxiao or Jiuxiao sold the news. Also, there is another possibility. It was the strong man attracted by the mutation in the Eastern Sea region who accidentally met and took away the god demon fruit. Hearing these words, Fan Chen also nodded and said, I feel that it is most likely to be taken away unintentionally. If it's Jiuxiao, they should set up a large formation here and wait for the rabbit. After hearing this, Chu Yan gradually calmed down. What Fan Chen and Xie Yaoma said should be correct, and the possibility of being taken away by someone unintentionally is the greatest. The route here leads directly to the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Unexpectedly, the other party had set up a magic circle to deal with the God King all the way, and his cultivation level would not be lower than the God King level, so he should have gone to Pantheon Forbidden Land along the way. Forbidden Heaven. It seems that like Chu Yan, Lang Yi's face changed instantly when he thought of something. The heavens and the earth are forbidden. Is that where people go? There are quite a few supreme beings who have heard the news, not to mention that according to Empress Shantian, there may be 9 realms supreme. With the cultivation base of these people, do you dare to participate in the Pantheon Forbidden Land? That's not the same as sending to death. What's the difference? Isn't it? It's probably on the side of Xuanhuan Bridge, so I know. Demon Lord He Yao thought for a while and said. Xuanhuan Bridge. The Xuanhuan of Empress Shantian. Chu Yan was stunned. Yes, there is a huge river on the outskirts of Pantheon Forbidden Land, named Dragon River. It has never been heard of since ancient times. Anyone who can cross this river and enter Pantheon Forbidden Land can only pass through a river in the middle of the river. Xuanhuan Bridge is the only way to enter Pantheon Forbidden Land. In the past, that old monster Shantian, Ba, when the Empress came, I don't know what she did. Anyway, the Jiuxiao building, Dawang Island, Shantian Digong and other chambers of commerce were all named after Xuanhuan. The bridge. Hearing these explanations, Chu Yan's face suddenly became melancholy. This Empress Shantian obviously did something, and it was by no means a trivial matter. Let's go and have a look. Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and his mind had completely returned to normal. After all, with his current cultivation base and willpower, his mind will not fluctuate too much. In short, no matter who takes away the magic fruit, it must be taken back. Good. Walk. Look and go. Several people nodded, and set off to fly towards the top of the cliff together. At the same time, they sent a message to Lu Piapiao to inform them of their latest movements. Soon, they left the Sea of Devil Flowers and flew in another direction. Several hours after they left the Sea of Devil Flowers, a large group of cultivators flew over from the air, and all of them landed in front of the Sea of Devil Flowers. Among this group of people are the God King realm, as well as Huing, who Chu Yan is familiar with, and other people from Jiuxiao. Without saying a word, a large group of people rushed into the Sea of Demon Flowers, almost following the same route as Chu Yan, and rushed away. 2 hours later, they retreated to their original places, all of them with dark faces. It's late, Chu Yan should have gone to Longhe. Huing raised his head and looked in another direction, hesitated for a moment, then turned around and ordered. You look for me separately, even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find Chu Yan for me. A large group of cultivators flew away, but Huing and the God Kings headed towards Longhe. 2 hours later, Chu Yan arrived at Longhe. Chu Yan and the others stared at the scene in front of them, completely dumbfounded. This can also be called river. On the river, which is hundreds of thousands of feet wide, the tsunami is so powerful that the waves are as high as 10 mountains. And in the waves of the river, there is an extremely terrifying doway, and the sound of various thunders explodes, like countless thunders from the sky crowded together. Even if one's cultivation reaches the supreme realm, facing such a terrifying river wave, one's expression will change drastically. It felt like countless heaven's punishment thunder tribulation gathered together. Anyone who dared to take a step forward would be smashed to pieces on the spot. It is simply impossible to fly over. Chu Yan and the others slowly approached the river, while constantly exploring the surroundings with their spiritual sense. Logically speaking, if there are really cultivators gathering here, they must be nearby. Sure enough, after walking for a long time, a huge city appeared in front of him. #C3186 set up a stall. Not far from the city, there is a huge golden bridge across the river. Even if thousands of river waves hit the bridge deck, it still stands, completely unaffected. This is but Xuanhuan Bridge. Chu Yan raised his head, and the 5-color streamers in his eyes were spinning, looking at Xuanhuan Bridge and the city. All around the giant city, there seemed to be many cultivators fighting. In several of the battles, the celestial light was like a tide, the thunder was evenly distributed, and the battle was extremely fierce under the violent shattering of the void. Most of those cultivators are in the heavenly venerable realm, and there are quite a few of them. And in the sky above the giant city, above the vast sky, there are thousands of miles of clouds raging, the terrifying force smashes the sky and void, and the vast divine power surges, hanging high in the sky like suns. Those were a few experts in the God King realm fighting against each other at high altitude. The Eastern Sea region, after all, belongs to the realm of chaos. Except for the Zhuzongla and Dawang Island, there are almost no rules and influence constraints here. Therefore, no matter how you shoot or fight, it will have no effect. There are even some cultivators who may be killed because of offensive words, including a look that displeases the strong. This is the realm of chaos. Of course, in this kind of place, under normal circumstances, if a conflict occurs, they will choose to fight outside the city. After all, no one wants a city to be destroyed, and even the body of the body will be gone. Chu Yan and the others performed the secret technique of concealment and flew towards the city. The peerless genius of the bully clan, Liang Tian, and the peerless genius of the barbarian clan, Hong Lei, seemed to have made an appointment to fight to the death. What? So exciting! It's interesting to fight peerless geniuses, so hurry up and watch it. Liang Tian vs Hong Lei, 2-1, God King fights 5 games, odds 1-5, betting fast, there is no limit. Hurry up and bet. Tianqian Digong's credit guarantee, the head of the 12 orthodox traditions, is absolutely fair and just. In the city, the streets were full of people, and all kinds of noisy sounds made Chu Yan and others startled. Among these people, their cultivation bases ranged from human venerable realm to heavenly venerable realm, all of them looked excited, and the whole street was crowded with people, which was much more lively than ordinary cities. And some disciples of Tianqian Digong who wore gold robes and long robes with Xian characters set up many betting booths and yelled with extra effort. This Tianqian Digong is really the best. Chu Yan glanced at the handicap stall, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Disciple of Tianqian Digong, are you so idle? Don't need to practice. Don't you need to go out to find opportunities and trials? These people from the profound sky and earth palace, no matter where they go, they seem to be able to meet. Is it so amazing? Chu Yan, who shook his head and was speechless, ignored those handicap stalls. After all, he was not interested in them. His consciousness spread out and he searched the city, but found many powerful auras, some of which even made him feel dangerous. Obviously, there are many strong people in this city, including those in the supreme realm. In this city, there are peerless geniuses and god kings, and this Tiangxuandi palace is going to make a lot of money. Demon Venerable He Yao looked at the handicap and the disciples of Tianqian Digong. But his eyes glowed, he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said with a smile. Hee, Chu Yan, you go ahead, I'll go back after a while. He Yao Demon Venerable before he was lost, he was a master of gambling and a leader in the industry. Now seeing the handicap stalls all over the city, where can I stand it? However, the Tianqian Digong was given for nothing. If the handicap was so easy to make money, the Tianqian Digong would have lost the bottom of it long ago, and could still become the number 1 in the 12 Dao lineages. As the saying goes, 10 bets and 9 loses, but with He Yao Mozen, it is almost 10 bets and 10 loses. He Yao, it's dangerous here, there are strong people everywhere, and there are supreme beings, if you accidentally provoke him, it will be bad. I think I should go with you. Fanchen glanced at Demon Lord He Yao, and began to persuade him. Chu Yan looked at these two guys, shook his head and said, go ahead, just pay attention. As for the magic fruit, it is not known who collected it now. Anyway, there is no clue, and it is useless for them to follow. As for Chu Yan himself, he was a little interested to see the battle between Liang Tian and Hong Lei, two peerless geniuses just now. However, Chu Yan is now focusing on finding the God and Devil fruit, temporarily suppressing his curiosity. Where can I find this magical fruit? Chu Yan pondered. It is speculated that the God Demon fruit was probably taken away by a God King realm, or a supreme realm, who took it casually when passing by. If the strong man took away the God Demon fruit and just put it in the jade talisman without revealing it, it would be difficult to find it. Go and hear the news first. Chu Yan turned his eyes and saw restaurants in the city. Such places are the best sources of information. There is also the Tianxian Digong. If you pay some money, maybe they can help you. After figuring it out, Chu Yan glanced at the disciples of Tianxian Digong around him, and made up his mind. In Chu Yan's impression, this head of the 12 Orthodoxy is definitely an unscrupulous existence. However, as the largest chamber of commerce, even surpassing Jiuxiao and Dewangdo, Tianxian Digong naturally has its own reliance. Lifting his feet and walking towards the restaurant, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness spread out, exploring all kinds of news and discussions around him. That's awesome, I heard that 4 supreme beings from the 9 regions have come. Haha, what is this? I heard that when the Pantheon Forbidden Land is opened, at least 10 9 realm supremes will come. It's too scary. The 10 9 realm supremes are too spectacular. It's a pity that we don't have enough cultivation, so we can only walk around the periphery of Pantheon Forbidden Land. Otherwise, if we go inside, then, TSK. While walking, Chu Yan looked at the street stalls around him with his eyes slightly startled. That's a God King. God King Realm Powerhouse, set up a stall here. Do you want to be so exaggerated? It turns out that there are also poor people in the God King realm. Chu Yan was full of astonishment, looking at the strong man in the God King realm who was sitting cross-legged in front of the booth and practicing with his eyes closed. He was speechless. Just as Chu Yan was staring at the other party, suddenly, there was a commotion from the street in the distance. Many people raised their heads, turned to the end of the street, and stretched their necks to look at something. Chu Yan's gaze also turned away, and he saw a man with short hair, full of evil spirits all over his body, slowly arranging a spiritual formation and placing treasures one by one on his booth. After the booth opened, the short-haired man sat down on the ground, folded his hands on his chest, looked coldly at the crowd around him, with a look of disdain on his face. That expression, as if all the people present were not qualified to take a look in front of his booth. Dragon Heart Grass. Damn it, Lingyu Qiankuan Pan. What the hell is this Daobao? He sells Daobao. This is the horn of the Demon Emperor. The cultivators around looked at this cold-eyed booth, all of them were shocked. C3187, the situation is not right. No one thought that this God King would actually sell Dao treasures here. God Devil fruit. Chu Yan glanced at the booth of the God King, casually, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he took a sharp breath of air. It was a golden and black fruit, about the size of a palm, with 2 eyes on both sides of the fruit like a taiji fish, and the aura it released was obviously fairy-like. After taking a few quick glances, Chu Yan, who was completely sure, was shocked in an instant. That's right. That's it, exactly the same as the pattern on the information provided by Jiuxiao. This is the 9th level magic fruit. The person who snatched the God Demon fruit along the way turned out to be this cold-eyed God King. No wonder. Ordinary God Kings would not deliberately collect some kind of natural materials and earthly treasures if they were on their way. And this God King, it turned out to be for setting up a stall. I am afraid that even the low-level elixir will not be missed along the way. Who? Chu Yan took a few breaths and forced himself to calm down. At the same time, he walked quickly to the God King's booth, bowed his hands, and said, "Senior God King, I don't know how to exchange this fruit." The God King looked up at Chu Yan, and found that the other party was just a cultivator of the earth respect, and his face was full of disgust. "Can you afford it?" Although the voice was not loud, there was obviously a hint of bitterness in his tone. "I'm afraid he would never exchange it easily just because he picked the devil fruit casually. After all, the cultivation resources or treasures that the God King needs will never be simple." He even set up a stall with Daobao, which shows that the treasures he needs are by no means ordinary things. "Chu Yan, if your kid dares to use this king again, I will turn against you." In the world of consciousness C, the roar of the vicious Pluto rolled like thunder. This fierce Pluto is really a small weapon. Chu Yan just used him as a shield, and he always remembered it. Seeing that Chu Yan was going to change the magic fruit now, he yelled at that time, "Don't worry, it won't." Chu Yan chuckled, then thought for a while, took out a bottle of elixir, and handed it to the God King stall owner. "There are 3 elixirs in here, I don't know if it's okay." As he said that, he opened the bottle cap, and suddenly a strong danxiang overflowed, causing the expressions of all the cultivators around him to change. Top pill. At least it is a 7th-rank pill. This is the best healing elixir for cultivators. Even a God King can recover from injuries in an instant. Hundreds of pairs of eyes all around looked at Chu Yan in unison, all of them were stunned. This young man, whose cultivation level is no higher than that of the Earth Venerable Realm, actually has such a top-notch elixir on him. Humph. I don't care too much. All the things here, I only exchange the 2 things of the extreme soul flame and the magic spirit crystal, and there is no need to take out other things. The God King stall owner's tone was extremely proud, but he explained his exchange rules in detail. Extreme soul flame. Demon spirit crystal, what is it? Chu Yan was startled, he had never heard of these 2 things. However, this time the God King stall owner turned his face away. "Just ignore Chu Yan. I said, brother, is this your first time in the Forbidden Land?" A Tianzuan cultivator, who was watching the excitement around the booth, smiled and said to Chu Yan, "The extreme soul flame and the demon spirit crystal are 2 kinds of treasures produced in the Pantheon Forbidden Land. However, it is extremely difficult to find them in the Pantheon Forbidden Land." Speaking of this, the cultivator of the Heavenly Venerable Realm raised his hand and said, "Look here, half of the people should be looking for these 2 treasures." When this sentence landed, all the cultivators around laughed. Extreme soul flame, demon spirit crystal, so easy to find. Especially this forbidden land of heaven is extremely dangerous, not to mention the heavenly exalted realm, even the divine king realm and supreme venerable realm may be damaged. Therefore, things produced in such a forbidden area are of course good things, but the premise is that you can find them alive. That's it. Thank you. Chu Yan bowed his hands and turned to leave the booth. When he returned to the street, he breathed a long sigh of relief, not at all unhappy. After all, at least the news of the magic fruit has been found. Next, he only needs to find the extreme soul flame and demon spirit crystal in the Pantheon Forbidden Land, and then he can exchange them with the King of Wind and Thunder. This is easier than finding a needle in a haystack. If according to the previous guess, if the King of Wind and Thunder received the God Devil fruit, he would not use it or sell it, and just keep it, even if he would never know where to find the God Devil fruit. But now, it's relatively easier to just go to Pantheon Forbidden Land to find 2 kinds of treasures produced and exchange them. Hurry up and enter the Forbidden Land. Chu Yan pondered for a while, then made up his mind, his eyes overflowing with thunder. The God Devil fruit is by no means ordinary. Although its purpose is a little off, but there are so many God Kings here, maybe someone is interested. At that time, if you are exchanged by other people and want to exchange it again, it will be much more troublesome. At this time, not far above the street, A group of young cultivators were walking around on the street. One of them, a young man with double pupils, saw Chu Yan at first glance, and his expression changed drastically. Chu Yan. This person is Jiuxiao, the person who told Xian the news that Chu Yan was carrying a peerless fairy sword was named Wenhao. This is the #1 statue in the world. The one with the peerless fairy sword in the Jiuxiao Tower. Several young cultivators around Wenhao heard the words, and all raised their heads to look at the black-robed figure on the street in the distance. These people are all cultivators of the ancient clan and geniuses of the tyrant clan, but their status is much lower than that of Wenhao. Isn't that senior brother Xie very fond of fairy swords? It's better to grab his fairy sword and dedicate it to senior brother Xie. That's right. Brother Xie has been looking for a suitable natal sword. This is an opportunity. The #1 statue in the world, isn't it rumored that Daoji was destroyed? Then we are enough. Not bad, you can try it. Under the voice transmission of their spiritual senses, they just decided on the matter. Obviously, this kind of thing has been done a lot. You are right. This kid is very arrogant. Of course Wenhao remembered that when he was in Jiuxiao, this kid used his spiritual sense to detect himself. The people of the ancient clan valued their face very much, and they were probed by everyone with their spiritual senses. In addition, this kid actually possessed a peerless fairy sword, so he went directly to the Jiuxiao, and he only went to the quadruple peak. This made Wenhao always remember, very upset. Now, it happens to be an opportunity. During this period of time, the group of them had been trapped in a desperate place in the East China Sea. They had just escaped, and they didn't know the outside situation. Naturally, they didn't know that the abolished #1 statue in the world had been restored. They don't even know that not only Xian, but also several major forces of the ancient clan are looking for this Chu Yan. Brother Hao, just leave it to us for a mere cultivator, without a Dao foundation. Let's go. A young man waved his hand and was about to go up to stop Chu Yan, but was suddenly stopped by Wenhao. Wait, the situation is wrong. Wenhao stared in front of Chu Yan in the distance. A young man in purple robe and gold silk who had just appeared had a shocked look on his face. Tianxian Digong, young palace master. #C3188, you can't fool me. The stern young man with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth stood in front of Chu Yan. Long time no see, Chu Yan. The young master of Tianxian Digong, who has the legendary body of blessing, has been paying attention to Chu Yan. Feng Tianxian. I'll go, how could he come here? The cultivators around all noticed the sudden appearance of the purple-robed and golden-threaded young man, and they all looked at him with a trace of surprise. Although this Feng Tianxian is not a peerless genius, but his identity is not simple, coupled with his legendary physique, people can't imagine how brilliant the Tianxian palace under his command will be in the future. After all, the body of innate blessings can be said to be the destiny, an existence that has been favored by heaven. Chu Yan raised his eyes to look at the other party, and found that his cultivation base, within a few months, had actually been raised to the level of the 9th heaven of the earth respect state. Moreover, the Dao realm has already reached a small stage, which is obviously much stronger than when they met last time. You. Chu Yan just opened his mouth, but was directly interrupted by Feng Tianxian, saying, Chu Yan, you don't need to talk too much, let's end what happened last time now. Hearing these words, Chu Yan looked at Feng Tianxian, but smiled. This Feng Tianxian seemed to stare at him every time they met. Could it be because he was a body of natural disasters? However, I don't seem to be a natural disaster. Young Palace Master Feng, I am actually not. After thinking about it, Chu Yan still decided to have a showdown with the opponent, otherwise, who would stand being stared at by a big man every day? Therefore, Chu Yan told Feng Tianxian the reason of his so-called natural disaster body in detail. For Chu Yan now, It is not too important to him that he has a green lotus, and changes will occur everywhere he passes. You are not a natural disaster. After listening to Chu Yan's explanation, Feng Tianxuan's whole face turned dark, and he glared at Chu Yan angrily. What a joke! You have been staring at him for so long, tell me now, you are being passionate. At this time, at the waiting corner not far away, Wen Hao and a group of people were still quietly peeping here. It seems that this young palace master Feng is here to trouble Chu Yan. Could it be that he is also eyeing Chu Yan's peerless sword? After all, with the characteristics of Tianxian Digong, if there is no benefit, I am afraid that the young palace master will not take the initiative to lower his status and talk to this Chu Yan. In this case, it will be a little troublesome. After all, people like Wen Hao dare not provoke the young palace master of Tianxian Digong. This Chu Yan was actually targeted by Palace Master Feng Xiao. We don't need to take action, he must be finished. Although Wen Hao's face was full of teasing, he had other plans in his heart. If the young Palace Master Feng just taught Chu Yan a lesson and didn't know about the peerless immortal sword, then after the young Palace Master Feng left, they could rush up and snatch Chu Yan's peerless immortal sword. This saves a lot of effort. I didn't hide it intentionally, it's just that I can't control what happened, Jian Liang. Chu Yan bowed his hands and expressed his apology. After all, the process and results cannot be controlled by oneself, but the cause of the matter is because of oneself. Although this young Palace Master Feng has a bad temper with him, Chu Yan's understanding of young Palace Master Feng has changed a lot during the battle for the #1 statue in the world. Feng Tianxuan's complexion kept changing, the powerful breath in his body kept surging, and his eyes were fixed on Chu Yan. The cultivators around felt an inexplicable strong aura, and they all made a detour. Chu Yan. Gong Tianxian took a sharp breath, staring at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes, biting his teeth, and using your sword to slash me. What? Several cultivators passing by were stunned for a moment, and even Chu Yan was stunned. What's the meaning? Cut you with a sword? Ill. Seeing Chu Yan standing there in a daze, Feng Tianxian continued to grit his teeth and said, I know, you want to get the extreme soul flame and demon spirit crystal. As long as you do what I say, I will tell you that there are these 2 treasures in Pantheon Forbidden Land. As these words came out, the surrounding eyes became even more astonished. This young palace master, I'm afraid his brain is flooded. People hacked him with a sword, and he also told people about the priceless treasure. Young Palace Master Feng, you, sure? Chu Yan looked at the other party with suspicion. Although he didn't understand the other party's request at all, but hearing the extreme soul flame and the magic spirit crystal, it was not a problem. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, control your power, up to 50. No, 30% power. Feng Tianxian changed his words very quickly. You must know that this pervert has just recovered his Dao foundation, and he heard that he fled under the hands of a group of god kings in the White Jade Palace. This strength, which has only been seen for a few months, made Feng Tianxian a little confused, so he said the safest strength. After all, he didn't really want to be hacked to death by Chu Yan. Good. Chu Yan is not a hypocritical person. Since the other party insists, why hesitate? Clang. Pulling out the Haoyan sword with his backhand, Chu Yan scanned Feng Tianxian back and forth, looking for where to strike. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and the Haoyan sword in his hand was raised, and he raised his hand and slashed at Feng Tianxuan's arm. Boom! A burst of sword energy exploded, picking up the energy nearly 10 feet high, and rushing straight into the air. Ah! Feng Tianxuan's body protector was like a balloon that had been smashed. Although it wasn't broken, it was deeply sunken, and under the powerful force, his whole body flew upside down in an instant. It crashed into the distant city wall, opened a huge pit, and rolled to the ground, with blood all over its face. Hiss! Hiss! The cultivators on half the street all turned their heads to follow Gong Tianxuan's flying upside-down figure, and saw Feng Tianxian lying face down on the ground, completely motionless. Chi-Chi's eyes twitched, and he gasped. This young palace master has a brain problem. This Chu Yan has even more problems with his mind. He dared to kill other people's young master on the street full of stalls of Tianxian Digong. Anyway, neither of these two people is in a normal mind. However, in the next moment, under everyone's astonished eyes, Feng Tianxian jumped up from the ground, looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, what a number one statue in the world, you can't fool me. This is your jade talisman. After today, there will be a battle between you and me. With a swish, a jade talisman popped out and was caught by Chu Yan. Chu Yan stared at the other party with a dazed expression. Cheat. What did you lie to? You don't think that I am really a body of natural disasters until now. No, is it? Suddenly, Chu Yan's pupils shrank, as if thinking of something. Good. If this Feng Tianxian really had the body of Fu Lu, he would be the son of destiny. This legendary physique has many unexpected benefits. For example, during a battle, being attacked by the opponent will be affected by the fortune of heaven and earth, and the interference in the dark will make the opponent's attack invalid or deviate. After all, the body of Fu Lu is not something you can fight if you want to. But now, this Feng Tianxian deliberately asked himself to cut him. Could it be to prove that he is really a body of natural disasters? This. #C3189 Legends. The cultivators on the street were originally bustling and lively, but now, they all stopped, and everyone stared at Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian, their faces full of astonishment as if petrified. Chu Yan didn't know, but they did know that when the young palace master of Tiangsuandi Palace was honored, the scene was so grand that he couldn't imagine it. What a big deal it is for the young palace master of the Tianxian Digong to be honored. As the head of the 12 Dao lineages, the Tianxian Digong spent a lot of money and paid an unimaginably huge price to invite a large number of strong men. And there are countless cultivators present to watch the ceremony. After all, Tianxian Digong spent so much money, how could it not take the opportunity to create momentum, and the handicap stalls it opened covered the entire Tianxian city. On that day in Tianxian city, there were hundreds of thousands of powerful people who came to help Feng Tianxian. As a result, the battle had just begun, and before Feng Tianxian could use the trump card he had prepared long ago, thunderclouds billowed in the sky, endless black clouds enveloped thousands of miles, and the overwhelming thunder of heavenly punishment roared down. In an instant, countless thunder pillars descended from the sky, falling on the crowd like a heavy rain, causing those people to rush around with their heads in their arms, screaming again and again. But Feng Tianxian was floating in midair, in the midst of the thunder pillars filling the whole world. Unexpectedly he didn't get hit by it, not even brushed aside. Just watching helplessly, more than 100,000 high-ranking and powerful people were bombarded into a miserable state. In less than 100 breaths, all groups will be wiped out. But at this time, Feng Tianxian didn't even draw out his sword. The battle was over. Above the sky, clouds rolled down like a sea of clouds, covering Feng Tianxuan's body, calling for blessings to come, and pouring them into his body continuously. Countless cultivators in the city were dumbfounded and trembling. This is so. People are looking for opportunities everywhere, looking for Jigu. The fight is bloody, and the fight is in the dark. This young palace master is very good, standing there and doing nothing, just watching the show and completing the honor. What's more important isn't this Tianfu Shaoyun a little too big? It's 100 times bigger than the ordinary Shaoyun that is called a strong man. In the past, some people suspected that Feng Tianxuan's Fulu body was just a gimmick created by Tianxian Digong. But now, after seeing this Shaoyun, who would dare to doubt it? It took Feng Tianxian a full day and a night to be honored this time, before he completely swallowed and fused the cloud. Tell me, in such a blessed land, you, Chu Yan, can slash him with a single sword. How can it be? Therefore, the people on the whole street were thinking the same as Feng Tianxian, except for the body of natural disaster that was completely opposite to the blessed land in the legend. There could be no other reason. But at this time, when Hao and the others, who were standing in the crowd of people on the street, all opened their mouths the same way, looking at these two legends, they were completely dumbfounded. That's okay too. You too, you can't really be sent from the sky. However, they can at least see that the relationship between these two legends seems to be very good. This is troublesome. If this troubles Chu Yan, it is estimated that young Master Feng will intervene. Wen Hao's entire face was dark, but his heart was extremely irritable. If this provoked Feng Tianxian, even the entire tyrant clan would not be able to contend with it. Chu Yan. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from the street, like a thunderclap, causing the stunned crowd to tremble and turn their heads to look. In an instant, an extremely cold eye passed through the long street and the turbulent crowd, and stared at Chu Yan fiercely. Shen Gongxi. It turned out to be him. Chu Yan was shocked. I didn't expect to meet this guy here. Although not many people would know the news of his arrival in the Dead Sea, but the opening of the Pantheon Forbidden Land, and the powerhouses on the God's Domain continent all gathered here, so it is not too strange to meet a few acquaintances. It's just that this is really a coincidence. Heavenly Exalted Realm 5th Layer. With a glance of Chu Yan's eyes, he discovered Shen Gongxi's cultivation base, and at the same time looked at the few people following him. All of them were above the 5th heaven of the Heavenly Exalted Realm. In the next breath, Chu Yan's aura exploded, and Yulong Xiangxia unleashed. His figure was like a black lightning bolt, rushing straight into the distance. It's not that Chu Yan is afraid of these people, but because there are people everywhere on the streets of this city. If there is a fight, it will definitely attract people from the 12 Dao lineages and the ancient clan forces. Moreover, now that he has received the information of the extreme soul flame and the magic spirit crystal from Feng Tianxian, he naturally has to go to Pantheon Forbidden Land as soon as possible. Humph. Still want to escape. Shen Gongxi let out a cold snort, and suddenly burst into cultivation together with several people around him, turning into thunder and chasing after Chu Yan. Just after rushing out of the city gate, Chu Yan hurriedly informed Heiyao Demon Venerable and them through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. However, almost at the same time as Chu Yan, Demon Lord Heiyao's voice sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Chu Yan, it's not good, God King Fanchu and God King Yuxian have found us, let's go. Chu Yan's face changed instantly, and without stopping, he flew out of the city like lightning. At this time, Demon Lord Heiyao and Fanchen both used the secret technique of escape. One urged the demon bone, and the other performed the great teleportation technique, and fled hurriedly with Mo Wu and Lang Yi. Behind them, a group of at least a dozen god kings chased after them, driving a huge thunderstorm. 100 miles outside the city, Chu Yan and Heiyao Mozen met, and suddenly found that the pursuers behind each other were all twitching. Scourge. Absolute disaster. With this Chu Yan, there is no good day. Heiyao Demon Venerable, who had just started a game, was chased and killed before he could even wait for a comeback. There. That's Chu Yan. Fanchu God King and others chased after Heiyao Mozen and the others, and soon found Chu Yan's figure. A dozen god kings glanced at them, and their divine power burst out instantly. In the past, they chased and killed Chu Yan for those Dao treasures, but now, he hated Chu Yan so much. Hurry up, rush into Pantheon Forbidden Land. When Chu Yan landed a word, his speed exploded again and he flew all the way. Demon Venerable Heiyao and the others did not dare to neglect, they quickly followed and rushed towards Xuanhuan Bridge. In this chase, more than a dozen god kings naturally attracted the crowd of cultivators in the ancient city, and they all ran out of the city to chase after them. Damn it, who are these people who are being chased by more than a dozen god kings? Chu Yan. Could it be that Chu Yan? It must be. The number one statue in the world, the one whose Tao foundation was destroyed. Oh my God, what did I say, such a beautiful tree facing the wind, so tall and mighty. There is also that bull-nosed Taoist priest, who looks familiar. He can't be that peerless genius of Pufazong, Master Fanchen. I'll go, why is Master Fanchen with Chu Yan? Who the hell knows? I feel that something good has come out of this forbidden land. Why are all these people rushing in? Cultivators from all sides rushed to Xuanhuan Bridge, seeing Chu Yan and a dozen god kings rushing towards Pantheon Forbidden Area. They were all startled. Interesting. Hurry up and report. Some cultivators reacted quickly, raised the corners of their mouths, took out various communication jade charms, and began to infuse their spiritual consciousness. In an instant, countless spiritual consciousness, like a big net of heaven and earth, rushed in all directions. #C3190 Come here and cut me. Chu Yan and Demon Lord Xie La Jiao had already rushed to the head of the Xuanhuan Bridge. However, God King Fanchu, God King Yuxian and others behind them have been chasing closer and closer. It only takes about 2 breaths of time to rush up, exert the power of the God King, and confine the surrounding void, leaving Chu Yan and the others with nowhere to escape. This Chu Yan is really looking for death. He has offended so many powerful god kings. God is helping me. Shen Gongxi chased after him all the way, his smiling eyes narrowed into slits. His purpose is simple, it is to kill Chu Yan, no matter what these god kings are chasing and killing Chu Yan, anyway. As long as Chu Yan is trapped, he is absolutely sure to kill Chu Yan. Fierce Ming, make a quick move. Chu Yan shouted at the fierce Hades. If you want me to make a move, there must be huge benefits. I have already said. Fierce Pluto answered Chu Yan without even thinking about it, but after a while, he went on to say. However, for the benefit of the last time, I will make a shot this time. Let's pour Shanli. As soon as the words landed, the Xuanhuan furnace rushed out of Chu Yan's body and floated in front of several people. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan, Mozen Heiyao, and others poured all their respect into the Xuanhuan furnace. The next moment, a tall figure emerged from the Xuanhuan furnace, and its black and red eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, an extremely strong power of evil spirit swept across the world. What? The faces of God King Fanchu, God King Yuxian and others all changed. Although before, when they heard Huing and others report the situation in the Bayou Palace, they heard that there was such a monster at the end, which defeated everyone with one move. But when they actually saw this phantom, they were still taken aback. What is the origin of Wenlu this day, and there is such a terrifying monster hidden? Ominous sea, now. The vicious Pluto roared and raised his hands horizontally, thousands of miles of black clouds rose into the sky, and countless monsters roared and roared in the sea of black clouds. This is not good. Seeing this scene, Fanchu God King and others were so shocked that their scalps exploded, and they all burst out with divine power, ready to resist. But when the sea of black clouds smashed over, all the god kings were stunned at the same time. This, SOSO. It seems that the momentum is amazing, but the result is a huge gap, as if it looks like a mountain, but the falling is cotton. Of course, if it is an ordinary heavenly venerable realm, with this move, I am afraid it will be wiped out, but this is the God King realm, and more than a dozen God King realm experts have joined forces. This ultimate move against the heavenly exalted realm is really tickling. I'll go, Ji Ming, what are you doing? Demon Lord Xie La Jiao immediately cursed when he saw the stunned god kings. Aren't you the second child of the top 10 kings of monsters in ancient times? No, Shantian said that you are the boss now, so what the hell is this effect? This roar made the fierce Pluto suddenly look depressed. My physical body is damaged, only the soul body, and I was suppressed by the Wentian furnace, and your strength is too little. The vicious Pluto, with a face full of grievances. She also blushed a little, and went back to Wentian furnace with a swish. However, this looks astonishing, but it was a surprise-killing move when it fell. Although it did not cause any damage to the God Kings, the effect of scaring people was still achieved. A group of God Kings froze for a moment, and immediately opened the distance for a few breaths. Taking advantage of this time, without hesitation, Chu Yan rushed directly to the Xuanhuan bridge, flew forward at high speed, flew all the way, and directly entered the Pantheon Forbidden Land. This kid is lucky. That's right. In Pantheon Forbidden Land, the aura is strong. Although it is only in the outer area, these god thrones cannot be taken at will. That made him escape. There's no show, let's go. 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 The cultivators gathered in front of the Xuanhuan bridge, as well as the gods concerned in the surrounding void, were discussing a lot. Feng Tianxian withdrew his gaze, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. As expected, Chu Yan was fine. This natural disaster, even if it is death, must die in his own hands. However, he just said that he is not a natural disaster. Could it be true? He can escape, and it doesn't seem like he deliberately lied to himself when he explained it. It is impossible for that sword to be completely accidental. Feng Tianxian looked at the entrance of Pantheon Forbidden Land at the end of Xuanhuan Bridge, but there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. On the other side, Wen Hao and the others not far away saw this scene with regret and surprise in their eyes. This Chu Yan, you can't even die. These are more than a dozen god kings. When this sentence landed, it caught the attention of Feng Tianxian, who was not far away from them. Who is that? Come here and cut me. Wen Hao pointed to his nose, his face full of disbelief, and the flames in his eyes instantly ignited. Not only himself, but the other cultivators around him were all envious and jealous. To be so lucky to be able to meet the young palace master of Tianxian Digong, and to be so close at the first meeting. Really, really cut. Wen Hao ran up to Feng Tianxian, nodded and bowed for a while, and opened his mouth to confirm. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up, if you can hit me, you will be rewarded. When this sentence fell to the ground, Wen Hao's eyes immediately flashed with light. Joke. The young palace master of Tianxian Digong said, the reward is heavy, and it can be won again. Apart from anything else, Wen Hao burst out with genuine energy, and turned over a purple sword in his hand, swung the sword and slashed at Feng Tianxian. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Slaying the young palace master of Tianxian Digong with a sword, this is the moment to honor the ancestors. Wen Hao was completely excited, and even used all his divine power to let more people notice his supremely glorious image. Wen Hao, shocking cut. This roar resounded like a thundercloud rolling through the audience, and it really attracted the attention of all cultivators within 100 miles. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes looked over, and a large number of them were full of blood. Looking for death. How dare you attack my young master? Die. Boom boom boom. Waves of air shot up into the sky from the crowd, and dozens of figures struck Wen Hao at the same time like a thunderbolt. Ah! Amidst the screams, the purple knife in Wen Hao's hand was only a few hairs away from Feng Tianxuan's nose, but it was abruptly thrown into the sky and instantly turned into a small black spot. In the void, only the shrill scream echoed, and at the same time, there was a clear trail of blood across the sky. Useless guy. Feng Tianxian didn't even raise his head, from the beginning to the end, with his hands behind his back, he was calm and composed, very demeanor of a master. Humph. Chu Yan, I knew it. After these words landed, Feng Tianxian turned his head again, looking towards the entrance of the Pantheon Forbidden Land, his gaze kept flickering. It's a liar. Hashtag C3191, dangerous I come. On the Xuanhuan Bridge, God King Fanchu had a dark face and was extremely depressed. A group of God Kings were actually intimidated by that black guy's bluff. This is too embarrassing. The point is, just let Chu Yan escape under his nose. Pantheon Forbidden Land, even if we rush in, the chance of catching them is less than 30%. Moreover, there have been more and more changes in Pantheon Forbidden Land recently. Those Supremes and Nine Realms Supremes seem to be coming, and some of them have already entered. I think it's better to think about it in the long run. God King Fanchu and more than a dozen God Kings didn't want to chase into Pantheon Forbidden Land, so they opened their mouths to negotiate. Then just wait. Seeing the thoughts of the God Kings, Yuxian God King finally spoke. Please pay close attention to the movements of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, the God Kings of Jiuxiao and Dawang Island. If any Supreme comes, please notify us immediately. When these words came out, all the God Kings immediately nodded. As for the 8 Xuanhuan sect, one of the 12 Dao lineages, it still needs to be given enough attention. You must know that the former Chu Yan and Dao Ji were destroyed, and the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect might not pay attention to him. But now, Chu Yan's identity is a peerless genius, and disciples of this level are the absolute core of that sect's power. If these God Kings really chased and killed Chu Yan, I am afraid that the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect would definitely intervene. After nodding their heads, all the God Kings rose up into the sky and flew towards the ancient city in the distance. Let's go. Although Shen Gongxi was a little disappointed, he still talked to the several heavenly venerates around him. On the other side, in the Pantheon Forbidden area. As soon as Chu Yan and the others entered the Pantheon Forbidden Land, they felt a strong coercion pouring down from the void around them. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness and pupil power were instantly suppressed to within 100 feet, and it would be impossible to reach it no matter how far away. This, not bad. Chu Yan and the others welcomed this kind of Forbidden Land coercion. After all, if God King Fanchu and the others were chasing after them, it would be much easier to escape under such coercion. Green Lotus. Chu Yan subconsciously entered his body, sensing the green lotus in the sea of spiritual clouds, and seemed to have no reaction at all. This is completely different from the situation when Chu Yan entered other forbidden areas before. Just when Chu Yan was surprised, the green lotus in the Lingyun Sea suddenly burst into light, and released a large amount of golden light, dyeing the entire Lingyun Sea into a golden ocean. What's the situation? Chu Yan looked at the green lotus in the sea of clouds with a dazed expression, not knowing what it was going to do. In the past, it was just to release some breath and affect the surrounding forbidden areas. This time, just as it said it was silent, it made such a big commotion. But then nothing happened. Forget it, don't care. Chu Yan looked at it for a while and was sure nothing happened, so he could only shake his head. Look for Feng Tianxuan's Jade Talisman information. Chu Yan took out the Jade Talisman. Start to probe into it. Seeing Chu Yan take out the Jade Talisman, Mo Zhenheiyao's eyes lit up instantly. In this forbidden area, whether there is a map or not, those are completely different concepts. Sure enough, this kid Chu Yan is a lucky general. What appeared in the Jade Talisman was a complete map, including the entrance of Xuanhuan Bridge and Pantheon Forbidden Land. In this way, with these two as a reference, it is easy to distinguish the direction of the map. Chu Yan quickly scanned and found that the 3 locations marked on the Jade Talisman map were all in the outer area of Pantheon Forbidden Land. This direction. Raising his hand and pointing, Chu Yan flew out like lightning. He Yao Mozhen and the others did not hesitate at all, and hurriedly followed. This Pantheon Forbidden Land is so famous that even the Supreme and the 9 Realms Supreme are at risk of being damaged here, so Chu Yan and the others naturally dare not be careless. The speed of flying all the way is not fast, and only after the divine sense has scanned it will it fly forward. In less than half an hour, it was getting closer and closer to the first location. Demon Lord He Yao's face was full of excitement, his eyes brightened. This is a forbidden place. Even the 9 Regents Supreme are running here. If you follow Chu Yan to make a small fortune, maybe after you recover to the Supreme Realm, you can break through to the 9 Regents Supreme Realm. By the way, that would be really cool. On the ground along the way, some jade bones can be seen sporadically protruding from the ground, and the jade bones turned into dust. If you count them casually, there are more than a dozen of them, all of them are Tianzuan. This is just the periphery of Pantheon Forbidden Land, so many heavenly venerates have been lost. Right here. Chu Yan stopped and raised his eyes to look forward. I saw a stone forest in front of me, as high as hundreds of feet, densely packed. This, nothing. Scanning these stone pillars, He Yao Mozen was stunned. What about the promised treasure? What about the agreed-upon heaven-defying chance? Could it be these broken stones? Swish. Without waiting for Chu Yan to open his mouth, Fan Chen beside him stepped out with a single step, formed the Dao seal with both hands, and waved his hand. A large piece of Daoguang swayed out and poured into the stone pillars. The next moment, a faint breath rushed out of the stone pillar, gathered in mid-air, shattered the void, and opened a huge void crack. This is obviously a very special formation. Dangerous things are coming, let me go ahead. Demon Lord He Yao saw the opening of the cave, and directly stepped in. Chu Yan didn't care too much, and followed He Yao Mozen into the crack of time and space. However, just as Chu Yan raised his foot to go in, he heard Demon Venerable He Yao yelling and cursing from the front. Damn it, what kind of rubbish is this? Hearing this, Chu Yan hurriedly urged Xuanli to rush into it. As soon as I looked up, I saw that this was a forest. The ground was full of thick grass, dotted with flames like will-o'-the-wisps, floating and wandering. This is extreme soul flame. But on the bark of those towering trees, there is a very special chip growing, just like tree scales. Magic crystal. However, judging from the appearance of these things, and the records in the jade talisman, it seems that these things are just taking shape and not yet mature. If it is forcibly picked, the result will definitely be dissipated nothingness. No wonder Mozen He Yao jumped in anger just now, and opened his mouth to curse. Chu Yan's face was also gloomy. The extreme soul flame and magic spirit crystal on the first point can't be collected. I don't know if the next 2 will be finished products. What if it is also a semi-finished product? That Feng Tianxian didn't do it on purpose. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, thinking of what happened on the street before. He couldn't help having a headache. Ha ha ha, this is the place. I said the entrance is hidden, don't you think it's open? Hey, who are you? At this moment, a figure appeared behind, and someone came in. #C3192 Eldar. 12 figures appeared. The leader was wearing a blue robe with the word God tattooed on his chest. This person stared at Chu Yan and the others in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe it. As for the rest of the dozen or so people, they are not very old, but they are obviously higher than the leading youth in terms of cultivation, and they are basically the 8th heaven of the heavenly realm. Among these entourage-like practitioners, there are even 2 peerless geniuses. The Qingpao God Seal, this is the God race among the ancient race. They call themselves the God race. Demon Venerable He Yao looked at the other party, and at the same time said to Chu Yan and the others, through voice transmission from his spiritual consciousness. The spirit race is located on the 2nd continent, and it is said that they are ranked among the top 100 ancient clans, among the top 20. Top 20. Chu Yan was startled. In this way, there is almost no difference between the forces of the gods and the 12 Dao lineages of the God realm. This point, Chu Yan has been in God's domain for so long, and he knows something. Moreover, because of the power of the ancient race, in terms of background, I am afraid that it is much stronger than the 12 orthodoxy. Spirits. I remember Yu Linglong's dark temple. It seems that they also claim to be gods, and they seem to have some special relationship with them. Chu Yan frowned slightly, thinking about it in his heart. The Dark Temple is a force in the 10 Directions starfield, and the top forces in the 10 Directions starfield are more or less related to the God realm. You all belong to our Protoss. How do you know this place? The green-robed youth in the lead looked at Chu Yan and the others, with raised brows and a look of arrogance on his face. My young master is in a good mood today, so I won't kill you guys, get out. When these words landed, Mosen Heiyao and Chu Yan's expressions suddenly sank. It seems that we came first. Chu Yan looked at the other party. You guys come first. Ha ha ha. The green-robed youth immediately laughed. Pointing at Chu Yan's nose, he shouted loudly. My gods and spirits are the masters of this world. Everything is owned by my clan. It is usually given to you mortals. It's just that I don't care about it with you. Now I dare to commit the above crime. Having said that, the green-robed youth seemed obviously upset, and said with a cold snort. Humph. Since you don't know how to praise, then die. When he said this, a group of cultivators behind him sneered, and their breath burst out like a flood. As for the cultivation of Chu Yan and the others, some of them have already detected it. The 3 are only at the peak of the earthly respect, and a dozen of them will definitely be able to suppress them together. Go aside, I'll handle it. Chu Yan was already in a bad mood, and now he met this group of goods just right. Huh. Dozens of cultivators laughed when they heard Chu Yan's words. One person wants to deal with 12 of them, just kidding. These people are just ordinary inner disciples, not core disciples, but they have never lost to anyone other than the ancient clan. Kill. Kill him. Thousands of cuts. The figures of the 11 people rioted, condensing the power of the sky, and they all blasted at Chu Yan. The mighty power surged, and the whole small secret realm buzzed and trembled. Boy, are you crazy? Then I want to see how you can catch the move of our 11. The young man in the lead didn't make a move, but stood with a smile on his face, looking at Chu Yan with contempt in his eyes. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he didn't talk nonsense with him at all, and raised his hand and punched out. Boom. The sound of thunder was like a storm, and the power of the thunder was like a torrent, rushing out, and all the mighty attacks that passed by were instantly blasted into powder. Without a trace of stagnation, the powerful fist turned into a golden thunder dragon, roaring into the sky, and sweeping forward. What? The expressions of all the 11 spiritual cultivators changed drastically. This is a master. Hurry up, you all use the guardian spirit formation, and I will take the young master away. One of the unrivaled geniuses roared loudly, and at the same time pulled up the green-robed cultivator who was completely stupid, turned around and wanted to go out. Want to get out? The flames in Chu Yan's eyes were like tides, and the mighty dignity was endless. When he raised his hand, there was a Gangyuan mountain, which completely filled the entire small secret realm, and suppressed it towards the opposite side. Boom, boom. The rage shook the sky, and the earth shook. The 11 cultivators screamed in unison, all the body shields on their bodies were shattered, and they spewed out mouthfuls of dirty blood. Chu Yan had already kept his hand, and did not want to kill them all. Otherwise, there would be no one alive. You. The young man in the green robe headed by him, his face was ashen ashes. How could this black-robed young man in front of him be so strong? This is almost an invincible existence at the same level, even if it is in the God King realm. At this moment, Chu Yan looked at the young man in green robe with a cold expression on his face, and walked away. Don't come here, my family has the 9 realms. Supreme. The 9 realms supreme. And the second elder of the Protoss is my father. If you dare. The green-robed youth was completely panicked, his voice was knotted. I'll go, the son of the second elder of the spiritual race, no wonder he is so arrogant, and there is also the 9 realms supreme. Heiyao Mozen and the others all changed their expressions slightly when they heard each other's words. No wonder, she is still so arrogant after entering Pantheon Forbidden Land. It turns out that her family has a background. Ordinary powerhouses, even those in the Supreme Realm, would be afraid to hear this kid's background power. After all, the supreme being of the 9 domains in this god's domain represents the top military force of the pyramid, and not everyone provokes it. If you get into trouble with him, you don't need the supreme being of the 9 realms to take action at all, just say hello to your power. I am afraid that the big boss in the power will abolish your cultivation base and send you under the noses of others. As for the consequences, you don't even need to think about what it will be. However, Chu Yan walked up to the other party in a few steps, and under the astonished gazes of Demon Venerable Heiyao and the others, he raised his palm and slapped him. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded, and the young man in the green robe was slapped, and he landed on the ground after spinning 180 degrees. Ah, you dare to hit me. The green-robed youth covered his face was full of disbelief, his eyes were full of anger, and he stared at Chu Yan. My grandfather didn't dare to hit me, how dare you? You are dead. I must tell Grandpa to kill your entire family, destroy your entire clan, extract your soul and refine it, and torture you forever. As long as it is someone you know, no one can escape. Hearing these words, the expressions of Mozen Heiyao, Lang Yi, and others changed instantly. Several people looked at the young man in green robe with twitching faces, shaking their heads together, with expressions of regret on their faces. This is so much better than the map gun, it's still dying. It can't be saved, it can't be saved. This guy has no idea what Chu Yan's identity and background is. Everyone he knows will die. Including Empress Shantian. It was the big beauty who held a sword and looked for the 9 realm supremes to practice alone, and beheaded nearly 10 9 realm supremes in a few months. If your grandpa knew that you provoked the evil star of the 9 realms, he would be very surprised. #C3193 Make you cool. At this moment, Chu Yan stared at the green-robed youth in front of him with a pair of eyes full of ice. How dare you threaten me? Threatened with family and friends. Boy, you have a big heart. Demon Lord Heiyao walked over with a smile and said to Chu Yan. Since you don't want to kill them, let me deal with it. I have a way to make him feel good. Hearing Demon Lord Heiyao's words, Chu Yan nodded and stepped aside. The current Chu Yan is no longer the former Chu Yan. As his cultivation continues to improve, his will is getting stronger and stronger. That kind of excitement and stimulation no longer has much effect on him. Of course, if it wasn't for Yu Linglong's dark temple, it would have something to do with the spirit clan. But now that he was resurrecting Yu Linglong, before he figured it out, Chu Yan didn't want to kill this hatred for the time being. It's not that Chu Yan cares about anything, but that he doesn't want to embarrass Yu Linglong. You, who are you? What do you want to do? When the young man in green robe saw the person walking over, he smiled all over his face, grinning to his cheeks, and his heart was filled with chills. Hey, it makes you happy, young master. As these words landed, Demon Venerable Heiyao waved his hand. Ah. The shrill screams resounded throughout the secret realm, which sounded particularly creepy. This is Demon Lord Heiyao, the supreme demon Dao of the ancient times. What a background. Although the current combat power is a bit weak, even Chu Yan can't match it, but when it comes to means and secret skills, 10 Chu Yan can't match the accumulation of Heiyao Demon Venerable. I say it's almost done. Fan Chen frowned slightly. Seeing the other party's life and death look, he began to persuade. It's all there, I still have more than 80 methods that are useless, let me think about it, which one should I use now? Refining and extracting marrow? No, it's still broken bones, and tormented. In Demon Lord He Yao's hand, a big needle condensed for a while, and a bone-scraping knife turned into a bone-scraping knife for a while, and the whole face of the young man in green robe was twisted together. Don't, please, kill me with one knife. Demon Lord He Yao, who was playing vigorously, shook his head, showing no intention of stopping. But at this time, the young man in green robe was covered in blood, there was not a single piece of good flesh on his body, his eyes were full of death, and there was still the proud expression just now. Wait, with your identity, you probably have a lot of good things on you. After thinking about it, He Yao Mozen waved his big hand and directly copied out the opponent's stored jade talisman. The eyes of Chu Yan and the others lit up when they saw the purple gold jade talisman, half a foot in size. This kind of jade talisman is really rare. I'm afraid it was refined by the Nine Realms Supreme himself, and it is by no means ordinary. For Chu Yan, what he thought of was that this young man came chasing after the extreme soul flame and the magic spirit crystal, maybe they had collected some before. If that's the case, it will save me a lot of effort. By the way, the two treasures, the extreme soul flame and the demon spirit crystal, were produced in the Pantheon Forbidden Area, and there are people everywhere in the Forbidden Area. When Chu Yan thought about it, he suddenly understood. If you want to find something, you don't have to collect it yourself. Since someone else has it, you can just bring it directly. Chu Yan, you mean, robbery? As soon as Fan Chen turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his face was covered immediately, and then he turned his head to look at He Yao Mozen, and gave him a hard look. Look, it took Chu Yan to pieces. Damn it, young master, what is it like to be poor? You don't even have extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals, just a few magic spells, use them now. Demon Lord He Yao rummaged for the jade talisman, but his face was full of displeasure. What? No money? Even Fan Chen was stunned. How could a person of this status be so poor? There is no fart gain, and the hopes of Fan Chen are directly defeated. Hey Yao, don't stop, keep giving him pleasure. A breath of air came up, Fan Chen shouted. Hearing Fan Chen's words, the young man in green robe cried on the spot. The only one who spoke up for him turned his back on him. This is completely dead. I came here to find Jihanyan and Molingjing. I sneaked out without bringing anything. The green-robed youth explained in despair. Come and find it. Then let me ask you, among your clansmen, who has extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals, and how many? Demon Venerable He Yao and the others looked at each other and surrounded them. You want to? Seeing this scene, the young man in green robe suddenly understood, and a hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes. I advise you to forget about it, my god clan came this time, 2 god kings, plus a 9 realm supreme. When these words landed, He Yao Mozen was dumbfounded on the spot. What the hell? Dig up a herb and dispatch the 9 realms supreme. You gods, are you in a hurry? Sovereign of the 9 realms, he dared not snatch it just to borrow his courage. As long as you let me go, you will definitely get the extreme soul flame and the demon spirit crystal, I promise. In the name of God. Seeing the faces of several people, the green-robed youth seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and said quickly. You mean, exchange it with you? Demon Lord He Yao raised his head and looked at Chu Yan. No, you don't want us to take the initiative to die. Fan Chen pinched his chin and looked at the other party with malicious intentions. Dare to use this little trick. Could it be that this kid really has the potential to be sympathetic? This map is the map there. He Yao Mozen found a leather map from the stored jade talisman, and asked the other party. This is the map of extreme soul flame and demon spirit crystal, a growing place discovered by my people. It is said that there are quite a few of them. I have just been there. That's all in the gestation period, so they can't be picked. When this sentence fell to the ground, the hope that Chu Yan had just raised was instantly dashed. It's the same again. Forget it, let's go to the other two places to see. Chu Yan didn't want to waste any more time with this guy. Now, it's all about luck. I hope that the other two positions, given by Feng Tianxian, can be rewarded. Listen. Demon Venerable Xie Yao turned around, and with a wave of his hand, woke up all the members of the spirit race who were pretending to be dead. If you don't want to die, save your life with money. If you have money, you will live. If you have no money, die. When these words fell to the ground, the 11 spirit cultivators all turned bitter faces in an instant. This is so miserable. First he was beaten, but now he has to be robbed. Senior, why don't we join forces and use the seal of the gods to ripen the extreme soul flames and magic crystals here? Half a month at most is enough. Half a month? Who the hell has time to wait for you? Don't you know that this forbidden land is changing? Demon Lord Xie Yao rolled his eyes. Wait, the seal of the gods. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Our gods were bred in the world, and we have the blood of the gods in our bodies, which can ripen all the treasures in the world, just need time. The unrivaled genius of the spiritual race quickly replied. #C3194 Main Seal. Hearing what the other party said, Chu Yan suddenly remembered that he also seemed to have a god seal. When he was in the cave of the Mad Sword Supreme, the Mad Sword Supreme gave himself a god seal. According to Quangjian Supreme, his god seal is still a master seal. Compared with ordinary god seals, it is much stronger. When he got the Nishenyan, the inheritor had warned Chu Yan that he must not show the Nishenyan in front of the spirit race, which may be the reason. It will cause a catastrophe. Chu Yan, what's wrong with you? Demon Venerable Xie Yao asked in surprise. Help me first, take them all out, I will try it alone. After thinking about it, Chu Yan decided to give it a try, and at the same time, he would not let the spirit clan see it. If it is correct, the so-called spirit race may be the spirit race. They call themselves the god race, but the outside world calls them the spirit race. It is very likely that they are the spirit race themselves, and the so-called gods are just what they call themselves. Xie Yao Demon Venerable and the others were a little surprised, but they didn't say anything, and escorted a dozen people towards the secret border. When those people left, they all looked at Chu Yan in surprise. What is this young man in black going to do? He's not a member of the spirit race, so what's the point of staying here alone? After watching these people leave, Chu Yan was worried, and placed a few more restrictions, and then faced the forest, and began to activate the main spirit seal. At this moment, Chu Yan's mood suddenly became excited. According to those guys from the spirit race, it takes half a month to use the seal of the gods, which is too long. If the effect of his main spirit seal is the same, then Chu Yan can't afford it this time. In the empty secret realm, Chu Yan took a deep breath, and his true energy circulated slowly. Soon, there was a spiritual seal in his body that had been silent for a long time. A dazzling light was released, and a large amount of spiritual seal light rippled in all directions. The light of these spiritual seals swept across the surrounding towering trees, and the extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals were all enveloped. In an instant, the entire secret realm was filled with light. Every piece of extreme soul flame and magic crystal seems to have opened its eyes, frantically devouring the breath of the surrounding spirit seals, as if devouring the moisture in the air after a long drought. Immortal spirit like tidal breath surges in the secret realm. Looking at this scene, Chu Yan was stunned. The effect is there, but how long does it take? After a full 300 breaths, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness has been covering every plant of extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals around him, feeling that their spiritual power is multiplying and growing tenfold. Sure enough, it's still the main seal. The effect is very good. If the 12 of them used to perform it for half a month, from my point of view, it would take about half a stick of incense. Chu Yan's face was full of joy, and he immediately understood that what Quanjian Supreme gave him back then was really a good thing. After all, it is the Supreme Being, or the ancient Supreme Being, so ordinary things can't be sold, right? Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, it played such a big role. As for not letting the Lingzu find out, compared to resurrecting Yu Linglong, Chu Yan didn't think about it for the time being. Moreover, if you find semi-finished products in the second and third positions later, you can use this method to get all of them done. Next, Chu Yan began to urge the main seal with all his strength. After a stick of incense, all the extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals matured, and Chu Yan collected them all and left the secret realm. How's it going? Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao was full of concern and curiosity. Not only Demon Lord Xie La Jiao, but also several people who were selected by Fan Chen gathered around and looked at Chu Yan. Chu Yan smiled slightly, glanced at the people of the spirit race not far away, and then spoke to Xie La Jiao through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Immediately, Mozen Xie La Jiao and the others were all overjoyed. And several members of the spirit race looked at each other, frowning tightly. All of them were puzzled. Why are they so happy? In the next breath, Chu Yan and the others turned their heads to look at the group of spirit race people at the same time. The next step is to force them to swear an oath of heavenly power, to take away all the belongings of the 12 people, before letting them go. Considering Yu Linglong, Chu Yan did not kill them for the time being. Next, you go to the second and third positions. I'll go to the places on this map to see. Chu Yan said to everyone. According to the people of the spirit race, that map is a treasure. The number of growing places will never be small. According to the estimation of the extreme soul flames and magic crystals in the forest in front of you, the number of them should be at least 1,000. Okay, let's split up. Xie La Jiao and others nodded. They all knew that time was of the essence, and no one knew when the sudden change in Pantheon Forbidden Land would completely erupt. So, the sooner the better. Everyone flew out separately, heading in different directions. Chu Yan flew all the way, and arrived at the location shown on the map 3 hours later. This mountain range is completely hidden in the clouds and mist. If you fly over it at high altitude, it is really not easy to find if you don't search carefully with your spiritual sense. Falling in the mountains, Chu Yan glanced and found that the surrounding trees were almost crystal clear. There are also spirit arrays and restrictions. Chu Yan flew to the top of the mountain, and found that there were various defensive methods everywhere, and the 5-colored thunder burst out of his eyes. Boom! 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 Wherever the gaze passed, bursts of air explosions exploded. Spiritual arrays and restraints continued to shatter violently, turning into violent spiritual energy and rushing in all directions. The crystal trees also collapsed, turning into spiritual breaths, flying like dust. The next moment, after the illusion in front of him dissipated, a huge cave appeared, and Chu Yan stepped in. After rushing into the cave less than 10,000 steps away, I felt a strong breath rushing out of the cave. There are monsters guarding here. Chu Yan went deep inside, and soon saw a huge monster sleeping in the cave. The breath just now came from it. No wonder you don't take it. It turns out that there are 2 guardian monsters here. One is the 9th level of the earthly respect, and the other is the peak of the earth's respect. They can't beat them at all. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan glanced at the guardian monster, and at the same time looked at the walls around the cave. His face changed suddenly. I saw that the entire cave was full of extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals, like a warehouse, piled up to the brim. Compared with the forest in the first place before, it is at least 10 times the amount. There are probably tens of thousands of plants. Roar! 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 At this moment, 3 beast roars exploded deep in the cave, causing the 2 sleeping monsters to roar in unison. 5 heads. Chu Yan's face changed suddenly. He didn't expect that there were monsters in the cave. This time, the number of monsters in the cave suddenly became 5. In the next breath, 5 pairs of bloody eyes like copper bells looked at Chu Yan together. The anger in their eyes was like a tide. Without any hesitation, the 5 monsters rushed towards the human at the same time, as if they were about to scatter the human who broke into the cave into pieces in the next breath. However, before they could react at all, behind Chu Yan, 5 behemoth-like phantoms burst out at the same time. Roar! 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 Hashtag C3195 Eldar Beautiful Sister. The Qilin Wuhun took 4 celestial spirits and beasts, guarding Chu Yan's body from front to back, left, and right, and 5 pairs of divine eyes glared at the 5 monsters rushing forward. The 5 pairs of animal claws rushed to kill the ground, plowing out 5 deep grooves. As if seeing a ghost, it turned around and ran away in fright. The 5 gods and beast spirits suppress the demon kings of all realms. Those guardian monsters will not spend all their monster lives for some natural and earthly treasures. Not only the 5 heavenly spirit beasts, but also the aura of the black-robed youth itself made them feel a little dangerous. This is where monsters are stronger than humans. After keenly sensing danger, they will never provoke them to death. Main Seal, get up. Chu Yan would not waste time chasing those monsters at all, it was meaningless at all, but immediately urged the main spirit seal. In an instant, a large area of light from the spirit seal flooded all around, and all the extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals lit up at the same time. A wave-like aura surged throughout the cave. Without hesitation, Chu Yan urged the main spirit seal with all his strength to cover all the extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals. An hour later, all the extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals were successfully conceived, and were all collected by Chu Yan into the Rakshasa space. More than 10,000 extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals should be enough to exchange for the magic fruit. I forgot to ask at the time. Chu Yan pondered in his heart. In order not to waste time running back and forth, he simply collected more extreme soul flames and magic crystals before returning to the ancient city. Just when Chu Yan was about to leave the cave, he suddenly sensed a special breath in the void. It was an extremely secretive line, because of the long time, it was even covered with dust, and the breath was extremely weak. If it weren't for Chu Yan's strong spiritual consciousness, even the God King realm, he might not be able to feel it. This is not artificially arranged, this is the innate spirit array. Chu Yan took a closer look. Suddenly, his face changed slightly. The congenital spirit array is conceived by heaven and earth, which is extremely rare. With a wave of his hand, the strong wind swept away all the dust and moss on the mountain wall, and a complete innate spirit array was revealed. Go! A ray of dignity wrapped the divine consciousness and penetrated into the innate spirit formation, causing the innate spirit formation to vibrate suddenly. The whole cave trembled, and one after another spiritual lights lit up from the innate spiritual array. Boom! The next moment, under Chu Yan's nervous gaze, the innate spirit array directly exploded, a crack in time and space. Chu Yan had long hair in front of his forehead, and was blown up by the strong wind that rushed out of the crack. There is actually a space-time passage here. Is this leading to there? Staring at the crack in time and space, Chu Yan frowned suddenly. Look and go. Chu Yan hesitated for a moment, raised his hand to leave a breath in the cave, and rushed into the space-time passage. According to the estimates of Chu Yan and the others, there should be a day or two left in this forbidden land, so it doesn't hurt to have a look. Here. As soon as he entered the space-time rift, Chu Yan felt the power of time and space around him suppress him, and directly suppressed his cultivation to the first level of the Earth-respectful realm. And in the chaotic time and space ahead, a huge palace unexpectedly appeared. In the direction of the four corners of the palace, there are actually four huge altars. In the main hall, there is a row of statues standing like petrified cultivators, with clear faces and a lifelike expression. Originally, if it was just an ordinary secret place, Chu Yan would not be so surprised. The main reason is that these four altars and the row of cultivator statues are all made of extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals. The spiritual power contained in it, if added up, definitely exceeds the more than 10,000 extreme soul flames and magic crystals I just harvested. How could this happen? Isn't the innate spirit array conceived by heaven and earth? How did it lead to this place? Could it be that the altars and statues here were congenitally conceived? This is simply impossible. Chu Yan looked at this scene with a face full of astonishment. It is normal to find an innate spirit array in Pantheon Forbidden Land. After all, the Pantheon Forbidden Land is famous, and even the Supreme and the Nine Realms Supreme have visited it in person, which is enough to show that it is extremely precious. However, it might not necessarily be good luck to find such a palace in the channel of the innate spirit array. After all, what makes Pantheon Forbidden Land famous is not only the chance of being born against the sky, but also the danger that both the Supreme and the Nine Realms Supreme will be lost. Don't guess, these are all innate treasures, not artificially refined. At this moment, the fierce Hades suddenly spoke. You said it was conceived by heaven and earth. Chu Yan asked in disbelief. If the treasures conceived by heaven and earth can be directly realized with some lifelike statues, there is probably a shocking secret hidden in it. Don't worry about it, just accept it first. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to it. Anyway, it's all the extreme soul flame and the magic spirit crystal, let's talk about it when we get it. With a wave of his hand, a large piece of Gang Qi gushed out, collecting all the extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals into the Rakshasa space. Chu Yan's figure was like electricity, and he turned around and rushed towards the time-space crack. Huh. No movement. When Chu Yan rushed back to the cave, he found that there was silence, and nothing happened at all. After waiting for a while, seeing that there was still no change in the cave, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and flew out of the cave to find Heiyao Mozen and the others to meet. Time is like water, passing slowly. The next morning, Chu Yan went to the second and third positions on Feng Tianxuan's map, one of which was empty at all, and the third one harvested more than 200 extreme soul flames and magic crystals. Several people discussed it, and decided that Chu Yan would go to the ancient city alone to find the God King booth for exchange. After all major forces are now looking for Chu Yan and others, and it is still a bit dangerous for them to run around. When the great change in Pantheon Forbidden Land breaks out, there will be more people in Pantheon Forbidden Land, and maybe it will be more convenient. Chu Yan flew to the Xuanhuan bridge and saw many cultivators coming in and out on the bridge, which was very lively. After operating a secret technique to change his appearance and breath, Chu Yan flew towards the ancient city. At the same time that Chu Yan was crossing the Xuanhuan bridge, a beautiful woman with bronze skin was standing in front of the 12 cultivators of the spirit race who had been abused by Demon Lord Heiyao. Second sister, I. The young master of the green-robed spirit clan looked at the bronze-skinned beauty in front of him, and seemed to be full of grievances, and tears came down. This bronze-colored beauty has an extremely hot figure, a waist as thin as a willow, and delicate eyebrows. She has a heroine temperament, and there is also a divine mark on her clothes. Bai Yan, you are the grandson of the second elder of my ancient spirit clan, don't cry. With a hint of pampering beauty, Xiao Jian gently stroked Bai Yan's tears, and said softly, "Don't worry, I will vent my anger on you." Beside the beauty, there were a few cultivators from the ancient spirit tribe who frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. In the ancient spirit clan, the position of elder is extremely important, equivalent to the deputy suzerain of ordinary sect forces, and has the qualification to inherit the position of suzerain. However, this young Master Bai is really unspeakable. By the way, the secret realm that bred the extreme soul flame and the magic spirit crystal, I have to go and see it. While speaking, young Master Bai turned around and flew towards the secret realm where he met Chu Yan for the first time. The beauty and a group of ancient spirit cultivators looked at each other and shook their heads, and they all jumped up to follow. #C3196 all taken away? Young Master Bai rushed into the secret realm of the forest, and after a glance, he was stunned. What? This, impossible. The originally densely packed immature bodies of extreme soul flames and magic crystals all disappeared at this time, not a single plant was left behind. You must know that if there are no mature soul flames and magic spirit crystals, if they are forcibly removed, it is tantamount to destroying them. It is impossible for any cultivator to do this kind of thing, the most is to set up restrictions and pick them up when they are mature next time. So, obviously, there is only one possibility. After the young man in black robe drove them all out, he stayed inside alone, and when they came out, they were all beaming. He definitely picked it, he has the ancient spirit seal. After a few breaths, the beauties of the ancient spirit clan and a group of cultivators all followed in. Seeing the situation in front of them, they all petrified on the spot. The 11 ancient spirit cultivators who had followed young Master Bai hurriedly reported all the previous situation to the ancient spirit beauty. The beauty's face froze instantly. In the time of half a stick of incense, I may have harvested immature extreme soul flames and magic crystals. Could it be? Like young Master Bai, the first reaction of the beauties from the ancient spirit clan was that those people might have the seal of the ancient spirit. In the entire divine realm, there are some talents with secret skills, except for the ancient spirits. Impossible. Even if you take action, second sister, it is impossible to take away these extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals at the time of a stick of incense. Young Master Bai was shocked for a long time, unable to react. Who are those people? What does that force look like? The beauty of the ancient spirit clan asked anxiously. However, those 11 members of the ancient spirit race were full of aggrieved faces and shook their heads in unison, not daring to answer. I've made the oath of Tianwei, no. Can't leak it. What? They forced you to take the oath of heavenly power. On the face of the ancient spirit beauty. All anger. Someone dared to treat their ancient spirit clan members like this is courting death at all. But what is certain is that they are definitely not members of the ancient spirit race, one of the 11 people reported. It's not the ancient spirit clan, but it can make these immature extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals mature in a very short time. Her complexion became more and more gloomy, and her spirit flickered, and she finally spoke. Go. Everyone follow me. When the voice fell to the ground, she had already turned into a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky. Bai Yan and the others didn't know what she was going to do, but they all hurriedly followed. Not long after, the group of them came to the place where Bai Yan map grew up, and found the cave in front of them. A group of people went in and took a look, and sure enough, all the extreme soul flames and magic crystals were taken away, and there was not a single plant left. There are tens of thousands of plants. Bai Yan's entire face turned green, and his mouth was so wide that he couldn't close it at all. Even those people can activate secret skills like their ancient spirit clan, but even the ancient spirit seal has limitations. It is related to the cultivation base and the strength of the exercises. The more natural materials and earthly treasures, the more difficult and time-consuming it is to ripen them. Tens of thousands of extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals. Even if a person of the ancient spirit tribe in the heavenly realm activates the ancient spirit seal, it will take at least more than a year. But now, it's not even half a day. Really. The time is no more than 1 day at most. I'm not lying. Seeing the second sister's eyes staring over, young Master Bai hurriedly waved her hands and explained nervously. It can't be an immature body. It can't be collected at all. If the small secret realm just now was just a coincidence, then with this growing place, he definitely did it on purpose. Therefore, he can really ripen the treasures of heaven and earth. A chill appeared on the face of the ancient beauty. Although before, she had already guessed that it was close to 10, but now that she was completely sure, she still couldn't accept it. After all, the reason why the ancient spirit clan called themselves the Protoss was because they had the special talent and secret skill of the ancient spirit seal. Often in the process of ripening these treasures of heaven, material, and earth, they will have a feeling of dominance by nature. But now, this sense of superiority seems to be broken. The Lord Spirit Seal. The beautiful eyes of the ancient spirit beauty's eyes kept flickering. Although she didn't want to admit it, she could basically judge the result. The other party has the same. Gulinging. Facing so many immature treasures of heaven and earth, it is impossible for ordinary Guling people to ripen them in a short period of time, and neither can Bai Yan. Even for her who has the seal of the Lord Spirit, it is extremely difficult. But now, the other party has matured 2 places of natural resources and earthly treasures in 1 day. Could it be that the other party is someone from the ancient spirit clan? No. We must find out. The beauty Gu Ling turned her head, looked at Bai Yan and the 11 cultivators, and frowned slightly. Great Elder, please take action. Use the technique of spirit and soul to explore the memory of spirit and soul in your sea of consciousness, and determine the identity of that person. After making up her mind, the ancient beauty immediately sent out a spiritual message. This matter is far more important than these extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals. On the other side, in Pantheon Ancient City, Chu Yan was on the street, and finally heaved a long sigh of relief. The journey was safe and sound, and no one recognized him. As long as one person finds out that he is Chu Yan, I am afraid that a large group of big shots will rush over in a short time. The last time I escaped into the Pantheon Forbidden Land, those ancient clans and other forces must have cast eyeliner all around. A lot of strong men. It seems that the change in Pantheon Forbidden Land is coming soon. Chu Yan swept his consciousness and found that there are more and more strong people in the city, and the number of people has increased several times. Several streets are densely packed with cultivators walking through. Liang Tian from the Bully clan, and Hong Lei from the Barbarian clan. How about the life and death battle? Have you heard? Damn, you don't know, I heard that Hong Lei won. Successful, Liang Tian became impatient. He used a forbidden technique and was suppressed by the 9 Realms Supreme, so he was taken away immediately. I'm going, it's a pity. It's a pity, you don't know that Tianxian Digong finally decided that Hong Lei won, and the handicap paid Hong Lei 5 pieces of magic crystals. Ha ha ha, amazing. On the entire street, people are discussing everywhere about the life and death battle between the peerless geniuses of the 2 ancient clans. There is also news about what kind of battle took place in Pantheon Forbidden Land, and the loss of powerful people. The news that Chu Yan and the others were hunted down by the ancient clan before, after this period of time, basically no one talked about it. After all, a group of Earth Venerable Realms cannot cause too much disturbance. At this time, Chu Yan didn't have the mind to pay attention to these gossips at all, and hurried all the way to the Xuanhuan stall. Soon, after crossing 2 streets, he saw at a glance that the God King stall was still there, and he let out a long sigh. On the booth, God Demon Lord is still there, and has not been exchanged. Senior, let me exchange this magical fruit. May I ask how many extreme soul flames and magic crystals you need? Chu Yan stepped forward, bowed his hands, and asked. #C3197 understand shit. The Divine King, who was practicing with his eyes closed in front of the Divine King's booth, looked up and saw Chu Yan, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. It's you. Look at the bid. The highest bid wins. Watch the bids. The highest price wins. Are you up for auction? However, it seems that there are no other sellers around at all, only myself. In this case. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and after thinking for a while, he asked, is 5,000 plants okay? What? When the people around heard Chu Yan's asking price, Chi-Chi's expression changed, and they all stared over. 5,000 plants. Damn, who is this guy? He's so rich. He can't be the one who specializes in cultivating extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals. Isn't this too scary? All the cultivators around with shocked expressions looked at Chu Yan in disbelief. 5,000 extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals. That was by no means a small sum. But when everyone turned their heads to look at the God King, they found that the other party didn't even lift his head and said nothing. 10,000. Chu Yan asked again. What? 10,000. The expressions of all the cultivators in the audience changed, and their eyes were all twitching. This price increase is doubled every time. 10,000 extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals, that's already a sky-high price. This guy has money. Not ordinary rich. 10,000 extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals. In Pantheon City, there is no problem in changing a Daobao. There was a Taobao. If you have so much money, why not exchange it for an immortal level pill, which is a life-saving treasure? Ha ha ha, this is the god devil fruit of the immortal rank. You want to exchange 10,000 extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals. While everyone was waiting for the reaction of the God King stall owner, a strange sound sounded from the side. What? God devil fruit. Extreme treasures of heaven and earth. No way. This fruit is of the supreme rank. Oh my God, I've been wandering around here for days and never noticed it. I didn't expect it to be sold at the stall. This is the supreme fruit. If this is really the supreme fruit, 10,000 plants are really not enough. No wonder, the God King stall owner has been silent, so it is like this. I said, it's amazing. The exclamations of the cultivators around made Chu Yan frowned, and turned to look behind him. I saw a fat old man with a long beard and scales on his face, standing there with a faint smile on his face. Beside the old man, there are two old men in green robes. God King. Although the old man's breath was weak, and it seemed that he had deliberately hidden and changed his breath, Chu Yan could still sense the powerful force in the opponent's body. With this glance, Chu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this God King also took a fancy to God Demon Fruit Yao? Moreover, judging from the current situation, it seems that the extreme soul flames and magic crystals in his hands are not enough. This God Devil fruit and the 9 Emperor flower, I want it all the time. Ignoring Chu Yan's gaze at all, the old man of the God King said directly to the stall owner. Buy it now, 150,000, how about it? As soon as these words came out, the cultivators present gasped in unison. 15,000. In Pantheon Forbidden Land, extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals are abundant, and even many treasures use this as the price unit. However, it doesn't mean that Jihanyan and Molingjing are Chinese cabbage. The price of 150,000 is almost equivalent to the price of 20 Dao treasures from the outside world. 20 Dao treasures. Even if this is the king of gods, I'm afraid it's all the family property. The stall owner of the God King suddenly raised his head and looked at the three God Kings on the opposite side. Obviously, the price of 150,000 made him a little moved. Senior, although you are a God King, this is a trading area, shouldn't you talk about the rule of first come, first served? Chu Yan frowned slightly, looked at the other party, and said, Court death. The two green robes beside the old man of the God King suddenly shouted loudly, and the coercion surged out from the whole body, and the killing intent was locked. A little earth venerable, dare to talk to the Lord like this, get out immediately. The sound fell, and the two stepped out in one step, standing in front of Chu Yan. The coercion and killing intent all over their bodies broke out again. The old man of the God King didn't even look at it, he kept looking at the stall owner of the God King opposite, with the same smile on his face. Seeing this scene, the cultivators around shook their heads slightly. From their point of view, this young man in black robe is only in the earth prestige realm, which is really a little too courageous. Where is this Sky City? It was a place where the supreme beings walked all over the place and the ancients wandered around. If you encounter someone with a bad temper, you will kill them casually. The two of you seem to be more courageous. My friends, you are also worthy, let him go. Before Chu Yan could speak, another cold voice sounded. A group of people turned their heads to look, only to find that it was Feng Tianxian. The young palace master of Tianxian Earth Palace, along with a few cultivators of the heavenly venerable realm, was strolling over. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback, glanced at Feng Tianxian, and immediately understood what was going on. The last time I met Feng Tianxian in front of this God King booth, and the other party also knew that his goal was the God Demon fruit, so he would naturally come back again. So, just pay a little attention and you'll find yourself back. But, he keeps staring at himself, what is he doing? Feng Tianxian looked at Chu Yan with question marks all over his face, and seemed to understand something, so he quickly grinned and said. Last time I said, I want to fight you. You are running around and causing trouble. Speaking of this, Feng Tianxian suddenly stopped, approached Chu Yan, and whispered again. However, I also understand. After all, the body of natural disasters. Understand. Understand. Understand what a ghost. Chu Yan was speechless for a moment. Why did this guy refuse to listen to what he said, insisting on believing that he was a body of natural disasters, and still beating himself to death? However, Chu Yan has a good impression of Feng Tianxian, and now that he is helping himself again, he will bear with him for a while. After all, even a guy like Lang Yi, Chu Yan, can bear it. It turned out to be the young palace master. Be polite, just now the two of them didn't know that this person was your friend, how offended you are. Seeing that it was Feng Tianxian, the old man of the God King immediately changed his expression, and quickly saluted and said politely. However, from the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Chu Yan, obviously with a hint of coldness. Patriarch Kudu, you are being polite. My friend has been eager to find the magic fruit. I don't know if the ancestor can give up his love. Feng Tianxian saluted casually, and said, don't mention other rules, how about fair bidding? Patriarch Kudu. Chu Yan looked at the other party with a flash of eyes. Chu Yan remembered that when he first came to God's domain, he had beheaded a peerless genius, who seemed to be the direct disciple of this withered bone ancestor. Could it be that this withered bone patriarch recognized him on purpose? The one with the highest price wins, of course it's no problem, but the price is only 10,000 yuan, so there is no hope. Kudu patriarch laughed all over his face. This sentence immediately made all the cultivators around laugh. Supreme fruit, starting at least 100,000. Chu Yan, how bad are you, do you want to help? Feng Tianxian turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said a word directly. When this sentence landed, the cultivators present twitched all over their faces. Hashtag C3198 Statue of Heaven and Earth. Who is this grandpa? Even the ancestor of the God King regarded him as polite. Of course there was a reason. In the entire Pantheon city, and even in the entire divine realm, everyone knows the young palace master of the Tianqian Digong, Feng Tianqian. What is the profound sky Digong? That is the largest chamber of commerce in God's domain, rich and incomparable to the mainland. When the old man opened his mouth and said that he wanted to buy something for his friend, it was equivalent to saying that there was basically nothing that could not be bought. Even if it is the whole city, as long as you nod your head, you can take it in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Feng Tianquan's seemingly ordinary words shocked everyone. Even the old man, the king of gods, was twitching. Isn't this bullying people? Among other things, just looking at this street, 8 of the 10 stalls belong to the property of Tianqian Digong. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the second richest man in the world. Whoever dares to bid with you is looking for abuse. No. I can handle it myself. However, when Chu Yan looked at the other party, he shook his head directly, ignoring all the people around him, and said directly to the God King stall owner. Senior, I still have some things here, which are also refined by extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals, but the value is still for you to see. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan waved his hand directly, took out a humanoid statue, and landed it in front of the booth. This is a statue cast from the mixture of extreme soul flames and magic spirit crystals. It only emits a faint brilliance, but it makes people feel extraordinarily dazzling. This is the statue of heaven and earth. The pupils of the God King Stall Master, the Patriarch Kudu, and Feng Tianqian shrank suddenly at the same time. What? This thing really exists. OMG. He is the statue of heaven and earth that was brought in. Who told me? What is this heaven and earth law like? Pantheon Forbidden Land is an innate secret realm, famous for its abundance of extreme soul flames and magic crystals, but it is certainly not the ordinary extreme soul flames and magic crystals that can really attract the Supreme and the 9 Realms Supreme. Like a treasure. This is the color of the mutation of the extreme soul flame and the magic spirit crystal, and it will be born. Only the Pantheon Forbidden Land, the extreme soul flame and the magic spirit crystal will be mutated at the same time, and one will be produced. It is extremely precious. Moreover, the most valuable thing is not the statue of heaven and earth, but the legend that this statue of heaven and earth contains a great opportunity. This great opportunity is exactly what those Supremes and 9 Realms Supremes are pursuing wholeheartedly. Damn, this kid's luck is against the sky. This thing, if it can be made into a complete set of heaven and earth phenomena, it will be almost priceless. This one is also very valuable. Okay, it would be nice to have one. I haven't even seen one before. See. This is the first time I've heard of it. The eyes of the cultivators around turned red in an instant, and they all looked at the heaven and earth Dharma with envy and jealousy. Hearing these words, Chu Yan also looked astonished. It turns out that these things are so valuable. Unexpectedly, you actually have a statue of heaven and earth. The king of withered bone gods stared at Chu Yan, his eyes became more gloomy, and said, however, a statue of heaven and earth is only worth 30,000 yuan at most. I bid 150,000 yuan, which is 5 times your price. Hearing this, the stall owner of the God King, the fiery eyes in his eyes suddenly dimmed, and he nodded slightly and said, That's right. If you can take out 4 more, no, even if it's 3, I'll exchange the supreme demon fruit with you. Hearing this, Chu Yan laughed immediately. It's a deal. When the 4 words landed, the stall owner of the God King, Feng Tianqian, and the God King of Dry Poison were all taken aback. What do you mean? What is a promise? Could it be that you really have 3 statues of heaven and earth? You mean? The stall owner of the God King jumped up from the ground with a jerk, his eyes staring at Chu Yan. Good. Chu Yan didn't talk nonsense, and took out the 3 heaven and earth statues again with a wave of his hand. These are 4 of a row of statues in the palace. The key point is that Chu Yan also has 4 altars. In terms of size and spiritual power, one of them may be comparable to this row of statues. Therefore, Chu Yan does not know how to be small, and there are only 4 seats. Swish swish swish. 3 more statues of heaven and earth appeared, and 4 dazzling rays of light burst out at the same time, piercing the pupils of everyone present and shrinking at the same time. So dazzling. On the street, some strong men in the distance sensed the powerful spiritual light here, and all of them swept over with their spiritual consciousness. Really, the 4 statues of heaven and earth. The stall owner of the God King, Feng Tianxian, the God King of dry poison, was full of horror. The cultivators around were also shocked, and they all gasped. I rely on it. You. Even the young master Feng, who had seen too many treasures, now had a look of eating flies, staring at Chu Yan as if he had seen a ghost. Isn't the body of Fu Lu himself? Why is it that even natural disasters are so good now? A casual trip to Pantheon Forbidden Land took less than 2 days, and not only got tens of thousands of dollars, but also got 4 heaven and earth statues. The Forbidden Land is not your backyard. Come and see, it really is the 4 statues of heaven and earth. The cultivators farther away, after confirming the situation here, all rushed towards this place and exclaimed loudly. The strong man on the street rushed over and looked at the 4 glittering golden statues of heaven and earth. All of them were shocked. For most of the cultivators of Pantheon Forbidden Land, they have only heard of this thing, but they have never seen it. I want it. I want it all, and you can set the price whatever you want. A thin God King strode out of the crowd, walked up to Chu Yan, and shouted with ecstasy. Haha, dream about it, I still want it. Come on, let's compare prices. Another God King walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Chu Yan, taking out jade charms one by one. The 2 God Kings blew their beards and stared at each other, and they were on the fence in an instant. 2 fellow Taoists, this little brother is going to exchange for my supreme God demon fruit. Seeing this scene, the God King stall owner became anxious on the spot and said directly. You. The King of Withered Bones twitched his mouth immediately when he heard these words. After finally finding this magic fruit, together with the Jiuling chalcedony I had prepared, it would definitely help me hit the supreme realm. Maybe this time, he will be able to break through to the supreme level and ascend to the sky in 1 step. But now, it looks like it's useless. My little friend, as agreed, this magical fruit belongs to you. When the God King stall owner faced Chu Yan again at this time, his attitude changed completely. But this time, the situation at the scene was completely different. Before Chu Yan could answer, the skinny God King immediately said. Little friend, don't promise him, the value of the 4 statues of heaven and earth is far more than the magic fruit. Why don't I take out 3 Dao treasures, and add 2 fairy level elixir in exchange? What do you think? When this sentence landed, another purple-robed God King sneered and said. Aren't you blushing at this price? #C3199 Wait for the boss to lose. The words of the purple-robed God King immediately attracted all the cultivators around to look over. From the looks of it, the God King might offer a higher price. Fellow Daoist, let me bid 3 pieces of Dao artifacts, 3 immortal medicines, and 1 more shot for you. What do you think? This sentence uttered, but it made the cultivators around him extremely envious. Although the value is about the same, but if God King Realm makes a move, it might be a life-saving chance. This benefit does not come every day. I'm sorry, 2 seniors, I only need the magic fruit at the moment. Chu Yan thought for a while, but directly picked up the magic fruit and put it in the Rakshasa space. What? None of this. The Thin God King looked disappointed, shook his head and turned to leave. But the purple-robed God King glanced at the stall owner Wang, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and he also left. Looking at him, I'm afraid he will turn around and trouble the stall owner of the God King again. This is typical, and it is a crime to be pregnant. However, these have nothing to do with Chu Yan. The God Demon fruit has already been obtained, and when Chu Yan was about to leave, he was stopped by the God King stall owner. Little friend, I won't bully you either. The 4 statues of heaven and earth are of great value. I'll give you another jade talisman. Keep it. After finishing speaking, he threw out a jade talisman, and the God King stall owner rolled up the stall with a wave of his hand, and disappeared on the spot. After catching the jade talisman, Chu Yan's consciousness swept into it, and there was actually a God King's will in it. It seems that this God King is quite good, which is equivalent to adding a life-saving jade talisman. Little friend. Chu Yan put away the jade talisman, and heard the old ancestor Kudu looking at him, and at the same time, his spiritual consciousness transmitted the voice. This devil fruit is extremely important to the old man. I wonder if it can be transferred. Of course, I will never let you suffer. In addition, the old man promises to owe you a favor. How? Chu Yan just shook his head, and replied, no matter what price you ask, I will not transfer this magic fruit, sorry. Boy, do you think that young Master Feng can really protect you? Let me remind you, this is a forbidden place where even the Supreme One will be damaged. You should think about it. The implication of this sentence, even a fool can hear it, is obviously a threat. But when Chu Yan heard such words, he didn't care at all, and his face was as calm as usual. Oh. If that's the case, let's try it. After saying this, Chu Yan glanced at Feng Tianxian, nodded his head, and then the two turned and walked towards the street. The appearance of the 4 statues of heaven and earth will definitely cause shocks. If they don't leave as soon as possible, they will attract the attention of the ancient clan and big bosses. Good, very good. The Kudu ancestor looked at the background of Chu Yan, his eyes were full of killing intent, raised his hand and waved a black air, but it evolved into a crow and flew towards the background of Chu Yan. The crow flew 10,000 steps away from Chu Yan's body, disappeared instantly, and merged into the surrounding void. In this way, as long as he meets Chu Yan next time, the Kudu patriarch will know immediately. This secret technique is a means for him to specifically target the person he wants to kill and prevent the opponent from changing his breath and appearance. Not long after, Chu Yan followed Feng Tianxian to the largest restaurant in the city and opened a private room. As expected of Tianxian Digong, the largest restaurant in Tiancheng is also the property of Shantian Digong. Chu Yan, your statue of heaven and earth will not be in the map I gave you. Feng Tianxian couldn't wait for the tea and wine to come, so he couldn't wait to ask. If it's really on the map I gave you, then you have to do the math, at least I have to divide it into 3. Hearing this, Chu Yan didn't even raise his head, and just closed his eyes. His divine consciousness transformed into the world of consciousness C, and contacted Empress Shantian through sound transmission. Senior, I have collected all the immortal medicines, can I revive you Linglong now? Empress Shantian said before that as long as all the immortal medicines are collected, she can help with the resurrection. Moreover, Chu Yan is pregnant with a green lotus, and the resurrection is against the sky. If any changes are caused, it may be troublesome, so it may be better if it is handed over to Empress Shantian. Chu Yan, what kind of corpse are you going to use? Empress Shantian replied. Corpse. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. When Yu Linglong was lost before, she was in the 10 Directions starfield, and her cultivation base was very weak. If you find a corpse now, even if it is the corpse of a god king, there may be a gap in cultivation base between you or even hers. There will be a huge gap between him and this God Realm cultivator. When this sentence fell to the ground, Chu Yan was suddenly stunned. All along, he was eager to revive Yu Linglong, but he ignored this matter. Corpses are still important. This is like Heiyao Demon Venerable. He searched for the corpse for a long time in order to restore his cultivation, which shows the importance of this corpse. Then it's best to use 9 Realms Supreme. Chu Yan said directly. 9 Territories Supreme is of course good, but it's very difficult and we need to wait. Empress Shantian said. Wait. Chu Yan was startled, then frowned. Of course he knew that this was Empress Xuantian's help, otherwise, relying on his strength, it would be impossible to kill a 9 Realm Supreme. However, even if Empress Shantian made a move, it might not be an easy task. After all, Empress Shantian has only just broken through to the Supreme Realm, and now she may be able to defeat some weak 9 Realm Supremes. But that is definitely not the same concept as killing each other. I can't wait. After a long silence, Chu Yan said to Empress Shantian in a deep voice. There is a way. Empress Shantian seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and the moment Chu Yan answered, she said. This time, there is a change in the Pantheon Forbidden Land, and it is very likely that the 9 Realms Supreme will be lost. Go as far as possible. Maybe there is a chance. Empress Xuantian's voice was as cold as ever. Yes. Chu Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. This change in the Forbidden Land will only take about 2 days. If there is a real loss of the 9 Realms Supreme, there may be a chance to win. It's just that the place where the 9 Realms Supreme is going is extremely dangerous. However, this method is extremely safe. Even if the body of the Supreme 9 regions cannot be obtained at that time, you can still find other ones. After all, there must be a great opportunity for the 9 Realms Supreme to go, and that place will probably be like a trap, constantly devouring the big bosses and strongmen who fall into it. Don't worry, the change in Pantheon Forbidden Land this time is beyond imagination, and at least 2 or 3 9 Realm Supremes will be lost. Empress Shantian thought for a while, and said, You'd better take that newly acquired Earth Spirit, it might be useful. I have already placed a will in the White Jade Palace. When you get the body, you can go to the White Jade Palace to find me. I will help you complete the resurrection. #C3200 Blood Sky Ancient Religion. Chu Yan was very moved by Empress Xuantian's words. This time, thanks to Empress Shantian, she not only used her connections to prepare a large amount of elixir for herself, but also helped her consider many details in advance. You must know that Empress Shantian has just broken through to the Supreme, and she is challenging everywhere to prove the Supreme and consolidate her foundation. At this time, Chu Yan, who is also a cultivator, of course knows that this period is extremely important to Empress Shantian. But even so, Empress Shantian was still wasting her time helping her. This kind of favor is really owed. Senior, thank you very much. Chu Yan cupped his hands and saluted, and said again, when Linglong comes back to life, I will definitely roast 10 pieces of grilled fish, thank you very much. In fact, he didn't know how to repay Empress Shantian at all. The only thing Chu Yan could do was grill fish. No. I just owe one more favor. Empress Xuantian's voice seemed to be a little colder. Why? Chu Yan was confused. It was fine just now, but Empress Shantian seems to be a little angry when mentioning grilled fish. Could it be that grilled fish is boring? This woman's heart is really a sea needle. Chu Yan was speechless, shook his head and didn't think too much, and looked at Feng Tianxian, who was still chanting scriptures in front of him. Young Palace Master, according to your estimation, how long will it take for this great change in the Forbidden Land? The Tianxian Digong opened many markets in the Forbidden Land, so no one should know better than them when this Forbidden Land will undergo major changes. According to the information we have received, more and more mutations have occurred in the depths of the Pantheon Forbidden Land this time, and many forces have begun to send their main combat forces in. After thinking about it, Feng Tianxian continued, "You want to go in and try?" Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and said, "That's right. You don't want to. This big change is not easy. Moreover, Chu Yan's goal is the supreme being of the 9 realms. If he can persuade Feng Tianxian to enter with him, the chances will be much higher. Our Tianxian Digong is a chamber of commerce force, and we never participate in this kind of fighting and killing." Feng Tianxian raised his head, seeing Chu Yan staring at him, he quickly added, "Real." Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled slightly and said, "Really?" This time, Feng Tianxian didn't speak, just looked at Chu Yan like that, but the light in his eyes kept flickering. As a cultivator, it would be a lie if he said he didn't yearn for such a big chance event. However, Feng Tianxian knew that he had a special status, so he didn't dare to speak casually. Seeing this gaze, Chu Yan didn't say much, and then sat cross-legged, circulated his cultivation energy, and began to wait patiently. On the other hand, Feng Tianxian stared at Chu Yan, hesitant to speak. Originally, his biggest purpose this time was to have a good fight with Chu Yan, but now, it seemed inappropriate. After half a stick of incense time, Feng Tianxian, whose face was purple from holding back, finally got up and left. While Chu Yan was cultivating, at the same time, his spiritual consciousness communicated with the earth spirit Lu Piapiao. Regarding Chu Yan's decision, Lu Piapiao was only silent for a while, then nodded. Chu Yan, who is half the master, wants to die by herself, what can she do? Time kept passing, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, all the cultivators in Pantheon City could feel that the power of heaven and earth in the direction of Xuanhuan Bridge was getting stronger and stronger. After another hour, the great change in Pantheon Forbidden Land finally broke out. I saw, in the majestic mountain range at the end of Xuanhuan Bridge, a dazzling golden beam of light shot up into the sky, dyeing the sky with a radius of thousands of miles golden. All kinds of phantoms of gods and demons are wandering above the sky, roaring, screaming. The dragon river that winds around the entire forbidden area seems to be affected by the powerful power of heaven and earth, and the water dragon that picks up the waves of the sky and rushes straight to the top of the night. Shocked by this terrifying vision of heaven and earth, all the cultivators gathered around Pantheon Forbidden Land were all in shock. Chu Yan rushed out of the restaurant and looked up. At this time, the Pantheon city was almost boiling like a pot exploded. Boom! 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 Suddenly, several figures in the center of Pantheon City soared into the sky, surrounded by overwhelming power, urging the dazzling fairy light, like a flash of meteor light, rushing towards Xuanhuan Bridge, and instantly submerged into Pantheon Forbidden Land. It's really, the 9 Realms Supreme. It's terrible, there is a 9 Realms Supreme who has entered the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Yes, I saw it, there are at least 7, and there should be more. There must be, I heard that there are at least 10 9 Realms Supremes. All the cultivators in the city were shocked by the shocking rays of light just now, and they all cheered loudly. 9 Realms Supreme, that is definitely the existence at the top of the God Realm Pyramid, and it is extremely rare in one's own suzerain sect. Not to mention, 7 supreme beings of the 9 regions appeared at the same time here. The next moment, waves of majestic auras continued to erupt in Pantheon City, causing the entire ancient city to vibrate continuously. All kinds of celestial lights, divine powers, and Tao treasures intercepted the powerful and big bosses, rushing towards Xuanhuan Bridge like waves of tides. The pupil of the unicorn opened. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and his eyes were like flames, sweeping across the sky, and suddenly found those familiar figures in the stream of light. God King Fanchu, God King Yuxian, Patriarch Kudu, etc., all rushed into the Pantheon Forbidden Land immediately after the 9 Realms Supreme entered. Barbarian, Tyrant, Spirit, Moon, and Song clan. People from Dawang Island, Jiuxiao, Shangxianzong, Pufazong, and Extreme Demon Dao are here. There are 7 ancient people, plus others who haven't shown up yet. This big change is really lively. All kinds of shocking sounds continued to ring out in the ancient city, causing everyone to be extremely excited. Even Chu Yan's eyes were red hot, and his breathing became heavy. This time, the big change in the Pantheon Forbidden Land is not like the Xiangu battlefield, where everyone will come. Just the fact that the giants of the major forces participated in the battle made this time, the God's Domain continent where Chu Yan participated for the first time, the real pinnacle of martial arts. Battle of Wind and Cloud, it seems that this time, Xuanhuan's sword is about to be unsheathed. Chu Yan looked up at the sky, with long hair flying, eyes like fire, sword intent all over his body like waves, rolling waves. Ding! Ding! Ding ding ding! At this moment, a strange sound suddenly sounded in the sky, and then a group of people in strange clothes appeared. These people wore blood-colored robes full of gold patterns, held bone staffs, and hung small bone bells, and there was an endless sound of jingling as they walked. Blood Heaven Ancient Religion. What? How could someone from the Blood Heaven Ancient sect come? No way, this change in the Forbidden Land even attracted the ancient Blood Heaven sect. You must go in and have a look, you must not miss it. Yes, something big must have happened. The cultivators in the city were all astonished when they saw the people in the blood-streaked robes. Ancient Blood Heaven cult. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. Although he had heard of the Blood Heaven Ancient sect in God's domain, this was the first time he had encountered it. Moreover, in the current 9 realms star chart, there are only 2 methods of asking questions in the 12 orthodoxy, and one of them is the Blood Heaven Ancient sect. #C3201 Taoist Charm. Walk. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan rose into the sky, merged into the crowd, and flew towards Xuanhuan Bridge. Like Chu Yan, the entire Pantheon city is full of figures soaring into the sky, like a scene of carp jumping over the Dragon Gate, and all the cultivators are flying in the direction of Xuanhuan Bridge. In such a chaotic scene, after Chu Yan changed his breath and appearance, it was impossible for anyone to investigate one by one. In that case, even the Supreme will have to live and die. After all, like Chu Yan, most of the people here have changed their aura and appearance in order to prevent accidents and enemies. Therefore, Chu Yan doesn't have to worry, those God Kings come to trouble him. However, Chu Yan never imagined that at this time on the top floor of a restaurant in Pantheon City. At the window, a peerless beauty also looked up at the crowd in the sky, her eyes flickering. In her eyes, the celestial light was like lightning, and when she swept across the sky, she quickly locked onto Chu Yan's figure, and the corners of her playful mouth rose slightly. Mr. Lang, running around every day, I have had a hard time finding it. On the other side, Pantheon Forbidden Land, the outer area. The current Pantheon Forbidden Land is no longer as desolate as it was when Chu Yan came last time. There are dense crowds of people everywhere, as if there is a market-like scene in an ordinary human city. Most of these people are cultivated in the realm of human dignity or earth dignity, and there are also a lot of people in the realm of heavenly dignity, which can be seen occasionally by cultivators of the God King realm. Of course, all the people did not stop at all, and all flew towards the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land. This time, there was a big change in Pantheon Forbidden Land. It was mainly the powerhouses above the Supreme Realm who came to find great opportunities. For ordinary cultivators, the depths were extremely dangerous. However, they are not willing to stay in the outer area, at least they have to go to the central area. Pantheon Forbidden Land, countless secret realms and inheritances, is famous, so naturally it cannot be missed. After Chu Yan entered, he raised his hand and summoned Lu Piapiao. The little girl was immediately excited by the scene in front of her, her little face flushed, and her big eyes flickered around. But soon, she came to her senses, rushed to Chu Yan's side in a swish, stretched out her small hand to grab Chu Yan's clothes, and refused to let her die. After all, it was the first time for her to go out to see the world. Although she was surprised, she was a little shy. Soon, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness transmitted sound, and contacted Heiyao Mozen and the others, and they met soon after the spiritual consciousness was connected. Chu Yan. You are here. Demon Lord Heiyao had a bitter expression when he saw Chu Yan. Before, when they stayed in the forbidden land of Pantheon, when a catastrophe happened, the entire forbidden Pantheon earth was shaken, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. They were so frightened that their livers trembled, but they didn't dare to leave, so they could only bear it to death. Seeing Chu Yan now, he naturally has a sad expression on his face. The situation has changed. Now I am going to go deep. Chu Yan looked at several people and said. What the few people discussed before was that when Chu Yan got the magic fruit, they would go back to the White Jade Palace and continue grinding their legendary Daobao, while Chu Yan would go to revive Yu Linglong. But now, Chu Yan actually said that he was going to the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land. You know, they could see with their own eyes, just now that a group of supreme bosses rushed to the depths, followed by a large wave of god kings. Among these people, maybe half of them have hatred against Chu Yan. Don't worry. We are brothers, go there if you say so. I won't say a word. Fan Chen glanced at the somewhat sluggish demon Lord Heiyao, and quickly patted his chest and said. When these words landed, Mozen Heiyao and the others came to their senses, and immediately looked at Fan Chen with dark faces. This bull-nosed man is so unkind. Yu Pufa sect has a bunch of big bosses here, and there is even a 9-realm supreme among them, of course you are not afraid. However, people like them, whose cultivation is the highest and only in the heavenly prestige realm, may be lost at any time. Let's take a walk inside first, and go deep if you have the opportunity. Emma Wu thought for a while and said to Chu Yan. Good. Chu Yan nodded, glanced at Demon Lord Heiyao and Lang Yi, who were silent, and flew forward. Although they joined forces, they got along well along the way. Now that they are in such danger, Chu Yan will naturally not force them. Follow along if you want, and move in the middle if you're afraid of danger. Several people set off and followed Chu Yan to the middle area. Time flies like a gap, and 2 hours pass in the blink of an eye. In Pantheon Forbidden Land, the so-called peripheral, central, and deep areas are just rough terms, and naturally, there is no clear boundary. But as Chu Yan and the others continued to move forward, they could feel that the power of heaven and earth in the void was obviously increasing. This should belong to the central region. The spiritual consciousness of several people was suppressed by the strong power of heaven and earth, and it was impossible to detect too far away. But in this way, the consciousness of other bosses will also be suppressed and cannot be detected. This should be a good thing for Chu Yan and the others. However, the same disadvantages are also obvious. There are crises everywhere in this forbidden land. If they are not found to be touched, the probability of loss will be greatly increased. Attention! The big change is about to start again. The vicious Pluto suddenly appeared in front of everyone, looking up into the deep direction. Another catastrophe is about to happen. Chu Yan and the others were startled when they heard the words, and they all followed the eyes of the fierce Pluto. I saw, above the sky in the distance, a large cloud of flames was suspended above the sky, burning the sky. Spirit patterns of different colors rushed out of the cloud of flames and spread towards the surrounding void. These are Taoist talismans. Fan Chen's eyes flashed, he looked at those spirit patterns and said. Demon Venerable Heiyao raised his hand, and a wave of magic breath shot out directly at those talismans. However, without waiting for the magic breath to approach, the power of the fire cloud directly burned the magic breath into nothingness. Damn! So strong. Demon Venerable He Yao's scalp exploded immediately, and he said, "It's impossible to get through this. If you enter this by force, you will be annihilated in an instant." How did this deity get over it? These talismans obviously completely sealed the sky, like a giant wall connecting heaven and earth. Humph. Garbage, how dare you call yourself the deity? From my point of view, the entire sky of Pantheon Forbidden Land should be sealed, and no one can leave. Chu Yan nodded in unison, without thinking too much, and continued to move forward. Next, along the way, they encountered various restrictions and crises, which continued to erupt, but fortunately, with Chu Yan's unicorn pupils, they were basically not in danger. At the same time, Heiyao Demon Venerable and the others have gained a lot from the broken restrictions, all of which are ancient treasures. During this process, they also encountered many trapped cultivators. Without any accidents, Demon Venerable Heiyao, Fan Chen, and Lang Yi rushed up and stripped each other naked before letting them go. The tacit cooperation made Chu Yan speechless. #C3202 Luqingyi. After several consecutive violent acts, even Lu Piapiao, who was a little shy, began to shine with his big eyes. As a Taoist priest, Fan Chen explained to the little girl without blushing and heartbeat that this is called doing justice for the heavens. A group of people continued to move forward like this, and after walking for a long time, they discovered something strange. There. I saw 5 dazzling golden beams of light rising into the sky in the distance. After these 5 beams of golden light exploded in the sky, thousands of visions evolved, such as thousands of trees blooming, and like carp swimming in the sky. Obviously, these are the 5 opportunities that were just born, and they just happened to meet them. Moreover, judging from the vision that appeared, these 5 chances are probably not ordinary. Haha, this deity's luck. Heiyao Mozan was full of excitement, and said to Chu Yan, "Chu Yan, you are just one step away from breaking through the heavenly venerable, follow me in and have a look. If this is really lucky, breaking through to the heavenly venerable realm, and turning back into the depths of the forbidden area, you will have more self-protection power." This is of course true. In the current Pantheon Forbidden Land, there are practitioners everywhere, god kings walk all over the place, and there are as many heavenly realms as a cow's hair. Among the few of them, only Chu Yan and Fanchen's fighting strength is not bad, but they can't guarantee that there is a danger of not being lost. Alright. Enter that one. Chu Yan pondered for a while, nodded, and glanced at the 5 golden lights in front of him. Logically speaking, the Pantheon Forbidden Land has just been opened, and those cultivators entered it not long ago, so there should be little chance that the 9 domain supremes will be lost. Look at the vision of myriad trees blooming, it fits my eyes very well. Demon Venerable Heiyao hadn't finished his sentence yet. Fan Fa directly shook his head in objection. "You still have the nerve to talk about luck, stand aside and let me choose." Fan Chen stepped forward with one step, and directly printed with both hands. Cast a special little spell, floating to the sky. The great prophecy practiced in this way can deduce a trace of cause and effect. As he spoke, he poured all his energy into it, and began to urge the tiny charm to fly towards the 5 golden rays of light in the sky. Chu Yan and others were extremely curious when they saw the scene. As the saying goes, the way of heaven is impermanent, and the cause and effect are unpredictable. I didn't expect the Pufa sect to be so powerful, and there is such a magical secret technique that can predict cause and effect. If there is such a method, it will definitely be of great benefit to the cultivators' trial outside. Everything will cease, the heaven and the earth are supreme, the law will change cause and effect, and practice all impermanence in the 6 realms. Fan Chen recited in a low voice, a fine layer of Tao light appeared on his body, like a holy light enveloping his whole body. He really looked like a master of Taoism. "Allow." He uttered one word, raised his hand to touch it, and the tiny charm flew out like an arrow, but it bypassed 5 golden lights, flew towards the southern sky, and disappeared soon. Running south. What's going on? Chu Yan and the others present were startled at the same time, and they all turned to look at Fan Chen. Nyobi, you are completely unreliable, don't you choose one of 5. This is 1,000 miles away, and they are all flying to the sky. Demon Venerable He Yao looked at Fan Chen and said directly. This is not the right situation. Going south is the right way. Fan Chen turned over carefully, then raised his head to look at the 5 golden beams of light, and said to Chu Yan with certainty. Okay. Then let's go. Nodding his head, Chu Yan didn't say much, got up and flew south. The few people did not hesitate, and all followed Chu Yan, rushing all the way to the south. Time passed, and after running for an hour, Chu Yan gradually stopped. Not far in front of them, a huge crack in the ground appeared, and countless fairy lights emerged above the crack, stirring up waves of clouds. This is obviously a place of inheritance. Chu Yan and the others scattered their spiritual consciousness, raised their bodyguards, and approached the crack. It's just fierce. The bottom of this huge crack is surrounded by cliffs on both sides, all kinds of messy fairy breaths are scattered, and there are some dead bones and jade skeletons that can be seen at the bottom. This is obviously a battle that took place not long ago, and the immortal power at the bottom gathered in front of a light gate, and dozens of practitioners were still standing. Most of these cultivators are casual cultivators, and they cannot see the influence of the sect. All of them are above the Earth Venerable Realm, and some of them are in the Celestial Venerable Realm. People from Shangongxi. Emma Wu's eyes flickered, and when he saw several cultivators in purple robes, his eyes were icy cold. He was extremely impressed with Shangongxi's people. The blood feud between the two was almost to the point of jealousy. This is a bit of a coincidence. It turned out to be from Shangongxi. Chu Yan also had cold eyes. Spirits. With the next glance, Chu Yan found another familiar figure. It was Bai Yan, who claimed to be the young master last time, mingling with the crowd. Soon, a bronze-skinned beauty came out from the Gate of Light, and weeds and wildflowers on the ground kept growing and blooming wherever they passed. This scene immediately made the gazes of Chu Yan and the others tremble. This woman is not simple. Chu Yan thought to himself. The talent of the spirit race is to breed heaven, material and earth treasures, and what this woman has done can make all things grow. It can be seen that her strength and status in the spirit race are not weak. This woman's cultivation base is the same as his, and it is also the peak cultivation base of the earthly respect, but in her body, there seems to be an extremely powerful ancient power silently. Lu Qingyi, this little girl, is getting more and more fresh. Last time at the Zoman banquet, I really should have a good discussion. Fan Chen's eyes glowed, staring at each other's eyes without blinking. Heiyao Mozan and the others immediately turned their heads when they heard this, looked at Fan Chen's face, and twitched together. This argument, it turned out to be the case. Lu Qingyi. Chu Yan asked suspiciously. That's right. It's her. The peerless genius of the spirit race is a little worse than this one. I've seen it a few times. I heard it's a body of all spirits. It's scary to break through. Hearing Chu Yan's doubts, Fan Chen explained. The spirit race, the body of all spirits. Could it be that the peerless geniuses of the ancient clan are stronger than those of ordinary sects? Otherwise, Fan Chen is also a peerless genius. How could she say that when she broke through, the scene was scary? This shows that every peerless genius is very different. Fan Chen, speaking of which, this great karma technique of yours is the place you are looking for. Heiyao Mozan is not interested in women, pointing to the door of light in front of those cultivators, and asked Fan Chen. These guys, one side is Shangongxi, and the other side is the spirit race who was beaten by us just now. Are you sure you didn't bring us to die? When this sentence fell to the ground, several people were stunned. Hey Yao, you're becoming more and more worthless. These trash, are you afraid of becoming like this? However, Lang Yi looked at the people below with disdain, and continued to say. Who cares about Shingongshi, or what kind of spirit race, in front of this fairy, they are all rubbish. He Yao Mozen glanced at Lang Yi, the corners of his mouth twitched twice, but he finally held back and didn't carry him. At this moment, a voice like a silver bell sounded from the crowd below. The ones above are here, let's get to know each other. #C3203 Smart Woman. All the cultivators in front of the Guanmen were stunned when they heard this, and all raised their heads to look upwards. The people from Shingongshi's side also wanted to hide in the dark when they first came, but they were also discovered by Lu Qingyi. Unexpectedly, there are others now. Chu Yan was startled slightly. This Lu Qingyi is not simple. His own concealment technique is rarely discovered by others. This Lu Qingyi is worthy of being a peerless genius of the spirit race. After Chu Yan and the others looked at each other, they jumped down without any hesitation. At the same time as they jumped down, they found that many figures appeared around them at the same time, jumping down like them. This scene immediately stunned Chu Yan and the others. Unexpectedly, not only them, but other people were also cats in the dark. The coercion of the heaven and earth in this forbidden land is really not simple. These people have not even discovered Chu Yan before. Mortal dust. Chu Yan. How could it be you? As soon as Chu Yan and the others landed, voices of astonishment resounded in the crowd. Lu Qingyi, Bai Yan and Shingongshi all looked at Chu Yan and the others in astonishment. Especially Bai Yan, as soon as he saw Demon Venerable He Yao, he gnashed his teeth, his eyes were blood red as if he wanted to rush up, and he opened his mouth to bite a piece of his flesh. Before, this devil tortured him so that his life would be worse than death. How could he ignore such an unforgettable memory? It is definitely the pain of not thinking about revenge all the time. Lu Qingyi, who was standing beside Bai Yan, saw his gaze and immediately understood. The person who attacked her brother was precisely Chu Yan and his group. Number 1 in the world, Chu Yan. Before the road foundation was destroyed. The one who recast the Tao within a few months, Chu Yan. But why is he with the peerless genius Master Fanchen of Pufa sect? The surrounding crowd all looked at Chu Yan and the others with astonishment, and were stunned by their team composition. Tell me. Why do you want to shoot my brother? Lu Qingyi ignored the gazes around him, looked directly at Chu Yan and asked. Hearing this question, Chu Yan looked at Bai Yan in doubt, a little puzzled. You must know that before he made this group of people make an oath of Tianwei, never to reveal these things, but now. How did this beauty, Lu Qingyi, know? Could it be that Tianwei vowed to destroy these people? As far as I know, even if the supreme being of the 9 regions makes a move, it seems that it will cost a huge price to break the Tianwei oath. Could it be that he's just judging by Bai Yan's expression and gaze? It's just a guess. Good scheming. This woman seems to be not only beautiful on the outside, but her thoughts. Conscious thoughts flashed in Chu Yan's heart, and he quickly calmed down, looked up at Lu Qingyi, and said. What your brother did, he knows in his heart, I just taught him a lesson. When this sentence landed, the eyes of everyone around changed at the same time. It turned out that this Chu Yan and the people of the Lingzhu seemed to be at odds. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Bai Yan wanted to open his mouth, but his face turned pale when he was caught by He Yao Mozen, and he quickly shut up and shrank behind his second sister. According to what you mean, then I should thank you. Lu Qingyi's face was sullen. Although she knew that this younger brother was not very good, she must have kicked Chu Yan with his arrogance, because of his status. In fact, this kind of lesson is only good for him. From the bottom of his heart, Lu Qingyi really hoped that this kind of lesson would happen more times, as long as he didn't hurt his brother. After thinking about it, but his younger brother is right in front of him, it is impossible for Lu Qingyi not to help him vent his anger. Ha ha ha, that's too polite, you don't have to thank me. We have nothing to do, right? Hearing Lu Qingyi's words, Fanfa hurried over and said with a smile on his face. But this sentence made all the cultivators in the audience suddenly change their expressions. What? The peerless genius Master Fanchen of Pufazong actually has relationship with the peerless genius Lu Qingyi of the spirit race. This can't be true. However, the two peerless geniuses of the two major forces are a good match. At this moment, the eyes of everyone around looking at Lu Qingyi changed instantly, and all of them had "I understand" smiles on their faces. Master Fanchen, be cautious in your words and deeds. Lu Qingyi didn't seem to be moved by the frivolous words he said to Fanchen, but just replied lightly. This moment immediately made Chu Yan look up to her again. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, you can make the immature Jihenyan and Mohanjing mature within 2 days. This kind of strength makes the little girl feel ashamed. Turning her head, Lu Qingyi looked directly at Chu Yan and said. No. I don't have that method, I just picked all the immature ones. Chu Yan's face was as usual, but his heart was full of waves. This woman actually used words to test herself, and it was after Fanchen opened her mouth to provoke. This kind of mind is probably extremely rare. Hearing these words, Lu Qingyi's eyes kept flickering, and then she smiled and said nothing. Obviously, she didn't believe Chu Yan's words at all. Mo Wu, Chu Yan, just met today at the same time, that saved me a lot of trouble. Standing in front of the crowd, Shen Gongxi spoke with a smile that was full of coldness. When these words landed, the aura on his body instantly soared to the sky, and several purple-robed men around him unleashed a series of earth-shattering attacks, blasting towards Chu Yan and others. They know that Chu Yan's strength is not weak, but the cultivation bases of these people are all in the realm of heaven, and they are only dealing with a realm of earth, so what's the problem? Moreover, now Chu Yan seems to have an enmity with the Lingzhu, so this situation is just right to take advantage of. Second sister, move quickly. Seeing Shen Gongxi make a move, Bai Yan was overjoyed and quickly opened his mouth, but after only a few words, he quickly shut up. After all, he has made the oath of Tianwei, and of course he knows the consequences of violating it. So the words, killed him by hand, are not finished. However, the meaning must be clear. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, your situation is not very good. If you add our spirit race, it seems to be very dangerous. Why don't you tell the secret, and I can consider letting you go? Lu Qingyi didn't even look at Bai Yan, but stared at Chu Yan, and said. There are no secrets, as I said, I just took them and didn't want others to get them. Chu Yan kept urging his breath, staring at Shen Gongxi with a pair of eyes, thinking about how to kill him here, and solve this trouble once and for all. Shen Gongxi, let's see who died here today. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan did not hesitate. He raised his hand and threw out a Daobao, which was the Wentian furnace where the fierce Pluto sacrificed himself. Roar. With the infusion of Chu Yan's majestic true energy, the fierce Pluto in Wentian furnace became completely angry and let out a sky-shattering roar. The berserk evil energy is like a raging sea, surging between heaven and earth. This is... Shen Gongxi's entire face changed color. #C3204 Super Assistant. Boom. 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 As soon as the vicious Pluto appeared, his eyes swept across the scene, and he shot without saying a word. Humph. Just relying on you, dare to stand in front of this king. The furious devilish energy blasted out. How shrewd were Heiyao Mozen, Fanchen, and the others, they quickly took advantage of the fierce Pluto's offensive and launched an attack together. In an instant, countless gas storms resounded through the sky. None of the cultivators around thought that they would start fighting before finishing these 2 sentences. Since you're so stubborn, I'm sorry. Lu Qingyi looked at Chu Yan in the battle, her beautiful shadow rose into the sky, and a group of spirit cultivators behind her also soared into the sky, releasing monstrous spiritual light, and attacked Chu Yan and the others together. According to Lu Qingyi's estimation, among these people, Fan Chen, the peerless genius, is slightly stronger, and the others are average. After all, the Chu Yan Dao Foundation was destroyed, and it was embarrassing to use only one Dao treasure. However, just one Dao treasure plus the peerless genius of Fan Chen, compared with more than a dozen celestial venerables and more than 20 earth venerables of their spirit race at the same time, it is fundamentally on the same level. It shouldn't be difficult to force that Chu Yan to tell the secret. Ha ha ha, beat him to death, let you touch me. Bai Yan watched the battle situation, laughing endlessly. He is waiting here, as long as Chu Yan and Demon Lord He Yao are defeated, he will definitely take action himself, so that these people will be like him last time, unable to survive or die. Only in this way can the hatred in his heart be relieved. Dragon travels the world. Xuanhuan in midair flashed his figure, and the afterimage of the Shenlong was pulled out, facing the two heavenly exalted realm clansmen of the spirit race, and bumped into them head-on. It's just an earthly respect, what a guts. Courting death. Seeing Chu Yan rushing, the two cultivators of the heavenly venerable realm of the spiritual race immediately grinned grimly. However, in the next breath, the smiles on the faces of the two froze instantly. What? This? With a big change in his face. Without the slightest hesitation, the two spirit cultivators burst out with the strongest force at the same time, swung a spirit pattern of the divine character, and blocked in front of them. Boom! The dragon was flying across the sky, and when the black dragon shadow collided with it, the two god character spirit patterns were also destroyed by them to the extreme. However, only at the moment of contact, the two spirit patterns of the divine characters shattered instantly, exploding golden light all over the sky, and scattered and collapsed. Longing didn't stagnate at all. After breaking through the god character shield, it slammed heavily on the chests of the two of them, and flew upside down into the cliff not far away. Boom! Boom! There were two muffled sounds, and there were two large human-shaped holes on the cliff. One couldn't see the bottom at a glance. Huh! Lu Qingyi and a group of spiritual masters were stunned when they saw this scene. Isn't that Chu Yan the pinnacle of the earthly presence realm? How could it be possible to knock two heavenly venerable realms into the air at once? Lu Daoyu, this son has recast the Dao Foundation, and has a very strong leapfrog combat power, be sure to pay attention. Shen Gongxi spoke directly, reminding Lu Qingyi. What? He recast Daoji. Even Lu Qingyi, who is superior in mind, changed her appearance greatly when she heard these words. This, impossible. Recast Daoji. So easy. Number 1 in the world. Recast the Dao Foundation. Then he will still be the number 1 in the world. It's too scary. I heard that when he was honored at the beginning, he defeated 100 unrivaled geniuses with one. No wonder it's so strong. Those members of the ancient clan seldom walk around outside, and they are arrogant and disdainful of outside affairs, so the news is naturally blocked. Hearing Shen Gongxi's words, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Peerless genius. Another peerless genius. Those Tianzuan cultivators reacted, and then looked at Chu Yan, all changed. Okay. No wonder fellow Daoist Chu Yan is so confident. It turns out that he has recast the Daoist Foundation. Lu Qingyi quickly recovered her composure, looking at Chu Yan's beautiful eyes. There was a cold light flickering. However, the Earth Prestige Realm is still the Earth Prestige Realm, even if you recast the Dao Foundation, so what? Hearing these words, Chu Yan was speechless, shook his head and said. No way. I'm just wondering, how long ago did this happen, and you spirit race only know now? Are you blind? When these words fell to the ground, Lu Qingyi immediately became angry. Chu Yan, die for me. Behind Lu Qingyi, an old man of the spirit race, wearing a white cloud robe, rushed out with a long sword in his hand. The monstrous anger turned into sword gang anger, and slashed towards Chu Yan fiercely. This is a spiritual cultivator of the 9th heavenly exalted realm. Some things are like this, like Longyi's map gun that looks down on anyone, but he is often clear in his heart. But those who don't say anything, but treat everyone as garbage in their hearts, the most unsightly thing is that there are people they look down on, who suddenly surpass themselves. One is cheap with mouth, and the other is cheap with heart. There is a huge difference. Therefore, I am also the reason why Chu Yan can bear Longyi, but can't bear these guys with upturned nostrils. Fierce. Chu Yan roared directly. I'm here. I'm here. Isn't the king here? The fierce Pluto, with a face of reluctance, looked at Chu Yan with disgust. His eyes were full of sorrow. There is no benefit to agreeing, and the rule of not taking action by yourself has never been honored once since I followed Chu Yan. I am so difficult. But there is no way. The next moment, the vicious Pluto, who was full of resentment, raised his head fiercely, and stared directly at the spirit clan Tianzuan, who rushed over with his bloodshot eyes. You hit it yourself. The vicious Pluto, who was full of resentment, had found a punching bag. Apart from anything else, there was a roar that shook the sky, and the breath of the evil spirit was like a violent wind and waves, shaking the sky and the earth. When the old man in the white cloud robe saw the vicious Hades, his whole body felt icy cold. He quickly waved his hand, summoned a Dao treasure, and stood in front of him. Boom! Just as Dao Bao appeared, the fierce Pluto's fist hit his eyes, and with a loud bang, Dao Bao was torn apart. The powerful force broke through and smashed heavily on the old man in the white cloud robe, sending him flying a dozen steps backwards, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Under this move, he was obviously seriously injured. Although the fierce Pluto used Chu Yan's true energy, its power was far behind his own. But it's more than enough to deal with a god king, but it's more than enough to deal with a heavenly venerable realm. What a powerful Dao treasure spirit! A group of cultivators from the spirit race looked at each other in blank dismay. It's now. Seeing the attack of the spirit clan stopped, Mozen Heiyao and the others poured their true energy into the Tao treasure, and their breath became weak. Shen Gongxi's eyes instantly brightened. Are you really angry, so few? Let me lend you some. Lu Piapiao, who has been hiding behind a few people, always feels that she should kill something. After all, she is also in the same group now. So, after thinking about it, she stretched out her small hand and waved out a wave of spiritual energy, pouring into the bodies of Chu Yan and the others. Although she is only an earth spirit of the paradise, she has no self-cultivation, and her combat power can only be used within the paradise, with the help of the paradise. In other words, she is now in the paradise of heaven and earth, and basically has no combat power. However, she has a spiritual aura that almost contains the spiritual tide of the entire cave. That number is not a joke. Boom. 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 Lu Piapiao's spiritual energy entered the bodies of Chu Yan and the others, and immediately made their aura, like a volcanic eruption, soar into the sky, and their momentum soared several times. Ha ha ha, cool. Well done, Piao Piao. Demon Venerable Heiyao and the others blushed, their whole bodies were full of qi, and with a wave of their big hand, a magic knife flashed, and they raised their hands and slashed at the person of the spirit race opposite. #C3205 both ways. Not only Heiyao Mozen, but even Fanchen and the others are all full of power. Great Yuanzun slash. With ample spiritual energy, how could Fanchen take the place behind Demon Venerable Heiyao? He immediately waved his hand, and within 100 miles was instantly enveloped by Dao light. Asshole! The complexions of Shingongshi and the others turned dark in an instant, and they could only attack with all their strength to resist the attack. The original good opportunity is just missed, and it is impossible to defeat Chu Yan and the others in a short time. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, although your spirit of the Dao treasure is extraordinary, it is not enough to rely on it. When Lu Qingyi spoke, her aura was like the sky, as if everything was under her control. You all fight with me to suppress that Dao Bao. The others go together and deal with Chu Yan and the others at the same time. The old man in the white cloud robe flew back and ordered directly with an angry face. Immediately, 4 heavenly venerable realm powerhouses flew out and rushed towards the vicious Hades, together with him. Kill. The remaining group of spiritual cultivators sacrificed their spiritual weapons and treasures, which turned into a tsunami and attacked Chu Yan and the others. Chu Yan, the situation is not good, why don't you withdraw first? He Yao Mozen's face changed slightly, and his spiritual consciousness transmitted a voice. A sword in the sky. Without answering Demon Lord He Yao at all, Chu Yan rushed into the crowd of the spirit race like a dragon, with a sword like a dragon, and cut out a series of sword gangs like divine light, sweeping across all directions. Clang! 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 The sword slashes the spirit soldiers, and the soldiers are broken. The sword cuts the treasure, and the treasure is destroyed. Sword slasher, people fly. Under the sound of a series of dense bursts of anger, wherever Chu Yan passed, it was like entering a land of no one, and there was no enemy at all. In the mighty sky. Like a god of war, invincible. This is too strong. Number 1 in the world, it really lives up to its reputation. However, if the battle goes on like this, he won't be able to last long with just the crowd tactics. Good. The cultivators around were all excited when they saw this fierce battle. Humph. So what if you are strong? If you dare to touch me, even if you are a peerless genius, the number 1 in the world, you will still give it to me. Bai Yan squeezed ahead of the crowd, with a look of arrogance and disdain still on his face. Now there are many strong spirit clansmen present, and his status is the highest, and he has recovered his fearless state. God of War blue armor. Amidst the raging tide, Chu Yan roared, a large blue light surged from his body, the blood-colored tiger's head was draped inside, and the blue copper-printed battle armor all emerged. His fighting power was like a surging tide, rising continuously. And this is just the beginning. The code of the God of War, asked by Baiyu Xianhuang, enlightenment. In Chu Yan's eyes, the flames were like thunder, and the 2 methods of asking questions were running at the same time, and the violent might broke out like a sky sword. 2 ways of asking. In an instant, Lu Qingyi, Bai Yan, the people of the Lingzhu, and the cultivators around them all changed their expressions in shock. In the realm of the gods, it is not uncommon to practice 2 ways of asking questions, but this kind of cultivation path of 1 mind and 2 purposes is by no means the right way. Most of such cultivators sacrificed their long-term road to clear the way for the sake of temporary combat power. Any cultivator who sees it will despise it. But now, there is no such thing as a dual-use situation in the 2 methods of inquiry that Chu Yan used. There seems to be a mysterious fusion between the 2. Baiyu Xianhuang, the sword dominates the world. The sword in Chu Yan's hand slashed towards the sky. The sword's intention was like a tide, and it turned into a tide that filled the sky, and the momentum of each sword falling was like a raging river. Bodyguard, open. Seeing such a scene, the cultivators present all used their tricks and kept urging their bodies. Boom. Boom boom boom. The sky and the earth shook, and clouds surged in all directions. Chu Yan, who was still at the bottom of the peak just now, instantly reversed the situation at this moment, and under the sweep of powerful power, he instantly suppressed all the enemies. Heaven, the number 1 in the world. Among the crowd, a heavenly venerable realm cultivator saw this scene. His expression was stunned, and he muttered to himself. Not only this cultivator, but all the cultivators present were shaken by Chu Yan's powerful momentum. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, it seems that you are still very strong. A strange color appeared in Lu Qingyi's beautiful eyes, and a pair of jade hands were raised lightly, forming a bright spiritual seal in front of him. At this point in the battle, she must make a move. However, at this moment, the light gate not far behind everyone suddenly trembled. The gate of light has manifested. The channel is open, hurry in. Quick! All the cultivators who had been watching the battle woke up and rushed towards the gate of light. It is important to watch the excitement, but it is definitely not as important as an inheritance in Pantheon Forbidden Land. Even Lu Qingyi frowned, turned to look at Guangmin, and then at Chu Yan. Just as she was pondering whether to continue fighting or enter the light gate, suddenly, an extremely powerful monster breath rushed out from the light gate. A metal-like sound resounded through the entire cliff. Mere ants, be bold. Hearing this voice, the faces of all the people present changed drastically. Because, in this raging demon breath, it is obviously a demon breath of God King Realm cultivation. In an instant, all the fighting in front of the Guangmen stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of the Guangmen with a full face of guard, their faces were solemn. Click! A sound of shattering the void sounded, and a monster as tall as a mountain with black horns like a bull demon came out from the light gate. A pair of bewitching eyes swept across the audience, where everyone trembled. Dark Moon Golden Fiend Bull Demon. The fierce Pluto stared at the tall figure in front of the light gate, his expression slightly startled, and he turned directly to the voice. The janitor bull demon raised by that bastard here, there won't be a big chance here. When Chu Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Gatekeeper. Cow. Such a big monster, you asked someone to watch the gate. Everyone is going to die. The Dark Moon Golden Fiend Bull Demon just stood firm, and roared directly, opening his mouth to spew out a large black tide, rushing towards all the cultivators in the audience. Not good. Run away. It's over. A group of cultivators exploded immediately, especially those cultivators of the earthly prestige realm, who were almost unable to resist even a single move in the face of the monsters of the Divine King realm. Huh. Among the crowd, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, staring at the monster cow, but the light in his eyes changed slightly. The power of this attack did not reach the level of the God King at all, and it was only the peak of the Heavenly King level if it reached the sky. What are you afraid of? It's just a wounded bull demon. Let's join forces and destroy it. Lu Qingyi glanced across Chu Yan and Shen Gongxi, and said. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, how about a temporary truce and join forces to deal with this monster? Chu Yan and the others nodded without hesitation. Shen Gongxi glanced at Chu Yan, hesitated, but nodded in agreement. You know, this cow demon attacks indiscriminately. If you continue to attack Chu Yan, you may be unlucky. Then let's do it. Lu Qingyi let out a soft drink, and at the same time looked at Chu Yan and Shen Gongxi, and rushed straight out like a fairy. Less than 100 steps away, she waved her jade hand lightly, and she had a snow-colored long sword in her hand, and she slashed with the sword. #C3206 Dark Moon Bull Demon. Seeing Lu Qingyi make a move, all the powerful spirit clan members unleashed ultimate moves and Dao treasures, and rushed forward together. The cultivators around, seeing this scene, didn't dare to hesitate, one after another burst out their auras and charged forward. Ants, all die. The Dark Moon Bull Demon's red eyes suddenly glowed with blood, and a powerful demon burst out, blasting out the sky with demon power. Boom! Boom! Within 100 miles, the sky trembled. Even if it was a wounded God King Realm monster, it was still a God King Realm. It is definitely not something that ordinary Earth and Heavenly Realm cultivators can fight against. Any cultivator who is attacked by monster power will vomit blood at least, and his body will collapse at worst. Clouds of blood mist exploded in the air, raining blood all over the sky. However, after all, on the side of the cultivators, there are many people and powerful forces, and with strong men like Lu Qingyi, Shen Gongxi, and Chu Yan at the top, the Dark Moon Bull Demon is getting more and more injured. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, fellow Taoist Shen, this monster is extremely powerful, and it is very difficult to kill it. I have a plan and I need you two to help me. You. When Lu Qingyi was fighting, Chu Yan nodded immediately after his spiritual consciousness transmitted the sound. Spiritual jade possesses thousands of flowers, and Tao Python emerges from heaven and earth. Lu Qingyi finally activated his whole card trick, a spiritual seal rushed out of his body, and a large amount of spiritual brilliance poured down from the sky like a torrential rain. Note: all cultivators of the spirit clan activated their spirit seals at the same time, making the rain of all spirit breaths more and more powerful. The next moment, the rain of spiritual breath was ink, and the sky was cloth, outlining an incomparably huge talisman pattern, which completely suppressed the entire bottom of the cliff. It's now. Shen Gongxi and other cultivators in the audience suddenly reacted, and all kinds of powerful killing moves burst out, blasting on the Dark Moon Bull Demon like a violent wind and waves. You are so bold, how dare you? The Dark Moon Bull Demon was completely enraged. A pair of bull's eyes are full of anger. Naturally, Chu Yan would not miss such an opportunity, and with the surge of true energy all over his body, he focused all his attention on Windian Furnace. Boom! As soon as the ominous Pluto stepped out, the world was shattered, and the body of the monster as towering as a mountain was like the king of the mountain. Looking for death? Kneeled down to this king. This roar was like thunder, the sky trembled, and the earth shook. The majesty of the mighty king of Warcraft swept out like a gust of wind. Humph. It's up to you. However, the Dark Moon Bull Demon just glanced at the fierce Pluto, snorted coldly, and completely ignored it. This time, the fierce Pluto suddenly became angry. With great difficulty, he climbed up to the position of the boss of the top 10 kings of monsters. This bastard bull demon dared to ignore him. The point is, I called someone a janitor just now, but now, I am being despised by a janitor. Roar. The fierce Pluto was only stunned for a while, and then completely angry. The powerful evil spirit gushed out like a tsunami, and slammed on the Dark Moon Bull Demon. Boom! With a loud noise, a blood hole was blasted into the Dark Moon Bull Demon's body, and blood flowed profusely. Amidst the roaring screams, the Dark Moon Bull Demon's body began to shake, and he seemed a little out of control. Thousands of heaven and earth are determined, and the reign of thousands of spirits returns. Spirits come out. Lu Qingyi activated the spirit seal again, and a large amount of spiritual rain was regenerated and poured down, making her momentum continuously increase, and she, who was floating in the sky, descended from all things and gods. The way of the law will end, seal the world. As if exhausting all the strength in his body, Lu Qingyi waved his jade hand, and the spirit seal in the air slowly fell downwards. The powerful Lingwei crushed down like a mountain, and the powerful Lingwei picked up a large gust of wind. Even with the addition of the Dark Moon Bull Demon, who was severely injured and suppressed by the spirit seal, he had no power to resist at all. Struggling desperately, it didn't work, it was just that he was suppressed by the spirit seal and became more and more unable to move. Okay. Good job. Miss Lu is indeed a peerless genius, this move is extraordinary. Seeing the Dark Moon Bull Demon being suppressed, the cultivators around were all excited, and all praised him. What a strong woman, this spirit seal of the spirit clan is still so powerful. He Yaomozhen looked at Lu Qingyi, who was admired by thousands of people, and sighed carefully. As soon as he turned his head to look at Fan Chen, He Yaomozhen's face was full of disgust. They are all peerless geniuses. You still mean to call yourself a master? Thank you for your great help to suppress this demon, but there is not much time, and it will be able to get out of trouble in 9 hours at most. After Lu Qingyi finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Chu Yan, and then flew towards the Guanmen with all the spiritual cultivators. It took 9 hours to explore a secret place to find opportunities and inheritances. Of course, this time was a bit tense. Therefore, Lu Qingyi naturally had no time to entangle with Chu Yan any longer. Go. Let's go in too. Hurry up, there's not much time. Hurry up, get out of the way. All the cultivators around became anxious, and all flew towards the light gate. Soon, all the cultivators rushed towards the light gate like a tide and disappeared directly. Chu Yan, are we also? Demon Venerable He Yao looked at Guanmen with a look of anticipation on his face. No. The fight is not over yet. Chu Yan had a cold expression on his face, and turned his head to stare at the group of people in Shingongshi, with thunder in his eyes. This person, since he came to God's domain, has been chasing and killing him. Although he has something to do with Moa Dizuan, no matter what, he promised Moa that he would deal with this person. In addition, during this period of time, he, the ancient clan and the affairs between the various sects, this Shingongshi was involved in it, and he used many dirty tricks. Such a scourge must not be left behind. Even if it is the opportunity and inheritance in Guanmen this time, he will never let him go. Chu Yan, it seems that you think the same as me. Then settle it properly. Shingongshi looked at Chu Yan with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, he glanced at He Yao Mozen and Fanfa and the others. His face changed into an extremely kind smile and said, Several, as long as you don't interfere with the grievances between me and Chu Yan and Mo Wu, I will never care about the past with you. I hope everyone will give me Shingongshi and Sanha to teach me a face. How about it? Ahead is the great opportunity and inheritance of Pantheon Forbidden Land. Hurry up and get it, I will never stop it. When these words came out, Shingongshi's face was full of smiles. According to his plan, as long as he gets the Sanhejio and the inheritance in the Guanmen in front of him, these people will not help Chu Yan at all. After all, in God's domain, any absolute friendship is driven by profit. This point, he has been in God's domain for so long, he has already seen through it one. At that time, just one Chu Yan and Mo Wu, and 2 earthly venerable realm, with their group of celestial venerable realm, it's not a manual capture. Deflation. Demon Lord He Yao pointed at Chu Yan's nose and roared. Do you know who this is? Ah. Who? Shingongshi was stunned by Demon Lord He Yao's righteous expression. This is my real brother. Do you understand? His affairs are my affairs, the conscience of heaven and earth, life and death are shared, and death will never retreat. Finally gave him the chance to wait. Before Fanfa flattered him, he didn't intervene many times, but this time he, who had been waiting for Shingongshi, immediately lost his temper. This time, the shot was fast and accurate, especially when he saw Fan Chen and Lang Yi's stunned faces. He immediately showed an extremely comfortable expression. It turns out that flattering is so cool. #C3207 got the treasure. He Yao Mozen, who seemed extremely satisfied with the astonishment of everyone present, waved his hand, took out a black skull, and threw it at Shingongshi on the opposite side. This piece of black skull was He Yao Demon Venerable's ultimate move. Offering it at this time showed his determination even more. Of course, there is absolutely no life and death friendship between him and Chu Yan. After all, he was a supreme demon before his loss. Mozen's actions are of course extraordinary. Money is nothing. As long as I am happy, the law of heaven will beat me up the same. Therefore, since he said he wanted to help Chu Yan, it was absolutely unreasonable. Why are you so angry? If you kill too much, it's hard to achieve a positive result. Why don't we put down the butcher's knife and sit down and talk about the truth? When this sentence fell to the ground, Shen Gongxi and the others, who were originally trying to destroy their true energy, suddenly got stuck in their chests and almost lost their temper. What a bunch of monsters and ghosts this is. The former one wanted to fight and kill, and was impassioned, but this one immediately greets people with a smile, persuades them to be kind, and looks like he wants to transcend your holy light. Does the contrast need to be so big? It also prevents people from fighting. There's nothing to talk about with you, let's see the real chapter. After finally calming down, Shen Gongxi could see that the right way for these people is to talk less and fight more. The next moment, he raised his hand and waved 18 small jade swords, rushed out of his body, hovered above his head, and gathered in a huge sword array. Kill me. Not only did he do it, but the purple-robed celestial beings around him all started, and all kinds of magic weapons and tricks were released from the altar, and they greeted Chu Yan and the others together. Do it. Chu Yan didn't hesitate either, and with a light drink, the two methods of asking questions were running crazily, and the monstrous Taoism was like a tsunami tide, sweeping the world and surging in all directions. At this moment, Chu Yan is like the god of war in heaven and earth, and he is unrivaled in everything he holds his sword. The vicious Pluto groaned heavily. Stepping out from the Wentian furnace, the phantom turned into reality, and the monster itself appeared, and the evil energy swept across the body, striding towards the several heavenly venerates on the opposite side. Lu Piapiao, Mo Wu, and Lang Yi were afraid to participate in such a big battle, but they all used various auxiliary methods to bless Chu Yan and the others. Especially Lu Piapiao, with a wave of his small hand, a large wave of spiritual breath poured into the bodies of Chu Yan and the others, making their aura surge like a frenzy. Especially the vicious Pluto, who devoured a large amount of these spiritual breaths, making him so powerful that he almost rushed to the peak. Boom! 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 The violent battle shook the sky, and the mighty gained power, scattered and surged, sweeping the audience. Even if Shen Gongxi and the others were all in the heavenly venerable realm, and they used the method of asking questions, they were suppressed by Chu Yan and the others in an instant, and they were at a disadvantage. The Demon King is shocking. The vicious Pluto was extremely ferocious, he saw the opportunity at a glance, and he raised his hand to attack with a unique move. The monstrous magic power surged out and turned into a wave of monsters, rushing out like a thunderstorm. 9 Pol Inyang Ju. Shen Gongxi's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly used his secret technique to blast out a 2-color thunderbolt. I saw that the light of thunder that seemed to be thunder in his palm exploded in his palm, and turned into 2 thunder dragons, which shot out like lightning, and blasted towards the fierce Pluto on the opposite side. Huh! Thunder Flood Dao treasure? Good thing, it's mine. Demon Lord He Yao saw the dragon-shaped jade pendant in the palm of Shen Gongxi's palm, his eyes lit up, he took out a small purple fork, and threw it out with his hands. This little fork is in the shape of 5 claws, and a shiny gem on the handle of the fork evolves into a huge eyeball, staring at the 4 strikes in the air. The next moment, his eyes locked on the palm of Shen Gongxi's palm, which directly turned into a golden lightning bolt and shot out. Call out. It was just a flash, not even half a blink of an eye, and when the little fork came back, its eyes were already closed, and among its 5 claws, it was holding the jade pendant. Chu Yan, we are not finished. Shen Gongxi was startled, looking at the empty palm, but didn't react too much, but raised his head to stare at Chu Yan, and snorted coldly. When these words fell to the ground, Shen Gongxi raised his hand again, found out a cotton-like cloud, and threw it away. Immediately, the 5-color cotton rose into the sky and continued to grow, turning into a cloud of 5 colors that enveloped Shen Gongxi and the purple-robed men, and soared into the sky with a swish. Let's go. Qilin Tongwei. Violence. The 5 colors of light from Chu Yan's body shot up into the sky, and the phantoms of 5 heavenly spirits and beasts suddenly appeared, and all of them fell into his eyes in a flash. Immediately, a 5-color thunder burst out from his pupils, transformed into a dragon body, and blasted towards the clouds in the sky. Boom! The earth-shattering air storm exploded, and the clouds in the sky trembled for a while, then stabilized and flew towards the sky at an even faster speed. Chu Yan, it's useless. Demon Venerable Xie Yao twitched his face, and began to persuade. They have already prepared a retreat, and this means of escape is several times stronger than their combat power. Humph. They're smart. If this deity makes a move, they won't even be left with scum. Lang Yi said with a look of disdain. Chu Yan and Demon Lord Xie Yao turned their heads and stared at Lang Yi together. You're so awesome, I didn't see you make a move just now. It's such a pity this time Shen Gongxi was not eliminated at such a good opportunity. And there is a feeling of scaring the snake. I am afraid that it will be more difficult to kill him next time. Thanks, everyone. Chu Yan took a deep breath, turned around and saluted everyone. It feels like after this incident, the relationship between everyone seems to be one step closer. After all, facing the temptation of Guanmen opportunity, no one left, even Lanyi and Mo'u, who were unable to participate in the battle, stayed where they were and supported them as much as possible. You're welcome. In the future, good things, I'll divide them into 3 parts. Damn it, 30%. Black Ya Demon Venerable, is your face made of iron? I only need 20% at most. Bah. 20%. You didn't even make a move, don't even think about 100%. Then it will be 10%. Demon Lord Xie Yao and Lang Yi quarreled on the spot until their faces were red and their necks were thick. Lu Piapiao on the side stared wide-eyed, flashing with inspiration, as if he understood something. Then 50% will be fine. When this sentence fell to the ground, all the people present turned their heads and looked at Lu Piapiao at the same time. And Lu Piapiao tilted her head, her little face was full of curiosity. Why did everyone look at me? You've broken her. Chu Yan was speechless and shook his head directly. What a good girl, she has only been together with these people for a long time, and she has become like this. I am afraid it is hopeless. Forget it. Get the things first. Let's go in and have a look. Demon Lord Xie Yao turned his head to look at Guanmen, and said to Chu Yan. After all, it is a place of chance in Pantheon Forbidden Land, and it will never be an ordinary chance. Although a lot of time was wasted in the battle just now, but sometimes some opportunities are not lined up according to the time before and after, and it is all about luck. So, get in now, maybe just hit it. #C3208, come and talk to it. Just when several people were walking towards the light gate, Heiyao Mozan suddenly stopped, turned to look at the suppressed Dark Moon Bull Demon, with a sinister smile on his face. Lanyi, come, talk to it. When Chu Yan and the others heard this, they were all taken aback. What is Demon Lord Xie Yao going to do? Ox-nosed, get out. When I break the seal, I will definitely eat you alive. Dark Moon Bull Demon roared loudly. Originally, Lang Yi didn't want to pay attention to Demon Lord Xie Yao, but when he heard the words of Dark Moon Bull Demon, he immediately became unhappy. Watchdog, what a fart, you don't bark at your master when you see this deity, it seems that you want to be blamed. When these words landed, 2 groups of intense flames spewed out from the thick nostrils of the Dark Moon Bull Demon. Bold. I'm going to kill you. The Dark Moon Bull Demon was stimulated by a word from Lang Yi, and he struggled continuously, crazily impacting the seal on the top of his head. Kill me. Just because of your rotten teeth as a janitor, you are so ugly, and your strength is so weak. Let you look at the door, but so many people come in and out. What's the use of raising you? It's better a miscellaneous dog. The kind that gnaws bones. Lang Yi saw that the Dark Moon Bull demon was struggling continuously, and immediately became interested, and continued to bombard. Ho ho ho. This time, the Dark Moon Bull demon's entire face turned purple-black, his chest heaved violently, his bull's eyes were full of flames, staring at Lang Yi intently, his roar became louder and louder. How dare a small earthly deity dare to blaspheme a demon king in the God King realm? Heaven is intolerable, the world is unfair. Hey! Lord Demon King, you must know where the opportunity and inheritance in this light gate are, right? Demon Lord Xie La Jiao suddenly interjected and asked, with a charming smile on his face. Go away. This king won't tell you when he dies. The Dark Moon Bull demon was already mad with anger, and blurted out almost subconsciously. The secret pavilion of Breaking the Moon by Wanjing Lake is a forbidden place. As long as you dare to enter, this king will definitely kill you. Ah. A roar is not over yet. The Dark Moon Bull demon suddenly reacted and froze. It's over. I got caught. Ha ha ha, Lang Yi, you did a great job. At this moment, Demon Lord Xie La Jiao looked at Lang Yi with wild laughter and praised loudly. Hee hee, there. Lang Yi also twitched the corners of his mouth, and with a speechless face, he smiled awkwardly. Damn, it seems that I have also been caught in a trap. Just now, he really thought that Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao was just asking him to chat with the cow to avenge the previous incident. Unexpectedly, this Xie La Jiao still had such bad intentions. I didn't realize it just now, and I was just being used like this. However, this result seems to be good, it all depends on the true strength of this fairy. Good job. Chu Yan came over and patted Lang Yi's shoulder with a look of relief. Good. Dizuan walked by and nodded to Lang Yi. Lang Yi originally wanted to boast a few words, but when he got to his mouth, he couldn't say anything, so he just lowered his head and walked towards the light door with his head depressed. Just as Chu Yan and his party entered the Guanmen, there was a large lake in the Pantheon Forbidden Land on the other side. As a colorful cloud fell to the ground, Shen Gongxi and the others came down from the cloud, all of them with dark faces. They didn't come after them. When Shen Gongxi said this, his face turned even redder. A majestic group of powerful people in the heavenly venerable realm were actually chased to the ground by a few earth venerables. If it were to spread, it would be absolutely embarrassing. Brother Shen, why didn't you use that just now? A purple-robed Tianzuan looked at Shen Gongxi with a puzzled face and asked. When these words fell, several purple-robed heavenly venerates gathered around and looked at Shen Gongxi together. To be honest, none of them understood. Although the strength of Chu Yan and the others is indeed very strong, if Shen Gongxi uses such a thing, the result will definitely not be like this. Shen Gongxi, if you don't explain this matter, don't blame me and report it to Master, the Supreme Jade Realm. Several purple-robed heavenly venerates all looked at Shen Gongxi with cold faces. After all, this time they hurt their face, and the task has not been completed yet, so how will they explain it to Zongmen when they go back? Hearing this, Shen Gongxi smiled lightly, and said, Everyone, 2 peerless geniuses, plus an ancient demon cultivator, do you think I can really deal with them by using that treasure? Kill them directly. When this sentence landed, several purple-robed people were stunned at the same time, frowning slightly. It seems that this is really hard to say. Shen Gongxi specifically emphasized that those are 2 peerless geniuses, not ordinary cultivators of the earth presence. This is not just a question of strength, that peerless genius is not lucky, so easy to lose. If you don't have some luck, you probably won't be able to become a peerless genius. Therefore, before Shen Gongxi persuaded with words, he wanted to divide Chu Yan and Fanchen and reduce the influence of luck, but the result was not ideal. Then according to what you said, what's the point of us killing them? Zipeo Tianzuan became even more angry. After all, it turned into a pain in the ass, running so fast to kill that Chu Yan. On the surface, they were angry, but in fact, in the hearts of several Zipeo Tianzuan, they already understood something. I have already told the Supreme Lord of the Jade Realm that he is coming to the Forbidden Land of Pantheon. Before that, we should work harder, and it will be easy to explain when the time comes, isn't it? When Shengongxi said this, he looked up at the few people, smiled slightly, and continued. I have another way, you see. After finishing speaking, Shengongxi flipped his hands, and a small black mirror wrapped in thick mist appeared in front of everyone. Several people widened their eyes at the same time and looked into the black foggy mirror, only to see. The picture inside is exactly the scene where Chu Yan and the others hid on the cliff, then jumped off and appeared in front of the Guanmen. This. Several purple-robed celestial beings looked at Shengongxi with doubts on their faces. What's the use? This mirror is called Tuatian God Mirror. It can record all the past events. Now I will share the pictures in this mirror to Dewang Island, Jiuxiao, Shangxianzong, Tyrant Clan, Barbarian Clan, Moon Clan and Lingling Clan. Clan and others, think about it, what will happen? Speaking of this, Shengongxi's face was full of cold smiles, and several purple-robed celestial beings shuddered at the sight. This senior brother Shen is so calculating. In this way, the major forces knew of Chu Yan's movements, so they didn't swarm here. Although the supremes of these forces and the supremes of the 9 regions have entered the depths of the Pantheon Forbidden Land, it is impossible to come back specially for a Chu Yan. However, even if a dozen or so heavenly venerates came, they would kill Chu Yan. However, the time is now, we can't waste time, we must act quickly. When this sentence fell to the ground, several heavenly venerates present nodded in unison. Okay, let's split up, let's go to different forces, and spread the news as soon as possible. When the voice fell to the ground, a group of celestials rose into the sky at the same time, and flew in different directions in midair. #C3209 Blue Ocean. On the other side, in the light-gated forbidden area. After Chu Yan and others entered, the entire space was distorted, and after a full 100 breaths of time, the surrounding void gradually stabilized. This is an ancient city, with an old and long-lasting atmosphere, which makes people feel lost. The whole city seemed to be built with some kind of special spar, and living in it gave people an extremely murderous and bloody atmosphere. On both sides of the 4 main streets of the ancient city, there are towering palace buildings everywhere, which are connected together and look extremely magnificent. Some of these palaces are murderous, some are fairy dreams, and some are full of vitality. Obviously, these palaces are very different, divided into 2 categories, good and evil. However, what surprised Chu Yan and others was that the cultivators who entered the light gate just now were all surrounded by murderous palaces, fighting each other, as if they were robbing something. Look, Chu Yan is here. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, Master Fanchen, join us quickly. I just discovered a place of great opportunity, how about going to investigate together? I found it. When those cultivators saw Chu Yan and others coming, they were all full of vigilance, but some cultivators hurriedly sent the sound of spiritual consciousness, and most of the things they said were similar. They are all inviting Chu Yan and others to join forces to explore the secret realm together. Wanjing Lake. Demon Venerable He Yao and others scattered around looking for opportunities, and soon discovered a large lake outside the city. Everyone, we will join hands again in the future. Facing the cultivators who were full of expectant eyes all around, Chu Yan bowed his hands, and then flew towards Wanjing Lake with He Yao Mozan and others. Arriving at the edge of the lake, I looked up, and saw that there was a faint tendency to gather in the rising mist above the huge lake surface, evolving into pieces of blurred spiritual characters. Xian, dead, for a long time. Demon Lord Heiyao and Fanchen both use their pupil power. Carefully identify these spiritual characters, but can't see clearly at all. I'll try. Demon Venerable He Yao took a step forward, raised his hand and waved a large piece of demon breath, rushing towards the lake. When the devil's breath entered the lake, it immediately caused the lake to boil, creating a large wave of waves, and countless spiritual mist rose up, forming a huge spiritual cloud, floating above the lake. This scene immediately attracted some cultivators around, all stunned. That is a treasure land of chance. Some cultivators had also discovered the existence of Wanjing Lake before, but when they saw that the spirit characters and the characters on the surface of the lake were blurred, they went to the city to look for corresponding clues. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chu Yan and the others came over, they would directly break it with brute force. This method and boldness are unexpected to all cultivators, and it is also an eye-opener. You guys, if you don't want to die, you'd better not come. He Yao Mozen turned his head to look around, and the cultivators who surrounded him shouted coldly. Immediately, Chu Yan and his group rushed up, swept across the lake, and got into the spiritual cloud directly. As before, Ling Yun is just an entrance to the passage, and the surroundings should be blurred and dazzled as soon as he enters. After they stabilized, they raised their eyes and looked around, but found that it was a scene that seemed to be in the ocean. Within the eyes, there are sea water everywhere, and various blue waters overflow and flow. In the sea, Chu Yan and others felt the powerful aura around them, all of them were stunned. This is no ordinary spiritual breath. Fan Chen's face was slightly stunned, and he kept flipping his handprints, sensing the aura around him, his eyes sparkled. That's right. It's not spiritual breath at all, it's a special kind of breath bred by heaven and earth. As long as this kind of breath is refined, it will have a strong effect on improving all the power of the cultivator. Speaking of this, He Yao Mozen grinned, raised a finger and said, "Attention! It's all the power." When this sentence landed, the expressions of Chu Yan and others changed instantly. All power. Isn't it just true qi cultivation? Lu Piapiao didn't wait for the others to react, and directly began to wave his consciousness, devouring the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. Very strong. If you practice here, just a breath can make a cultivator at the first level of the heavenly exalted realm break through to the peak of the heavenly exalted realm. The fierce Pluto was also looking around, looking at the breath of heaven and earth, full of envy. If he hadn't sacrificed himself in the Wendian furnace, as long as he stayed in this place for a while, he would be able to recover completely. It's a pity that now he can only look at it, and he can't even devour it. Ha ha ha, that's great. This deity is here to restore the heavenly venerable realm. He Yao Mozen was full of excitement, and quickly sat cross-legged and began to circulate the magic breath, pulling the breath of heaven and earth around him. He's been stuck at the pinnacle of the earthly venerable realm for too long. I have recovered some before, but when I died a few times, I was destroyed and I had to practice again. His road to resurrection was full of blood and tears. Seeing this breath of heaven and earth now is like a wolf seeing meat, completely crazy. After all, those spiritual breaths of heaven and earth can only restore the cultivation base of true qi, so the damage to his spirit and soul has very little effect, and it is often only 2 or 3/10 of the effect of ordinary practitioners. But now, these breaths of heaven and earth can enhance all powers, including of course his damaged soul power. In this way, his recovery speed can finally compete with the cultivation speed of ordinary practitioners. This kind of opportunity is definitely a great opportunity for those cultivators who have lost and need to be reborn. Therefore, even the fierce Pluto looked envious, but helpless. After all, the path of resurrection taken by the vicious Pluto is completely different from He Yao Mozen. The fierce Pluto chose a more stable route. As long as the furnace is not damaged, he will be immortal. But like Wendian furnace, a top-level Dao treasure, if you want to completely destroy it, even the supreme being of the 9 realms will find it difficult to do so. In this way, the vicious Pluto can only recover slowly, and the speed and opportunity are much slower than He Yao Mozen. Hurry up. The watchdog will break free in a few hours, when the time comes. When Fan Chen said this, he glanced at Lang Yi, and Lang Yi trembled in fright. What did I do? Lang Yi was taken aback, and then glared fiercely at Demon Lord He Yao, who was full of excitement and didn't care. Hurry up and refine, as much as you can refine. Chu Yan naturally understood what Fan Chen meant, and sat cross-legged, and began to refine the blue aura around him. The current him is only one step away from the heavenly exalted realm. If he uses these blue auras to break through to the heavenly exalted realm, he will be able to fight even against the dark moon bull demon. Otherwise, it is easy to enter this restricted area, but it will be troublesome when you want to go out later. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, and quickly immersed himself in cultivation. The God-defying flame in the Sea of Qi instantly ignited, and began to release the God-defying flame, continuously incinerating the blue aura around it. #C3210 It's all been robbed. Chu Yan and the others all entered the state of cultivation, without wasting any time. Among the few, compared to the speed of devouring the blue breath, none of them can compare to Lu Piapiao. The speed at which this God-blessed earth spirit devours the aura of heaven and earth can be called terrifying, existing like a black hole. Time passed quickly, and soon an hour passed. Chu Yan, who was practicing, suddenly had a serious expression on his face. Just now, the Tao crystal in the Nine Realms star chart in his body suddenly started to work. The majestic Taoism surged through the whole body. Moreover, the 8 universes Xuanhuan Sutra and the Code of War Law and the Sea of Consciousness are also operating at the same time, constantly evolving in the sky of the Sea of Consciousness. It seems that these two methods of asking questions are constantly being tempered and improved, just like Chu Yan and the others are practicing. The method of asking questions can also be cultivated. Of course not. Anything without spiritual wisdom cannot be cultivated, and even if it has spiritual wisdom, not all spiritual wisdom can be cultivated. Just like Lu Piapiao's spiritual wisdom, because the entity is a dead thing, it cannot be cultivated. Dao Jing and the two ways of asking. Chu Yan was slightly stunned. From the realm of human dignity to the realm of earthly dignity, and then breaking through to the realm of heavenly dignity, there is no big change in true energy, but the continuous tempering of dignity. In terms of power alone, every improvement in the world and the refinement of dignity is a 100-fold improvement. Now, the tempering of the Tao crystal and the method of asking questions seems to be developing in this direction. That being said, this is probably a great thing. It's like a door has been opened, which will lead to endless heaven in the future. But there are some troubles. These 3 foodies have devoured more than me. It seems that they need more blue breath. Chu Yan marveled at the blue breath, which can enhance the terror of all powers. At the same time, he was sighing that with more power, he would naturally need more blue breath. Wait, so the Qingjia battle spirit can also be improved. Chu Yan suddenly thought that his biggest hole card now is the Qingjia battle spirit. This kind of existence, which is similar to the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, seems to be able to continuously devour the spiritual energy of the world and slowly improve after it is fully integrated with its own body. Moreover, the Qingjia battle spirit, like the unicorn martial spirit, has the function of protecting the spirit of the gods. This is extremely important. Among all cultivators' powers, the soul power is the most fragile existence. The more you improve your cultivation, the more you improve your realm, and in the end you will develop in the direction of your soul. There will even be peerless geniuses like Fan Chen who specialize in the power of the soul. Once they grow up, they will be extremely terrifying existences. Qingjia battle spirit, come out. After Chu Yan wanted to understand this, he called out the Qingjia battle spirit with a soft drink. In an instant, a majestic blue light surged out, sweeping the world like a tide, and the endless powerful pressure suppressed the entire void. In this different space, all the seas of blue breath trembled from this powerful force. Even if they are just a piece of spiritual power bred in this world, they cannot escape the coercion of the god of war at all. Someone. Suddenly, vicious Pluto, demon lord He Yao, Fan Chen, Lu Piapiao, and others all changed their expressions and exclaimed. Boom, boom. At this time, Chu Yan didn't restrain himself at all, and released all the aura of asking questions and fighting spirit. The powerful coercion became more and more terrifying, and a large amount of blue breath seemed to be summoned, actively gathered towards Chu Yan, and kept pouring into his body. As the Nishan Yan burned, the power of the flame became stronger and stronger, with a little bit of momentum fueling the power of the fire, which caused the speed of incinerating the blue breath to double continuously. Putting these things together, it quickly became a kind of cycle. The coercion of the war spirit continues to increase, and the speed at which it attracts the blue aura is getting faster and faster. The Nishan Yan has a lot of blue aura, and the burning speed continues to increase, generating more power, making the coercion of the war god's soul even more terrifying. This cycle is growing exponentially. As the deity, Chu Yan, the dignity in his body showed a rocket-like speed, and was crazily improving. What a powerful battle spirit. At this speed, I will be able to hit the bottleneck of the heavenly exalted realm in at most 2 hours. Chu Yan's face was full of joy, and his mind sank instantly. What the hell did I see? Is that, couldn't it be, the soul of one of the gods? This coercion is more terrifying than the power of heaven, even the aura of heaven and earth is directly suppressed, this is too strong. Fierce Pluto, He Yao Mozen, Fan Chen and others all opened their mouths wide, looking at the towering figure behind Chu Yan, their faces full of shock. 10 gods, that is 10 Xian. According to rumors, the top 4 of the gods all broke through the realm of the gods and reached the supreme realm. And the 5th person of the gods, with half of his foot on the realm of the gods and half of his foot on the supreme realm, can be said to be the number 1 among the gods in the world. Bad guy. The master is too bad, obviously no one is fast, and now it's like this. Lu Piapiao just glanced at the soul of the god of war, but looked at Chu Yan with an aggrieved face. To her, she is just an earth spirit who has been trapped in the White Jade Palace for a long time and knows nothing about the outside world. Of course, I don't know, what are the 10 gods, what is the soul of the god of war? She only knew that in this different space, most of the blue aura had gone to Chu Yan, which caused her cultivation speed to drop a lot. Well said, to help people improve their cultivation. Yes. This guy actually. I'll go, it's like Kuimping, it's a piece of sea, who can compare to this? His suction is too strong, we can't pull him at all the blue spiritual breath has gone to him. No, this is still a woolen yarn. No, I have to settle it with him later. After hearing Lu Piapiao's words, He Yao Mozen and the others reacted suddenly, their tempering had almost dropped by 70% to 80%, and their faces were all dark in an instant. Hurry up and grab it. Several people gritted their teeth, looked at Chu Yan with a sad face, and hurriedly practiced. Time is passing fast. After 2 hours passed, Chu Yan's whole body was covered with a lot of immortality, and the flames were like a tide. His dignity and morality all broke through to a bottleneck state. Even the void around his body became unstable. Now is the time to hit the bottleneck and break through Tianzuan. On the other side, outside the ancient city of Pantheon, in front of the big crack, a group of master cultivators flew from the direction of Pantheon ancient city and landed in front of the big crack. The cultivation bases of these people range from heavenly prestige realm to earth prestige realm, and the cultivation bases of those in the heavenly venerable realm are from the 2nd heaven to the 4th heaven. God King Realm Monster. A group of cultivators were shocked when they saw the suppressed Dark Moon Bull Demon in front of the light gate. Chu Yan and the others entered from here. Among the cultivators, the leader was a young man who glanced at the surrounding situation and looked at the light gate. #C3211 Wait to die. This leading young man is also an acquaintance of Chu Yan. He is the core elder of the Dawangdo forces, Duanilong. After learning of Chu Yan's whereabouts from Shingongshi, without any hesitation, he led the troops from Dawang Island and rushed over directly. He is still thinking about the drop of magic essence that Chu Yan got. For Duanilong, it is 10 times harder for a cultivator like him to get a chance than an ordinary cultivator. Therefore, he will never miss the magic essence that he finally found. Be sure to grab it from Chu Yan. Elder Duan, let me ask about the situation first. A young man who is a celestial venerable, gestured to the dark moon bull demon with his eyes while speaking, and soon got Duanilong's nod of agreement. Although Duanilong was burning with anxiety, as one of the core elders of Dawang Island, his leadership and brains were not bad. Senior Demon King, people who are on Dawang Island, I want to ask you, have you seen these people? While speaking, the young man in the heavenly exalted realm waved his hand, and projected the phantoms of Chu Yan and the others in front of the dark moon bull demon. As long as the senior tells me to wait, I can help the senior, alleviate the power of suppressing the spirit seal, and help the senior demon king get out of trouble as soon as possible. The dark moon bull demon originally disdained to pay attention to these people, but when he heard these words, his heart moved. Moreover, seeing Chu Yan's appearance, it became very angry. Yes, I've gone in. Dark moon bull demon nodded. Really? When Duanilong heard this, his face immediately became happy. It seemed that Shingongshi hadn't lied to him. You must know that now is an important time for the opening of the Pantheon Forbidden Land. At this time, the major forces cannot use any means. If Shingongshi really spread false news and let them waste precious time, then he will have to settle the score with him later. Now hearing the answer from the dark moon bull demon, Duanilong seemed to see the shadow of the magic essence directly. Humph. This king is not going to lie to you ants. The dark moon bull demon snorted coldly, glanced at the few people with disdain on his face, and said, These people have entered Wanjing Lake. If you want to go there, you must open a special restriction to enter it. What is the purpose of you looking for this person? Tell me. After glancing at the few people in front of him again, the dark moon bull demon asked. Of course to kill him. Duanilong replied. Okay. Then make an oath of heavenly power. This king can tell you how to activate the special restriction, and help you. Dark moon bull demon gritted his teeth and said. Hearing what the dark moon bull demon said, Duanilong and the others did not hesitate, and quickly swore the oath of heavenly power, and obtained a shortcut from the dark moon bull demon. If it was before, as the dark moon bull demon guarding this place, it would be impossible to tell anyone how to open the prohibition in the light gate. But now, things are different. On the one hand, it has leaked the secret of Wanjing Lake, and at the same time, Chu Yan and others tricked him and made him suffer humiliation. This enmity must be washed away with blood. Send a letter immediately to inform other people to come over. Let's go. Duanilong didn't hesitate any more, and at the same time as he gave the order, he led a group of masters in the heavenly exalted realm and rushed directly into the light gate. After all, Dawang Island is one of the 3 major chambers of commerce. They entered the Guanmen Forbidden Area and did not go directly to Wanjing Lake. Instead, they scattered out of the city, found the ancient altars outside the 4 cities, and began to attack respectively. Boom. 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 Under the constant bombardment, the 4 altars quickly collapsed, and the inherited treasures fell out of the altars one by one. According to some rumors from Dawang Island, these 4 altars are the key to a precious place of immortal fate. And this is exactly the same as the news told by the dark moon bull demon. Therefore, without any hesitation, Duanilong and the others shattered the 4 altars. On the other side, above the big crack outside the Guangmen, cultivators kept flying over, including Shingongshi. Okay. The people from Dawang Island have entered. When Shingongshi arrived, he happened to see Duanilong leading someone into the light gate. Without any hesitation, Shingongshi also rushed into the light gate, and quickly joined Duanilong and the others under the sound transmission of his spiritual sense. However, when he saw that Duanilong had only brought about 10 heavenly venerates with him, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Brother Duan, in Chu Yan's hand is a legendary Dao treasure, which hides a monster of the Demon King realm, which can smash the attack of a peak powerhouse of the heavenly venerate realm with one blow, so be careful later. When Duanilong heard this, his face was cold and he didn't answer the other party. There is one more thing. Regarding the news about Chu Yan, I not only told you Gui Dao, but also notified other forces. Someone should come right away. Hearing these words, Duanilong's expression changed instantly. However, it's hard for him to say anything about this kind of thing. After all, that's how he knew Chu Yan's whereabouts. This Shingongshi is not from their Dawang Island, so it is enough to tell them. After all, he was looking for the magic marrow, and Shingongshi's purpose was to kill Chu Yan. Between the two, of course, there are different purpose behaviors. Next, Duanilong continued to search for the altar to attack, and Shingongshi also enthusiastically followed to help. In a blink of an eye, another half an hour passed, and sure enough, there were several celestial venerables from Shengxianzong, as well as the barbarians and the celestial venerable realm of Zhuzongla. The number of heavenly exalted realm powerhouses present doubled in an instant, and Shingongshi's face was full of smiles. More than 20 Tianzuan, plus the 10 he brought, this force is enough to deal with Chu Yan. Moreover, he dispersed all the 10 heavenly venerates under his command in the ancient city to win over some loose cultivator heavenly venerates. Humph. Chu Yan, wait to die. Shingongshi grinned grimly, looking towards the direction of Wanjing Lake. At this time, Wanjing Lake, in the blue ocean space. The whole space was trembling, and the endless blue air flow rushed towards Chu Yan like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea, making the true energy and Taoism around him more and more majestic. Soon, the Tao on his body suddenly erupted, rushing towards the sky like a volcanic eruption, and the blue aura in the entire sky was swept away in an instant. Click! As if something was cracking, the powerful fire on Chu Yan's body changed colors and burned Chu Yan's whole body. The sound of rumbling was endless, and a large amount of Taoism condensed around Chu's body, turning into an extremely huge altar. Breaking through the heavenly venerable realm will of course attract thunder and calamity. However, the vision of heaven's punishment and thunder tribulation also has a chance to occur, just like the heaven's punishment altar in front of Chu Yan, which contains endless heavenly power. When this altar was shattered, it was the time when Chu Yan completely stepped into the heavenly venerable realm. Boom! 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 The flames on Chu Yan's body seemed to be in a frenzy, constantly hitting the opposite altar. Under the trembling of the altar, it continued to shatter, and the broken stones flew up. Accompanied by the powerful Tianwei, it continuously swept across the entire space world. #C3212 Brothers on. In the process of being promoted to Tianzuan, it was not Nishenyan who benefited the most. The entire Nishenyan has undergone a complete transformation. Compared with the original Huawei, it has more than doubled. Boom. A burst of explosion sounded in the sea of consciousness, but it was Wentian furnace shaking. Good boy, you have broken through to the heavenly exalted realm. In this way, Wentian furnace can go a step further, and I can also recover a lot. The voice of the fierce Pluto was full of surprises. Now he pins all his hopes on Chu Yan, but every time Chu Yan improves, Wen Tianlu can improve by 1 point. And it is of great benefit to his recovery. Therefore, his current situation is tied to Wentian furnace, and Wentian furnace is affected by Chu Yan's cultivation level. Breakthrough Tianzuan. This kid. He Yao Mozhen and the others looked at the altar in front of Chu Yan, which was almost destroyed. They all turned their heads to look, with envy and jealousy on their faces. Especially Moadizuan, he couldn't even imagine how long it had been since Chu Yan arrived in God's domain. What are these flames? I haven't seen Chu Yan use them before. Such a powerful power. Fan Chen has been staring at Chu Yan distractedly, seeing the power of Ni Xinyan from beginning to end. He can't help frowning slightly, and secretly said with a puzzled face. It seems to have a breath of God's, but it doesn't look like it. What exactly is it? You don't know. When the Taoist foundation was destroyed, this kid had a lot of luck, and he was killed by that. Demon Venerable He Yao has completely given up. The blue aura in the entire space is gone, and it is impossible for him to restore the heavenly venerable realm. So now, anyway, he focused on Chu Yan, and started chatting with several other people at the same time. The situation of the other few people was also similar to that of Demon Venerable He Yao. They simply gave up their cultivation and listened to Demon Venerable He Yao telling stories. Next, He Yao Mozhen told all about Chu Yan's visit to Quanjian Supreme's cave. Of course, it is unavoidable to add fuel and vinegar for a while. What is said is vivid and brilliant. In that case, is this flame the one among the gods? Fan Chen listened to Demon Venerable He Yao's explanation, and suddenly realized. What? What did you say? But Fan Chen's words startled Demon Venerable He Yao and the others. All of them were shocked. You mean? Otherwise, let's try, maybe we can attract something more. Fan Chen's words made several people twitch at the same time. You don't have to be afraid, attract that one, when the time comes. He Yao Mozhen felt chills on the back of his neck when he thought of the scene when Empress Xiantian appeared last time. Hearing Demon Venerable He Yao's words, Fan Fei's face turned pale instantly, and he quickly shut up. The last time he tried to die, he provoked Empress Xiantian, and his heart is still not beating very well. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded, and the whole small world trembled suddenly, so that everyone almost jumped up. What happened? The gazes of Demon Lord He Yao, Fan Chen, and others all became sharp. Then, the sound became louder and louder, shaking the sky, as if the sky was falling apart. Just when everyone got up and looked up, suddenly there was the last earth-shattering explosion, blasting a wave of air and sweeping the audience. Click! Click! Even Lu Piapiao could hear it, as if something was cracking in the void. One after another, the incomparably rapid sounds kept ringing out. This sound resounded through the heaven and earth, broke through the boundary wall, and resounded in the entire forbidden area. Including the secret world outside, and above the ancient city, everyone heard the sound of explosions. Above the ancient city, in the entire secret world, an extremely powerful wind was picked up and swept across the entire area. Wherever it passed, all the cultivators were trembling, and looked up at the sky in amazement. What happened? All the cultivators dispersed their spiritual consciousness, sensed something instantly, and all turned their heads to look in the direction of Wanjing Lake. At this moment, a massive void above Wanjing Lake suddenly exploded, and several figures appeared. Damn it, it's Chu Yan. Oh my god, it's inheritance and chance, hurry up. Such a strong spiritual breath, definitely a top-level inheritance. All the cultivators were crazy about it, and rushed towards Wanjing Lake together. As the blue breath space where Chu Yan was located exploded, the entire sky over Wanjing Lake, places of inheritance, and small secret realms were all exposed. Huh. Shengongxi. Duanilong from Dawang Island. He Yao Mozhen and Fan Chen saw a few familiar figures as soon as they turned their heads, and suddenly a bad premonition rose in their hearts. What is this doing? Chu Yan. Lu Qingyi led the people of the spirit race, and just rushed over from the direction of the ancient city. When he saw Chu Yan, Yu Rong was startled. She could clearly see that the inheritances and small secret realms that exploded on Wanjing Lake were all around Chu Yan and the others, and that Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, had a 7-color altar in front of him. A thin layer of foundation remains. Sure enough. This is. When Duanilong and Shen Gongxi first saw Chu Yan, they were all happy, but when they recognized the altar in front of Chu Yan, their entire expressions changed. After all, this time, the manpower they recruited was only more than 30 Tianzuan. According to the situation of the previous fight, there is no problem in suppressing Chu Yan. But now, if Chu Yan breaks through successfully, it will be the heavenly exalted realm. Before this kid was in the earth venerable realm, he was able to fight against nearly 10 celestial venerates. If he broke through to the celestial venerable realm, his combat power would increase 100-fold. Quick! Hurry up and break through that void, don't let him break through. The roars of Duanilong and Shen Gongxi were separated by less than half a breath. After waking up, he gave the order suddenly, and at the same time, the true energy in his whole body exploded directly, blasting out powerful killing moves one after another. Everyone, as I said just now, as long as you make a move, the reward will be doubled. At the same time as Shen Gongxi shot, he turned his head and looked around. Those casual cultivators he was talking about just now had a sky-high price. All right. Okay, done. That's it, ha ha ha. When a group of casual cultivators heard the words, their faces were filled with joy and their eyes sparkled. However, there are only 2 of these people in the heavenly realm, and most of them are only in the earthly realm. After all, they have all seen how powerful Chu Yan is before, and the 2 peerless geniuses are not joking. Boom. Boom boom boom. A series of attacks exploded, the void above Wanjing Lake trembled continuously, and cracks appeared one after another. What a Shen Gongxi, he must have recruited someone. Heiyao Mozan looked at Shen Gongxi, and immediately understood why Chu Yan didn't enter the Guanmen before, and he had to kill this guy first. This person is too vicious. In such a short period of time, he has recruited so many forces and heavenly venerable realms, which shows that he did it deliberately. Brothers, go. Demon Venerable Heiyao looked back at Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, gritted his teeth and said to Fanchen and the others. Chu Yan is only 1 step away, and they must not let them destroy it. #C3213 Underworld. Chapter 3213. Nyobi, fierce, what tricks do you have? Don't hide them, show them all now. As long as Chu Yan breaks through the heavenly exalted realm, we will surely win. Demon Lord Heiyao finished his roar, gritted his teeth, and took a piece of black chalcedony, opened his mouth, and sprayed it with a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the vast will of the demonic Tao surged like a gust of wind. This is the magic essence that he has treasured for a long time. 1 drop is worth hundreds of years of cultivation, and its power is monstrous. Seeing this scene, Fanchen didn't hesitate anymore, and all kinds of treasures, talismans, and seals were taken out together. In an instant, around the mortal world, there were hundreds of various spirit treasures and Taoist artifacts, which shocked Heiyao Mozan and others so much that they couldn't even close their mouths. The dead cow's nose has hidden so many good things. Demon Venerable Heiyao looked at Fanchen's treasures, his whole body trembling with jealousy. This peerless genius is really extraordinary. Not to mention talent and cultivation strength, just the treasures on this body are at least 10 times that of a warrior of the same level. The fierce Pluto was very embarrassed, he didn't even have a body, only a ray of soul in the Wendian furnace. Even if he is willing to take it out, there is no place to do it. Roar. With a roar, the vicious Pluto gave Lu Piapiao a wink. The little girl is so clever, she flipped her little hands quickly, took out most of the blue sea breath that she just attracted, and poured most of it into the Wendian furnace. This time, the aura of the king of monsters on the fierce Pluto swept across the world like a raging sea. The moment the towering body stepped out of the Wentian furnace, the whole world trembled fiercely. So strong. When Shen Gongxi and the others saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed. Unexpectedly, these people around Chu Yan. The strength is also strong like this. Miss Liu, Chu Yan also has grievances with your spirit clan. If you don't take advantage of his breakthrough now, he will be the enemy of your spirit clan in the future. Why don't we work together to get rid of it? Now, Shen Gongxi suddenly felt a little uncertain, so he hurried to find Lu Qingyi, a ready-made helper. Moreover, among the Tianzuan realm present, only Lu Qingyi, a peerless genius, was the strongest. Hearing Shen Gongxi's words, Lu Qingyi stared at the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged in the void boundary wall with both eyes, and remained silent for a long time. After almost 10 breaths, she opened her jade lips lightly and said, "I'm in charge of breaking the boundary wall, so go all out. However, Chu Yan wants to be captured alive. I'm useful." "Okay. That's a deal." Hearing Lu Piapiao's words, Shen Gongxi immediately became overjoyed, and without any hesitation, rushed forward together with Duanilang and the others. This wave of attack was quite powerful. Dozens of heavenly venerable realm powerhouses attacked together, coupled with Lu Qingyi's attack. The blue sea boundary wall couldn't support it at all, and it exploded. A large amount of blue ocean breath scattered and merged into the space between heaven and earth. Magic Fury 9 Nights Surprise. Tao follows the 10,000 seas, the tree of immeasurable celestial beings. Fanchen and Demon Lord Heiyao, who had been accumulating momentum for a long time, attacked at the same time, and the mighty magic power and Dao Wei blasted out like two raging waves at the same time. Especially the Daoist treasure tree of Fanchen, the moment it rushed out, all the branches trembled, and countless figures of Taoist Tianzuan emerged in it. With a wave of his hand, the entire sky was filled with the holy light of the Taoist domain. Followed by hundreds of various Taoist talismans, each of which is like a shooting star from the sky. Just by looking at the power of them blasting through the void, one knows that it will never be inferior to the attack of a strong person in the heavenly realm. Come on. Shen Gongxi's pupils trembled, but the arrow was on the string, so he had no choice but to shoot. With a wave of his big hand, he led the Tianzunjing powerhouses behind him and launched a charge. Although both Fan Chen and Demon Lord Heiyao used the strongest ultimate moves, there were only 2 of them after all. As for Shen Gongxi, Duanilang, and Lu Qingyi, dozens of heavenly exalted realm powerhouses joined together, and the attack they sent out was also like a mighty tide, hitting hard. Boom! 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 Under the impact that shook the world, the Dao Wei of the mortal world and the demon gang of the Heiyao Demon Lord were all shattered. Mingtian finger. Not far away, the fierce Pluto's eyes suddenly brightened, and his cold voice resounded through the clouds. He was waiting for this time, so he didn't join Fanchen and Heiyao Mozhen to attack. Instead, he chose the time when the 2 parties attacked each other for the first time, when the old power was gone and the new power was not born. Wentian furnace soared into the sky, suspended in the position behind the Pluto. A large amount of light from the Dao treasure poured out, and merged with the magic power blasted by the Pluto at a very high speed. In an instant, Shen Gongxi, Duanilang and the others could only feel the dark clouds billowing in the sky. The world instantly became dark, and all the light disappeared. It seems that the whole world is going to turn into hell, and countless evil spirits are going to rush out of this world. Although only Lang Yi, Mo Wu, and Lu Piapiao poured spiritual power into the attack of the Pluto this time, the spiritual energy output by Lu Piapiao was extremely huge. In addition, the fierce Pluto spent a lot of money and directly mobilized the power stored in the Wentian furnace. Therefore, this wave of attacks is almost the strongest attack the Pluto has ever used since he woke up. The earth-shattering seal. Duan Ilong's complexion changed drastically. He didn't dare to hesitate. He suddenly took out a small purple and black seal, and threw it into the sky. Boom! Xiaoyin soared into the sky, growing to the size of a house in an instant, releasing a monstrous aura. In an instant, above the sky and deep in the earth, the screams of countless evil spirits resounded through the sky. That kind of whistling and ghostly whistling was extremely stern, and it was horrifying to hear. 8 desolations in Lingmen town. Shen Gongxi didn't dare to be negligent. His handprints flew like flying, his eyes were shining with golden light, and his whole body exploded with qi at the same time. It turned out that he was using a forbidden spell. Any cultivator uses the forbidden spell, double killing and double damage. Killing the enemy is killing himself, and the damage to the cultivation is the loss of life. It can be said that if you injure the enemy by 1 point, you will injure yourself 3 times. Therefore, in God's domain, very few cultivators used the mantra technique, and now Shen Gongxi was obviously in a hurry. After all, he knows very well that his current cultivation base is the heavenly exalted realm, and if Chu Yan breaks through to the heavenly exalted realm, with his talent and background, he will never have the opportunity to attack Chu Yan in the future. Therefore, this is his last chance. For this opportunity, he used the forbidden spell. Destroy. After uttering one word, countless ancient auras emerged from the sky and the earth, and the entire sky was covered with spirit patterns, shining with endless spiritual light like a net of heaven and earth. The fierce demon domain of the fierce Pluto was firmly suppressed in an instant. This is. The fierce Pluto's face changed instantly. He didn't expect that he would be suppressed by the opponent after using such a powerful trick. Forbidden curse technique, is this guy crazy? Everyone, give this furnace spirit to me, and fellow Taoist Duan, you guys hurry up and kill them. Shen Gongxi roared angrily, and gave orders to all his companions in the heavenly exalted realm. Okay. Kill. Come on, this is a good opportunity. Kill him. Ho 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 ho. The eyes of the large group of cultivators lit up, of course knowing that this was an excellent opportunity. They all unleashed a powerful trick and rushed forward at the same time.